Chapter 1, The Crossing. Yueyuan Peak, Xian Yuan Sect. This is the mountain peak where a few personal disciples of Jiqing, the revered immortal of Xian Yuan Sect, live. Surrounding peaks are scattered in a well-arranged manner. As you approach the summit, there's mist swirling around, evoking a hazy charm akin to fairylands up in the 9 heavens. The area around Yueyuan Peak has spiritual energy flowing through it, making it an excellent place for disciples to cultivate. On its top stand independent houses with their own courtyards. Disciples flying by on their swords often gaze down at these houses enviously. After collecting himself, the disciple quickly averts his gaze and flies off into the distance. These are the houses of Jiqing's personal disciples. Inner disciples and outer disciples don't have houses with courtyards. Don't overthink it, our Yunsi isn't here either. Rear Mountain. Yunsi emerged from his courtyard and stretched lazily. He looked up to locate the position of the sun. The sunlight struck his face, which became too glaring, so Ningning promptly looked down. I've slept till noon. No classes sure is refreshing. Yunsi returned to the yard. 2 months ago, he crossed over from modern times to here. In the modern world, he wasn't academically gifted but enjoyed studying cuisine. His parents had enrolled him early in Xin Zhongfang Culinary School, where he spent 3 years studying. After completing his education, he was eager to show off his culinary skills by opening a large restaurant when a car accident brought him back down to earth. When he woke up again, he was already here. Simply put, this world is a book that his cousin recommended to him. The expendable character shares his name and even looks exactly like him from modern times. The title of the book is, He Chooses to be Popular Instead of Being a Genius. The protagonist possesses an excellent talent, being a superior water element root, delicate and easy to sway, with eyes always moist. Every 3 years, the Xian Yuan sect conducts a spirit root test, drawing in everyone who seeks cultivation. The original main character arrived a year ago and had received favor from the revered masters and senior brothers then. With the arrival of the protagonist, the original main character was completely ignored. Not adept at words, the original main character couldn't compete with the protagonist who was very good at flattering others. Somehow, the senior brothers' attitudes toward the original main character suddenly changed, becoming more intimate with the protagonist. Out of jealousy for the protagonist in the book, the original main character attempted to lure him into the icy cave but ended up trapped by an array inside himself instead, costing him his life. Even those at the foundation building stage could not withstand the temperature inside the icy cave, let alone the original main character, a novice who just began his cultivation practice. He was discovered only when the next batch of disciples entered. This is how Yunsi crossed over. After waiting for a month, Yunsi found there was no golden finger or system guiding him, merely realizing that he was a transparent cannon fodder in the book. At that moment, Yunsi gained insight. Who needs the protagonist's affection, who needs the master and senior brother's care? None of these matter to Yunsi. Let them fawn over the group-pampered protagonist if they want to. If he couldn't avoid confrontation, he would retreat. Thus, Yunsi lived here for 2 months. The original main character was once a personal disciple under the revered master Jiqing but had now been demoted to an inner disciple due to the incident at the icy cave. The original main character had his small courtyard at the mountain peak, right next to where the protagonist resided. Strangely, despite the protagonist seemingly unaware of the original main character's animosity, he still visits every day, only to be cursed at and scolded. Coincidentally, each time the original main character loses his temper, it either gets noticed by the several elder brothers or directly by the revered master themselves, thus ensuring someone sees it every time. Eventually, the original main character's reputation worsens. The rumor about bullying junior brother Wen Miao begins to spread. Some disciples even sneak into the original main character's yard late at night to release snakes, toss animal droppings, and damage plants in the yard. Finally, the revered immortal Jiqing expelled the original main character as his disciple. Unwelcome elsewhere, he was relocated to the rear mountain, which is far from the class location, requiring an hour of flight via sword to reach. Those individuals thus stopped coming. However, the original main character suffers by having to walk a long way daily for classes. The advantage here is solitude. Although the spiritual energy on the rear mountain isn't as good as on higher ground, there's still a yard suitable for vegetable gardening. But Yunsi quite likes this place, free from interruptions. Yunsi went into the kitchen. Calling it a kitchen, it is also his bedroom, both areas coexist within a single small room. Pouring himself a glass of cold tea and grabbing a white flour steamed bun. Yunsi prefers to eat outside. Walking out, he plopped onto a large stone in the yard, starting to munch on the bun. After eating a few bites, Yunsi smacked his lips. Although the white flour bun tasted good, it was soft and fluffy last night, it still lacked flavor eaten by itself. Yunsi wiped the roughly shaped stone table with his hand casually, brushing off some small dust particles. He placed the steamed bun and tea on it and then stood up to go inside. Chirp chirp chirp. The sound of birds chirping came from the trees outside. Yunsi went into the house and dragged out a small jar that was tucked in the corner next to the cabinet. A large stone sat atop the jar. Yunsi lifted the stone off, tilted the jar to pour out its water, and then took off the small bowl that was inverted on top of it. A distinct smell of pickled vegetables wafted out. Yunsi picked up his chopsticks and reached into the jar. I have a jar of little pickled vegetables that I eat every day. This morning I suddenly had the urge to eat them again. Humming the distorted children's song, Yunsi pulled out a small piece of cucumber from the jar. It wasn't enough for him, so Yunsi reached into the jar again, this time pulling out a cabbage leaf and a few string beans. Hum hum hum, I have a jar of little pickles. Yunsi resealed the jar, added more water, and then carried the pickles outside. He liked this small jar very much. It was something he made by spending 2 spirit stones and 1 meat bun to ask a fellow sect disciple skilled in crafting equipment to help create. At first, 2 spirit stones weren't enough to make him willing, it was the meat bun that did the trick. Carrying the pickles, Yunsi hopped around as he headed toward the stone table. Just as he went out, he noticed that a fiery red bird had taken over the stone table. Chirp! That's my breakfast. Yunsi glared fiercely at the bird perched on the stone table. How dare it eat his breakfast? This was the umpteenth time it came to steal food, and worse yet, this morning he only had this 1 steamed bun left. He could not have been more furious. If he didn't pluck all the feathers off this bird today, he would reverse his family name. The bird on the stone table clearly paid no attention to Yunsi, finishing the last bite of steamed bun before leisurely sipping some tea. Ah, you drank my tea too. Watch me beat you, stinking bird. Yunsi charged forward. In an instant, the bird with fiery red feathers and a tinge of gold on its tail feathers flew away. Yunsi looked at the fleeing bird, his cheeks puffed up in anger. Next time you dare come to steal my food, I'll beat you up. That bird glanced back at the thin young cultivator in the small courtyard while flying in the air. So petty. Yunsi stared at the empty stone table when his stomach inappropriately growled twice. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Rubbing his belly, Yunsi made his way to the small vegetable garden in the yard, picking 2 little mustard greens along the way. Fortunately, there was still a piece of dough left from last night. Roll it into noodles and boil a clear soup noodle bowl. Yunsi drew some water from the well. The boy, who looked only 15 years old and stood barely over 150 centimeters, with a small frame, was almost up to the thighs in the water bucket. The sleeves rolled up revealed thin arms as he strained to pull up the rope with half a bucket of water. Phew! Yunsi used a gourd dipper to scoop 2 scoops of water into the basin, placing each little mustard green into the water basin. Then he filled a pot with 1½ scoops of water, tossing in a few pieces of red firestone. Red firestone is a kind of rock that ignites when infused with spiritual energy. Its power depends on the amount of spiritual energy injected into it, making it very convenient. After preparing everything, Yunsi began kneading the dough, flattening the dough ball and evenly slicing it. Soon, the dough was cut into thin long noodles. Yunsi shook out the noodles in his hands. He lit the fire, waiting for the water to boil, then dropped half of the noodles in. The flattened dough turned out to be a fairly large sheet, and eating just a small portion would be enough for him. Yunsi fetched a medium-sized bowl, walked to the adjacent cupboard, and brought out another jar. It contained white lard. Yunsi picked up a chopstickful of lard and put it into the bowl, pouring some soy sauce over it. Everything was handmade by himself. Chapter 2, Chu Zmo. The noodles cooked very easily. In the last few minutes, Yunsi put in some baby bok choy to blanch for a few minutes. Before long, the noodles were cooked. Yunsi ladled some of the boiling noodle soup into a bowl. The lard at the bottom of the bowl melted immediately upon contact with the scalding soup. It turned into a layer of transparent oil, and it smelled very fragrant. Adding a bit of salt, he placed the noodles on top, and finally arranged the baby bok choy neatly on top. And thus, the clear broth noodles were complete. At the stone table in the small courtyard, Yunsi ate his noodles. The noodles were cooked to perfection, smooth with a hint of chewiness, and the soup was warm and delicious. Yunsi was thoroughly satisfied. He usually added a fried egg when making clear broth noodles, but he had used up all the eggs a few days ago. Yunsi ate the noodles and sipped the soup simultaneously, using a wooden spoon to scoop up some soup and a few strands of noodles, sending them together into his mouth. Finally, the noodles were finished, and so was the soup. I'm full. Yunsi patted his belly. After washing the bowls, chopsticks, and pot, Yunsi went to look at the little vegetable garden in the yard. Thanks to the nourishment of spiritual energy, whether it was tomatoes or cucumbers, the vegetables grew better than those sold outside. They looked fresh and tender. Yunsi felt that the greatest advantage of the former host's single-wood spiritual root was how quickly it could grow vegetables. Watering the vegetables in that plot of land, Yunsi noticed a cucumber nearly ripe and picked it. He munched on it as he returned indoors. Crunch. Biting down, the fresh scent of the cucumber filled his mouth along with its slightly sweet juices. Sitting on the bed, the morning's quilt remained unfolded. Yunsi pulled the quilt aside and took out a box from the corner. 1, 2, 3. 1 tael, 2 taels, 3 taels. There were 6 lower-grade spirit stones, 33 taels of silver, and 865 coins in total. It was enough. When he would leave the sect in a few days to set up a stall, he could buy some ingredients. Each disciple of Xian Yuan sect could go outside twice a month. Leave at dawn and return before sunset. Yun Ci. Are you home, Yun Ci? At this moment, a crisp yet somewhat domineering voice came from outside. Yun Ci carefully stored the spirit stones and money back into the box and returned it to its original position. Only then did he stand up. The person at the door had a refined appearance with rather prominent features, wearing white uniforms common to ordinary disciples, except the hidden patterns at the cuffs, waist, and collar were more intricate and radiant. The edges of the cuffs were purple instead of the yellow typical for inner disciples like Yun Ci. This was the attire of a personal disciple. Seeing Yun Ci, Chu Zimo's eyes lit up instantly. You're home, Yun Ci. I thought you weren't here. Saying that, he walked right in and sat down on the stone stool. Chu Zimo was about the same age as Yun Ci, 1 year older. Compared to Yun Ci who appeared malnourished and thin, Chu Zimo was much sturdier. Standing side by side, despite being only 1 year apart, Chu Zimo was half a head taller. Chu Zimo had dual gold and fire spiritual roots, naturally suitable for forging artifacts. A top-grade spiritual root and an upper-grade spiritual root, a genius seen only once in 100 years, he was directly taken in as a personal disciple by Elder Qing Xian. Before coming to Xian Yuan sect, he had lived a life of privilege at home. Supposedly, his family was among the wealthy merchants locally. Normally, someone like him should have no intersection with Yun Ci. This can be traced back to the incident involving 2 spirit stones and a bun. I didn't make anything to eat just now. Yun Ci glanced at Chu Zimo, whose face was filled with anticipation, and twitched his lips. In this world, cultivation-based cultivators abstain from food during their training period, but they would still eat something beforehand. The food here was simply terrible, even things like chili peppers, which people would avoid unknowingly without realizing they were edible. Thus, every time Yun Ci made food, it was highly welcomed. You didn't make any food? Chu Zimo looked utterly disheartened. Yun Ci nodded slightly and also sat down. Chu Zimo looked at Yun Ci's pale, tender face and swallowed hard. Truly, the boy was handsomely grown, even fairer than some celestial maidens. Chu Zimo shook his head. Yun Ci frowned seeing Chu Zimo like this. What was he doing, shaking his head and staring at him silently? Had he fallen ill? Do you not have class today? Yun Ci gave a quick glance at Chu Zimo who looked uncomfortable. Morning class, Chu Zimo replied, then grinned. Yun Ci, I didn't eat breakfast in the morning, hee. Could you make me something? Buns, steamed buns, pancakes, all will do, hee. He didn't pay attention to the elder's lecture this morning. All he could think of was the food made by Yun Ci, thus he couldn't concentrate on the class and was even called out to answer questions, almost getting punished. He was terrified. After pondering for a moment, Yun Ci remembered there was still 1 piece of chicken breast left in his storage bag. Then I'll make chicken noodle. Chicken noodle. That's good, that's good. Chu Zimo clapped happily. Although he hadn't tasted it before, it sounded delicious. He couldn't wait. Yun Ci put the chicken breast into a pot of cold water, adding green onions and ginger to get rid of the fishy smell. After boiling it, he fished it out and then reheated the water, putting in the noodles. He grabbed a large bowl and placed in lard, soy sauce, and edible salt as before. He forgot about the vegetables. Chu Zimo. Yun Ci called. Sitting outside with nothing to do, Chu Zimo immediately replied upon hearing the call, I'm here. Help me pluck 2 baby bok choys and a scallion. Don't pick a big one. It had to be young and tender. All right. Chu Zimo answered excitedly and rushed to Yun Ci's little vegetable garden. What was oil cabbage? What was scallion? Looking at these vegetables, how did he recognize any of them? And this thing, he remembered it was not edible. Inside the room, Yun Ci tore the cooled chicken breast into strips and the noodles were almost cooked. Are you done? Yun Ci shouted. Wasn't it just picking some vegetables? Why so slow? By this time, Chu Zimo walked in with a dumbfounded look, I don't recognize those vegetables. Forgot. It's fine, I'll go. Yun Ci walked towards the door. This is baby bok choy, this is scallion. Yun Ci, you're really amazing, knowing so many types of vegetables. Truly worthy as someone with a wood spirit root. Chu Zimo looked admiringly. Hearing the praise, Yun Ci felt very pleased and lifted his chin slightly. That's right. He was the bug of this world. You sit over there, the noodles will be ready soon. Hearing this, Chu Zimo gulped down his saliva. And sat down obediently right away. Yun Ci ladled the steaming hot noodle soup into a large bowl, melted the lard, scooped out the noodles and placed them inside, sprinkled the chopped scallions, added the chicken threads on top and arranged the baby bok choys. The golden chicken thread noodles with clear broth were finally complete. Eat. Yun Ci placed the noodles in front of Chu Zimo. Waiting for him to eat. Seeing the steam rising from the chicken thread noodles, Chu Zimo's mouth watered, unable to wait, and took a bite right away. The smooth noodles, the aromatic scallions, and the chicken threads, whose texture was different from the noodles, were all sent into his mouth together. Chu Zimo only felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Good, it's delicious. So delicious. Before long, the whole bowl of chicken thread noodles, including the soup, was gone. Seeing Chu Zimo who wanted another bowl, Yun Xiai said silently, none left. That was the last chicken breast. Disappointed expression covered Chu Zimo's face, but then he thought, after becoming familiar with Yun Xiai, wouldn't there be plenty more opportunities for good food? Yun Xiai, unaware of what Chu Zimo was thinking, stared blankly at him eating, and nudged his calf lightly. 1 lower grade spirit stone. A spirit stone per bowl of chicken thread noodles would definitely be extremely expensive if it were in the secular world, but to the disciples of Xian Yuan sect, it was nothing significant. So cheap. As Chu Zimo said this, he pulled out a lower grade spirit stone. Seeing the spirit stone, Yun Xiai chuckled. Lovingly taking it over. Mommy, he got another spirit stone. Chapter 3 Going Down the Mountain. After a few days, it was finally almost the time when they, the new disciples of the Xian Yuan sect, were allowed to go down the mountain. Night. The bright and gentle moonlight fell on Yun Xi's small courtyard at the back mountain. The little vegetable garden, the irregular stone tables and benches, and the small well in the courtyard were all clearly visible. Occasionally, there would be twinkling starlights flying across the air, with meteors streaking across the sky. Inside the house, Yun Xiai was preparing for tomorrow's trip down the mountain. During these few days when there were no classes, Yun Xiai had been steaming buns and dumplings, making a total of 50 pots of them. There were plain steamed buns, vegetable buns, and sugar buns, a total of 500, all placed inside his storage bag. The storage bag could preserve the food exactly as it was initially stored, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. 2 big jars of pickles were also put into the storage bag, along with a banner that read, buns, steamed buns, and pickles, delicious and not expensive, hurry up and buy. He stuffed it some more, until the storage bag was full. Yun Xiai poked it hard twice. Only then did he close the storage bag. Humph. Once he earned enough money, he would switch to a bigger storage bag. This storage bag was originally given by the silent Qing Immortal Lord to his personal disciple, who always cherished it. Later, Warm Miao Immortal Lord gave the protagonist an Ice Moon golden silk storage bag, which was far better than this one that got full easily. Sometimes favoritism is obvious at first glance. But he didn't care about the favoritism of any Immortal Lord. Yun Xiai put away the storage bag, blew out the candle, and lay down under the blanket, covering himself properly with the quilt. Soon, even breathing sounds came from him. At the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m., the next day, Yun Xiai was still sound asleep, turning occasionally in his sleep. Chu Zimo came to find Yun Xiai, wearing the uniform of a personal disciple. Seeing the tightly shut door, he hesitated. Could he have already left? If so, he would have come for nothing. They, who had only been here for less than a year, had yet to learn sword-riding flight techniques, and Yun Xi's peak was quite far from where Chu Zimo lived. A round trip would take 2 hours. Sigh. Just as Chu Zimo was about to leave. No. What if he's still sleeping? Chu Zimo remembered one time he came at noon and Yun Xiai had just woken up. Knock knock knock. Yun Xiai, are you there? Yun Xiai, it will be Chen hour, 7 to 9 a.m., in 15 minutes. Yun Xiai, surely you're not still sleeping, are you? Yun Xiai was half listening to what seemed like someone calling his name in a daze. He flipped over. It must be a dream. Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai. Don't sleep anymore, wake up. We're going down the mountain. Really someone was calling him. Yun Xiai suddenly became somewhat awake from his dream. Yun Xiai stretched lazily. Half opening his eyes, he sat up, slipped on the cloth slippers he bought from the mortal world, and went to open the door. Chu Zimo had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, making his senses sharper by many times compared to before he started practicing cultivation. Upon hearing the movement, Chu Zimo waited for Yun Xiai to open the door. By the time Yun Xiai approached, he was much more awake, but still felt a bit dizzy in his head. As soon as he pulled open the door, the first thing Yun Xiai saw was Chu Zimo's clothes indicating he was a personal disciple. How did you come here? Yun Xiai blinked a few times. Then Yun Xiai recalled telling Chu Zimo the other day that he would go down the mountain. Do you want to go with me? Yun Xiai looked suspiciously at Chu Zimo, who wore a foolish grin. Chu Zimo quickly nodded. Can I come, Yun Xiai? Saying this, he looked at Yun Xiai with those puppy eyes. Yun Xiai. Telling Chu Zimo he would return before dusk, Chu Zimo immediately agreed to everything. Finally Yun Xiai consented. Chu Zimo was thrilled beyond measure. This was his great chance to become friends with Yun Xiai. He was determined not to waste it. Seeing Chu Zimo's beaming face. What was with this guy? You can come in first while I tidy up a bit, said Yun Xiai, realizing he was still in his undergarments. By the way, have you had breakfast? Yun Xiai muttered as he walked around. Chu Zimo suddenly thought that Yun Xiai looked like a little adult who cared whether he had eaten breakfast. No, I came directly. Yun Xiai nodded, then let's eat buns. To save time, they could eat while walking. By now, many disciples should have already gone down the mountain. At the mention of buns, Chu Zimo's eyes lit up, wholeheartedly agreeing. Before leaving the sect. First, they needed to register. Both Yun Xiai and Chu Zimo, eating their buns on the way, headed towards the steward hall. On the road, many new disciples were also walking in this direction. Some disciples walking beside Yun Xiai suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma. They hadn't eaten breakfast and immediately felt hungry upon smelling it. They turned around and noticed it was Yun Xiai. Quick, look! Isn't that Yun Xiai? At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. After shouting, that person retreated back into the crowd. Yun Xiai was stunned. Yun Xiai. It's really him. Not long ago, he tried to frame junior brother Wen Miao to be sent to the ice cave but ended up going himself. He was removed from the disciple ranks by Lord Ji Qing, truly got what he deserved. I think he shouldn't have been demoted to an inner disciple, they should have kicked him out directly. An outer disciple looked at Yun Xi's sleeve and commented. Ho, he didn't just envy junior brother Wen Miao, he also had designs on elder brother Si Qingxian. What kind of person is elder brother Si? Someone like him doesn't even deserve to touch him. How disgusting. Exactly, how dare he have thoughts about elder brother Si? Yun Xiai, get out of the Xianyuan sect. People who like men are freaks, if you ask me, all people who like men should die. When Yun Xiai heard the last sentence, he sharply turned his gaze toward the outer disciple who spoke. Gao Tu hadn't expected Yun Xiai to actually look at him today. Meeting Yun Xi's sharp eyes, Gao Tu felt a bit uneasy inside. Something seemed different about Yun Xiai. No, impossible, it must be fake. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to fight? Ha ha ha, coward, look, he won't even say a word, ha 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 ha. Bang! The laughter abruptly stopped as Gao Tu, who had been mocking others just moments before, now lay on the ground with a bloodied face. The voices in the crowd gradually ceased. Yun Xiai retracted his fist. He looked down at the outer disciple who was bleeding profusely from the nose. You're the freak, your whole family is freaks. Every time you say this, I, Yun Xiai, will punch you once again. Got it? Today I'm telling you, liking men isn't being a freak. Liking women isn't being a freak either. Love has no gender distinction. People like you with such foul minds are the real freaks. Freak. Dead freak. Get lost. Yun Xi's clear and resonant voice reached the ears of everyone watching the commotion. After speaking, Yun Xiai snorted coldly. Let's go. Sammy Chu, whose mouth was wide open in the shape of an O, snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. People involuntarily made way for them. Yun Xiai and Chu Zimo passed without hindrance. Yun Xiai, you were so cool just now. Chu Zimo's eyes sparkled brightly. Although I don't advocate liking men, I think if you like a person, sometimes their gender doesn't matter, right? What do you think? And anyway, even the mortal world has already accepted this. Upon hearing Chu Zimo's words, Yun Xi's eyes widened. Do you really think that? Of course. I am not that narrow-minded. Chu Zimo puffed out his chest proudly. Yun Xiai blinked several times before saying, to be honest, you keep finding me because you want to be my friend, right? Chu Zimo's eyes lit up, had he finally waited for this moment? Yes. Chu Zimo answered without hesitation. Yun Xiai pursed his lips, didn't you hear what those people said about me? Was this a test to become friends? Chu Zimo scratched his head, from now on, anyone who says something against you, I'll help deal with them. Yun Xiai shook his head, that's not what I mean. They accused me of framing Wen Miao and having feelings for Si Qingxian. Chapter 4, Setting Up a Stall. It has been 2 months since he arrived in this world, and today everyone's insults have rung in his ears countless times. Yun Xiai knows that the original owner of his body indeed wronged the protagonist, but it's also true that the original owner brought this punishment upon himself. However, as the inheritor of this body, there is no way to avoid what had transpired. These events must have spread throughout the sect, damaging his reputation so badly that everyone knows about it. He doubts Chu Zmo would be unaware. Are you talking about this? Chu Zmo scratched his head. I've certainly heard about your past exploits before, and back then I didn't think highly of you either. But after truly getting to know you, I found you different from what people said. I think you're a good person, and I want to be friends with you. The corner of Yun Xi's mouth lifted as he put an arm around Chu Zmo's shoulders. Let's go. Yeah. The two walked toward the administrative hall. Heavens, isn't that Yun Xi? How come he feels different from before? A male disciple of the inner sect looked astonished, seemingly unable to believe it. I think Yun Ci looks even better now. A female cultivator shyly said. TSK, don't forget how Yun Ci tried to harm junior brother Wen Miao. But, today I feel Yun Ci isn't that kind of person. In the crowd, opinions varied and were mixed with murmurs. Gao Tu had already gotten up from the ground, staring intently ahead. After registering, Yun Ci and Chu Zmo started walking towards the sect's direction. There are 9,999 steps on the mountain path. An ordinary person couldn't walk 1/10 of them, but for a cultivator, it was much easier. By the time Yun Ci and Chu Zmo reached the commoner's market in the mortal realm, it was already mid-morning, The market was bustling with activity, and shouts could be heard from all directions. Once they found a suitable spot, Yun Ci and Chu Zmo stopped. From their storage pouch, they took out everything needed to set up their stall. Yun Ci hung a banner that read, steamed buns and mantu, while Chu Zmo helped assemble the stall frame. This so-called stall was actually a folding wooden stand made by Yun Ci himself. With the 4 legs fully extended, it became a small table. Then more items were placed neatly onto the table from their dimensional space. Isn't this the young cultivator who sells steamed buns? An old woman in her 50s approached. Yun Ci looked up and gave a warm smile. Yes, madam. Chu Zmo stood beside him, bewildered, ? So quickly did they attract their first customer without even shouting? He is a repeat customer, Yun Ci explained. At this, Chu Zmo nodded understandingly. Once someone tasted what Yun Ci made, the flavor was unforgettable. Hearing this, the old lady smiled. Young boss Yun's food is delicious, my entire family loves it. Not only is it tastier than others' offerings, but the price is also reasonable. Many of these dishes, she'd never seen before. Hey, isn't that little boss Yun? I've finally waited long enough. It's been half a month, hasn't it? Just then, a cart driver happened to pass by, spotting Yun Ci setting up his stall. People had learned through word of mouth that this young cultivator surnamed Yun sold delectable food items, and because of his youthful appearance, everyone fondly referred to him as Little Boss Yun. Excuse me, sir, wait a moment please. I need to buy some things and will return immediately. After speaking to his passenger, the cart driver quickly came over. The passenger on the rickshaw, confused upon hearing this, thought for a moment and decided to get down as well. During this brief conversation, a few familiar customers arrived and surrounded Yun Ci's small stall. Madam, what do you want? Today we have plain flour steamed buns, eggplant stuffed buns, sweet dumplings, and pickled vegetables. The pickles are salty and go well with rice or bread, and can be tried. As these pickled vegetables were the first batch he prepared for sale, he felt it necessary to provide a little introduction. Yun Ci scooped a spoonful of diced cucumbers and radishes into a small bowl and let them try. Hearing this, those at the back couldn't resist taking a small bite. Delicious. This is excellent. With this, my spouse won't need to cook when they work, just a couple of buns and a bit of this will do. I must buy some. Boss Yun, how much are the pickled vegetables per portion? They hadn't eaten pickled vegetables before and wondered if they could afford it. Yes, exactly, how much? Yun Ci introduced, 3 portions of pickled vegetables for 1 coin. Plain flour buns and sweet dumplings are 3 coins each, and eggplant buns are 2 coins each. The buns were quite large, working adult males usually needed only 1.5 buns, and 2 would make them full. For normal adults, 1 would suffice. The stuffed buns were slightly smaller than the buns, so priced at 2 coins per piece seemed appropriate. On hearing this, Chu Zmo next to him looked stunned. How incredibly cheap. He could purchase everything at once. That's wonderful. Young boss Yun, you're really honest despite your young age. The elderly woman smiled. I would like 10 plain flour steamed buns, 10 sweet dumplings, 24 eggplant buns, and a 3-coin portion of pickled vegetables. Her family consisted of 6 people. The sweet dumplings were for her grandchildren. Last time she bought 2, and both grandchildren said they loved them, repeatedly asking her to buy more. The plain flour buns were meant for the adults, 1 each receiving 2, and 4 eggplant buns per person. It was still a bit hot outside, so food wouldn't last long if she bought too much. It would be great if little boss Yun set up his stall regularly. Grandma, please hold on. Yun Ci carefully packed the items into the basket Grandma had brought. Hey! Grandma started counting copper coins from her bag. Chu Zmo couldn't assist in other ways, so he took over the job of collecting money. In the past, he often watched his father handle accounts, making him somewhat sensitive about money. He could immediately tell if there was more or less. After Grandma finished counting, she handed the coins to Chu Zmo. Just give it to me, Grandma. Chu Zmo extended his hand, and Grandma handed over the coins with a smile. By then, Yun Ci had already moved on to the second customer. I want 10 plain flour steamed buns, 10 eggplant buns, and a 3-coin portion of pickled vegetables, the cart driver said. Alright, Yun Ci confirmed and began packaging. The cart driver, being busy with work, hadn't brought a basket or cloth bag. For customers like this cart driver who didn't bring their own bags, Yun Si provided bags he'd purchased wholesale from Little Sparrow at the market for 1 coin each. The bags were quite large. After taking out the steamed buns at home, they could be reused during future market trips, which the customers gladly agreed to. As for the pickled vegetables, Yun Si directly used bamboo tubes. There was a bamboo grove on the west side of the back mountain. Since no one seemed to have visited there before, he simply used the bamboo there. Anyway, bamboo grew quickly, and no one would likely notice. After paying, the cart driver immediately took out an eggplant bun. With just one bite, chunks of eggplant filled his mouth. Delicious. The customers behind saw this and eagerly craned their necks forward, hoping it would soon be their turn. The cart driver, having finished one bun, reached for another without hesitation. The line was getting longer. There were roughly 20 people waiting, with others gathered around watching. Seeing how Ma Ming enjoyed his meal, the smell wafting from the warm filling of the buns made the other customers swallow saliva. Ma Leg, what are you eating? Smells so good. A flirtatious widow from South Street swayed over, twisting her hips. Ma Ming was already onto his third bun. Little Boss Yun's eggplant buns, they're tasty. If you queue up now, you can still get some. The widow paused, wondering if eggplants could actually make buns. Ma Ming instantly understood from her expression that she had never tried Little Boss Yun's creations. Go by and try it. Let me tell you, you'll regret it if you don't. Suddenly remembering that his passenger was still waiting, Ma Ming hastily shoved another bun in his mouth and draped his sweat towel around his neck. When he returned to the rickshaw, the passenger was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head, he noticed the passenger was in the line. As the queue stretched, the customers observed Ma Ming savoring his meal, watching the steaming eggplant filling with longing glances. Ma Legs, what are you eating? So fragrant. The flirtatious widow approached again. It's Little Boss Yun's eggplant buns, Ma Ming replied between bites, adding, tasty. And you can still get them if you join the queue. Really? She looked skeptical, hesitating slightly but eventually stepping forward. Chapter 5, Visiting the Market. The line of people waiting grew longer and longer. This was Yun Si's fourth time setting up a stall, and many of the visitors were returning customers. There were also some new customers who had heard good things about her goods. Yun Si handled the display, while Chu Zimo took care of the money. 300 buns and steamed buns sold out in less than 2 hours. There are no more buns and steamed buns left, those in the back don't need to keep queuing, Yun Si announced to those still in line after wrapping up for the last person. No more. How could they sell out so fast? I've been waiting half a month for this. Little Yun Boss, will you make buns with eggplant filling next time? Upon hearing this, Yun Si replied that it would depend on the situation but assured everyone she would continue to make delicious food. People discussed the day's eggplant-filled buns with both anticipation and disappointment. The second person in line felt utterly disheartened, as he was just about to get his turn when they sold out. Little Yun Boss, can I have pickled vegetables instead? There were still a few pickled vegetables left, and he absolutely had to eat something today. Yun Si said, sure, there's a little left, about 10 spoonfuls, for 3 coins. You can take it home to eat with rice or porridge, even stir-fry for added saltiness, or mix it with noodles. With that, she packed the item and handed it over to the customer. The onlookers were amazed, there were so many ways to eat such simple pickled vegetables. Some regretted not purchasing any themselves. Little Yun Boss, when will you come again? Let us know the date so we won't have to wait around. Yeah. Little Yun Boss is a cultivator from the Xianyuan sect, coming down the mountain once every half-month. That's right, next time you'll find Little Yun Boss here. Hee, Yun Boss, can I buy one of your buns for 3 coins? I bought it for 2 coins, and you want to sell it to me for 3? No way. Not even for 10 coins. Yun Si packed her items into her storage bag, let's go shopping later. Is there anything specific you'd like to buy? Chu Zimo handed over the money pouch to Yun Si, it's a total of 963 coins. Yun Si took the money pouch, glancing at Chu Zimo stating the number aloud. Chu Zimo then continued, I'm not sure what I should buy. His main purpose was to descend the mountain with Yun Si, he didn't lack anything anyway. All he wanted was the food Yun Si made. Regretfully, he hadn't asked Yun Si to save him a few buns. Yun Si grabbed Chu Zimo's arm and walked forward, let's go. We'll shop, and tonight I'll treat you to a meal. She'd celebrate their new friendship. In the evening, she intended to prepare extra delicacies. Really? Wawa, meeting you has been the most fortunate thing in my life. Chu Zimo broke down in emotional tears. Yun Si quickly pushed Chu Zimo away, hey, stop blowing your nose on me. Chu Zimo wiped his nose. He wasn't crying. Ha. Yun Si burst out laughing. With familiarity, Yun Si led Chu Zimo straight to Mr. Zhang the butcher's house. They spent 6 taels of silver to buy 200 jin of pork. The cow had been slaughtered in the morning, leaving only over 30 jin of meat remaining. Yun Si directly bought all of it. As she descended the mountain only once every half-month, she had to buy in bulk. In this world, pork was more expensive than beef because pigs required more feed. Pork cost 30 coins per gene, while beef cost 20 coins per gene. Mr. Zhang had freshly slaughtered a pig earlier and only calculated the price based on the weight of the pork and beef. The offal was generally fed to dogs, he always threw them away. Seeing Yun Ci needed it, he simply gave her the pork offal along with the beef offal from the morning for free. Yun Ci thanked him, and both parties were satisfied. After paying, she stored the goods into her space, then went to the neighboring place. At the neighboring place, chickens were raised, and Yun Ci bought a few fat hens and dozens of eggs. Not enough eggs available, the seller said he could fetch them from the chicken coop, which was just a 10-minute walk. Hearing this, Yun Ci decided to buy 500 eggs. Eggs were versatile ingredients. By the time they got the eggs, they headed towards the seed shop next. Seeds were incredibly cheap unless they were for mystical plants or herbs, whose prices could reach hundreds or thousands of taels per plant. Ordinary shops didn't have these rare seeds, and cultivators wouldn't shop here either. But Yun Ci was an exception. Another visit by the young cultivator. Yun Ci nodded and looked at the store owner. Boss, do you have any special seeds today? The rarer the better. Yun Ci knew that many people in this world were unaware that certain vegetables were edible, or even if they knew, they didn't know how to prepare them tastefully, thus losing interest. So they stuck to foods that they could swallow down easily. Today's eggplant-filled buns were an example of this. The seed shop owner said, yes, I do. He then took out a piece of cloth containing some seeds. This was. Yun Ci looked at these seeds. Weren't these lettuce seeds? And chili seeds? Leek seeds too. Lettuce is so delicious even raw. There are so many ways to cook chilies. And leek and egg dumplings or wontons. Ah, all of them were what he wanted. Boss, I want all of them, do you have more? Yun Ci asked with wide eyes. Seeing that Yun Ci really wanted them, the shop owner thought, these were all seeds no one wanted after I collected them. They've been in the store for almost half a month. They can neither be eaten nor contain any spiritual energy. Is this young cultivator's head damaged if he wants them? But if his head is damaged, how can he be a cultivator? Anyway, I'll sell them all to him today, just like last time, clearing everything out so I won't incur losses. With this thought, the shop owner smiled warmly. Yes, there are lots. Yun Ci looked and saw there were 10 small packs of each type of seed. Storing them in the space later wouldn't worry about spoilage. Thus, Yun Ci spent 70 coins and bought them all. Each small pack contained over 1,000 seeds and cost 1 coin. The shop owner had only paid a total of 10 coins when he bought them. Both parties felt they made a profit. Yun Ci told the seed shop owner to pay more attention to new types of seeds. Next time, he would buy again. Then, he went to buy rice and fine flour. He chose good quality thin noodles costing 35 coins per bag, and rice was 30 coins per bag. He bought 10 bags of each. Lastly, he visited the fabric shop and purchased 2 bolts of fabric to make quilts. It was almost hour, 7 to 9 p.m., and the sun was about to set. The 2 teenage cultivators were hungry as well, so they decided to head back together. On the way, Yun Ci was calculating. Today, he earned 963 coins and spent 7 taels of silver and 660 coins. On the way back, their steps unconsciously quickened because along the road, they could see no other disciples of Xianyuan sect dressed like them. Aren't we going to be late? Chu Zimo said anxiously, remembering his master and becoming even more frightened. It's fine, let's go faster, Yun Ci said. He usually left around this time without eating. But Chu Zimo didn't know, if he was marked absent, an elder would definitely come looking for him. Thinking about this, Yun Ci immediately pulled Chu Zimo and started running quickly. One at cultivation stage 3 and the other at stage 7, Yun Ci struggled to keep up with Chu Zimo's pace. As everyone knows, the difference between one minor cultivation stage is significant. By the end, Yun Ci's face was slightly flushed. Ugh, slow down. Yun Ci quickly stopped, feeling like he was about to vomit from the run. Chu Zimo turned around and saw Yun Ci's rosy face resembling peach blossoms. He swallowed. Why was his brother so delicate? Chu Zimo wore an expression of endless words. If Yun Ci knew what Chu Zimo was thinking, he would certainly roar. You're 4 cultivation stages higher than me. Look at your speed and now you're blaming me. Chapter 6, Braised Pork with Fried Baby Bok Choy. After rushing as much as they could, the 2 of them finally arrived at the sect gate just before the sun was about to set. Huff, huff, huff. Yun Ci and Chu Zmo were catching their breaths. Yun Ci adjusted his breathing. It was fortunate that they ran in the end, otherwise, they really would have been late. Hurry up and get inside already. Honestly, if you don't want to come back, then just leave, said a disciple at the gate in an irritated tone. Yun Ci glanced at the speaker, it was someone from the discipline hall. He was probably on duty again today to register those who came home late. He was surely one of the main character supporters. Chu Zmo wanted to speak, but Yun Ci stopped him, his bright eyes staring at the person who had spoken. Do you wish for me to leave? Zhang Zijin replied sarcastically, who wouldn't want you gone? Yun Ci nodded, oh, that's it. Fine, I won't go, just wait till I drive you mad. Pfft, ha ha ha. Chu Zmo burst into laughter beside him. You. And what? I'm male, you're male, isn't your mother not male? Yun Ci blinked innocently, asking with childish curiosity. Chu Zmo laughed even more uncontrollably by the side, even though he didn't fully understand the meaning, but it seemed funny anyway. I'll beat you to death. Zhang Zijin immediately lost his temper. Standing there, he began chanting a spell, primeval energy of heaven and earth. Yun Ci froze, so he actually started. Run. Reacting quickly, he pulled Chu Zmo and bolted. Zhang Zijin was in the foundation establishment stage, cultivating earth magic. Though unclear how many layers he'd reached, he was definitely stronger than both Yun Ci and Chu Zmo. Hey, run fast. Chu Zmo saw a ball filled with spirit energy coming their way and instantly grabbed Yun Ci's hand. Too late. Yun Ci pursed his lips and shoved Chu Zmo aside. This was all because of his provoking Zhang Zijin after all. Yun Ci. Bang. The spiritual trees around them shook. Seeing his attack hit, Zhang Zijin smirked arrogantly. This was his all-out blow, enough to break limbs of someone merely at the third level of chi refinement. Chu Zmo rushed over. How are you, Yun Ci? Yun Ci. Hack, phew, my mouth is full of sand. Yun Ci wiped his mouth clean. He was completely unharmed except for choking on dust. Shit, you're fine. How did you do that, Yun Ci? That's amazing, Chu Zmo exclaimed in surprise. I used to be the personal disciple of Ji Qing Immortal Lord, how could I not have some sort of life-saving item? Right. As long as you're okay, that's good. Chu Zmo smiled. On the side, Zhang Zijin noticed that Yun Ci was unscathed and intended to attack again, but after hearing Yun Ci's words, he hesitated, fearing that Yun Ci might have more tricks up his sleeve. Yun Ci patted his clothes and looked at Zhang Zijin. Tisk, bastard. You. Ignoring him, Yun Ci dragged Chu Zmo away. Actually, he had intentionally said that earlier. He thought that he'd either die or get severely injured during this incident. But at a critical moment, he recalled that Ji Qing Immortal Lord once gave the previous owner of this body a treasure. Trying it out, he retrieved the item, which indeed proved effective. Yun Ci stared at the object in his hand. How many attacks could it possibly withstand? Without delay, the two headed directly towards Yueyun Peak. On Qinyun Mountain stood a palace that occupied the entire mountaintop, known as the Qinyun Palace. The peak rose high above the rest of the world, isolated and lofty, indifferent to worldly affairs. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountain, while thick spiritual chi swirled through its atmosphere. Flying celestial beasts in the air cast quick glances at the mountain and lowered their calls so as not to disturb any powerful beings residing there. This was the mountain where Ji Qing Immortal Lord resided alone. Inside Qinyun Palace. A man dressed in white sat cross-legged meditating, his slender figure suggesting he was in his mid-20s. Even though his eyes were closed, his face illuminated the world with brilliance. A being possessing a sage-like demeanor and transcendent wisdom, Ji Qing was the embodiment of divinity itself. Suddenly, Ji Qing opened his eyes, revealing eyes that shone brilliantly like starlit galaxies. They possessed the power and majesty of rivers and mountains yet exuded profound detachment. As if nothing of the mundane world could ever enter his gaze. Ji Qing turned his disinterested eyes toward the window outside. Yun Ci, let me help too. Otherwise, if you keep doing all the work, I'll be bored out of my mind. Chu Zmo scrunched up his face, looking restless. Yun Ci, seeing Chu Zmo's eagerness to participate, blinked his eyes curiously, do you know how to make a pot? There was only one pot at his house, which wasn't enough for use. It meant that each time, only one dish could be cooked. You need a pot. Alright, how big do you want it? Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he, a spiritual item craftsman, had attempted to forge a pot. But, all for the sake of food. After hearing this, Yun Ci happily grabbed Chu Zmo and dragged him to a corner of the small courtyard, pointing there. Here. Yun Ci then gestured the dimensions, according to the size of the stove, ensuring Chu Zmo understood. He then returned inside to prepare dinner. Chu Zmo took out a small object resembling a furnace from his storage bag, along with several pieces of Xian iron. As the personal disciple of Elder Qing Xian, occasionally assisting the elder would grant him treasures others outside could only dream of obtaining. Outside, Chu Zmo began forging the pot. Inside, Yun Ci had already prepared all the necessary ingredients. Pork belly, beef brisket, tomatoes, soy sauce. He also walked over to the little vegetable garden in the yard, picking a few green onions, baby bok choy, and some bright red tomatoes. In the empty area of the yard, Chu Zmo was crafting the pot for him while the flames burned beneath the furnace. Truly worthy of being a genius with dual golden fire spirit roots. This was none other than the renowned spiritual item master who would gain fame decades later. Who would have thought that right now, he was making him a pot? Yun Si sighed in admiration. Back inside, Yun Si started by cutting the pork belly into uniformly sized cubes. Each piece was perfectly marbled, truly 5 layers thick. This kind of braised pork was the most fragrant. Placing the pork into cold water with scallions and ginger to eliminate any fishy smell, he boiled it, then skimmed off the foam. The beef brisket underwent the same process. Yun Si then placed the separately blanched pork belly and beef brisket into large bowls. Just the meat filled 2 large bowls. Yun Si planned to make a dish of braised pork, a tomato beef brisket soup, and a simple stir-fried baby bok choy. After pondering a bit, Yun Si decided to stir-fry the baby bok choy first. The other 2 dishes required more time, so they could be slowly stewed. The secret to a deliciously stir-fried baby bok choy was maintaining its fresh texture while infusing it with flavor. Yun Si melted a piece of pork fat in the wok, then took a garlic clove from his storage bag. He chopped it into minced garlic and added a small bowlful to the pan. Once the minced garlic made contact with the oil, a rich aroma soon filled the air. Outside, Chu Zmo almost lost control of the fire upon catching the scent. Finally, Yun Si added the fresh baby bok choy to the wok, sprinkling a bit of soy sauce and salt for seasoning. In no time at all, the dish was done. After scooping it out, Yun Si covered the plate. This way, it would stay warm. Having cleaned the wok, he began preparing the braised pork. By this time, the pot outside was already finished, and Chu Zmo was setting up the stove. Using his spiritual energy, he levitated dozens of stones into the air before they gently descended, each finding its rightful position. After starting the braised pork, Yun Si also added rice, inserting a layer ofen between. This way, while the pork stewed, the rice could also steam at the same time. Just as he had finished, Chu Zmo came in. Yun Si, the stove is ready, go take a look. Upon hearing this, Yun Si eagerly rushed out. Seeing the large stove and brand new pot, he was elated. Thank you, Chu Zmo. Chu Zmo bashfully rubbed the back of his head. What's there to thank? He, we're friends after all. Yeah. We'll use this pot for the tomato beef brisket soup. Tomato beef brisket soup. It sounded delicious already. Chapter 7 Tomato Beef Brisket Soup. After the tomato beef brisket soup was also stewed, the 2 teenagers began to wait. As the sky turned completely dark, the fragrance in the yard became increasingly strong. Yun Si lit 3 kerosene lamps and placed them on the stone table. There were no electric lights here, the most common lighting for people in the human world were candles and kerosene lamps. However, with the help of moonlight, one could see things more clearly, although not sharply. It got much better after the kerosene lamps were lit. Chu Zmo kept swallowing saliva as he smelled the aroma in the air. Gulping. Yun Si was hungry too. It had been an incense sticks time already. The braised pork should be very tender by now. Yun Si got up to serve the braised pork. Chu Zmo also eagerly followed him. Upon lifting the pot lid, steam dispersed, and the first thing they saw was the white rice. Yun Si took down the rice wrapped in a cloth. He brought over the partition board. A pot of delicious braised pork that was aromatic, colorful, and flavorful appeared before their eyes. Every piece of meat was a rich brown color, shiny and plump, looking so appetizing it made one drool. Gulping. Chu Zmo swallowed hard again. Yun Si served out the braised pork into a basin and handed it to Chu Zmo, you take it to the table first. I'll go get the tomato beef brisket soup. He then took the stir-fried oil greens he had cooked earlier outside as well. Finally, both sat before the irregular stone table. Before them was a large basin of bright red braised pork, a large basin of tomato beef brisket soup, and a plate of healthy stir-fried oil greens. Each person had a bowl of rice in front of them. Chu Zmo hastily picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He froze immediately, stopped moving, with a vacant stare. Yun Si. Had he been dumbfounded by how good it tasted? Yun Si also picked up a piece of braised pork. It was indeed delicious, tender but not mushy when bitten into, full of meat aroma in each bite, and not greasy at all. Wah! Chu Zmo suddenly burst into tears. Yun Si jumped. What? What's wrong? Chu Zmo, too tasty. Wah! Why have I never eaten such good dishes before? I'm practically living life wasted. Yun Si blinked several times and pushed the dish of braised pork towards Chu Zmo. Eat as much as you like, there's still more in the pot. Yum. Chu Zmo stuffed one piece after another of braised pork into his mouth, his lips glistening with oil. Learning from Yun Si, he poured the braised pork broth onto his rice and added plenty of meat to mix. In no time, he had eaten 2 big bowls of rice. Chu Zimo dished himself out another bowl of rice. Both ate with cheeks bulging like hamsters, occasionally taking bites of the stir-fried oil greens, sipping the tomato beef brisket soup, and having huge bites of braised pork mixed with rice. The tomato beef brisket soup was especially refreshing and savory. The soup was tangy sweet, the beef brisket tender and chewy without any toughness. Yun Si liked the chewy beef. Chu Zimo had already served himself the 4th bowl of tomato beef brisket soup. Yun Si felt full after eating 2 bowls of rice and subsequently poured himself a bowl of tomato beef brisket soup to drink slowly. Sour and sweet scents filled the air. This is way too delicious, Yun Si. I've decided that even after I lay down the foundation later, I will not abstain from food. Abstaining from food, where does it compare to eating a meal? Yun Si glanced at him irritably. Don't think that because you're my friend, you don't need to pay me spirit stones. He lacked money desperately. At most, a discount would be given. Chu Zimo froze. Then how many spirit stones today? Yun Si drank a sip of soup, her originally pink lips turned red due to the warm soup. She looked up and smiled slightly. Today's on me. Consider it a celebration for us becoming friends. Yun Si, I swear, you are my lifelong friend. Saying this, he raised 3 fingers. I, Chu Zimo, solemnly swear to heaven, if one day I betray Yun Si, let me be struck dead by thunder. Rumbling. The sky was peaceful initially, but after Chu Zimo finished saying these words, thunder roared in response. The oath to heaven had been successful. Yun Si was utterly taken aback. You actually swore the oath. Are you stupid? If you're really struck, what will you do? You can't randomly swear oaths from now on, understand or not? This once of foolishness was enough. You fool. Chu Zimo had already continued eating. So delicious, so delicious. Hearing Yun Si's words, he was deeply moved inside. He knew that Yun Si was truly kind-hearted. Under the gentle moonlight, the 2 15-year-old boys sat in the small courtyard. Suddenly, Yun Si frowned. There was something outside the door. Xiao Tu Tong had no sensation, but he felt something outside the door of his small courtyard. That thing was very close, right outside the small courtyard gate. There's something outside the door, Yun Si said with a serious expression. Chu Zimo stopped eating and said, I'll go take a look. Yun Si nodded, let's go together. The 2 moved towards the door. It's not a person, Chu Zimo whispered softly. Not a person. What if it's some wild animal? There shouldn't be any wild beasts released from Xianyuan sect though. He remembered that all the fierce beasts were tied up. Chu Zimo opened the door just a crack and took a look. There's nothing outside. Yun Si also didn't see anything, but it was impossible to have misjudged the sensation. Both he and Chu Zimo had detected it. No. Through the gap of the door, they could see clearly. Outside the door, it was actually brighter than in his courtyard, as if it was dawn. Just as Yun Si was about to shout for them to close the door. Chewy. A strange cry sounded out. Chewy chewy. Yun Si froze. In front of him appeared an unknown small creature. How should one describe it? It looked like a little rabbit, with 2 big ears. Its paws resembled those of a feline, and it walked like Pikachu. It had bright, clear eyes, its whole body covered in snow-white fur, making it look tiny. Too adorable. As someone who loved plush toys, Yun Si couldn't resist wanting to pick it up. Chewy. What is this beast? I've never seen it before, Chu Zimo exclaimed in surprise. Yun Si hadn't seen it either, but that didn't stop him from liking it. He squatted down. The white little creature stared curiously at Yun Si with its wide eyes. Yun Si noticed the surroundings darkening slightly and turned to the little white beast, asking softly, was that light just now coming from you? The little white beast seemed to understand. After thinking for a moment, it moved aside. Only then did Yun Si and Chu Zimo notice another small black creature huddled in the corner. This little beast was only slightly larger than the white one. Its entire body was pitch black, without a single hair, a complete contrast in color to the white one. This is a shadowlight hippo beast. Chu Zimo exclaimed in surprise. What's a shadowlight hippo beast? Yun Si asked in confusion. The shadowlight hippo beast is a spiritual beast. A water-type spirit beast usually living near water. It's not an aggressive type of spirit beast, but when grown up, it can grow up to dozens of feet tall. However, they grow very slowly, only a little bit every few decades. They can glow all over their bodies, making even the darkest night seem like day. Many cultivators would love to keep a juvenile shadowlight hippo in their caves for lighting purposes, but these creatures are extremely hard to find. My senior brother has always wanted one. I can't believe you came across it, you're really lucky. After hearing this, Yun Si glanced at the shadowlight hippo crouched in the corner. From the description, it sounded like a mix between a firefly and a hippopotamus. I'm going to grab a basin. Yun Ci returned to the yard, found a wooden basin normally used for fetching water, filled it halfway with water, and brought it out. He placed it near the shadowlight hippo. Do you want it to come inside? Yeah. Spiritual beasts like hippos probably need water, right? He wasn't sure how long this little guy had gone without water. The little white beast sat by the side, raising its head briefly to look at Yun Ci. The shadowlight hippo still hadn't moved. Yun Ci didn't intend to wait. Perhaps it would move on its own if they didn't watch it. Let's go back. Chapter 8, Spiritual Beast. Yun Ci turned back and saw the little white beast following them inside. After entering, the little white beast took a look at every corner of the courtyard first. Then it jumped onto the stone table and looked down at the dishes. Is it hungry? Chu Zmo asked, looking at the little white beast. At this moment, Yun Ci had a thought and picked up a piece of braised pork to place it on the stone table. Go ahead and eat. The little white beast didn't move. It's not eating, so it must be a grass-eating spiritual beast. Let's try pulling some grass for it. Upon hearing this, the little white beast glanced at Chu Zmo. No, it should think the table is dirty. If his guess was correct, he had seen the disdain in the little white beast's eyes just now. This was a cleanliness-loving beast. Chiu me. Yun Ci got up and walked towards the house. The little white beast jumped off the table and followed after Yun Ci's steps. Yun Ci went in and took out a bowl. There was still some leftover braised pork in the pot. Yun Ci dished up some rice and poured some braised pork over it. Let's go. As soon as Yun Ci placed the food on the table, the little white beast immediately grabbed a large piece of meat and put it in its mouth. After chewing through that piece of meat, it started devouring ravenously. A tiny body with immense energy. In no time, the full bowl of braised pork over rice was eaten clean. The little white beast nudged the bowl again and pointed at the tomato and beef stew. Chiu me. Yun Ci served it a bowl of tomato and beef stew. It was filled with large chunks of beef mixed with sour and sweet diced tomatoes. The little white beast eagerly began eating once again. After finishing the bowl of tomato and beef stew, its belly became round. Chu Zmo stuffed another piece of braised pork into his mouth. Today's meal was the best he'd ever had. He wondered when he would be able to taste it again. Just as the little white beast finished eating, it was picked up by a pair of hands. So soft. Yun Ci marveled inwardly. The little white beast didn't struggle but instead stared at Yun Ci with big eyes. Only then did Yun Ci notice that the little white beast's eyes were purple, extremely mysterious and beautiful. Suddenly, there came a sound from the yard. Yun Ci looked carefully and saw that it was the dark glow hippo beast from before. It had come inside by itself. It was pulling on his cucumbers in a small vegetable garden right now. Afraid it would break them, Yun Ci quickly went over to separate them. Punishingly, he patted the smooth little bottom of the dark glow hippo beast. The little dark glow hippo beast wriggled in Yun Ci's arms. Yun Ci picked the cucumber that had been bitten by this dark glow hippo beast, placed it on the ground. The dark glow hippo beast hopped and started munching on the cucumber. Its body suddenly lit up, instantly illuminating the entire courtyard. Yun Ci discovered that the light seemed to emanate from within the black body of the dark glow hippo beast. It stood there like a small light bulb. This little thing is truly bright, Chu Zmo remarked, watching the dark glow hippo beast eat cucumbers. Yun Ci was somewhat moved. With this little thing, he wouldn't need kerosene lamps when it gets dark anymore. But he wasn't sure if this little dark glow hippo beast had parents. Or, could he keep it first? And give it back later when he meets its parents? With that thought, Yun Ci made a decision. Little hippo, I'll return you to your parents once I find them. For now, you can light up my world. The little dark glow hippo beast had already eaten half a cucumber. Upon hearing Yun Ci speak, it showed no reaction. Continuing to munch on the cucumber. The little white beast glanced at Yun Ci and suddenly jumped up. Yun Ci only felt a twinge of pain in his fingers, followed by a sudden movement in his consciousness. Next, Yun Ci felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the little white beast before him. With Yun Ci and the little white beast as the center, a complex pattern hovered in mid-air between them. Then, another flash of light occurred, and the pattern gradually disappeared. Chiu me. After doing all this, the little white beast obediently sat there. What happened? Chu Zmo had just finished clearing the bowls and chopsticks, and when he looked up, he saw a fleeting flash of light. I seem to have formed a contract with it. Yun Ci said in a stunned voice. Ah. Chu Zmo was surprised. Did this little white beast actively form a master-servant contract because your food tastes good? Thinking about this, Chu Zmo suddenly envied the little white beast. But then he also thought this little white beast seemed a bit weak. Yun Ci was startled upon hearing Chu Zmo say this. Tasty food leading to a contract. How come everyone he met seemed so stupid? Chiu me. The little white beast jumped into Yun Si's arms. It rubbed against Yun Si. After sitting for a while longer, Chu Zmo noticed the sky was getting dark. He bade farewell to Yun Si and returned to his mountain peak dwelling. When he left, he took a bamboo tube filled with braised pork. He said it was so he could enjoy some for breakfast. Upon returning to his cave residence, Chu Zmo glanced around before letting out a sigh of relief. Good, no one had noticed his late arrival. Chu Zmo happily raised the bamboo tube containing the braised pork, deciding to eat a few pieces once back inside. Where have you been? Suddenly, a voice called out. Shit. Chu Zmo received a fright and quickly covered his mouth upon seeing who stood before him. Master. Chu Zmo's heart sank. How unlucky could he be? His master just happened to be here. Elder Qingxian crossed his hands behind his back, his gaze enigmatic as a prolonged hum emerged from his throat. Chu Zmo grew even more frightened and looked up at Elder Qingxian. His fingers dug so hard into the bamboo tube that it began peeling. Why aren't you staying in your cave and focusing on cultivation, but running around aimlessly? Elder Qingxuan's tone was stern. Young age is not for play but for diligent cultivation. Remember, time is gold and life itself. Now should be the moment to strive for improvement. Master. I've made a mistake, I'll never do this again, Chu Zmo confessed immediately. Sure enough, Elder Qingxian stopped lecturing and turned to look at the bamboo tube in Chu Zmo's hand. What's in your hand? Responding to master, it's just a bit of food. Chu Zmo answered honestly. Elder Qingxian extended his hand. Hand it over. Chu Zmo froze. Realizing what was happening, he almost cried on the spot. Elder Qingxian lifted his gaze. Do you think you can avoid punishment for coming back so late? Your item is confiscated. If it happens again, I'll have you copy the immortal spiritual technique 1,000 times. With a reluctant expression, Chu Zmo handed over the braised pork, his face full of reluctance, as if saying goodbye to a beloved woman. What an improper display over just some food. Unable to endure further, Elder Qingxian flung his sleeve and departed. Chu Zmo returned to his cave residence, almost in tears. Gone was his delicious braised pork. Having abstained from food for hundreds of years, surely his master would discard it, right? Maybe he could wait outside his master's cave. If master threw it away, he'd pick it up. On the other side, Yun Si gave the two young ones separate names. The white beast was called Xiao Bai, and the black beast Xiao He. These were names based on their body colors. Yun Si found out that although the dark glow hippo beast was a spiritual creature, it lacked intelligence. But the dark glow hippo seemed to be somewhat afraid of Xiao Bai, so Yun Si put Xiao He under Xiao Bai's care. Xiao Bai was very smart and understood everything Yun Si said. At Chen hour tomorrow morning, Yun Si would attend the early class at the purification hall. He decided to make nests for the two young ones the next day. Tonight they just share for one night. Placing the two young ones indoors, Yun Si lay down. Still being at the third level of qi refinement, sleep was still needed. As his cultivation improved, eventually sleeping wouldn't be necessary. Snore snore. In no time, Yun Si fell asleep. Xiao Bai sat upright, then leaped onto the bed. Chapter 9, Street Fair. The next day, just as dawn began to break faintly, Yun Si woke up. There was still breakfast to eat, and after that a more than an hour's walk. Yun Si felt utterly dispirited. Sigh. She didn't want to walk such a long distance at all. When would she be able to ride a sword and fly? Chirp. Xiao Bai was sitting by the bed. Xiao Bai, are you awake too? Yun Si touched Xiao Bai gently. Chirp. Xiao Bai rubbed against Yun Si. Xiao He was still sleeping on the ground. Yun Si dressed properly, then walked out into the courtyard. First, she drew a bucket of water and washed her face. Then she went to the kitchen. From her space ring, she took out the leftover tomato beef brisket soup from yesterday, rolled out some noodles, and put them in. She added a little water, afraid it might be bland. Yun Si also sprinkled in some salt. After the noodles were cooked, they were covered in the rich tomato broth, the beef had become even softer, and the soup bubbled gently. The room instantly filled with a strong aroma. Yun Si served herself and Xiao Bai each a bowl. Afraid that Xiao Bai might get burned, she fanned it with a notebook until it no longer emitted heat, then gave it to Xiao Bai. Her own portion had cooled slightly as well. She took a bite of the noodles with her chopsticks, and her taste buds were instantly satisfied. Each strand of noodle was completely coated in the rich sauce. The beef melted into threads the moment it entered her mouth. After finishing the meal, the sky had already begun to lighten. Yun Si picked a few cucumbers and placed them on the ground. Xiao Bai, stay home and watch over Xiao He. Don't let it go near the vegetable garden over there. Yun Si reminded. Chirp. Xiao Bai called out once. Yun Xi left the courtyard, her small figure heading towards the classroom. An hour later, Yun Xi finally arrived at the place for class. There were already few people outside. As soon as she walked in, she heard a voice speaking. Wen Miao, my younger brother, sit here beside me. The back is too far away, you won't be able to see clearly. Ah. Isn't this inappropriate? What will happen to you if I sit here? I'm fine, brother Wen, please sit here. I'll go to the back. But if you go to the back, elder brother, you won't be able to see clearly either. Yun Xi thought to herself, whether it's the front or the back seat, you should be able to hear, right? Yun Xi looked towards the two people talking in the first row. One of the teenagers had large, watery eyes, a small face that just made people want to protect him. What? Isn't he the main character from the book? This was the first time Yun Xi had seen Wen Miao. Had he just come out of seclusion? Quick, move quickly. Yun Xi. A surprised shout rang in her ear. Well, noticed. Instantly, the Xinxin hall became quiet. All eyes turned to look at Yun Xi and Wen Miao. They all knew about the incident 2 months ago where Yun Xi attempted to frame Wen Miao to enter the cold ice cave, and was thus removed from the name list by Elder Jiaqing. Now everyone was watching the drama unfold. Yun Xi twitched the corner of her mouth, planning to ignore them. Wen Miao burst into tears immediately. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. Why is brother Wen apologizing to him? He was trying to harm you. The disciple who offered his seat said sympathetically. Yun Xi. People around began chattering. Wen Miao saw Yun Xi and got scared, crying. It seems Yun Xi has indeed bullied Wen Miao privately. It's not just private bullying, he publicly framed him. Luckily, brother Wen Miao encountered good fortune at the time. Bullying within the sect deserves punishment. Where are the people from the discipline hall? Why don't they step in? Yun Xi apologized to brother Wen. The person beside Wen Miao said sternly. No need. I'm fine. I think Yun Xi wasn't deliberately malicious. Wen Miao wiped his tears, understandingly saying. Yun Xi solemnly nodded once, it's fine if you understand. With that, disregarding Wen Miao's frozen body, she directly headed to the back. Hold on, Yun Xi. I didn't mean anything by it, Yun Xi. Over here. Suddenly, a call came from the back. Seeing Chu Zimo waving at her, Yun Xi instantly revealed a smile, and joyfully strode toward Chu Zimo. Wen Miao watched Yun Xi's back, feeling like something about Yun Xi had changed. Brother Wen, the class is starting soon. You'd better take your seat. Wen Miao immediately showed a sweet smile, saying, then I won't be polite with senior brother anymore. That inner sect disciple instantly lit up with joy and happily went to the back. In his heart, he was already thinking about coming earlier next time to secure a seat for brother Wen. Yun Xi sat down at the spot Chu Zimo had saved for her. Thanks. Yun Xi sighed in relief and spoke to Chu Zimo. If it hadn't been for Chu Zimo calling him, he would have been bothered until class started. He finally understood how the previous owner's heart devil was driven out. Chu Zimo chuckled. In a quarter of an hour, an old man walked in. After taking out a book, he began teaching about how the cultivation world had developed billions of years ago, how it split into different regions, why one should seek immortality, and how to choose one's own path. At first, Yun Xi listened carefully. But soon, his thoughts drifted to how he could sell food inside the sect. Now, with everyone against him, what could he do? When the break time arrived, Yun Xi wearily rested his head on the desk. Hey, did you hear? In a few days, it will be the sect's once-a-year stall fair. The stall fair sounds like a market from the mundane world. I heard from my senior sister that during the stall fair, every disciple can bring out the spirit plants, fruits, medicines, magical artifacts they have collected or cultivated themselves, or some treasures from the fairy realms, and sell them to others within the sect who might need them. It's about selling what you don't need to fellow sect members who might need them. That sounds interesting. Of course. My senior sister spent 200 spirit stones last year and bought a flowing light immortal mirror from a male cultivator. It said that the mirror belonged to a female immortal who had already ascended. Is that so? Wow, your senior sister is really lucky. I wonder if there are any beauty pills. Hearing this, Yun Xi suddenly sat up. Stall fair. He could use it to promote the food he wanted to sell. And it's not like there were rules prohibiting selling food, right? Yun Xi became extremely pleased. Do you know exactly which day the stall fair is? Yun Xi lightly tapped the back of the female cultivator sitting in front of him, then quickly retracted his hand. The female cultivator noticed, turned around, and looked at Yun Xi who was looking at her. The boy had lush, long eyelashes, clear eyes like black and white contrast, as if filled with stars, shining and brilliant, his lips pink and very attractive. The female cultivator suddenly blushed. Yun Xi really looked good. No, Yun Xi was notoriously cruel, she couldn't be deceived by his appearance. But, could such a good-looking person really do those kinds of things? Sorry to disturb you. Yun Xiai said again. He forgot that he was now someone everyone disliked. Sigh. 5 days later. The female cultivator softly replied. Yun Xiai paused momentarily, then nodded and smiled. Thank you. The female lead immediately turned away. Yun Xiai felt a bit puzzled, assuming she just didn't want to talk to him. Not long after, class resumed. At noon, after class ended, Yun Xiai returned to the small courtyard. Chirp. Just as he opened the door, Xiao Bai happened to be sitting by the entrance. As if waiting for him all along. The young man squatted down, picked up Xiao Bai, and petted him. Where's Xiaohe? Chirp. Following Xiao Bai's indication, Yun Xiai saw the shiny black baby hippo spirit playing with water in the basin. Yun Xiai put Xiao Bai down. Chapter 10, Sichuan Peppercorn. At noon, Yun Xiai stir-fried 2 simple dishes. One dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the other was sliced cucumbers with meat. He also steamed some rice. When Yun Xiai and Xiao Bai started eating, Xiaohe also happily chomped on some cucumbers. Pouring the scrambled eggs over the rice and mixing, the sour and sweet texture of the tomatoes, large pieces of egg, combined with the rice, satisfied the taste buds instantly. The cucumber slices with meat were full of savory flavor, balancing the sweetness of the tomato egg dish. In the end, both Yun Xiai and Xiao Bai, human and beast alike, ate 2 bowls of rice each, finishing both dishes completely clean. Chirp chirp. After resting for a while, Yun Xiai came to the little vegetable garden. All the ripe cucumbers, small leafy vegetables, green beans, and leeks were plucked and placed into his storage bag. Yun Xiai thought the garden wasn't big enough. Seeing the stove Chu Zimo made for him on the left side of the yard and the well on the right, Yun Xiai decided to turn the entire right side of the yard into a vegetable patch. Decided to act immediately, Yun Xiai picked up the shovel. Xiao Bai, with sharp claws, watching his movements, also helped him loosen the soil. Yun Xiai felt comforted. With Xiao Bai's help, the work went much faster. Yun Xiai took out seeds from the storage bag. Peppers, chives, and lettuce were all planted abundantly. There were also several seeds that Yun Xiai didn't recognize, he planted them together as well. After planting, Yun Xiai began circulating his spiritual power. It was visible that green light began to emanate from his body. As Yun Xi's spiritual power flowed, those specks of green light rained down onto the places where the seeds had just been planted. The newly sown seeds had already visibly sprouted tiny buds before growing up to 7 or 8 centimeters high, as if by magic. Controlling plant growth and having responsiveness towards all living things, this was the wood's spiritual root. Xiao Bai sat beside Yun Xiai, watching him channel his spiritual power. Those immortal cultivation experts could, with a single breath, cause life to grow. Yun Xiai, who had only reached the 3rd level of qi refining, could only stimulate plant growth and couldn't finish it in one go. Stopping his movements, Yun Xiai looked at the vegetables that had already sprouted from the soil. After catalyzing with spiritual power 3 times, they would be fully mature. In the afternoon, there was a class on collecting spirit plants, which took place in Spirit Plant Valley. Starting from here, it took half an hour to get to Spirit Plant Valley. When Yun Xiai arrived, he saw many people dressed like him in inner disciple robes who were already there talking to each other. Upon seeing Yun Xiai, their voices gradually quieted down. Their gazes carried hostility and distaste. Ignoring all of that, Yun Xiai came over, turned around, and found a rock to sit on. He also absent-mindedly plucked a blade of grass and put it in his mouth. Hum hum hum. At the entrance of Spirit Plant Valley, there was silence except for Yun Xi's leisurely humming tune. Everyone else stood silent. Recalling the formerly sullen and reticent Yun Xiai, and now comparing him to the Yun Xiai casually humming an unknown melody. They all wondered inwardly whether Yun Xiai had been possessed by someone else. One female cultivator who saw Yun Xiai sitting there brightened her gaze slightly. After a moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in mid-air, instantly materializing at the entrance of Spirit Plant Valley. Yun Xiai stood up. This was Elder Huayuan, overseeing the Spirit Plant Valley and Medicine Cabinet of Xian Yuan sect. It was said he had already reached the transformation god stage. Respect filled everyone's faces. Elder Huayuan came to the entrance and used his spiritual power, lightly swaying toward the gap between 2 mountain valleys of Spirit Plant Valley. These 2 mountain valleys directly moved backward, revealing a path. At the transformation god stage, mountains could be moved and seas overturned. So impressive. Yun Xiai marveled inside. Elder Huayuan smiled, go inside. I'll return to seal the valley after an hour. Don't forget the time. Thank you, Elder Huayuan. Thank you, Elder. Elder, take your time. Everyone respectfully responded. Elder Huayuan said nothing, shifted his gaze to Yun Xiai, and paused briefly. His expression still warmly smiling, he withdrew his glance and disappeared instantaneously. Is this teleportation? So impressive. When will I reach such a level? One disciple asked dreamily. Train hard. One day we can do it too. Yes, I'll stay awake all night. I won't eat from now on, I'll just consume spirit rice pills and use that saved eating time to cultivate. Yun Xi looked in the direction Elder Huayuan disappeared, feeling a bit puzzled. Just then, did Elder Huayuan pause when looking at him? According to the original owner's memory and book descriptions, he didn't remember the original owner speaking with Elder Huayuan. Unable to think through it, Yun Xi dismissed it and followed the group into Spirit Plant Valley. As its name suggests, Spirit Plant Valley naturally nurtures plants. Xian Yuan sect is a treasure land of feng shui, and so is its Spirit Plant Valley. The moment Yun Xi entered, he felt the extremely rich spiritual energy here. It was like a fairyland within, flowers blossoming profusely, colorful butterflies flying in the sky, and every flower, grass, and tree nurtured by spiritual energy. Similarly, it was quite vast. Allegedly, only the sect leader, Immortal Respect Jiqing, and a few elders knew what lay deep within Spirit Plant Valley. The area for disciples to collect spirit plants was just the outermost part of Spirit Plant Valley. Different spirit plants inside had different effects, and many plants were not available outside. Other disciples started harvesting enthusiastically upon entering, fearing that they might waste any time or miss a plant with special efficacy. Yun Xi didn't harvest any spirit plants but instead was looking for something while lowering his head. After spotting a plant, he instantly beamed with joy, his eyes happily narrowing. Ginger, this was one of the things he wanted to find. The other was garlic. When making the last stir-fried baby bok choy, he realized that the garlic was almost gone. It was strange that Spirit Plant Valley actually had these two things. However, he just happened to need them. As Yun Xi picked the plants, he stuffed them into his storage bag, stopping only after he had harvested enough mountain ginger and garlic. He looked around. Muttering to himself, if only there were Sichuan peppercorns here, then I could make numbing and spicy poached fish, spicy hot pot, ma la. He also had the beef tripe and ox stomach given by Mr. Zhang the butcher, so he could make ma la boiled tripe with vermicelli. Sigh, thinking about it made his mouth water. Unable to sit still, Yun Xi decided to look further and started walking deeper inside. After walking for a short distance, he still didn't see any Sichuan peppercorns. Yun Xi sighed, it seemed they weren't available. Disappointed, he was about to turn back. Plop. Something hit his forehead. Yun Xi touched his forehead with his hand, puzzled, and looked up. What was that? A green, spherical fruit hung on a tree nearby, and apparently having ripened, it had split open at one end. Its contents were falling down. Yun Xi reached out and caught something that fell. Upon examining it closely in his hand, how did it look so much like Sichuan peppercorns? No, it wasn't similar, it was exactly Sichuan peppercorns. Yun Xi could already smell the unique aroma of Sichuan peppercorns. Climbing the tree, he picked the green large fruit-like thing. After getting it, Yun Xi sat on the tree trunk and examined the green big fruit closely. The outer skin was very soft. He peeled it off easily to reveal a full load of Sichuan peppercorns inside. It resembled peas in some ways, but whereas peas have a layer of skin surrounding several beans, this one was packed with Sichuan peppercorns. Yun Xi marveled inwardly, no wonder this was the cultivation world, Sichuan peppercorns were this extraordinary. This conspicuous green large fruit hadn't been picked by anyone. Yun Xi thought, perhaps someone tried to pick it, but its peculiar smell left people unaware that it could be used as seasoning. Chapter 11, Preparation. Yun Xi picked dozens of the fruits, wanting to take more. After all, next time he came back would be 10 days later, but his storage bag was already full. Yun Xi held the storage bag, slightly frustrated. Once I gather enough spirit stones, I'll buy a bigger one. He put the storage bag in an inner pocket and headed toward the exit. It was just time to leave. After Yun Xi went out, he registered with the disciple in charge and returned home. 4 days later. The entire Huanyuan sect was filled with an atmosphere different from usual. Moon Cloud Peak. Knock knock knock. Big brother Gu Yan, are you there? A soft voice called out. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a red-haired youth stepping out. Wen Miao instantly smiled and glanced around the yard, quickly withdrawing her gaze and saying politely. Did I disturb Big brother Gu? If so, I will come back later. Gu Yan, with his sword-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes, had a striking face. Deep within his gaze lay an untamed air. His fiery red hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Every inch of him exuded arrogance. But upon seeing Wen Miao, Gu Yan's intimidating aura diminished significantly. Gu Yan looked at Wen Miao, nothing, what is it? I want to set up a stall tomorrow to sell some spirit plant pills to those in need, but I don't know the uses of some things, so I hope my senior can help me check. Wen Miao's eyes carried anticipation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan frowned. He wanted to practice, but he couldn't refuse the younger brother. For a moment, he felt conflicted. Forget it, if he refused, how sad would his little junior become? He didn't want to see his gentle and kind little junior sad. No matter, big brother can go ahead. I'll organize myself, Wen Miao said understandingly while looking at Gu Yan. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first, big brother Gu. She turned with a knowing smile. Gu Yan stared at Wen Miao's retreating back, annoyed, rubbing his head. TSK, the little junior must feel quite let down inside. Yun Si was kneading dough. He had already decided to sell buns and meatball soup tomorrow. Originally, he had planned to do a hot pot or fried chicken strip since such scented food attracted people immediately. But there were insufficient ingredients for hot pot, not enough vegetable varieties, and no modern delicacies like delicious fish balls. He'd have to make it another time. Chicken strips? Only 3 chickens, not enough. Eating fresh meat buns and pairing them with a steaming bowl of meatball soup sounded so comforting, even thinking about it made his stomach warm. Yun Si kneaded the dough, prepared the fillings, wrapped the buns, and made meatballs. As Yun Si was wrapping the buns, Xiao Bai sat nearby watching his movements. By nightfall, Yun Si had wrapped over 300 fresh meat buns and more than 200 leek and egg-filled buns. Making meatballs was simpler. All he needed was minced meat from the front legs of a pig, add some egg whites, and stir with scallion and ginger water for flavoring. Yun Si made a great amount of minced meat, which he placed in 2 super large bowls to save for tomorrow. Yesterday, he asked Chu Zmo to make him several bowls of different sizes and also helped him prepare the pot he would use for tomorrow's stall. Now there were definitely enough bowls. For dinner, Yun Si steamed 2 large bamboo baskets of buns and cooked a pot of meatball soup. When the buns came out of the steamer, they were white and tender, looking very delicate and appealing. The skin was soft, and when torn apart by hand from the middle, the round ball of meat filling with its juice was revealed. The inner bun skin was completely dyed brown by the juice, carrying the rich aroma of the broth. The leek and egg-filled buns were equally delicious, combining the freshness of leeks with the fragrance of eggs, creating a savory treat. On top of the meatball soup floated oil droplets, the clear soup shining brightly, the meatballs juicy and bouncy, accompanied by young greens that Yun Si added while cooking. Chew me. Xiao Bai gobbled down 5 buns in no time. Yun Si thought about giving some to Chu Zmo since he had helped him with the bowls yesterday. But Chu Zmo's peak residence was rather far away. Yun Si decided to offer him something when he sets up his stall tomorrow. Delicious. No wonder these are my buns. Ever since Gu Yan returned to the courtyard, his mood had been somewhat restless. Moments later, Gu Yan got up directly and headed toward Wen Miao's courtyard. Brother Gu. Are you done meditating? Wen Miao opened the door and gently asked upon seeing Gu Yan. Gu Yan nodded, I've just finished. Let me take a look for you. Wen Miao's face lit up with delight, thank you, brother Gu. You're so kind. Seeing how easily satisfied Wen Miao was, Gu Yan felt even gentler inside. Little brother had been here for almost a year, always having a good nature, and the elder brothers always doted on the little junior disciple. After entering, Gu Yan saw the ground covered with various treasures. These things were beneath Gu Yan's notice, but each item was something outer disciples could only dream of acquiring, various spiritual plants, pills, red iron used for forging weapons, and many items brought back from secret realms. When Miao picked up a plant, big brother, what is this? Gu Yan took one glance, night butterfly dream orchid. Wow! Big brother, you're amazing. When Miao admired Gu Yan with stars in her eyes. A smile curved at the corner of Gu Yan's lips, what about this one? This one. Full moon grass. After identifying a few things, Wen Miao stopped. He already knew these, and actually, he had something else he wanted to say. Wen Miao's eyes flickered and suddenly looked despondent. Gu Yan noticed and frowned, what's wrong? Are you hiding something from me? Wen Miao didn't want to say. Gu Yan's gaze turned angry, is it because Yun Si bullied you again? Hearing this, Wen Miao's eyes welled with tears, no, Yun Si didn't bully me. It's just that I saw him a few days ago, and it seems like he still refuses to talk to me. I'm a little sad, that's all. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression turned repulsed, he nearly got you into the ice cave, yet you're still thinking about him. When Miao lowered his head dejectedly, with watery eyes, I just feel sorry for him. Both the master and the big brothers have distanced themselves from him, and everyone dislikes him. So pitiful. In a place Gu Yan couldn't see, when Miao's lips curled into a smile. Gu Yan sighed inwardly, you're too kind-hearted. Early the next morning. Yun Si woke up and looked at the sky. Dawn was breaking. Yun Si lazily rolled over. Rush, 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 today he was going to sell his food to the sect disciples. After washing up and having breakfast, Yun Si prepared everything and set off for the Shenyuan Square. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, I won't be back at noon. There are leftover buns in the pot if you get hungry, and vegetables for Little Black are over there. I'll be back tonight. Xiao Bai trotted forward, small body swaying, choo-choo. Rubbing against the edge of Yun Si's disciple robe. Goodbye, Xiao Bai. Little Black was still sprawled out sleeping. Chew. Yun Si closed the door from outside. Chapter 12, The Start of the Fair. Inside the Xianyuan Square. The sky was aglow with vibrant hues, and clouds floated around the waist of the mountain. Layer upon layer of peaks encircled the central square. The square was massive, accommodating tens of thousands of disciples from the Xianyuan sect, though many couldn't attend due to various affairs. In front of the Xianyuan Square stood 20 white pillars, each intricately carved with ancient divine beasts. Standing on the white pillars, one could let out a long howl towards the sky, feeling the overwhelming force of rivers and mountains, inspiring awe in anyone. Floating in the air were golden characters. The leader of the Xianyuan sect and more than a dozen elders sat at the very top, with the masters of each peak seated below them in a row. Strangely, there was an empty seat beside the leader. This clearly showed that those seated in the first row held the highest status within the Xianyuan sect. Though called the leader, he looked quite young. There were too many people in the square. Yun Xi looked around for the position where inner sect disciples stood. Above the square. Sun Xian, the master sitting right in the middle, silently observed the disciples without a word. As the headmaster of this great sect, his presence commanded respect even as he remained quiet, making it hard to read his expression. Beside him, Huayuan elder's voice echoed, "It's once again time for the annual fair. I wonder what treasures will surface this time." Speaking thus, a gleam of amusement crossed Huayuan elder's eyes. The leader remained silent. One of the elders teased, "Does Huayuan elder really have his eye on treasures from these disciples?" Huayuan elder merely smiled but said nothing. As one of the senior elders of the largest sects in the world, they owned countless rare treasures, naturally finding the goods of the disciples unworthy. Still, though the logic made sense, saying so outright would be tactless. Besides, wasn't the fair rather interesting? On the other side, Qingxian elder had a solemn expression. Humph. This stall fair would be better spent letting the disciples cultivate. But he did not voice it since the event had been approved by the leader who was currently present. Qingxian elder, judging from your demeanor, you seem to harbor some dissatisfaction with this fair, said an elder seated second from the right. Upon hearing this, Qingxian elder glanced at Ntong elder who had just spoken and replied sarcastically, "If only you'd spend less time guessing randomly and drop a little more Lingtong divine water, so as not to end up both heart-blind and sightless." You. Just as Ntong elder was about to retort. "Isn't Jiqing coming?" Sun Xian spoke up at this moment. Both Qingxian elder and Antong elder immediately shut their mouths. An elder on the far left said, "Jiqing hasn't said he'll come. He should be at Qingyun Mountain now." Sun Xian thought for a moment before saying, "That's true. Jiqing wouldn't come to such a setting. We needn't wait then, it's almost time to begin." Excluding the disciples sent out on missions and the miscellaneous outer sect disciples stationed at the mountain gates, all the disciples of the Xianyuan sect were pretty much present. Finally, Yun Ci managed to squeeze to the front. There were less than 5,000 inner sect disciples across the entire sect, over 14,000 outer sect disciples, and only around 20 personal disciple apprentices. The inner sect disciples were closer to the front. Upon finding her place, Yun Ci spotted Chu Zmo at the very front. Chu Zmo looked utterly bored, already impatiently waiting for it to start. Then Yun Ci turned her gaze toward a few other personal disciples beside him. My goodness! Yun Ci was stunned. Each of them was strikingly handsome, exuding remarkable charisma. With white patterns embroidered on purple sleeves, each individual was unique in their own way. They were simply too good-looking. And they came in all types, handsome men and beautiful women, just a visual treat. Cloud-like faces came to Yun Ci's mind at that term. And in the world of cultivation, after undergoing refinement of the body and marrow cleansing prior to the pursuit of Tao, their skin appeared as smooth as peeled eggs. Yun Ci swallowed saliva. At that moment, she caught sight of someone. Gulp. Yun Ci felt like she had seen an immortal. How could anyone look like this? She could say, without doubt, that he was the most attractive person she had ever laid eyes on. This youth had a face like jade, slender yet upright figure, and cold, aloof eyes, gazing down at others as if they were mere ants. Yun Ci stared, captivated. Suddenly, those eyes shifted toward her, locking directly onto her. Right when Yun Ci met his gaze. What should I do if I've been caught staring? Yun Ci chose to act as if nothing happened, pretending it was accidental. So she calmly looked away with nonchalance. Seeing that somewhat amateurish performance, Si Qingxian gave it no more attention and disinterestedly turned away. Phew. Once that oppressive stare disappeared, Yun Ci let out a long breath. Before the fair officially began, the headmaster and several elders would give a speech first. Just like the address of a modern principal. Yun Ci sighed in her heart below, truly there was this segment everywhere. Fortunately, the headmaster only spoke a few sentences before letting them set up their stalls. Over 10,000 disciples instantly cheered and sprang into action. To prevent the stalls from becoming too chaotic and blocking walking paths. The disciples from the stewardship hall and discipline hall directed the stall-setting disciples to arrange themselves row by row in the square. Many people found a spot and began placing items they wanted to sell on the ground. Yun Ci took a look around and also picked a place. This place was slightly off-center at the Xianyuan Square but was wider than the central locations, conveniently spacious for him to place a small table. Yun Xiai directly pulled out a market stall countertop from his storage pouch. It was rectangular, about 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide, with 2 pots on it. One side was used for cooking meatball soup, while the other was for steaming buns. This was something he had specially customized with Chu Zmo. The people nearby looked at what Yun Xiai had set up and instantly widened their eyes. Hey, look at that inner sect disciple. What he's setting up looks like cooking pots. A disciple pointed at Yun Xiai and exclaimed curiously. Could he possibly be selling food? I've been an outer sect disciple in Xianyuan sect for over a decade, and I've never seen anyone sell food at a stall. I've never seen it either, it's truly fascinating. Does the sect really allow the sale of food at stalls? This isn't a marketplace from the mundane world. Before coming to Xianyuan sect, I was an ordinary citizen. I know even the commoners' markets don't have great food. Anyway, who would buy when we have spirit-suppressing pills? Fools are the ones buying, you'll see, he won't sell a single bowl. People whispered in disgust, all because other disciples in the square had taken out spiritual herbs, treasures, elixirs, talismans, magical plants, and fruits for sale. It was the first time someone placed large pots on their stall. Yun Xiai took out the things he would use from his storage pouch, arranged them neatly, and wiped the counter with a clean cloth. Quick, quick. That's when Miao, the personal disciple of Master Ji Qing. Wow, he's walking towards us. Suddenly, cries of surprise came from the crowd. He's really walking this way. Ah. Little brother when Miao is so handsome. Little brother when Miao looks so gentle and kind. Most importantly, whether it's inner sect or outer sect disciples, his attitude toward everyone is very good. Some outer sect disciples who had only heard about Wen Miao without seeing him immediately formed a favorable impression. When Miao and Gu Yan walked together. Walking through the crowd under everyone's gazes and hearing others praise him, Wen Miao loved this feeling. Yun Xiai took 2 small tables from his storage pouch and set them up beside his stall, each equipped with 4 wooden stools for customers to sit down and eat. Yun Xiai hung a sign saying, buns, meatball soup, in a prominent place. Just as he finished hanging the sign, a soft voice came. Senior brother Gu, let's sit here. Chapter 13, Meat Buns. When Miao led Gu Yan to a position beside Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai, you're here too. Great. Senior brother Gu, Yun Xiai is also here. This way, we can talk to him. When Miao's eyes carried a note of pleasant surprise, with faintly shimmering tears. Lowering his gaze, seeing Yun Xi's stall made Wen Miao hesitate momentarily. Yun Xiai, are you going to sell food? Gu Yan beside him also noticed the peculiar stall, twitched the corner of his mouth, and chose not to say anything further. Yun Xiai nodded casually, catching sight of the always moist, tear-filled eyes of the protagonist. He pondered slightly, how did he manage to achieve this? Was it a top-tier water affinity? If he were some fierce warrior type, he'd likely adore such teary eyes too. Lost in thought, Yun Xi's vacant expression seemed like an intentional snub of Xiao Di Wen Miao in Gu Yan's eyes. Hey, junior brother Wen Miao is talking to you, are you deaf? An impatient voice came. Upon hearing the voice, Yun Xiai froze slightly and turned to look at Gu Yan. Meeting Gu Yan's disdainful gaze, Yun Xiai felt a twinge in his heart. It was the original master's conditioned response. Senior brother Gu, please don't say that. Although Yun Xiai has wronged me in the past, he's still my senior. Tears welled up in Wen Miao's eyes. Suppressing the strange sensation within him, Yun Xiai reminded himself he wasn't the original owner of this body and had no high expectations for these people. He now only wished to earn some spirit stones. Lifting his star-like eyes, he gazed at Gu Yan and then Wen Miao with the same indifferent gaze one would give to strangers. Wen Miao assumed Yun Xiai was going to curse at them in front of everyone, and his heart couldn't help but race in excitement. Let him vent, the worse his reputation is, the happier he gets. By then if he can't take it anymore and leaves for Xianyuan sect, all the better. Yun Xiai blinked his eyes, do you guys want to have a bowl of meatball soup? Not only were Wen Miao and Gu Yan taken aback, but so was everyone else who froze in place. Was this not following common sense? Yun Xiai. Suddenly came Chu Zmo's voice from afar. Yun Xiai turned around and saw Chu Zmo waving as he ran over, finally found you. I've circled half the square. A genuine smile immediately spread across Yun Xi's face. Sit down, I'll treat you to buns and meatball soup. Over there, Gu Yan caught sight of Yun Xi's smile and paused slightly before turning away with disdain. Upon seeing Yun Xiai ignoring him, Wen Miao clenched his fingers and pursed his lips. Chu Zmo, upon hearing Yun Xi's words, instantly lit up his eyes. Thinking about Yun Xi's meat buns made him feel like his saliva was pooling at the mouth. He'd never tasted the meatball soup either. He, another feast to look forward to. The crowd watched as someone actually sat down ready to eat. Though some planned to go elsewhere, curiosity about the meatball soup kept them lingering for now. Yun Xiai started steaming 3 trays of buns and then began cooking the meatball soup. He took out a bamboo tube filled with water. Even though there was a cleaning charm, Yun Xiai still preferred washing his hands with clean water before cooking. After washing his hands, Yun Xiai scooped some minced meat from a large bowl, squeezed it through his tiger's mouth, and used a spoon to slide it into the pot. In no time, the pot was full of meatballs. The round meatballs swirled and danced in the broth, looking extremely adorable. During the last few minutes, Yun Xiai added a small handful of greens, boiled them just right until they blanched and then removed the soup from heat. Meanwhile, the buns were also ready. Yun Xiai served Chu Zmo a full bowl of meatball soup. 1 plate of fresh meat buns, 1 plate of leek and egg filling vegetable buns, stacked together, 5 each on every plate. Chu Zmo sat at a small table with a steaming hot bowl of meatball soup set before him. Next to him lay freshly steamed, white and plump buns. Gulped. Chu Zmo swallowed his saliva. At the same time, when Miao had already laid out all his wares. As a personal disciple of Jia Qing Xian Zun and a much-loved youngest junior brother, he naturally possessed many treasures. Compared to Yun Xi's quiet stall, when Miao's was surrounded by people, even including golden core cultivators picking items from his stall. It's actually a cleansing marrow pill. I've always wanted one. There's also a spiritual rhinoceros horn, a perfect ingredient I've been missing for my alchemy. This is a cultivation technique. What? A cultivation technique? People gathered around Wen Miao's stall, reluctant to leave. Suddenly, those around Wen Miao's stall smelled an aroma of food. This smell was light yet fresh, effortlessly arousing their inner cravings. They wanted to taste what kind of soup this was. They looked over. There they saw Chu Zmo enjoying a bun along with his soup. Cultivators' senses were many times stronger than ordinary humans. Not only did they clearly smell the aroma, but they could even distinctly see the broth spill out when Chu Zmo bit into the bun. Chu Zmo observed the steam rising from the broth inside the meat bun. He blew on it slightly and then shoved it directly into his mouth. Gulped. Everyone felt they heard the sound of the meat juice being swallowed. It must be delicious. Everyone looked at Chu Zmo again and noticed that he was using a spoon to scoop up a portion of the soup, containing a rounded meatball-like thing. He brought the meatball to his mouth, and the soup slid down smoothly. Gulped. They guessed it might have been the sound of the soup being swallowed. So good. Several people couldn't help themselves anymore, but hesitated because they disliked Yun Xiai. Before long, Chu Zmo had finished drinking the entire bowl of meatball soup without leaving a single drop. As he stood up intending to get another bowl, he sensed several pairs of eyes watching him. Turning his head, he met dozens of eyes fixed intensely on him. Chu Zmo was startled. "Why are you all staring at me?" Chu Zmo questioned curiously. Only now did everyone realize they had spaced out while watching someone else eat. Slightly embarrassed, they quickly averted their gazes. Chu Zmo served himself another full bowl of meatball soup. And he also picked up 5 more meat buns. This time, Chu Zmo first placed the soup aside to cool and picked up a meat bun. Wanting to put it straight in his mouth, but thinking of drinking the soup from the bun first, he carefully tore it apart from the middle. Gulped. Someone couldn't resist any longer, dropped what he was holding, and walked towards Yun Xi's stall. He had forgotten to take a spirit-dispelling pill today and felt a bit hungry in the morning. Now, his stomach was growling. He wanted to buy buns and also drink that meatball soup. It smelled so good. "How many spirit stones for a bun?" the person asked as they approached Yun Xi's stall. Realizing this, he still looked somewhat embarrassed since there were so many people watching. Yun Xiai said, "A bowl of soup with 5 meat buns and 5 vegetable buns costs 1 lower-grade spirit stone." Yun Xiai had already inquired about this. A direct disciple of Xian Yuan sect received 1 upper-grade spirit stone monthly, an inner disciple got 50 lower-grade spirit stones monthly, those who served positions in the executive hall, precept hall, or enforcement hall received 30 lower-grade spirit stones monthly, outer disciples obtained 20 lower-grade spirit stones monthly, even servant disciples regularly received 10 lower-grade spirit stones. This didn't include additional spirit stones earned from completing tasks. Yun Xiai sighed. It was no surprise that major sects distributed so many spirit stones. Many knew that some outer disciples from smaller sects might only have 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Servant disciples often received only 2 or 3 spirit stones. But for dedicated cultivators within the sects, ordinary cultivation manuals could cost dozens of spirit stones, and a decent spiritual sword might require tens of thousands of them. Thus, even spirit stones couldn't suffice for those who devoted all their time to practice, forcing them to constantly undertake missions. As for why buns sold for 5 in the human realm were far more expensive here. Yun Xiai thought carefully. Some disciples inside the sect might seclude themselves in meditation for several hundred years, thus possessing absolutely no silver but only spirit stones. 1 lower-grade spirit stone within the sect was the lowest priced and not costly at all, just right. Supplement. 1 upper-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 middle-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 1 lower-grade spirit stone in the mortal world could exchange for 10 taels of silver, equivalent to 10,000 won. Chapter 14, Bustling. Upon hearing this, the person did not hesitate and immediately pulled out a lower-grade spirit stone. Yun Xiai accepted the spirit stone and placed it in the storage bag. Then started preparing the buns and ladling out the meatball soup for him. Each steamer tray contained 10 medium-sized buns. Su Tianwei took the bowl and plate and sat down at a small table. Looking at the delicate buns on the table and the meatball soup dotted with tender green vegetable leaves and oil flowers. Unable to resist, he picked up a fluffy bun and took a bite. He was scalded by the hot juice inside, but when the savory aroma of the meat wafted out, his eyes widened, and he quickly swallowed the entire bun in one gulp. Delicious, incredibly delicious. He had never eaten anything this good in his life. After hastily drinking a sip of the soup, the fresh and fragrant broth flowed into his stomach, making Su Tianwei feel like a certain emptiness in his heart was finally filled. He had been cultivating for 13 years, ever since reaching the foundation establishment stage. He hadn't eaten any food, relying solely on spirit-dispelling pills whenever he was hungry. Actually, every time he almost gave up, he would miss the food from the human realm. Back then, he hadn't felt such immense pressure. As he continued eating, Su Tianwei's eyes began to redden. Sitting beside him, Chu Zmo saw that Su Tianwei had cried while eating and smugly remarked, "How is it? Is it so good it makes you cry?" Su Tianwei hesitated, seeing the direct disciple of Elder Qingxian speaking to him. Though a bit frightened, upon realizing Chu Zmo was merely asking casually. He nodded, "This is the first time I've tasted something this delicious." Chu Zmo grinned, "Anything else made by Yun Xiai is equally delectable." Su Tianwei was surprised after hearing this. "There are other dishes. These buns and meatball soups are already so tasty. I wonder if I will get the chance to try the other delicacies." The two stopped talking and concentrated on sipping the meatball soup, using a spoon to scoop up a meatball, paired with the flavorful broth, swallowing them together, then taking another bite of the bun. Everyone else watched enviously. Before long, Su Tianwei stood up again and bought another set. People hesitated. Is it really that good? But isn't that the malevolent Yun Xiai? Some cultivators internally told themselves there must be nothing good to eat and turned around, picking things from Wen Miao's stall instead. But upon hearing someone buy again, their thoughts wandered far, subconsciously listening to what was happening there. A young boy, dressed in the grey robes of a servant disciple, with rather dark skin, appeared undernourished, looking younger than his actual age. Seeing how his body was even thinner than hers, Yun Xiai quietly added a few extra meatballs to his soup. The young boy noticed and looked at Yun Xiai ladling the soup with bright black eyes. "Here." Yun Xiai handed over the soup, fearing he might not be able to hold it. She helped place the 2 plates of buns onto the table for him. The young boy held the soup bowl with both hands and sat down, muttering a quiet, "Thank you." Yun Xiai smiled, "You're welcome." Seeing Yun Xi's radiant smile, the young boy quickly lowered his head. Yun Xiai returned to the stall and saw the small boy with bony fingers hesitantly touch the bun. She turned away her gaze quietly. The young boy sipped a little clear broth but didn't raise his head again. "Looks delicious. How about we buy one? One spirit stone isn't expensive." A pretty-looking girl said to her friend beside her. Her friend hesitated a bit, but... "Did you forget that knowing someone requires understanding them first? We just heard about Yun Xiai before, not actually seeing it ourselves. Let's go." Saying this, Yi Qingqing pulled her friend forward. Her friend, under everyone's gaze, awkwardly pursed her lips. Yi Qingqing dragged Su Wanqing to the front of the stall. "Yun Xiai, give us each a set." Hearing the crisp lively voice, Yun Xiai blinked and recognized the girl who sat in front of him last time. Nodding, "All right, this pot is almost out. You can sit first, I'll call you when it's ready." "Okay." Yi Qingqing responded, pulling her friend to sit. They looked around and sat at a table where there was only one disciple responsible for chores. Before long, the second pot was ready. When Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing ate the buns, their eyes revealed surprise, both saying how good they tasted. Even Su Wanqing put aside her slight prejudice against Yun Xiai, continuously saying how delicious they were. She ate leek and egg buns. She could only recognize one ingredient, which was eggs, and she had no idea what vegetable gave it the special flavor. But the taste was incredibly delicious, and she really liked it. Lifting her head, she glanced at Yun Xiai and asked hesitantly, "What kind of vegetable is this? It tastes so good." "This is leek," Yun Xiai replied. "It can moisten the intestines, improve digestion, and promote appetite. It's also beneficial for beauty care. It has many health benefits for the body and can be cooked in various ways, most commonly by making buns or dumplings." After hearing Yun Xi's patient explanation and looking into her clear and bright eyes, Su Wanqing completely got rid of her prejudice. "Thank you," Su Wanqing whispered. Yun Xiai smiled. Yi Qingqing pointed at the meatball in the bowl and asked, "And what is this meat? It's chewy and not greasy at all." "It's made from pork front legs." Hearing this, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Pork can make such a tasty soup. Last year, she had visited the human realm once, thinking that there were plenty of good foods there, excitedly rushing over only to find the plain cooked pork unbearable after just one bite. Now she realized it wasn't that pork was bad, it was those people who didn't know how to cook. Yi Qingqing became very fond of the meatball soup. In a short while, the 2 small tables were already full. People also noticed that those eating included direct disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and even disciple helpers. Shall we go eat a bowl too? I see one person almost finished, so there will be seats available soon. Though it's made by Yun Ci. I'm not going. Yun Ci, even Harm's junior peers, probably added something strange to the soup. Really? A few immediately stood still upon hearing this. Yun Ci paused in the act of packing the buns and looked at the enforcement hall disciple-dressed individual who mentioned adding things. If you have nothing better to do, go lick toilets, don't babble here. Did you see that the first person who ate had no problems? Everything I use is fresh and clean ingredients. Spreading rumors with just a mouthful, yet explanations require running until your legs ache. Yun Ci fired back without hesitation. You. What do you mean by you? If you're not eating, move aside. You're blocking the people behind. Yun Ci rolled her eyes. Don't affect her business. Didn't you see the line forming? Not eating and queuing up, why? That person looked back and found there really was someone else behind. That person said loudly, if you're not eating, please step aside. Xia Zishuan became angry with embarrassment and yelled under everyone's mocking gaze, I won't leave. Today, I must eat these buns and meatball soup. Even if he threw it up later, he'd say it's bitter and awful. See if that would scare off Yun Ci's customers. Yun Ci didn't want to deal with him, suit yourself. Su Tianwei drank 2 bowls of soup and ate 18 buns, still feeling unsatisfied. He stuffed the remaining 2 buns into his mouth, deciding to buy 2 more sets to keep for dinner tonight and tomorrow morning. Alas, if only he had a storage bag, then he could buy more and slowly eat them by putting them in the storage bag. Even the most ordinary storage bag costs 500 spirit stones, and as an outer sect disciple, he earns at most 20 spirit stones a month. He just doesn't know if Yun Ci will still sell in the future. Chapter 15, Queuing. At Yun Ci's little stall, steam rose from the 2 pots. Many sect disciples had noticed this food-selling stall. Cultivators wandering here stopped their steps, attracted by this unusual stall. It was simply because they had never seen anyone setting up a stall to sell food within the sect. This wasn't the mundane world, and they were cultivators. Those who hadn't yet achieved foundation establishment could use spirit stones to exchange for valley pills. But looking at those fluffy meat buns and soup with floating oil flowers, especially the meatball soup, they had never seen such dishes before. Due to decades or even centuries without eating human world delicacies, many of them wanted to give it a try. Gradually, more and more people joined the queue. Among those queuing, outer sect disciples and chore disciples made up the majority. Most of them had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, so they still felt hunger. Most inner sect disciples recognized Yun Ci, some refusing to eat anything made by her, no matter what. Yet, another part quietly queued in the crowd without saying anything. When Miao bit her lips upon seeing this scene. Before long, Yun Ci's stall was surrounded by people. Yun Ci, I'll take 1 set, here's a low-grade spirit stone. Yun Ci took the spirit stone and put it into her storage bag, beginning to serve the soup. Chu Zimo, after finishing his meal, also came over to help Yun Ci with the work, responsible for packing the buns. Some of the queuing sect disciples noticed that direct disciples were helping Yun Ci sell things, and the familiarity between them seemed quite evident. Their gazes toward Yun Ci changed slightly. That direct disciple was merely at the 7th level of qi condensation but possessed a revered status due to being a direct disciple. No one dared disrespect him, and his future was boundless. One person just received a bowl of soup, stood on the spot, and sipped it. The people behind looked at him, asking, how is it? Is it really that tasty? That person nodded heavily, delicious, very delicious. I have never tasted something so good. Satisfaction surged inside him. Those waiting behind began to expect eagerly. Hearing their conversation, Yun Ci thought silently, this is nothing compared to what's coming. On the side where Wen Miao's stall remained cold, she saw how crowded Yun Ci's area became. She cursed these people silently for disgracing themselves. Turning her head, she noticed Gu Yan also watching that side. Wen Miao bit her lower lip, then spoke. The food Yun Ci makes seems very popular. Everyone likes it. Upon hearing Wen Miao's words, Gu Yan turned away his gaze and snorted disdainfully, a bunch of uncultivated ones. Wen Miao lowered her eyes, softly smiling, unfortunately, I've already taken a valley pill in the morning. Otherwise, I would want to taste Yun Ci's cooking too. Looking at her obedient younger master. Gu Yan thought his younger brother was indeed too kind. Xia Zishuan got his food, standing there, motionless. Hiss, why is your soup so hot? Are you trying to scald me to death? Xia Zishuan glared furiously. Yun Ci didn't care about him, busy earning the next person's spirit stones. If you're done buying, please move on. Don't delay the others. Yes, if you're finished, hurry up and leave. Who's in front? After buying, why are you not moving? Can't you see the people behind? Tsk tisk. Xia Zishuan. He was ready to throw the bowl. The meatball soup was freshly boiled in the pot, and it was indeed rather hot. Xia Zishuan decided to reluctantly bite into the bun out of disdain, intending to say it tasted bad, but when he opened his mouth, the word became delicious. What Yun Xi heard was delicious indeed. However, he thought he must have misheard. Xia Zishuan paused his hand midair which was preparing to throw the bowl. Tisk, can you just move on after buying? Someone at the back grew impatient. This time Xia Zishuan walked silently towards the small table. Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing had finished eating. Yi Qingqing pulled Su Wanqing to Yun Xi and said, Yun Xi, your cooking is really delicious. Yun Xi blinked her star-like eyes happily since her dishes were being praised. Thanks for your compliment, do come again next time. Yi Qingqing blushed slightly, yes, will you be selling tomorrow? The sales event would last 5 days. If Yun Xi continued to sell tomorrow, then she would come again tomorrow with Wanqing. If she didn't set up her stall tomorrow, then she'd buy the rest now and save it to eat later. The people behind also wanted to eat, so they waited for Yun Xi's answer. Without hesitation, Yun Xi nodded, I will be here for the next few days. So, I can come and eat every day. Hee, great. Chu Zimo beside her was very pleased. Finally, he would not have to wait several days to eat again. Others who heard this were also delighted. I want 1 serving. I also want 1 serving. Yun Xi looked good with fair skin and large round eyes like stars. Her smile made her look even better, soft like a harmless little rabbit. It was hard not to feel kindly toward her. Moreover, some people also realized that Yun Xi wasn't as rumored, she didn't bully others. On the contrary, how could a young man just at the 3rd layer of qi refining intimidate anyone? Others wouldn't harm him already. More and more people came to make purchases. There are many disciples over there. Could it be there is something interesting to see? Elder Huayuan smiled as he observed the crowd gathered around the stall. Elder Qingxian showed no interest and was about to leave when his eyes caught sight of Chu Zimo energetically working at the stall, packing buns for customers. Elder Qingxian, let's go take a look. As he spoke, he took a step towards the direction. Elder Huayuan wondered privately if the man had changed his ways today. Ordinarily, whenever Elder Qingxian said something like that, the stubborn old man would just walk away. He chuckled, finding it amusing. Elder Huayuan smiled and followed after. 5 meat buns and 5 vegetable buns, please check. Chu Zimo handed over the tray to the person in front. Cough cough. Suddenly, a familiar cough was heard. But what drew his attention first wasn't the sound but rather the pressure exuding from a powerful individual. A highly skilled cultivator doesn't need to intentionally release oppressive energy, yet everyone nearby instinctively felt inclined to bow down. Yun Xi also noticed it. When she looked up, she saw an old man with a dignified face. Sensing the aura emanating from him, Yun Xi recognized this as the strength of a true powerhouse. Yun Xi believed that this man could decide the lives of them all with just a wave of his hand. Chu Zimo was immediately startled into speechlessness. Wah! Master, why are you here? The disciples nearby were also taken aback, then someone suddenly identified him. This is Elder Qingxian. What? Elder Qingxian, is that the famous heavenly rank artifact refiner renowned across the cultivation world? It was said that any magical artifact he refined could sell for tens of million spirit stones. Elder Qingxian. Elder Qingxian. Even inner sect disciples normally didn't have the privilege to meet Elder Qingxian. Seeing him today left all of them greatly surprised. Ho ho, no need to be afraid, Elder Huayuan laughed and walked over. Some of the disciples recognized Elder Huayuan, that's Elder Huayuan. Heaven. Elder Huayuan is here too. Wah, what a day it is, allowing me to see both elders. Tell me, do I stand a chance to become a disciple of either of these 2 elders? You. Stop dreaming. Not only were the disciples shocked, but when Miao on the other side was also surprised when she saw elders Qingxian and Huayuan approach. However, upon seeing them at Yun Xi's stall, he frowned slightly. Chapter 16, The Elders Have Come Too. Seeing the sharp gaze of his master, Chu Zimo nervously chuckled a couple times. Elder Qingxian said nothing, shifting his gaze downward instead. In the pot, the small meatballs bubbled and boiled. In the other pot sat the steaming buns fresh out of the pot. Aren't these the buns from the mundane world? They're certainly wrapped well, much better than the ones I saw hundreds of years ago in the mortal realm. I didn't expect among this year's disciples, there'd be someone selling food. Truly, each passing year's market has become increasingly entertaining. Elder Huayuan said with a bright smile. Hearing this, Elder Qingxian lowered his head to examine the buns closely. Yun Xi blinked her eyes and picked up a bun. Would the elder like to try one? We also have meatball soup, which is tasty and warms the stomach. Everyone present was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Could Yun Xi possibly offer snacks to the venerable elders of the sect? After all, though the buns and soup prepared by Yun Xi might taste good, the elders had been practicing spiritual fasting, for over 1,000 years. They would never consume such food. At this point, those who disliked Yun Xi revealed mocking expressions on their faces. So arrogant as to not know their place. Gu Yan also frowned upon noticing this. Elder Huayuan paused momentarily, about to refuse. Though the scent was fragrant, he hadn't consumed physical food for a long time. At this moment, a disciple noticed that everyone's attention was on the elders. He couldn't help but take a bite of the hot bun in his hand, and an intense aroma immediately spread. The thin skin wrapped around a large amount of filling. The meat inside was filled with piping hot juice. After taking one bite, the disciple couldn't stop and gobbled down more, not even pausing despite getting burnt. As he ate, he suddenly realized how quiet it had become around him. Looking up, he saw both elders staring at him. He almost choked to death in an instant. Afraid the elders would be angry, he wanted to speak but couldn't. Elder Huayuan averted his gaze. It's fine, it's been over 1,000 years since I've eaten anything, and I do miss the taste. I'll have one too. The surrounding disciples were greatly shocked. The elder actually agreed. All right. Yun Xi blinked her eyes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they watched her accept spirit stones from the elder. Elder Huayuan smiled and took out a piece of spirit stone. Here. Yun Xi smiled, thank you, elder. With that, she ladled a large bowl of meatball soup for Elder Huayuan. She also packed 10 buns, 5 meat and 5 vegetable. After Yun Xi finished, she turned to look at Elder Qingxian with his solemn face, rarely speaking or smiling. Elder Qingxian, would you like one too? Elder Qingxian hummed once, sure. Yun Xi, there's no need to ask my master, he doesn't eat. Chu Zimo said, hugging Yun Xi's shoulders at this time. Surely his master would commend him for his quick thinking. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi stopped ladling the soup and blinked her starry eyes mischievously, then I won't serve any. Chu Zimo looked toward Elder Qingxian with a bright smile. He had expected to see satisfaction on his master's face, but instead met a pair of deep eyes. Chu Zimo was startled. Mas. Master, why are you? Ouch. Painful, painful, painful. Why are you hitting me, sir? Chu Zimo covered the bump on his head, looking aggrieved. Elder Qingxian let out a cold snort and took out a piece of spirit stone, make me one. Yun Xi accepted the spirit stone and placed it into her storage bag, then nudged Chu Zimo nearby, pack the buns. Chu Zimo, still holding his head, looked wretched. How was he supposed to know that his master wanted to eat this time? That day when he brought back braised pork, he got scolded. Suddenly, he recalled waiting that night for his master to throw away the leftover braised pork so he could pick it up, but never got the chance. Could it be that his master ate it all himself? Chu Zimo wore a shocked expression. At this moment, he caught Yun Xi smirking from the corner of her mouth. What are you laughing at, Yun Xi? Yun Xi shook her head, nothing, hurry up and pack. After ladling the soup, Yun Xi handed it over to Elder Qingxian. Suddenly, she met the penetrating gaze of Elder Qingxian. Yun Xi. She forgot, she had just teased the elder. Had she crossed the line? Would Elder Qingxian hold a grudge? A little afraid now, Yun Xi ingratiatingly added some more meatballs for Elder Qingxian. Elder Qingxian glanced at Yun Xi, whose smile was trying to please, and strangely found himself not disliking her at all, even feeling that the young girl had clear, honest eyes. Without saying anything, he took the meatball soup and buns. The disciples sitting at the small table didn't dare to sit beside the elders eating, so they all moved aside. When Elder Qingxian sat down, he noticed Elder Huayuan's bowl, which was nearly empty. Elder Huayuan smiled, this food is really quite good. Elder Qingxian picked up a bun and bit into it. I told you it's delicious, see, even the elders like it. A junior disciple stood nearby with a bowl of meatball soup in hand, sipping while talking. Can we start queuing now? Yes, we can queue, the elders won't blame us. Let's go. If we're late, there'll be none left. Some people completely forgot about Yun Xi's rumored venom, rushing to join the queue wanting to try the buns and the soup. More and more people joined the queue. Some female cultivators, seeing Yun Xi's youthful and adorable face, would proactively speak to her. Yun Xi responded if she wasn't too busy. Many people's opinions about Yun Xi had changed. Senior brother, let's greet the two elders, they are our seniors after all, Wen Miao softly suggested. These two elders held extremely high status and renown in the cultivation world. Whatever, if little brother wants to go, I'll accompany you. Yeah, thank you, senior brother Gu. Elder Qingxian scooped a round meatball into his mouth with his spoon. As the crowd increased, the scene grew livelier. It was delicious. Elder Huayuan had finished eating and though he wanted more, he didn't want to take from the disciples. Greetings, Elder Huayuan, greetings, Elder Qingxian. A soft voice came through. Greetings to both elders. Gu Yan also greeted. Elder Huayuan looked up toward the person who spoke, his eyes filled with laughter as his tone became amiable. It's Wen Miao and Gu Yan, have you also come to set up a stall? Elder Qingxian slightly nodded in response. Wen Miao nodded softly with a smile, my master and I have some unused treasures that we hope to sell to fellow cultivators in need. Otherwise, it feels like a waste for me to keep them. Elder Huayuan smiled kindly at her response, you too are thoughtful. Wen Miao shyly smiled upon hearing this, all thanks to the teachings of Lord Ji Qing. Elder Huayuan chuckled this time without a word. Then, we won't disturb the two elders further. We shall take our leave now, Wen Miao softly said with another gentle smile. Take our leave, Gu Yan lowered his head respectfully. You may go, Elder Huayuan watched Wen Miao and Gu Yan as they departed. Lord Ji Qing's little disciple is quite talented, and, has good character too. Yun Ci prepared 500 buns in total, using 2 extra-large bowls of meat filling. 300 were meat buns, and 200 were vegetable ones. In less than an hour, all these items were sold out. Because there were 100 more meat buns made, Yun Ci ended up selling 15 for 1 spirit stone. Everyone, no need to queue anymore. Today's buns and meatball soup are sold out. Come back tomorrow if you'd like. Yun Ci wiped down the counter with a cloth. Ah. All gone. How could it be so fast? It hasn't even been an hour. A disciple sounded disheartened. It was almost his turn. Yes, I waited in line for so long, and it sold out so quickly. Many disciples were very disappointed. But there was nothing to do except try again tomorrow. Chapter 17, Menial Peak. Yun Ci gathered the stall and tools into the storage bag, the people sitting by the small table had also finished eating. She walked over and stored both small tables and 4 chairs into the storage bag. The 2 elders had already left. Beside her, Chu Zimo sighed in relief, finally, my master has left. With master present, he always felt like those terrifying eyes were watching him. Yun Ci laughed, are you really that afraid of your master? Of course. You don't know how scary he is. Worst of all, he keeps giving me lectures about diligent cultivation day after day, my ears will start growing calluses. Even though Chu Zimo said this, his face did not show much resentment, it was just slightly like a complaint from someone being urged to study. Yun Ci earnestly patted Chu Zimo's shoulder, your master does care about you. Child, work hard. This fool was going to become a famous refining master in the future. Chu Zimo widened his eyes, I'm not a child. How old are you, Yun Ci? You look younger than me. I'm 15, Yun Ci stated, she did not know when the original owner of her body was born, but the novel mentioned she was 15. I'm 16. You're younger than me. So you're the kid, Chu Zimo proudly declared. Yun Ci shot a sideways glance at Chu Zimo, I am psychologically more mature. Do you even know what psychological maturity means? How can I see any sign of psychological maturity in you, Chu Zimo shrugged disdainfully. After getting to know Yun Ci, he often saw her breaking out into strange songs every now and then, acting sometimes incredibly immature. Yun Ci fell silent. Yun Ci chose to ignore him and started walking forward. Chu Zimo followed. He realized once more how easily Yun Ci got upset, but strangely, he liked it. If only Yun Ci were his junior brother, then he could eat Yun Ci's food every day. At this thought, Chu Zimo's eyes lit up. Having sold their goods, it was almost midday by now. The square was still crowded, stalls lined up after stalls visible everywhere. Most cultivators had already reached the stage where they practiced abstinence or consumed abstinence pills, so a portion of them who couldn't would choose to dine at the dining hall. Yun Ci and Chu Zimo weren't yet hungry, so they decided to stroll around to check out what interesting things were on sale here. Strolling for a while, Yun Ci found there wasn't anything particularly catching her interest. When she inquired about some pills that intrigued her, she learned that even the cheapest foundation establishment pill cost 80 lower-grade spirit stones. Never mind then. Chu Zimo, however, bought a few uncommon materials used for refining equipment. They wandered for a while before heading back to Yun Ci's courtyard. Yun Ci was just about to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's stall, and Chu Zimo, having nothing better to do, followed her. As soon as they opened the door, Little Bai directly pounced at them. Chirp. It looked at Yun Ci with its big purple eyes in confusion, as if asking, didn't you say you'd be back in the afternoon? Yun Ci picked up Little Bai and petted its soft fur, the stuff sold out in an hour, so I'm back early. Chirp. Hum. Yun Ci, your contract beast looks too weak, Chu Zimo beside her couldn't help but comment after seeing Little Bai, who was only palm-sized. He thought silently to himself that contracting such a weak little beast was not as impressive as contracting majestic wolves or tigers. You're the weak one. Little Bai is so cute, Yun Ci rolled her eyes. Little Bai had already extended its claws before withdrawing them and obediently lay in Yun Ci's arms. On the other side, Menial Peak. Here lived tens of thousands of menial disciples from the sect. These people were responsible for all sorts of tasks throughout the sect, cleaning the great halls, cultivating spiritual plants, feeding spirit beasts, weeding spiritual fields, running errands for other sect disciples, etc. These people were from poor families in the mortal realm who could no longer afford to raise them, so they sent their children here to the sect. All the hardest and most exhausting jobs within the sect fell to them. Phew, finally back. I'm exhausted, said a menial disciple sitting on a stone bed covered with a thin mattress in a small room, pounding his legs weakly. What did you go do? Weren't you free today? Another person asked from their own stone bed. Don't ask. This morning when I went to the dining hall, an outer sect disciple asked me to deliver something. Ugh. Deliver something? To which peak? To the beast-taming peak. The menial disciple sighed deeply. The beast-taming peak. You've really drawn the short straw, the person responded sympathetically. Who says it isn't true? My rare day off wasted without even visiting any market stalls, and I got stuck doing chores. If those were regular disciples, I bet they wouldn't dare command us around like this, he spat bitterly. Don't bother talking. What can we do? We're the lowest-tiered menials. Let's rest. Did you smell food earlier? It smelled pretty good. At that moment, someone under the blanket at the farthest bed moved slightly. The two talking glanced over. The man who'd just come back took a look at the corner and said, Is he sleeping? The other shrugged, probably. He hasn't moved at all. Didn't he go train again yesterday in the little forest? The new arrival sniffed disdainfully. The other snorted dismissively, maybe he thinks he's destined for greatness. TCH, if that was true, would he have stayed in the menial peak for 7 or 8 years? Why were they menial disciples but not others? Because they lacked the talent for cultivation. There were 4 beds in one room lined against one wall, enough for 4 people to stay. I'm going to sleep. When he gets up, make sure he sweeps the floor. Even with training, he shouldn't slack off on his duties, right? Saying this, the person smiled mischievously. The other also chuckled. The room grew silent. The person lying away from them slowly opened their eyes, clearly devoid of sleep. Sitting up, he neatly folded his blanket and picked up something he was holding close. Another person on a different bed glanced over. Blackie, it's your turn to sweep today. The skinny boy quietly nodded, saying he knew, then left. The people inside smirked and lay down on their beds once more. If Yun Si were there, she would realize this. Blackie was the very skinny young boy who had bought her food previously. Blackie didn't sweep first but instead found a hidden spot to unwrap what he held carefully wrapped in cloth. Blackie pulled out a soft bun. It was pure white, contrasting starkly with his emaciated, dark hands. Blackie began eating bite by bite, treasuring each morsel. When finished, he looked at the 5 remaining buns, packed them carefully back up, and hid them in a wall hole, covering it with a rock. After sweeping, he went to the laundry room. There were several rooms here. In the middle stood a well. Several menial disciples wearing their uniforms carried basins in and out of these rooms, filling water outside to wash clothes, sheets, or bedding. Silently, Blackie entered and brought out a basin full of clothes. It was packed with outer sect disciples' garments, heavy enough that the pot itself weighed more than him. Walking outside, he placed the basin down, drew some water, squatted down in a quiet spot, and began washing. Chapter 18, Hand-Grabbed Pancake. Although all disciples above Thiki level in the sect would know simple cleaning spells, these spells could only guarantee that clothes remain clean. However, not washing them frequently would still cause them to become wrinkled or worn out. Moreover, wearing freshly washed clothes felt more comfortable. Occasionally, while practicing together, some of the disciples might even tear holes in their garments. Therefore, every so often, the servant disciples would collect the dirty clothes from personal disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples for washing. If any clothing were damaged, they'd record it and replace it with new disciple uniforms. And Blackie was responsible for washing the clothes of the outer sect disciples. The tiny figure squatted on the ground, absent of expression as he kneaded the fabric in his hands methodically. Next to him, others whispered amongst themselves while the overseer wasn't around. In the afternoon, Yun Si was making sausages in the courtyard. During her last visit to the market, the butcher Zhang had gifted her innards after she bought pork and beef. Now, these small intestines would make perfect sausage casings. Though the chives in the courtyard weren't yet mature, the lettuce had already ripened thanks to the nurturing spiritual energy here and Yun Si's wood affinity cultivation route, allowing vegetables to grow very quickly and mature within a few days. Seeing that the lettuce would soon become too old if not picked, Yun Si decided to sell hand-grabbed pancakes tomorrow. Hand-grabbed pancakes are most commonly known for their crispy, flaky crust on the outside, stuffed with processed meat sausages, lettuce, and sauce on the inside. She minced the pork into small pieces but did not grind it too finely, leaving some little chunks to enhance the flavor. After seasoning, the minced meat was packed into the sausage casings. Chu Zimo watched curiously at this process. What is this? Grilled sausages, an extremely delicious food. As a child, whenever entering a mall, one could always catch the rich aroma wafting through. Each time, she'd ask her mother to buy her one. Yun Si focused hard on stuffing the meat mixture into the sausage casings. Grilled sausages. Chu Zimo quietly repeated these two words. Though he didn't know exactly what they were, anything Yun Si made had to be good. Chu Zimo grew more curious. How did Yun Si know how to prepare so many strange and delicious foods? This thought naturally prompted his question aloud. Yun Si's eyes flickered with emotion. These are dishes from my hometown, but my home is far away. I probably can't return now. Saying this, Yun Si seemed somewhat saddened. Alas. Chu Zimo originally intended to inquire about which place boasted such delicious specialties, but upon hearing the latter part of Yun Si's words, he swallowed his question. If she couldn't go back, then perhaps her hometown was occupied by the demon clan. What about Yun Si's family? Seeing Yun Si's disheartened look, Chu Zimo instantly thumped his chest. No worries, you've got me now. With him around, no one would dare to bully Yun Si. Yun Si looked at Chu Zimo, who suddenly blurted out these words, blinking her eyes. What's gotten into him, suddenly saying things like this? Chu Zimo assumed Yun Si was on the verge of tears, but instead caught sight of her calm gaze. You don't believe me? I'm being serious. Chu Zimo spoke urgently. Yun Si nodded. I believe you, alright. You should go focus on your cultivation. I'm busy right now. Seated before the stone table, Yun Si continued preparing the sausages while Chu Zimo sat cross-legged nearby meditating. He tried offering help but ended up popping the sausage casing 4 times with too much force until Yun Si dismissed him. Little Blackie splashed around in a water basin. Little Bai gave him a slap with her paws. An hour later, Yun Si had prepared 200 grilled sausages. She hung them on a rack to dry before cooking them thoroughly, after which they could either be fried or roasted. After finishing the sausages, Yun Si also prepared chili sauce and sweet flour sauce for 2 flavor options. The sausages could also be brushed with sauce. Taking down half the sausages, she cooked 50 per pot, needing a total of 4 pots to cook all 200. After starting the sausages, Yun Si moved on to prepare the pancake dough for the hand-grabbed pancakes. The dough was readied, rolled into circles, flattened, oiled, and layered using leaves as separators. By the time all was done, night had fallen. Having finished rolling out the final pancake, Yun Si stretched her sore back. My waist hurts. Peep. Little Bai gazed at Yun Si. Little Black was munching on a cucumber. Yun Si smiled, hungry. Dinner's coming up. Peep. Little Bai rubbed against Yun Si. For dinner, Yun Si planned to grill meat. Her storage bag contained beef, pork, chicken, sausages, and lettuce. Though the variety wasn't great, it was enough to make a fine barbecue meal. They would wrap the grilled meat and lettuce with freshly rolled pancakes as the main dish, adding some chili sauce for extra flavor. Chu Zimo remained meditating with closed eyes, intently focusing. Initially planning to have Chu Zimo make a large grill pan, Yun Si reconsidered upon seeing him undisturbed. Deciding to start cooking the remaining 100 sausages instead. Upon completion, Chu Zimo paused his cultivation practice. Yun Si informed him of the required size and shape for the grill pan, and shortly thereafter, Chu Zimo fashioned one. Yun Si set up a spot with stones next to the stone table and placed the grill pan on it, allowing them to cook while eating. Beneath the grill pan was firewood, lit aflame as oil brushed over the pot. A generous amount of sausages and meat were laid down. The moment they were placed, Chu Zimo heard the sizzling sounds. Soon enough, the scent began to waft out. Watching the sizzling meat and the gradually changing colors of the sausages, Chu Zimo forcefully swallowed his saliva. It smelled too good. Especially the sausages, their flavor was so intense that even Little Black, who ate vegetables, had come over. The two sat down, while Little Bai, being too small, simply sat on the table where a dedicated little bowl was placed before her. The meat cooked first, and unable to wait, upon hearing it was ready, Chu Zimo immediately picked up a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth. Hot, 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 hot. Tears welled in Chu Zimo's eyes from the heat, yet he didn't want to spit it out. Chewing on the fresh and tender beef in his mouth, it tasted so delicious that he couldn't even articulate words, merely burrowing his head and gulping down large mouthfuls of meat. Little Bai did the same, stuffing her little mouth full. Yun Si dipped the meat in some chili sauce, wrapped it in raw lettuce, and stuffed it into her mouth all at once. So fragrant. Chu Zimo, noticing this, followed Yun Si's method. However, since he didn't know what chili was, he added too much, quickly getting overwhelmed by its spiciness. He drank 3 cups of water before calming down. Chu Zimo looked at the red thing, pouting his now red lips. Cloud Si, look at me, my mouth seems bigger. Lifting her gaze, Yun Si burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Seeing Chu Zimo's bright red lips, Yun Si suddenly thought of a character in a movie. You're still laughing, ugh, my mouth hurts. After drinking more water and feeling slightly better, he couldn't help but take another bite of meat. Don't eat. Yun Si tried to stop Chu Zimo, but it was too late. Upon touching the scalding meat, Chu Zimo felt an excruciating pain worse than before, causing tears to well. Quickly drink water, Yun Si hurriedly said. Chu Zimo guzzled down a big cup of water until the burning sensation subsided somewhat. Witnessing this, Yun Xiai clicked her tongue. Clearly, spiciness is a sensation of pain. This is chili sauce made from chili. The pain you feel comes from the spiciness. So this thing is called chili, I won't eat it anymore. Chu Zimo touched his lips, his eyes filled with grievance. Yun Xiai nodded. Some people just can't handle spicy food, however, eating it means losing a lot of happiness. The sausages were also fully cooked and directly burst open in the middle. Yun Xiai took one and bit into it. Juice exploded instantly. It was oily but carried visible threads of clear meat inside. Chu Zimo and Little Bai had completely fallen in love with this grilled sausage stuff, consuming stick after stick. Yun Xiai ate 2 plain ones and then took one more with a brush of chili sauce. Chu Zimo eyed the reddening sausage, recalling the previous spicy taste, swallowing his saliva. He then applied some chili sauce as well. Yun Xiai was surprised. Chu Zimo tried biting into it and found the flavor, despite its spiciness, quite delicious. He fell in love with this taste instantly. In the distance not far away lay quiet, dark forests and bamboo groves. The courtyard of the little house was illuminated with light, and the 2 teenagers were sitting by the stone table, eating grilled meat. The black and white little beasts were also eating. Hot steam from the grilling rose high into the air. For a time, everything was warm and wonderful. This hand-grabbed pancake is simply too delicious. There are even methods like this for eating. Cloud Ci, you're truly amazing. Chapter 19 Phoenix. The 2 teens and the little white beast ate more than 40 grilled sausages that night. Yun Ci also kept roasting 5 plates of pork belly and beef. After finishing his 3rd hand-grabbed pancake, Chu Zimo held his round stomach. Burp can't eat any more, but I haven't had enough, burp. Chu Zimo contentedly let out 2 consecutive burps. Yun Ci was also overly full. This was the first time in over 2 months since crossing over that he'd eaten grilled meat. He had wanted this for so long. And hot pot, it had been such a long time since he'd last enjoyed it. Yun Xiai admired the sky full of stars. Every so often, streaks of fluorescence flew through the air, filling the little yard with a smoky atmosphere in the midst of a major sect brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Yun Xiai suddenly squinted and smiled. Although he would still miss modern life occasionally, it wasn't bad right now either. Earning spirit stones diligently, once he leaves the sect, he will see the beautiful sights of the cultivation realm. With this thought, Yun Xiai felt filled with motivation. After eating, no more firewood was added, and the fire beneath the 2 racks gradually went out. Resting briefly, Chu Zimo and Yun Xiai cleaned up together. Little Bai also held her bowl and returned it to its original place. There were still a few pancakes, grilled sausages, and some raw lettuce left on the plate along with pieces of fatty pork. Yun Xiai used these leftovers to make hand-grabbed pancakes. Each pancake was stuffed generously with ingredients. When Chu Zimo left, he wanted to buy several hand-grabbed pancakes to take with him. Nuanben had thought of buying them all, but Yun Xiai refused. After all, he and Xiao Bai still needed breakfast for tomorrow morning. Chu Zimo ended up buying just 2 hand-grabbed pancakes and 4 grilled sausages. However, this time, Chu Zimo left behind a large bag full of spirit stones. Seeing that big bag of spirit stones and hearing their clinking sounds, Yun Xiai slightly widened his eyes. It's not like you, kid, to be so rich. Yun Xiai felt envious and admiring at the same time. Chu Zimo snorted, and this is nothing. As a direct disciple, I only get 1 high-grade spirit stone per month, which isn't even enough to buy an ounce of black ink. His senior brothers and sisters earned tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones from missions and sold self-cultivated magical artifacts for hundreds of thousands more. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiai recalled that the previous owner of his body had once been a direct disciple as well. Even though it had only lasted for a year, surely he should have received high-grade spirit stones, yet why hadn't he seen even a single one? Moreover, he was poorer than some outer disciples. The inner disciples received 50 low-grade spirit stones per month, a far cry compared to direct disciples. Don't low-grade spirit stones seem fragrant? Why do you care about associating with protagonists anyway? Yun Xi's expression turned pitiful, a single high-grade spirit stone equaled 10,000 low-grade ones. Chu Zimo saw Yun Xi's expression and became curious. Yun Xi, are you crying? Yun Xiai placed a hand over his aching heart. It's fine, let's just say I'm crying over spirit stones. Chu Zimo suddenly remembered how Yun Xiai had been expelled by Ji Qing, the revered immortal. Although Yun Xi's house came with a courtyard, it wasn't even half as big as his cave dwelling, clearly indicating Yun Xiai lacked money. Otherwise, fellow wood elemental disciples had valuable spirit plants in their courtyards, while Yun Xiai grew vegetables. Chu Zimo couldn't help but feel sympathetic toward Yun Xiai. Suddenly determined, his face looked like he'd made a great decision. While Yun Xiai was lost in thoughts of spirit stones and didn't notice Chu Zimo's expression. Alright, go back now, be careful on your way. After all, there wasn't much danger within the sect. Chu Zimo nodded heavily. He left behind the entire bag of spirit stones. Yun Xiai, you keep it. Just save me some food next time. These spirit stones could improve Yun Si's life situation. Yun Si was truly pitiable. Before Yun Si could respond, Chu Zimo had already run off. Yun Si. After Chu Zimo left, Yun Si returned inside. Changing out of his disciple robes, he took out from an old but clean wooden wardrobe a white robe akin to modern bathrobes. He also took soap nuts, a towel, and put them into a basin. Seeing Yun Si open the door, Xiao Bai chirped. Yun Si patted Xiao Bai's head. "Xiao Bai, you and Xiehe stay home. I'm going to take a shower and we'll be back soon." "Chuomi." Xiao Bai stopped in her tracks mid-motion of following him. Boiling water at home was too troublesome, requiring a large pot and leaving the floor wet afterward. Generally, Yun Si would choose to bathe in a nearby natural spirit pool. The water was clear, warm, filled with abundant spirit energy, and every time he advanced in rank, it was shortly after soaking in that spirit pool. Yun Si even suspected such an effective spirit pool belonged to some elder or celestial maiden, but through his observations, no one ever came to such a secluded place in the back mountain. Thus, Yun Si would come and soak daily when not busy. Arriving at the spot, he found the vast spirit pool steaming, surrounded by scattered starlight in the air. Moonlight illuminated the spirit pool, filling it with ethereal mist, making it a breathtaking sight. Yun Si placed the basin near the spirit pool, undressed, putting his clothes inside, and jumped right in. "La la la, I love bathing, my body feels good." Back at the small yard, Xiao Bai leapt onto the wall surrounding the yard and waited for Yun Si's return. Suddenly she sensed something and stood up. Her purple irises locked onto a nearby tree intently. "Chuomi. Who's there?" Xiao Bai bared her fangs repeatedly at whatever was on the tree. A bird with fiery red feathers, upon closer inspection, its tail feathers glimmered with gold, stood on the tree trunk looking at Xiao Bai in the yard, its golden eyes revealing surprise. Sensing the subtle bloodline pressure emanating from the bird, Xiao Bai perceived it as a threat. Her eyes brimmed with caution. If Yun Si were here, he would have recognized the bird as the one that frequently stole his food. The bird on the tree suddenly flew towards the yard. "Chuomi." Seeing the bird fly over, Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with determination as she leapt up. Seeing Xiao Bai jump, the fiery red figure twirled in mid-air and easily evaded her. It then directly flew into the yard. Xiao Bai noticed the bird was aiming for the hand-grabbed pancakes left on the table. Yun Si had forgotten to put them inside his storage bag because he was preoccupied with bathing. "Chuomi. Don't touch it." At the instant Xiao Bai pounced, the bird snatched 2 hand-grabbed pancakes and soared high into the air. Its golden eyes looked down disdainfully at Xiao Bai in the yard. "Chuomi. Curses, her spiritual power hasn't been restored yet." In a moment, the bird flew away. Xiehe, sensing the bloodline pressure, had already trembled in fear from the corner. Bang! Xiao Bai slapped the table. "Pathetic thing. Qing Yun Hall." Jiqing Immortal was meditating. Outside the window lay a stunning view of the stars, seen through which you could admire the various scenes of life. A fiery red bird flew in through the window, casting a glance at the person in the hall resembling an immortal descending from heaven. It landed nearby and picked up the items clutched in its claws. "Jinyu." A deep voice echoed through the hall, carrying a subtle warning tone. "Understood, understood. I'll eat elsewhere," said the bird speaking human words and immediately flying out the window again. Jiqing Immortal opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze seemed lost in thought after smelling the scent in the air. In a golden and resplendent palace, Jinyu was devouring the hand-grabbed pancakes. Delicious, so delicious. In no time, the 2 hand-grabbed pancakes were gone. Not enough to eat. "What is it?" Jiqing Immortal asked indifferently, looking at the golden flame phoenix who had flown back. Indeed, the contracted spirit beast of Jiqing Immortal was none other than the king of birds, the phoenix, an existence unique in the world. Jinyu perched on the lounge bed and spoke directly. "I need a servant disciple." "Who?" Jiqing looked at Jinyu asking for someone, knowing Jinyu had already decided on a person. Jinyu glanced at Jiqing Immortal's expression before answering, "Yun Si." Jiqing Immortal blurted out without hesitation, "Unacceptable." Jinyu knew this would be the answer, voicing irritably, "You've changed your little disciple, you'll see it when we meet. If you don't help me, I will become his contract spirit beast." "As you wish," Jiqing Immortal responded indifferently. "Jinyu, I'm so angry. I regret making a contract with you in the first place. You wouldn't even give me a disciple. So stingy." After saying this, Jinyu flew away. Jiqing Immortal furrowed his brows. If anyone were here, they would marvel, probably only Jiqing Immortal dared to refuse a divine beast like the phoenix. Chapter 20, Yu Dongsheng. After leaving Yun Si's stall in the morning, Su Tianwei returned home and started practicing. Before long, a day passed. As soon as Su Tianwei opened his eyes, he felt hunger in his stomach. He casually picked up a chubby white steamed bun beside him and took a bite directly. The bun had cooled down but Su Tianwei still found it very tasty. In a short while, he had eaten 2. Just as he was about to grab the third, a sound came from outside the door. Senior brother Su, are you at home? Su Tianwei got up, went to the door, and upon opening it saw a cultivator with not particularly striking features but a well-proportioned face. Junior brother Yu, Su Tianwei nodded slightly in greeting. Seeing Su Tianwei was home, Yu Dongxing bowed his fist while smiling and said. Senior brother Su, today at a stall I saw the spirit gathering pills you wanted. Junior brother heard from the vendor that one spirit gathering pill only costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. If senior brother desires them, junior brother can lead you to the stall. But I'm not sure if the pills will still be there tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Tianwei became somewhat silent. If it were before today, he would have bought those pills without hesitation. However, now he wanted to buy a storage bag first. Thank you for informing me, junior brother. I plan to buy a storage bag first. For now, I do not require the spirit gathering pills. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongxing smiled and nodded, then fine. If I see any spirit gathering pills later, I will inform senior brother. Su Tianwei also smiled, thank you, junior brother. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly came a rumbling sound of an empty stomach. Yu Dongxing appeared a bit embarrassed. Today I attended the market fair, forgot to take the appetite suppressant pill, and did not carry one with me either. A first-class spirit pellet for avoiding hunger could only sustain 3 days, exceeding that, one would still feel hungry normally. Su Tianwei smiled to indicate understanding. Suddenly, he paused. Junior brother, wait a moment. Saying this, he went inside. Yu Dongxing was somewhat curious outside about what Su Tianwei would do. He saw Su Tianwei take out 2 buns. Junior brother Yu, these buns were bought from a stall today. If you're hungry, you might as well eat these. They're just a bit cool now. Yu Dongxing looked surprised. Brother, you. Su Tianwei smiled. Cultivators can also eat things. We are not ascetics, cultivation and eating don't conflict. After tasting the delicious buns and wonton soup, he had motivation to cultivate upon returning. Now he was almost at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Yu Dongxing slightly hesitated. He was currently at the 9th level of qi condensation and had yet to reach the stage where he could avoid eating altogether. Even though he could have gone to the dining hall like other qi condensation disciples, he often forced himself not to eat anything but take a spirit pellet instead. As a result, his cultivation didn't improve, and his progress stagnated. Indeed, there was no need to force himself. Brother's words make sense. Then thank you, brother. Yu Dongxing said rather sheepishly. Su Tianwei smiled and handed over the bun. Yu Dongxing took the bun. It was indeed a bit cold. Junior brother, try it. Su Tianwei said without hesitation. Yu Dongxing took a bite, and green mixed with yellow filling came out. Yu Dongxing chewed and the fresh aroma burst in his mouth. He couldn't resist taking bite after bite. Su Tianwei laughed upon seeing Yu Dongxing's reaction. After finishing 1 bun, Yu Dongxing was about to hastily eat the second one when suddenly, the spiritual power within his body flowed into all parts of his body, like spring returning to the earth. The surroundings also changed subtly. Su Tianwei sensed the fluctuations in spiritual power, looked at Yu Dongxing's reaction, and showed a shocked expression. Junior brother, you're about to advance. Hearing this, Yu Dongxing quickly put the bun in his bosom and sat down to meditate on the spot. Su Tianwei looked at Yu Dongxing sitting cross-legged with eyes closed and thought, could eating a bun help someone advance? Thinking about how eating 2 bowls of wonton soup and more than 10 buns made his cultivation more effective. Could these buns be beneficial to cultivation? At this time, an outer sect disciple walked over. Brother Su, is brother Yu advancing? Hearing this, passing outer sect disciples were attracted to look at Yu Dongxing who was advancing right in front of Su Tianwei's door. When will they be able to upgrade their stages? Su Tianwei nodded slightly. Yu Dongxing felt the fluctuations in his spiritual power growing stronger. The barrier was already loosened and about to break through. But to the foundation establishment level, it was still a little short. Just a little more, and he could break through. What was missing? Buns. Thinking about another delicious bun left, Yu Dongxing circulated his internal spiritual power along with the surrounding qi. The surrounding qi surged toward him. Bang! Yu Dongxing opened his eyes. Su Tianwei saw the clear and bright gaze in Yu Dongxing's eyes. Congratulations, junior brother Yu, for successfully entering the foundation establishment level. Yu Dongxing's face showed joy. Thank brother Su's bun, which made me realize I don't have to force myself. Go with the flow, and success will come naturally. Without the bun, he probably wouldn't have been able to advance. Some outer sect disciples nearby envied. Congratulations, brother Yu, for entering the foundation establishment level. Can you share how you advanced? Other people also looked expectantly, though not speaking would be normal too. Yu Dongxing thought for a while. I advanced after eating the bun. Bun. Not possible, right? How can a bun be as effective as miraculous pills? Yeah. Yu Dongxing didn't say anything after hearing their words. Cultivators have different insights each person. Perhaps eating a bun wouldn't lead to insights for everyone else. Turning to look at Su Tianwei, brother Su, may I ask where you bought the buns? I want to check tomorrow. Su Tianwei nodded. I bought them from Yin Ci. He'll be at his stall tomorrow, and I'll go as well. You can join me if you'd like, though there will likely be many people tomorrow, so we should get up early. Yun Ci. Yu Dongxing thought. Could it be the Yun Ci who framed Wen Yu Miao, the junior disciple of Senior Ji Qin? Still, he didn't think too much and quickly agreed. Thank you, brother Su. I'll meet you here at dawn tomorrow. Okay. Even though it was early, if it was too late, they might not buy any. Many people didn't get them yesterday. They definitely would arrive early the next day. The outer sect disciples nearby had either returned home to cultivate, while several silently took note of Yun Ci's stall. Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing returned to the Fu Talisman Peak. At this time, they were completing the tasks assigned by Qin Yun Immortal Lady. In the spacious room, there were still over a dozen disciples. Yi Qingqing glanced at Su Wanqing and nudged her slightly. Wanqing, are you hungry? Su Wanqing shook her head. Cultivators at the construction foundation stage wouldn't feel hunger. Yi Qingqing widened her eyes and said, It's been 2 hours, it's time to eat. As she spoke, she swallowed hard. She pulled out a bun from her storage pouch. Steam was still rising off the bun. Yi Qingqing bit into it, and the filling immediately oozed out. Su Wanqing originally hadn't intended to eat, but when she smelled its fragrance, she also took out one with leek and egg filling. Senior Sister Yi, Senior Sister Su. Phew, cough, cough. Yi Qingqing choked slightly, turning her head towards the person. You scared me to death. What's up? Yun Xiaoxiao revealed an innocent look. Your food just smelled so good, we all noticed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing noticed the gazes of those in the room. Cough. Sorry everyone. I'll put it away right now. Su Wanqing had already stored the bun back into her storage pouch and continued working. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the steaming bun. Senior Sister Yi, what is this? Deliberately asking even though she knew the answer. A bun. Could you give me one? No. I'll tell the immortal lady that you're slacking off. Alright then, here's a leek and egg one, your senior sister Su likes eating it. Hee, thank you, senior sister. In just a few bites, it was finished, and Yi Qingqing eyed Yun Xiaoxiao cautiously. No more left. Yun Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. Senior sister, just tell me where you bought it, and I won't ask any more. Yi Qingqing replied sourly, from Yun Ci's stall in the west. Yun Ci. Yun Xiaoxiao widened her eyes. Thank you, senior sister. Though the others in the room didn't say anything, they were actually frantically swallowing saliva. Having heard Senior Sister Ye's words, they quietly noted it down. Chapter 21, Reactions. Haizi washed clothes until the sun set. Not until the laundry room was completely empty except for him did he slowly stand up. With a blank expression, he hung the clothes on the line before closing the door and leaving. His small figure walked along a stone path. He didn't return directly but went to a house that appeared much larger and better than those of the junior servant disciples. Haizi stretched his hand, which was wrinkled from washing, and knocked lightly on the door. Who's there? Immediately, a rough and loud voice came from inside. Haizi stood still in place, slightly lowering his head. The person inside opened the door. It was a woman who looked to be around 40, broad-shouldered and plump, with sharp eyes. She was wearing grey clothing like Haizi, though the fabric of hers seemed of better quality. Seeing Haizi, she called out softly, Manager Zhang. There were 10,000 junior servant disciples and 200 managers on the servant peak. Each manager had about 50 junior servant disciples under them, tasked with managing and distributing work to their subordinates. And Haizi was managed by Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang raised her chin high. It's you, huh? What is it? Haizi looked up at Manager Zhang. I want to wash the inner sect disciples' clothes. Oh, that's absolutely not possible, I've got my assignments perfectly organized, Manager Zhang said with a fake smile, her lips curved despite lack of sincerity. Everyone knows whose clothes one washes will determine whose one delivers them to. Inner sect disciples are wealthier than outer sect ones. With no change in his blank face, Haizi took out a bag of spirit stones and handed them to Manager Zhang. Please check if there are any available positions. Manager Zhang's eyes instantly lit up, and with a beaming smile, she took the bag of spirit stones, her eyes narrowing into a slit. Well, recently, one of the servants was allocated to feed spiritual beasts, so you can take over that position for now. Work hard. Haizi kept his emotionless gaze as his eyes dropped. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang opened the bag to see over a dozen spirit stones inside. That'd keep her gambling needs covered for half a month. Alright, I'm busy, I'll go notify someone later. After finishing speaking, she slammed the door shut. Haizi remained expressionless and walked away. Chu Zimo was happily walking back to the Alchemy Artifacts Peak while munching on roasted sausage. Just as he approached the cave residence, Chu Zimo suddenly stopped. He quickly placed the pancake in his hand and the remaining sausage into the storage pouch. This time, he had learned to be smarter. When Chu Zimo walked outside his cave, he saw Elder Qingxian. Chu Zimo praised himself inwardly and let out a smug chuckle. Master, good evening. What are you doing here? This time, I didn't come back late. Elder Qingxian didn't answer, his stern gaze fell upon Chu Zimo's shiny lips, as well as his empty hands, and humphed. You don't focus on cultivating, go copy the 9 Heavens Alchemy Artifacts method 1,000 times when you return. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot, leaving Chu Zimo to wail in despair. Elder Qingxian returned to his cave, recalling the strong aroma from Chu Zimo's body. This unfilial apprentice ate all the good stuff and didn't think of bringing any for his master. After taking a bath, Yun Xiai returned to the yard, seeing Xiao Bai standing there motionlessly and Xiao Hei shivering. What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Chiu Mi. Yun Xiai realized that this call was different from Xiao Bai's usual ones and glanced at the trembling Xiao Hei. Yun Xiai petted them both to soothe their nerves. Xiao Bai raised his paw, pointing towards the stone table. Seeing 2 fewer pancakes on the table, Yun Xiai widened her eyes. Did someone break in and steal the pancakes? Xiao Bai shook his head, Chiu Mi. It was a bird, with a powerful bloodline. Suddenly recalling the red bird that stole his steamed bun, Yun Xiai widened her eyes further. Is it a red bird? Xiao Bai paused for a moment, then nodded, Chiu Mi. Yun Xiai frowned, fine. Not only does it dare to steal food, but this stinking bird will get taught a lesson if I catch it. Finished speaking, she looked down at Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei, are you both hurt? Yun Xiai used her wood spirit force, making Xiao Bai roll on the ground due to its comforting sensation. Chiu Mi. No, don't worry. After confirming neither Xiao Bai nor Xiao Hei were injured, Yun Xiai put the remaining pancakes into her storage pouch. Tomorrow, I should set up a spirit formation. But who should I find to help me? The whispers of thought spread across the yard. Chiu Mi. Why are you hiding behind Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei? Come over. Wa bathing is really comfortable. Let's go to bed early, we need to run a stall tomorrow and earn spirit stones. Chiu Mi. Good night, Xiao Bai. Good night, Xiao Hei. Chiu Mi. Good night. Ao. Xiao Hei, no glowing light is needed. Ao. The little room turned dark again, returning to its serene stillness. Not far away, Master Ji Qing retracted his gaze and instantly disappeared. At dawn the next morning, it wasn't yet completely bright. Su Tianwei and Yu Dongsheng looked at each other wide-eyed at the empty Xianyuan square without a single stall. Senior brother Su, did we come too early? Su Tianwei felt somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, junior brother. I was just thinking about coming early yesterday and forgot the exact timing. No problem, senior brother. How about we start cultivating first? Su Tianwei nodded, and the two settled down on the spot, beginning their cultivation. Wanqing, hurry up. Yi Qingqing pulled Su Wanqing over. We came too early, Qingqing, Su Wanqing whispered softly. Tisk, that's exactly why we came so early, that way, we can be the first to buy something. Saying this, she dragged Su Wanqing towards the west. Huh. Look over there. There seem to be 2 people already here, apparently, others arrived even earlier than us. Yi Qingqing curiously observed them and said, they seem to be cultivating, let's practice cultivation as well. Sure. Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing selected a place nearby, sitting down to meditate and begin their own cultivation. A figure appeared from afar, glancing around before vanishing immediately. By the morning hour, around 7 a.m. Gradually, disciples began arriving on the square, finding their spots, tidying their small stalls, and displaying items for sale. Soon enough, more and more people gathered. By the time Yun Xiai arrived, there were already quite a few people on the square. Quick, look. Yun Xiai has arrived. Yi Qingqing spoke with excitement. Su Wanqing, Su Tianwei, Yu Dongsheng, along with a few other waiting disciples, looked over. Yun Xiai approached, noticing several familiar faces among the crowd, all of them were people who had bought buns yesterday. Now, they were staring at him with fervent anticipation. Yun Xiai, good morning. In the morning, Yun Xi's voice carried a slight nasal tone, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet, adding an even cuter aura to his face, which looked like a young boy's. It wasn't just the female cultivators whose eyes lit up with admiration, some male cultivators couldn't help but glance. Cough. Good morning, Yun Xiai. You finally arrived. Wanqing and I have been here since dawn, Yi Qingqing told Yun Xiai. Ah, so cute. Besides, Su Tianwei also said, when my junior brother and I came, there wasn't a single disciple on the square. Yun Xiai widened her eyes, that was too early, I was still sleeping. You don't need to come so early tomorrow, just come at Chen hour, 7 to 9 a.m. Su Tianwei sheepishly said, because your buns are so delicious, if I came late, I would be afraid of not getting any. Yi Qingqing nodded, exactly. Yun Xiai walked over and took out a stall from his storage pouch, arranging it while saying, I'm not selling buns today, I'm selling another kind of food. You're not selling buns today? Yu Dongxing repeated, looking somewhat disappointed. He had come for the buns, craving them warm. Even when eaten cold yesterday, they were delectable, making him imagine how stunningly amazing they must be warm. But today, he wouldn't be able to get them. The surrounding disciples also wore looks of disappointment. They hadn't even had the chance to try the buns yet, and now they weren't going to be sold. Su Tianwei regretted missing out on the buns but remembered Chu Zimo's comment that everything Yun Xiai made tasted good, which slightly lessened his disappointment. He asked, "What are you selling today?" Yun Xiai replied, "Hand-grab pancakes, also very delicious." People nearby began chattering among themselves. Hand-grab pancakes? I've never heard of this type of food. Could it be a pancake meant to be grabbed by hand? One disciple wondered. Yun Xiai couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Yes, hand-grab pancakes are indeed meant to be eaten with your hands, calling it that way didn't sound wrong. However, she remembered that the origin of the name hand-grab pancakes was from Taiwan, China. TCH, mysterious nonsense. What shabby hand-grab pancakes, as cultivators, we shouldn't eat mundane human foods, how disgraceful, said a disciple disdainfully, then left. Hearing those words, the people waiting beside Yun Xi's stall appeared rather angry. Yi Qingqing almost wanted to confront that person directly, but Yun Xiai shook her head, "Don't bother with him, I've met many people like him before and have gotten used to it. You can scold one person who acts this way, 2 of them, but when it becomes 3, 4, 5 or 6, you will only feel exhausted. If it's an entire group, you'll just choose to ignore them altogether." After listening to this, Yi Qingqing looked at Yun Xiai, realizing that Yun Xiai seemed already accustomed to this kind of treatment. She recalled the days when everyone disliked Yun Xiai before. "Yun Xiai, I thought you were no good before too. But after getting to know you, I find you really are a great person." Most importantly, she was handsome, so handsome. Su Tianwei also nodded. This person with such pure eyes doesn't seem like someone who would harm others. Some rumors must be false. Yun Xiai blinked twice, "Thank you." After pondering for a moment, she added, "You're pretty good too." Yi Qingqing. Such a perfunctory response. Chapter 22, Second Day of Vending. Yun Xiai took out the frying pan, which was quite large and capable of cooking 7 or 8 hand-grab pancakes at once. Placing the frying pan in the center of the stall, both sides were left open for seasonings and ingredients. She lit the fire under the pan to preheat it. Then, she retrieved from her storage pouch pancake wrappers, sausages, lettuce, and eggs, placing them on the right-hand side. Chili sauce, sweet bean sauce, lard, and leaves of the windfast tree were placed on the left. The windfast tree leaves were huge. After consulting books, Yun Xiai learned these leaves contained no toxins or medicinal properties. Not far from her courtyard was a forest with windfast trees, and now she would use their leaves to wrap the hand-grab pancakes. Yun Xiai scooped a lump of lard onto the frying pan with a spoon, which instantly melted. The aroma of melting lard wafted into the air. Disciples nearby caught the smell already and lined up in anticipation. Yun Xiai placed 6 pancake wrappers on the pan one by one, adding several sausages closely pressed together beside them. Fearing that the sausages wouldn't cook thoroughly, she added more scarlet fire stones beneath the sausages section of the pan. Once the first side of the pancakes turned golden yellow, Yun Xiai flipped them, cracking an egg onto each wrapper. On the other side, the sausage started changing color, filling the air with an appetizing scent. "It smells wonderful. What is that smell? Wow, what is this thing? So fragrant. It seems to come from that stall over there." "Oh, you didn't come yesterday? That's Yun Xi's stall, he sells food. The smell is incredible, let me go check." "Heaven. Too aromatic. Yun Xiai. Forget it then, I won't eat anything he makes." Not only were distant sect disciples drawn to this fragrance, but Su Tianwei standing first in line had long since swallowed his saliva. Too fragrant. He could already imagine how tasty it would be. Before long, the pancakes were cooked. Yun Xiai picked up the 6 fully cooked pancakes and set them on a plate to one side, replacing them with 6 new ones. Su Tianwei was eager to try. Yun Xiai placed a sign in front of the stall that read, "Hand-grab pancake, for 1 lower-grade spirit stone, 1 hand-grab pancake can be exchanged for 2 sausages if bought individually." She then looked at Su Tianwei and asked, "How many do you want?" After reading the sign, Su Tianwei replied, "I want 6 hand-grab pancakes and 4 sausages." Nodding, Yun Xiai noticed Su Tianwei's eyes glued to the sausage. She skewered one with bamboo sticks and handed it over. Su Tianwei smiled and took the sausage. "Be careful, it will spurt juice inside," Yun Xiai reminded him. Su Tianwei stared at the steaming, oil-bright sausage and bit into it right away. Instantly he burned his mouth and paused. He smacked his lips and couldn't resist taking a second bite. This time, he was more cautious, lightly nibbling and trying to tear off a piece of meat. The large chunks of meat inside the sausage were stretched out immediately, clearly visible fibers showing how chewy and tightly packed the texture was, releasing its sweet juices directly as he chewed. People around watched Su Tianwei's sausage closely. Is this what sausage tasted like? Good thing they came early. Those nearby who had been observing went ahead and joined the line. Having finished one sausage, Su Tianwei without hesitation said, I'd like to buy goods worth 20 spirit stones. Some behind him were just about to express dissatisfaction. But they heard Yun Ci say, each person can purchase no more than 2 lower-grade spirit stones worth. There are only 150 sausages available, I hope everyone who wants them gets some. This way, more people get to taste them, bringing more customers. Hearing this, Su Tianwei seemed a bit disappointed. However, he came early enough not to miss such delicious items. We have 2 flavors of sauce here. One is the usual sweet bean sauce used in hand-grab pancakes, the other is chili sauce. Which one would you like? However, the flavor of chili sauce is quite special. For first-timers, it's suggested to try 1 or 2, Yun Ci explained. In the end, Su Tianwei chose 4 sweet bean sauces and 2 chili sauce hand-grab pancakes. Everyone craned their necks watching Yun Ci work. First, she brushed a layer of brownish sauce on the pancake, placed sausages and a green leafy vegetable on it. As she rolled it up, they could even hear the crispy sound from the outside layer of pancake. After making one, Yun Ci wrapped it with wind-fast tree leaves and continued with the second. Could you give me that one first? Su Tianwei asked somewhat bashfully. Hearing this, Yun Ci smiled and nodded, sure, go ahead and eat. Su Tianwei eagerly grabbed it. Staring at the golden crispy exterior, he bit down hard. Crunch crunch. The pancake skin was crisp and crumbled easily, soft and layered on the inside. The aroma of lard permeated every inch of the pancake. Wrapped with juicy and sweet sausages, paired with the savory sweetness of sweet bean sauce and the fresh sweetness of green leafy vegetables. This mouthful was rich in texture, oily but utterly delicious. Delicious. So delicious. Su Tianwei praised non-stop while eating bite after bite. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongxing smelled the aroma and swallowed his saliva. How good can it be, elder brother Su? Everyone turned to look at Su Tianwei, who paused for thought and said, yesterday's buns and meatball soup, along with today's hand-grab pancakes, are the most delicious things I've ever eaten. As soon as they heard that, the crowd became more anticipatory. The smell alone told them how good it was. Yu Dongxing also bought 2 spirit stones worth. After receiving his hand-grab pancake, he couldn't wait to take a bite. Outside, the pancake skin was crunchy, and its oily aroma sent bits of flaky crust directly into his mouth. How's it taste? Is it delicious, younger brother Yu? Su Tianwei asked while eating. Yu Dongxing hurriedly nodded. Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing bought some and sat by the small table to eat hand-grab pancakes and sausages together. What kind of flavor is this? Yi Qingqing exclaimed. Su Wanqing glanced at the red substance in Yi Qingqing's hand-grab pancake. Yours must be chili sauce. Chili sauce. Ugh, this taste, it's actually quite good. Saying this, Yi Qingqing took another bite. Su Wanqing had just finished hers. Hearing it was good, she picked one brushed with chili sauce too. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wanqing began to cough uncontrollably. Her face turned red instantly, tears welling up in her almond-shaped eyes. She tried to speak but couldn't. Startled, Yi Qingqing widened her eyes. Wanqing, what happened? Her voice was loud, attracting curiosity from those nearby, wondering what exactly she ate. Hearing this, Yun Ci informed the person in front to wait a moment and walked over. You see that female cultivator, her face turns like that because she tried the spicy chili sauce flavor. Spicy chili sauce. Wow, her face is red, so frightening, I wouldn't dare buy it. The spicy chili sauce flavor is really good. The first time might feel strange, but then it becomes very stimulating. Really? The spicy sauce does taste good, but I prefer sweet bean sauce. I like the spicy sauce. Yun Ci came over and observed Su Wanqing's reaction, then glanced at the hand-grab pancake on the table and said, you probably aren't used to spicy flavors. Maybe you can't handle it. Then Yun Ci took out a bamboo tube from her storage bag and handed it to Su Wanqing. This is something I made. It will help alleviate the spiciness. Su Wanqing nodded while inhaling sharply, then took the bamboo tube. After removing the bamboo cap, a refreshing aroma suddenly wafted out. Su Wanqing had never smelled water with this kind of scent before, so she was quite surprised. But together with the spiciness in her mouth, she immediately took a sip. The water was sour, sweet, refreshing, and slightly cool. Su Wanqing felt much better. Looking at the clear liquid inside, she asked, what is this? It tastes so good. Yun Ci smiled and said, you can call it lemonade. It was discovered in the grove not far from the courtyard. The fruits were also round. By chance, she tried them once and found that they were very sour but came with a fresh taste, quite similar to modern lemons. Yun Ci picked some right away and made the lemonade. If there were ice cubes, it would be even more delicious. Lemonade? What an unusual name. Yes, I've never heard of such a name before. Yi Qingqing widened her eyes. Wanqing, let me try, please let me taste. Su Wanqing handed it over, only a small sip. Yes, yes, just a small sip, Yi Qingqing promised. After taking a sip, Su Wanqing saw that Yi Qingqing finished it, so she took it back. Yi Qingqing blinked. Wanqing, could I have another sip? Please. This drink was really too delicious. Su Wanqing was somewhat reluctant. There was only one cup, and Yun Xi wasn't selling it. Wanqing, please give me another sip, I'll treat you next time. Yi Qingqing managed to take another sip. Wow, this is really too delicious. Chapter 23, Sorry. Yun Xi was making hand-grab pancakes, and around a small stall, a crowd of people wearing white or gray disciple robes gathered. Everyone held a hand-grab pancake in one hand and a grilled sausage in the other, eating joyfully. The queue was getting longer and longer. Here, 5 hand-grab pancakes, 3 grilled sausages. Yun Xi handed the items to an inner sect disciple who was eating a hand-grab pancake. There were fine crumbs of pancake by the side of that disciple's mouth as he took it and said, Yun Xi, what you make is simply too delicious. Yun Xi was busy flipping the pancake skins and sausages. Her little face turned red due to the steamy heat. Hearing the compliment, she raised her head and smiled, thanks for the compliment. That inner sect disciple scratched his head. Yun Xi seemed really nice. Thinking about the things he did in the past, he felt ashamed. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. People around gradually stopped their discussions and looked toward him. Yun Xi questioned curiously, what happened? Why suddenly apologizing? Her hand skillfully flipped the sausage. In the past, I cursed at you, and threw snakes, yes, I'm sorry. As he said this, he shamefully lowered his head, closed his eyes, and didn't dare look up at Yun Xi's reaction. With a cultivation level of 5th tier in refining qi, he was higher than Yun Xi. Theoretically he shouldn't fear Yun Xi since Yun Xi wouldn't be able to defeat him. But recalling Yun Xi's crystal-clear eyes, he was overwhelmed with guilt. Around there were many others who had ostracized her, or even worse. In the past 2 days, they realized Yun Xi was indeed good-hearted. She was certainly not a malicious person. Upon hearing the words from that disciple, they became even quieter and bowed their heads. Yun Xi pressed her lips. She felt an intense sense of discomfort in her heart. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, filling her with injustice. Yun Xi wiped her tears and kept silent with her head low. Seeing that little boy standing there wiping his tears, everyone present mentally scolded their former self severely. They bullied Yun Xi whenever Wen Miao cried, but they never saw Yun Xi shed a tear. No one told them that Yun Xi's crying affected them so deeply, causing regret and sorrow. If they endured the ostracism and bullying from the whole sect, they might not have been able to bear it any longer. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. Yun Xi, I'm sorry. Apology after apology sounded, all around heard it. Disciples from other peaks also heard. Yun Xi raised her head, and unexpectedly her eyes remained calm, were it not for the continuous droplets of tears streaming down her cheeks. Yun Xi casually wiped away her tears. You might have said sorry to him, but he has every right not to forgive. Not all harm can be forgiven by others. Forgiveness or not is the decision of the one who has been hurt, it depends on people's choice. Yun Xi, did you hear that? They apologized, but you don't have to forgive them if you don't want to. Just choose what makes you happy. There's no need to gain everyone's approval, whether it's your master brother or Ji Qing Xinzun. Actually, you didn't do anything wrong. Even if at the end you tried to frame the protagonist and make him enter the ice cave, it wasn't wrong since he kept bothering you, right? Yun Xi murmured in her heart. Judging from the behavior of the main character over these 2 months, she gradually felt the original owner wasn't actually wrong. Just as she finished saying this, a voice sounded in Yun Xi's mind. Thank you. I've let go now. I hope you can keep going and see the sights you wish to see. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Yun Xi slightly widened her eyes, suddenly feeling something detach. Immediately afterward, she experienced a sense of the soul returning to its rightful place. It seemed as if she was Yun Xi, and Yun Xi was her. Yun Xi was a bit shocked. The crowd didn't notice Yun Xi's unusual reaction, they were still deeply blaming themselves. Although some of them didn't fully understand everything Yun Xi had said, there were parts they understood. Yun Xi had the right to choose not to forgive them because they had hurt her, yet they needed to repent for their actions, even if they had acted willingly. In the future, they would definitely treat Yun Xi much better. At this moment, a female cultivator said, "Can I say something?" Actually, Yun Xi was originally very nice to Wen Miao. She even shared things she got with him. I saw it with my own eyes, but Wen Miao turned around and threw it away immediately. Really or fake? Impossible. You're just making things up. Junior brother Wen Miao is very kind. At this point, an inner sect disciple spoke loudly. This female cultivator became a little angry. Do cultivators always speak such low-level words? Am I someone who lies? I can swear upon my heart devil that I witnessed it. Do you believe me now? Many people believed her after hearing this. That's the heart devil, once triggered, it may prevent you from seeking immortality forever. Everyone's eyes widened instantly after hearing this. But why did Wen Miao throw away the things Yun Xi gave him? Maybe Wen Miao likes being the only junior disciple. Is it possible that Wen Miao isn't like we imagine? Upon hearing this, one person hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I once saw Wen Miao smiling 1 second, then the next showing an expression that was particularly terrifying. He was shocked when he first saw it, but afterward, he heard many people say how kind Wen Miao was, so he told himself he must have been mistaken. However, indeed, he personally witnessed it. I've seen it too. How could I not have noticed it? That kind and good-natured Wen Miao really act this way? I don't quite believe it either. How could it happen? I can also swear by my heart devil. Ugh, everyone says Yun Xi envies Wen Miao, but I think it's Wen Miao who envies Yun Xi instead. Pfft. Would top-grade water spiritual root Wen Miao envy Yun Xi's upper-grade spiritual root? What does someone's moral character have to do with their spiritual root? Some people nodded in agreement. Most of them didn't have top-grade spiritual roots, most had 3 spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots, or 5 spiritual roots. If I had received all the attention initially and then suddenly lost it all, I'd probably feel sad too. But Yun Xi did try to frame junior brother Wen Miao. The person already said that Yun Xi originally shared things with Wen Miao, and Wen Miao has 2 faces. Given how good at pretending Wen Miao is, I suspect he said something to make everyone distance themselves from Yun Xi. In that case, if the person I treated sincerely wanted to drive me away to become the only junior disciple, I would have killed him without hesitation. This younger sister is truly full of righteousness. Absolutely necessary. Some people had already gained a bit of insight and changed their opinions about Wen Miao. But some still refused to believe. Purely wild guesses among those were rampant. Zhang Zijin was one of them. He didn't need to guard the sex gates today. Hearing there would be food stalls set up, he came to take a look. Instead, he unexpectedly heard people defaming junior brother Wen Miao, so he immediately declared. Don't listen to that person's nonsense. It must be because Yun Xi envied junior brother Wen Miao and made it up specifically. Or maybe it's because you're slandering just because of some trivial snacks. Pfft, truly disgracing us cultivators. The female cultivator looked innocently. I swear upon my heart devil that I did not. Yi Qingqing glared furiously and said without hesitation, the food Yun Xi made is indeed delicious, but if he has bad character, I would not buy it. However, Yun Xi's food as well as herself are both excellent. Yun Xi overheard this and blinked her eyes. Being firmly chosen by the sister made her feel so touched. Su Tianwei also nodded, as did Yu Dongsheng. Zhang Zijin was quite angry, wanting to say more. But when he looked at those people of higher rank than them, he swallowed back his words, leaving only a warning, you'll regret this. Then he ran off. Everyone rolled their eyes, turning back to look at the young boy in front of the stall. Yun Xi, we're sorry. Yun Xi, I'm a pill cultivator, and I have plenty of pills. Let me know anytime if you need them. Yun Xi, I have various talismans, I'll send some over tomorrow. Yun Xi. They hastily added their apologies. Yun Xi shook her head. All you need to do is support my stall. Hee, quite a few customers. Hearing this, they quickly nodded. Since the food Yun Xi made was so tasty, they'd be buying even without an apology. Still, apologizing made them feel much better inside. But they knew that a mere apology wouldn't erase all the wrongs done. Alright, next. Chapter 24, Popular. 3 pancakes, 2 grilled sausages. The errand disciple in front could only be described as average-looking. Yun Xi flipped the pancake upon hearing his order and nodded, sure, what flavor do you want? This disciple took a look around and replied, I've never had it before, could you recommend something for me? Yun Xi thought for a moment. 2 with sweet soybean paste, and 1 with chili sauce. Chili sauce was new for these people, so each person's tolerance might differ. The disciple nodded. Before long, Yun Xi had packaged the order up. Here, 1 spirit stone. The disciple handed over a lower-grade spirit stone, then glanced at Yun Xi while taking his food. Yun Xi was slightly puzzled. Is there something on my face? That disciple smiled. Nothing. Saying this, he left. Yun Xi was somewhat confused. I want 6 pancakes, 4 grilled sausages. 3 with sweet soybean paste, 3 with chili sauce. Sure. Could you brush chili sauce on the sausages too? Of course, you sure do know how to eat. Hee. I want 5 pancakes, 6 sausages. There were already over 50 people lining up. At the alchemy peak. Chu Zimo clutched a pen, sobbing bitterly. Master was being unfair. Making him copy so many times, he wanted to go find Yun Xi. Elder Qingxian sat in a chair, eating a pancake. The stern expression on his face softened considerably. At this moment, a disciple walked in, respectful and cautious. Smelling the aroma inside the room, he momentarily became lost in thought but quickly snapped out of it. Elder, the sect leader wishes to discuss some matters. After saying this, the disciple bowed respectfully and withdrew. Elder Qingxian finished eating one pancake, then took out another. Biting into it, he waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. In the conference hall, sect leader Zhangxuan was seated at the top. The various peak masters had already arrived. There were still a few seats empty. They waited patiently. The sect often held meetings, especially in a great sect like Xianyuan sect, where daily affairs required discussions. Humph. Elder Dantong suddenly let out a cold snort. Just then, Elder Qingxian arrived, calling out, "Sect leader." Then he walked toward his seat. Everyone noticed that Elder Qingxian still held something in his hand. Seeing Elder Qingxian, Elder Dantong immediately had an ugly look on his face. Everyone else saw this but didn't comment. It wasn't news that the relationship between these two elders wasn't good. Moments later, Elder Huayuan arrived as well. Everyone noticed that Elder Huayuan also held the same item as Elder Qingxian. What smell is that? Did someone bring snacks? Elder Huayuan saw the snack in Elder Qingxuan's hand and immediately understood that Elder Qingxian had also disguised himself to buy some. Sect leader Zhangxuan also smelled the fragrance and curiously eyed the items in the hands of Elders Huayuan and Qingxian. Are these snacks? Smelled pretty good. Elder Huayuan laughed and said, replying to sect leader, yes, these are snacks. Would sect leader mind if I ate this pancake before the meeting begins? Pancake, such a peculiar name. Sect leader Zhangxuan waved his hand. You may eat them, there's no need for so many rules. Elder Huayuan laughed. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. While waiting for others, the aroma in the great hall grew stronger. Some elders could no longer resist and swallowed their saliva. What was this thing that smelled so good? Crunch. Elder Qingxian bit into the crispy part. Gulp. The expressions on the faces of these peak masters and elders remained calm, but inside they were already swayed. The smell of handheld pancakes and grilled sausages was overwhelming, and before long they were sold out. Only the first 30-odd people managed to buy them. Those who came later and didn't get any looked dejected upon hearing that they were gone. Some who had failed to buy them for 2 consecutive days were completely frustrated. Sold out again. How many portions did he even sell? Ugh. I've waited in line for 2 days and still haven't bought any. Cloud Ci, can you make more tomorrow? That way all of us can buy some. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly nodded. Yun Ci shook her head. It's not that I don't want to make more, the ingredients are limited, and with only half a day, I can't possibly make too much by myself. This left everyone somewhat disappointed. Then they asked, what time will you set up your stall tomorrow? Yeah, we'll come earlier. Around an hour, or slightly later, Yun Ci replied. After all, she still needed to walk over here. A person named He Zi in the crowd glanced at Yun Ci once, then turned and left. Xia Zishuan had a mission today, and as soon as he finished it, he hurried over. He found that everything was already sold out. But he didn't leave. Instead, he walked straight toward Yun Ci's stall. Yun Ci thought he was coming to cause trouble again, but instead, she heard him say. Isn't there still some left? I want to buy. Yun Ci. There are only pancake skins left. And there were only around 7 or 8 pancake skins left. Xia Zishuan took out a handful of spirit stones. Then I'll have these too, I'll take them all. Yun Ci nodded. All right. She left 1 spirit stone and gave the rest to Xia Zishuan. 1 is enough. Xia Zishuan waved his hand. They're all yours. Yun Ci quietly put them away. Hey, being dumb and rich suits her fancy. People nearby couldn't help but wonder if they could do the same. Cloud Ci, I want some too. I want some too. Yun Ci shook her head. There's only enough for 1 person. Hearing this, Xia Zishuan looked smug. What flavor do you want? Yun Ci looked up at Xia Zishuan. Staring into Yun Ci's clear star-like eyes, Xia Zishuan faltered for a moment. All flavors. Yun Ci nodded and started making the pancake. The pancake skin was golden, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Yun Ci melted some lard beside it and cooked 8 fried eggs. The outside of the fried eggs was golden brown, and the yolk was right in the center. She brushed sauce on the pancake, placed a fried egg on top, and added a piece of fresh green lettuce leaf, rolling it up. The people around began to salivate when they saw it. They had caught the delicious aroma of the fried eggs. So fragrant. Xia Zishuan couldn't wait to bite into it as soon as he grabbed it. Yun Ci watched as more than half of the pancake disappeared instantly. This friend, would you be willing to sell your pancake? I'll give you 2 spirit stones. An inner sect disciple said this. Xia Zishuan shot him a look. Not for sale. He hadn't even eaten enough himself yet. Yun Ci was tidying up her stall. Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing walked over. Cloud Ci. Yun Ci blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qingqing, who smiled brilliantly. What's up? Yi Qingqing, acting coquettishly, said, do you have any lemonade left? Wanqing and I both found it very tasty and want to buy a few more cups. Su Wanqing nodded. It really tasted wonderful. Let me check, Yun Xi said. Okay. Yun Xi used her divine sense to probe her storage bag and found that there were indeed some left, just 2 cups. She took them out. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing immediately beamed with happiness. How many spirit stones? I'll pay you. Yi Qingqing reached out her waist and took out a storage bag. Yun Xi smiled. No spirit stones needed, it's on the house. Thank you for standing up for me. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing waved her hand. No problem, that's what I truly feel. I'm Yi Qingqing, and if you need anything, feel free to find me anytime. Yun Xi blinked her eyes and smiled radiantly. Sure. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing blushed again. It was hard to imagine how popular Yun Xi would become among female cultivators in the future. Alas. Certain people, could it be possible that he's male instead? Chapter 25, Black Z. In the afternoon, Yun Xi was preparing for what she would sell on the 3rd day. There came a sudden knock at the door. Yun Xi thought it was Chu Zimo, but when she opened the door, she found that it was the thin young boy who had bought her buns and wonton soup the day before. He was wearing the uniform of a chore disciple, and he had a large bag on his back. She didn't know what was inside the bag. Yun Xi felt like that bag was probably heavier than its bearer. When Black Z saw Yun Xi open the door, he said, I've come to collect clothes that need washing. Clothes that need washing. Yun Xi recalled that soon after she came here, a chore disciple did indeed come looking for clothes that needed washing. But she refused. After that, no one had come again. Yun Xi looked puzzled. I remember the person fetching the clothes, wasn't you? Black Z nodded. That person has been assigned to another department. Ah. Yun Xi said, I can wash them myself. That way, you can have less work. She preferred washing her own clothes. Upon hearing this, Black Z didn't nod. Instead, his hands gripped his clothing tightly. His face showed hesitation. What's wrong? Yun Xi asked, confused by his reaction. Black Z lowered his head, his malnourished body looking frail. But, the last person was checked by the supervisor because they didn't wash your clothes, and I'm afraid I'll be reassigned too. Yun Xi widened her eyes in shock, is that true? But I volunteered. Damn, getting reassigned just for not washing clothes. What kind of life do these chore disciples live? Black Z continued, we have a daily workload. After hearing this, Yun Xi noticed the fear on the boy's face and cursed the supervisor under her breath for being heartless. Immediately afterward, she nodded vigorously, wait a moment, I'll go get some clothes for you. Black Z nodded. While grumbling about how stupid the rules were, Yun Xi headed back inside. Only then did Black Z raise his head to glance around the yard. Suddenly, his eyes met with those of a pure white beast sitting on the stone table. When Yun Xi emerged, Black Z once again lowered his head. Yun Xi handed over the clothes, here, I changed into these yesterday and cast a cleaning spell on them. They should not be dirty. A quick rinse will do. Each inner sect disciple had 2 sets of seasonal outfits for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Yun Xi took out a set. Black Z accepted them and said, all right. Seeing him place the large pack he'd been carrying onto the ground, Yun Xi opened it curiously and found that it was full of uniforms belonging to inner sect disciples just like him. Yun Xi stared curiously and asked, won't these get mixed up? Black Z shook his head, names are written on the cuffs. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi raised her hand in surprise, they really are there. I'm just noticing now. Hearing Yun Xi's clear and cute voice, Black Z curved the corner of his lips slightly. Black Z placed Yun Xi's set of clothes on top and tied the bag securely, putting it back on his back once more. Yun Xi looked at Black Z, who appeared even smaller compared to her, and asked, how old are you? 15. The same age as her. Thinking about the long mountain road, Yun Xi asked further, do you walk back? Black Z nodded, pausing momentarily, and said. It's fine. It's not that far, just 3 hours. 6 hours. By the time he walks back, it'll be dark outside. Yun Xi was shocked, do you always have to walk this distance every day? Yeah. And these clothes? Won't he have to wash them right after returning? As far as she knew, chore disciples were ordinary people without cultivation talent, meaning they must sleep every day. After washing all these clothes, what time will he even be able to sleep? Black Z glanced up at the sky, it's indeed rather late already, when I return, others might lock the door again. He said this and turned to leave. Yun Xi's expression grew angrier. Was there bullying going on too? Hey, wait. Yun Xi called out to Black Z. Black Z stopped and asked, what is it? Yun Xi questioned hesitantly, if your dorm mates lock the door when you return, where will you stay? Black Z looked bewildered, I don't know, I'll just sit outside. It gets light quickly. What kind of life is this? TSK. How about you stay here for the night? You can go back tomorrow morning. Black Z's black eyes gradually brightened. Yun Si continued without looking at him, though I only have a small bed here, we might have to squeeze together. Should still fit though. Alright. Black Z nodded. Yun Si blinked in astonishment. Why did he agree so quickly? He didn't pay much attention. Alright, come in then. And just like that, Black Z entered Yun Si's little courtyard. Black Z came in and seemed a bit at a loss, standing still in the same spot. Xiao Bai jumped into Yun Si's arms. Xiao He seemed curious about someone entering the yard and ran over, then went back again. Yun Si went up to Black Z, taking him by the hand and leading him to the stone table. It's fine, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Looking at the oversized bag that was practically weighing its bearer sideways, Yun Si said, put that on the ground, it looks awfully heavy on your back. Saying so, Yun Si moved to take the items down from his shoulders. When she first picked it up, she almost couldn't hold it, but it was Black Z who reached out quickly to lift it up again, preventing the heavy pack from pressing back onto his shoulder. Yun Si awkwardly smiled. Seems a bit heavy, huh? Black Z looked at Yun Si's smile, without saying anything. On the refining peak. Elder Qingxian hadn't even entered when he heard Chu Zimo's wailing. Chu Zimo, upon seeing Elder Qingxian enter, immediately stopped yelling, Master, you've arrived. Elder Qingxian looked severe, sharply voicing, howling like a ghost. What sort of behavior is this? Isn't it just copying 1,000 times? Humph. Chu Zimo sobbed, but that's the Nine Heavens artisan method, Master. It has millions of characters. Suddenly, Chu Zimo caught a whiff of a smell, Master, did you have hand-grab pancakes just now? Sigh, shouldn't Yun Si be selling hand-grab pancakes today? Master, could you give me one? Thinking about the taste of the hand-grab pancake, he swallowed his saliva. Elder Qingxian snorted coldly, not done copying yet, how dare you eat? Here's Bei Gudan. Having said that, he turned and left directly. Chu Zimo burst into tears. Master was too harsh. That evening, Yun Si made a large pot of braised green beans noodles, a dish of red braised ribs, and a side of spicy sour pickled potato strips. Once the braised green beans noodles were ready, the yard was filled with their delicious aroma. Yun Si didn't enjoy overly dry braised green bean noodles. Just before they were cooked completely, he would add some previously reserved broth back into the pan, letting them simmer for a bit longer. This way, every single strand of noodle would be covered in flavorful sauce. Black Z helped Yun Si bring out the dishes. Before long, the two of them, along with the beast, sat down in front of the stone table. In front of each person was a generously large bowl of braised green beans noodles. There were beautifully prepared red braised ribs that smelled wonderful, and the sour and spicy potato strips that were perfect as an appetizer. Black Z stared at these dishes, his eyes not moving away. Yun Si handed him chopsticks, eat, there's still a lot more in the pot. Upon receiving the chopsticks, Black Z said, thank you. Yun Si shook her head while smiling, try it first, see if it's tasty. Xiao Bai had already started eating with big mouthfuls. Black Z bent his head and ate a bite of green beans drenched in soup, then another piece of rib. It's delicious. Afterward, he never raised his head again, eating quickly. Yun Si was chewing on the ribs, pulling lightly, the meat separated smoothly from the bone. Eat more, you're too thin. Upon hearing this, Black Z froze. Looking at Yun Si carefully enjoying the ribs, his dark eyes brightened, Yun Si laughed, by the way, how long have you been here at Xianyuan sect? Black Z thought for a moment, over 10 years now, I've been here since I was very young. My family couldn't support me anymore, so they sold me. They got 1 or 2 taels of silver for me. That family wasn't kind either. Vaguely, I remember their wife being beaten to death by the husband. Later, he started beating me, so I ran away. I somehow ended up outside the gates of Xianyuan sect. Upon hearing this, Yun Si felt even more sympathetic toward the boy in front of her. Eat more. She gave him several pieces of ribs, until the bowl was nearly full to overflowing. Black Z kept his head lowered with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 26. After dinner, Yun Si continued preparing things she intended to sell tomorrow. The shiny Xiaohe was running around the yard. Yun Si was making steamed pork dumplings this time, wrapping fresh meat and pigskin jelly together. Once they are steamed, the pigskin jelly melts, creating juice-filled dumplings. Yun Si skillfully made the dumplings. Black Z and Xiao Bai sat beside Yun Si watching her work. This time, Yun Si decided to make and steam them simultaneously. Every batch of 20 would be ready right as the previous one finished. Steaming takes only about 10 minutes for these juice-filled dumplings. Yun Si inspected the freshly steamed crystal-clear buns, using chopsticks to poke at them, which made them tremble. Yun Si picked one up, blew on it, took a bite cautiously, and the soup inside spilled out. She sipped it. Very good, they turned out excellently. Choo-choo. Me too, I want some. Xiaobai tugged at her clothes. Wait a bit, Xiaobai, it's still hot. Yun Xi took out 2 plates. Considering they had already eaten dinner, she didn't make too many, placing 5 soup buns for each. Placing them on the stone table, one portion was set in front of Xiaobai, and another before Haizi. Xiaobai, blow on it first before eating. Haizi stared slightly stunned at the crystal-clear buns. These were different from what he ate yesterday. These are soup buns, they have broth inside. Be careful when eating. Yun Xi reminded him. Thank you. Haizi said quietly. Yun Xi smiled with a tender gaze. She then got up to pack more buns. 10 soup buns per serving, placed on the leaves of the fengxing tree, then stored away to be taken out tomorrow for sale. Yun Xi picked up her speed while wrapping the buns. Pot after pot came out. Haizi sat quietly there as Yun Xi worried about the late hour. I might take a little longer. If you're sleepy, you can go to sleep. You don't need to wait for me. Haizi lowered his head. I'll sleep in a bit. Yun Xi nodded and continued packing the buns. Brother Zhang, is there really a dark light hippo beast here? Wen Miao looked around gently. Zhang Zijin nodded, I've seen it with my own eyes. That's the glow of a dark light hippo beast, little brother Wen wanted it not too long ago. Wen Miao looked shy, I didn't expect brother Zhang would remember. Zhang Zijin's voice was soft, I remember every word little brother Wen Miao says. Wen Miao smiled softly. As they walked, Zhang Zijin stopped. Right there, little brother Wen Miao, look. There must be a dark light hippo beast in that courtyard. Wen Miao saw it, realizing the light truly was emitted by a dark light hippo beast. He'd wanted a dark light hippo beast for a long time, his courtyard needed it. The more Wen Miao looked at the yard, the more familiar it seemed. Rear Mountain. Wasn't Yun Xi living here? Yun Xi had it before him. Why should he have it? Wen Miao's expression showed hesitation. Brother Zhang, but it looks like someone else is keeping the dark light hippo beast. Zhang Zijin replied, the spirit energy here is much weaker than elsewhere, the people living here aren't very powerful. If it doesn't work out, we could trade something for it. Wen Miao's eyes twinkled, I remember this place belongs to Yun Xi, he was removed from the immortal rank list and moved to the rear mountain. Yun Xi. If it's Yun Xi, that makes things easier. He could just seize it and gift it to his little brother. By the time Yun Xi complained, he'd simply claim it was unowned. Who let Yun Xi anger him? At this thought, Zhang Zijin's face twisted into a sly smile. What's wrong, brother Zhang? Wen Miao looked puzzled. Nothing, I'll help little brother Wen Miao take it over, Zhang Zijin said. Wen Miao shook his head, his eyes brimming with moisture. No need, brother Zhang. I don't want it anymore. Looking at Wen Miao's expression, Zhang Zijin became even more determined to go through with it. He slandered you before too, consider this a lesson for him. Wait for me here, little brother. Saying this, he went ahead directly. Wen Miao stayed still in his spot. Yun Xi was making dumplings when Xiaobai suddenly stood up, looking towards the door, chirping softly. Yun Xi noticed, but before he could say anything. Bang! The wooden door was violently pushed open from outside. Yun Xi stood up as well, looking towards the direction of the entrance. Seeing Zhang Zijin, his face was filled with caution. What do you want? Zhang Zijin scanned the area, spotting the glowing Darklight River Horse Beast on the ground. I'm here to get the Darklight River Horse Beast. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, or you'll regret it. We still haven't settled the scores from last time either. Yun Xi frowned. On their side, they had an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, a palm-sized Xiaobai, a dumbfounded Darklight River Horse Beast, and Yun Xi himself at cultivation level 3 of refining qi. None of these were enough to deal with someone at the foundation establishment level. What should be done? At this moment, Yun Xi realized how crucial cultivation was. Damn, if only he'd focused more on cultivation earlier. But thinking about this now wouldn't help. Zhang Zijin smirked smugly, you're scared now, aren't you? A few days ago, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Haizi raised his head, his dark eyes locking onto Zhang Zijin. Yun Xi's mind raced furiously. Should he beg? Ah, screw that, though sometimes he was timid, begging someone like Zhang Zijin was out of the question. Give Xiaohei to him? Absolutely not. So what to do, what to do? An idea struck him. Yun Xi turned to Zhang Zijin, harming a sekmate is a serious offense. Zhang Zijin grinned arrogantly, who said I want to harm anyone? All I want is that Darklight River Horse Beast. Just hand it over wisely and stop me from taking it by force. Oh, this one. Xiaohei has already been contracted by me. Yun Xi waved a hand. Contracted? Zhang Zijin didn't believe it, impossible. Hurry up and bring it over. Never, I already said it's been contracted. Yun Xi frowned. Zhang Zijin became anxious and directly started to channel his spiritual power without hesitation. Yun Xiai looked on guard as he took out the stone that Ji Qing Xianzuan had given to the previous owner from his storage pouch. Zhang Zijin rushed towards Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai used the stone to block the attack, at the same time Xiao Bai jumped up, waving its claw. Zhang Zijin saw that Yun Xiai was blocking the attack with something, his eyes hardened instantly as he aimed for a second strike. Before he could launch another attack, his body suddenly felt unusually light. Everyone watched as Zhang Zijin flew out like a kite whose string had been cut. Yun Xiai stared wide-eyed at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai landed on the ground, jumping into Yun Xi's arms, and rubbed against him. Chirp. The bad guy is gone. Yun Xiai picked up Xiao Bai, examining it up and down. Xiao Bai, you're actually this powerful. Chirp. Xiao Bai's purple pupils reflected Yun Xi's astonished face. I can be even more powerful when I recover. Whoa, Xiao Bai, you're amazing. Chirp chirp. The courtyard echoed with Yun Xi's cheers. Xiao Bai, in the future if there are bad guys again, just help me drive them away. Yun Xiai said. Chirp. Okay. Not far away. When Miao waited for Zhang Zijin to get the dark light river horse beast for him but didn't see Zhang Zijin come back. Suddenly, he saw a figure flying out of Yun Xi's yard. That was Zhang Zijin. When Miao's eyes filled with disbelief. It was impossible. Impossible. How could Yun Xiai, only at cultivation level 3 of refining qi, possibly beat Zhang Zijin? When Miao did not believe it, bit his lip, and finally just left. Chapter 27, Sleeping. Midnight. The moonlight poured down, landing softly in the quiet little courtyard. The stars dotted the sky. Inside the house. Yun Xiai pulled out a quilt from the cabinet and looked at Haizi who stood motionlessly nearby. Here, this is for you. It's also clean. Haizi nodded and gently received the quilt with both hands, holding it closely. Still, he didn't move. Seeming somewhat at a loss. Yun Xiai felt a little awkward too, but then thinking they were both kids now, she pushed the feeling aside. Can you sleep on the inside? I'm not a very steady sleeper, Yun Xiai blinked her star-like eyes. Haizi nodded and walked to the bed with the quilt. Looking at Yun Xi's clean bedding, Haizi lowered his head. Placing the quilt gently on it, then bent down to remove his outer robe and placed it on the floor, climbing into the bed under the covers. Yun Xiai noticed Haizi's overly thin body, even his underclothes hung loosely. Too skinny. Is this what servant disciples look like? No, he remembered those servant disciples who bought items from him all looked quite strong. Only Haizi was so small and thin. Yun Xi's bed wasn't big, spacious enough for an adult but would require two people to be close together. Thankfully, they were both slim, no need for crowding, lying flat, their shoulders would just barely touch. Yun Xiai also took off her shoes and outer clothes. Why is your clothes on the ground? Haizi heard and looked over, seeing Yun Xiai pick up his grey clothes and place them with hers on the stool. Haizi, looking at the piled-up clothes, his dark eyes gleamed. Yun Xiai climbed into bed as well, Haizi moved closer to the inner side. Feeling part of his body suspended in air, Yun Xiai also shifted closer inward. This was better. Yun Xiai turned around and found Haizi looking at her. In the darkness, those eyes shone particularly brightly. Yun Xiai suddenly thought that Haizi's eyes were very beautiful, his features were good as well, just too dark. What am I thinking about? Haizi seemed unsure of what to do being caught staring, quickly diverted his gaze. Ha sleepy, let's go to sleep, Yun Xiai yawned, turning her back to Haizi. Haizi gave a slight affirmative sound, also rolling onto his side. Xiao Bai lay on the table near the window. There was complete silence in the room. Only the sounds of birds and beasts flying outside broke the stillness. Haizi listened to Yun Xi's soft breathing next to him, tugged the blanket lightly. A faintly pleasant scent wafted, leaving Haizi slightly stunned. He tugged the blanket again. It wasn't the smell of soap nuts. The person next to him moved a little suddenly. Haizi stopped moving. Yun Xiai rolled over, seemingly feeling hot, stretching out a leg, straddling the blanket. The shallow breathing grew nearer. Haizi didn't move. After a while, Haizi turned over. Facing Yun Xiai and looking at her. With the moonlight outside, he could see Yun Xi's pale and tender face along with her delicate eyebrows and eyes. In the darkness, his black eyes were bright. Seeing the leg Yun Xiai had exposed, Haizi gently covered it with the blanket. After an unknown length of time, Haizi finally closed his eyes. The room was filled with faint breathing sounds. 2 hours later. A figure suddenly appeared in the small house. Ji Qing Xianzuan looked indifferently at the person sprawled out on the bed with arms and legs all over the place, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. In contrast, the person inside was much more disciplined when sleeping. Ji Qing Xianzuan waved his hand, and something flew out. If Yun Xiai had been awake, she would have recognized it as the stone that had blocked 2 of the attacks for her. At the same time, an identical stone flew back. Ji Qing Xianzuan held the object in his hand. Before leaving, he glanced at the window, his expression calm. In an instant, he disappeared. Near the window, Xiao Bai's fur bristled as if preparing to pounce. On closer inspection, its eyes also revealed traces of fear. The next day, when Yun Xi woke up, she found the bed beside her already empty, with the quilt neatly folded. She stretched her limbs, assuming the young boy was outside. Getting up, she went out and realized he was gone. She was surprised momentarily. Had he returned so early? Not thinking too much about it, she still needed to set up her stall today. She quickly brushed her teeth with tooth powder and washed her face, changing into fresh clothes. In the morning, Yun Xi had cooked a pot of green vegetable and lean meat porridge, taking out yesterday's steamed buns. For Xiaohe, she picked fresh vegetables, cutting them and putting them in the bowl. For Xiao Bai, she poured a large bowl of porridge and left 20 buns aside. However, Yun Xi noticed that something seemed off with Xiao Bai today, though she couldn't exactly point out what. Yun Xi placed her porridge in a bamboo tube. Seeing that Xiao Bai seemed fine, it was already 10 hour now. Yun Xi prepared to go to the square for breakfast. Considering a bit, she packed some rice, lean meat, and green vegetables and took some bamboo tubes. There was no space left. Yun Xi had to hold them in her hands. When Xiao Bai saw Yun Xi about to leave, it let out a call. Yun Xi instructed, if it's not enough, there's still one bowl in the pot. Chirp. After saying this, Yun Xi locked the door and hurried towards the Xianyuan Square, carrying the bamboo tubes in her hands. At this time, Xianyuan Square. Every stall on the east side had only a few people. A spot on the west side was crowded with people. Huh? Elder Fu hasn't set up his stall, one inner disciple asked curiously. To buy pills, come back at noon. Fu Ji has gone to the west. A neighboring stall said. The inner disciple's expression showed confusion. To the west. Is he setting up a stall there? Then I'll check it out there. Thank you. Not really, it seems like you don't know. The inner disciple hesitated, then smiled and said, I've been on missions these last couple of days, so I just came today. The neighbor at the stall gave a look that confirmed his suspicions before explaining, on the west side, Yun Xi is selling food, extremely fresh and delicious. They've all gone to buy from him. The inner disciple blinked, food? Then he glanced at the sitting figures. Then why hasn't this fellow gone? I paid a servant 5 spirit stones to buy for me. He's currently in line, replied the stall owner, his thoughts turning to the food. Expectation crossed his face. Hee, I wonder what kind of delicacy they are serving today. Yesterday's pancake was great too. Lin Mu thought about it for a moment, thanked them, and decided to go to the west side and check it out. The neighbor at the stall shook their head. It's definitely too late now. West side. Crowds buzzed, bustling with energy. The disciplinary hall disciples appeared to maintain order. The members of the disciplinary hall were always around, however, they usually patrol once at designated times and only intervene when certain issues arise. Just like now. This is my spot, I got here first than you. What? Say that again, I clearly got here first. Want to fight? Bring it on. Let's go to the arena. The disciplinary hall people noticed and were just about to stop them when they heard shouts. Go on, who's scared? Let me finish queuing first, and then I'll go. Me too, finish queuing first. I want to eat the pancake. Does this fellow enjoy eating pancakes too? You do. The disciplinary hall people. They looked speechless as they maintained order elsewhere. Line up. Line up according to the first-come first-served basis. Good grief, what treasure could this be? Why are there so many people? Last year's silver moon sword wasn't even like this. And that was an extraordinary spiritual weapon, just a step away from being divine. One disciple of the disciplinary hall complained. Selling food? You don't know. Food? So many people queuing just for some food. He had been out on a mission, and upon returning, found eating had become popular in the sect. Moreover. What's so good about food? Cultivators don't need to eat. The person beside him nodded. That's true. Can you hold my place? I'll go and queue. With so many people, I wonder if I can still buy anything. And with that, he headed to the back of the line. That enforcement disciple stared blankly. Isn't it just food? Su Tianwei and Yu Dongsheng were positioned in the middle of the line. Yu Dongsheng sighed looking at the long queue. Looks like we'll need to come even earlier tomorrow. Su Tianwei nodded. Who wouldn't agree? Today they had arrived earlier than yesterday, yet somehow, more than 20 people were already waiting at the square. Where is Yun Xi? Yes, where is she? Don't worry, wait a little longer, it doesn't matter. Yesterday's hand-grabbed pancake and grilled sausage were absolutely delicious. I want more. I want the steamed bun from the day before yesterday, especially the meat-filled one. It was so fragrant I've never tasted such a delicious bun. Don't talk about it, I'm already craving something. The line stretched across the passage, with clever vendors setting up their stalls nearby. Sometimes, while idly waiting in line, the disciples would take a look at these stalls and purchase items if they fancied them. Even near Yunxi's stall, there were more people compared to other areas. Some wanted to seize Yunxi's spot. But those of higher rank all refused. Chapter 28, Gu Yan. As everyone kept looking for Yunxi, her small figure soon appeared, causing instant cheers among the crowd. Yunxi's here. Yunxi. Over here. Wow, finally. Even before Yunxi approached, she could hear the bustling noise from the square. Seeing those enthusiastic disciples waving and shouting to her. Yunxi. Who would have thought these people came for food? Anyone uninformed might assume she was some celebrity. Perhaps she'd already become well known within the sect, though the reputation may not have been entirely positive. As Yunxi walked over, under the passionate gazes of the crowd, she set up her stall. Did you all come so early? She asked curiously as she placed her things. No way to get a position without coming early, one replied. Wasn't yesterday supposed to be Chen hour? But I came at Yin hour. I did too. I left my cave residence at Chou hour. Yin hour? Yunxi was shocked. Wasn't this around 3 or 4 in the morning? Half the night spent queuing. Chou hour, 1 or 2 o'clock. Yunxi wanted to ask, are you guys preparing for graduate school? Yunxi arranged her small stand. Looking ahead, it might take a while. She needed to prepare the porridge. That morning, she decided the rice porridge would pair wonderfully with soup-filled dumplings. Those ahead smiled, no problem, no problem. After waiting for 2 hours already, this extra bit of time didn't matter. Yunxi started getting things ready. From her storage bag, she took a bamboo tube filled with clean well water, pouring its contents into the pot. Infusing her spiritual energy into the red firestone, the large flame boiled the water, after which she added pre-washed rice to the 2 pots. Then she took out the lean meat, slicing it into strips and seasoning it with marinades. She also chopped the young bok choy and set it aside. Gradually, the crowd fell silent, watching the skilled movements of the young boy behind the stall. The large kitchen knife seemed oddly mismatched with this 15-year-old youth. But Yunxi wielded it with remarkable proficiency, leaving residual images of speed. This chopping skill, impressive. I passed by the human realm a few years ago. The cook there was over 60 and couldn't cut nearly as well as Yunxi. Look at the bok choy pieces, each is exactly the same size. What dish is this? Don't know, seems like boiling porridge. Cooking porridge only needs some rice, why bother cutting the meat and vegetables? It's probably another unique cooking method. Gu Yan stopped his flying sword mid-air, looking down at the busy little figure below. The fiery red hair was dazzling. He maneuvered his flying sword downwards. It's Gu Yan. Why has Gu Yan come? The surrounding disciples, upon seeing the red-haired youth, instinctively made a wide path for him. Gu Yan's eyes were fierce, and he radiated an aura of unruly arrogance. The disciples hurriedly moved back. Everyone watched as he walked towards Yunxi's stall. Gu Yan seems to be going to find Yunxi. Could it be that Yunxi bullied Wen Miao again? What nonsense are you saying? Haven't you learned from the hearsay before? Sorry, I spoke wrongly. Some female cultivators, upon seeing Gu Yan, couldn't take their eyes off him. The most handsome person in the 9 provinces continent is none other than Ji Qing Xianzuan and a few of his apprentices, one female cultivator sighed. Yeah. There are always better people out there. Perhaps there are even more handsome ones, we just haven't seen enough of the world, an inner disciple mused. The person beside him said, do you really think there are others who look as good as them? Do you think anyone could surpass Gu Yan and the others in looks? That inner disciple, seems like there indeed isn't. Isn't that settled then? And isn't Ji Qing Xianzuan already the ultimate? Do you think there's anyone else above him? Yeah. And don't forget Si Qingxian. Regardless of power, based on looks alone, he and Ji Qing Xianzuan are equally attractive. Yeah. Agreed. But Si Qingxian is too cold. What do you know? Talented people are all like this. I suddenly envy Wen Miao so much, having the strongest master in the cultivation world protecting him and 5 elder brothers pampering him. Yunxi saw Gu Yan walking over. Gu Yan's eyes carried signs of impatience, and Yunxi noticed. But he didn't care. The original owner had completely disappeared, taking away all feelings of disappointment, pain, or anger. All that was left was himself, someone who didn't care about the affection of masters or elder brothers. Gu Yan was surprised by Yunxi's calm reaction. The young man didn't believe it. Remembering the time when a certain boy cried in front of him sorrowfully, asking why he no longer cared for him, he didn't believe Yunxi could act so calm in front of him. Pretending, right? The boy stood there proudly, waiting for the other party to initiate conversation. It became quieter around them, with only the sound of Yunxi cooking remaining. Yunxi ignored him, treating him as if he didn't exist. As the porridge reached its thick consistency, the aroma of rice immediately wafted through the air. With a spoon, Yun Xiai stirred, adding the marinated shredded meat. After the meat changed color, the chopped greens were added, followed by a bit of salt for seasoning. During the wait, he took out his breakfast from the storage bag. Upon opening it, he drank slowly, savoring each small sip. The taste was perfect, slightly salty yet light and refreshing. The marinated meat was cooked without any trace of fishiness, making it not only delicious but also warming to the stomach. Gu Yan realized that Yun Xiai truly wasn't paying him any attention. Frowning, he said, "Hey. Are you still using this storage bag? Little brother Wen Miao already has a new one, and I gave one to every elder brother." Yun Xiai continued drinking his porridge. Gu Yan, annoyed by being ignored, flared up, his face showing irritation. The crowd noticing, retreated further back. "Hey. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something?" At this, Yun Xiai finally looked at him, expressionless. "Oh. What business is it of his?" "Yun Xiai, stop pretending. Deliberately not speaking to me. Do you think I care?" Yun Xiai raised his eyes to look at Gu Yan, her expression innocent. "I don't care." "You thought what?" Gu Yan smirked arrogantly. "I only care about little brother Wen Miao." "Ah, if you don't care, go away. Don't affect my business." As he spoke, Yun Xiai checked if the porridge was ready, then took out a clean bamboo tube and ladled a portion into it. The fragrant smell of the porridge spread quickly, growing stronger. Then, Yun Xiai took out some soup dumplings and placed a portion in front as display, preparing for customers to buy instantly, ensuring they tasted fresh from the pot, the soup scalding hot. Even Gu Yan smelled it and swallowed saliva unconsciously. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly shifted focus and grew irritated. "Do you think I wanted to come? I'm here today to tell you, you're no match for little brother Wen Miao. He is much kinder than you." Having said that, the surroundings grew even quieter. Yun Xiai, ladling the porridge, bowed her head, hiding his expression. Heavens, does Gu Yan hate Yun Xiai this much? Serves him right. Isn't it because Yun Xiai bullied Wen Miao? Is Yun Xiai starting to pretend? Use your brain, some people don't even know they're being used. You don't know how skillfully little brother Wen Miao can pretend. Didn't you see with your own eyes? Besides, ever since he came, though it seems like he's the one getting bullied on the surface, in reality, Yun Xiai is the one bearing the most. Humph, if you want no one to know, stop doing things yourself. I feel like Yun Xiai must be very sad. I think these words might be a bit too much. Is Yun Xiai going to cry? Ah. A female cultivator said worriedly. Gu Yan heard these words and became even more irritated. Shut up. He was the clearest about what Wen Miao had done and not done. These people were talking nonsense. Suddenly, it became quiet around them. Gu Yan's eyes and brows showed his irritation as he recalled the time Yun Xiai cried. Suddenly, he felt flustered. In fact, after saying those words, he was also a bit regretful. Yun Xiai lifted her head, her star-like gaze glancing at him for a moment. Go find whoever you fancy, it has nothing to do with me. I'm telling you today, I won't bother chasing after any of you guys from now on. From this day forward, each of us goes our separate ways. Then she called out, next customer. Gu Yan was filled with disbelief, feeling like his heart had been pierced. He thought Yun Xiai was playing tricks again. But he chose to ignore that look which made his heart feel uneasy. Turning around, he walked away directly. The crowd stepped aside to let him pass. As Gu Yan's figure disappeared in the distance, Yun Xiai rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. What pretense? Pfft. And he dared to say she wasn't as good as little brother Wen Miao, turning blind so young. When she gained enough strength, she'd beat him until he begged for mercy. Humph. Chapter 29, Man Can Conquer Destiny. After Gu Yan left, the surrounding crowd finally relaxed. The first person in line hesitantly asked, Yun Xiai, are you alright? Yun Xiai smiled brightly. I'm fine. But before. Didn't you always care deeply about those elder brothers? To the point where even when facing them, you acted very humbly. This was what everyone else was thinking too. Seeing Yun Xiai laugh without worry, they believed she was just trying to hold up strong. Yun Xiai shook her head. I really am fine. I no longer care about anyone, truly. Afraid they wouldn't believe her, Yun Xiai looked extremely resolute. Seeing Yun Xi's earnest expression, the crowd was completely shocked. Yun Xiai actually said she doesn't care anymore. Heaven forbid. Even an alliance between righteous paths and demonic ways would be easier to believe than Yun Xiai saying such words. I must have gone mad. How could Yun Xiai not care about Si Qingxian? I don't believe it, I refuse to believe it. It's impossible. Yun Xiai replied curtly. Yes. The crowd exclaimed. TCH, just listen to him pretending. Don't you remember who once shamelessly clung to Si Qingxian, sending letters and looking at him with disgusting eyes? Everyone knows. That's right. If I were Si Qingxian, I'd be sick of it by now. Exactly. Haven't you seen how Si Qingxian deliberately stays far from him? With their words still fresh, a few pairs of disdainful eyes stared at Yun Ci. How dare someone of lowly status like her fancy liking senior brother Si? Aren't you some stray dogs, barking here? Yi Qingqing said while folding her arms. What did you say? One of them became angry. Calling them dogs? So what? If I didn't, why are you all yapping here so early in the morning? You act as if you have nothing better to do. How old are you guys anyway? With such lousy talents, how did you even become inner disciples? Some outer disciples are way stronger than you. You should focus on cultivation instead of wasting time barking here. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes. The young miss is absolutely correct, go waste your energy elsewhere, Su Tianwei said gravely. Su Wanqing and Yu Dongxing nodded as well. More and more people began talking, among whom were both inner disciples and outer disciples, as well as those wearing the robes of enforcement hall disciples from the precept division. When the latter two groups saw the inner disciples, they fell silent. They looked toward Su Tianwei's group. What qualifications do you outer disciples have to criticize us inner disciples? You should be respectful when you see me, understand? Filthy wastes, inferior beings like you. There was an unwritten hierarchy within the sect. Menial laborers were lower than outer disciples, who in turn were beneath inner disciples. Because of innate talent differences, many inner disciples felt superior to outer ones. The outer disciples in the crowd lowered their heads. Those few regained their sense of superiority. Yun Ci eyed them disdainfully. Are you going to call yourself a waste again? They have been working hard for decades without change. Haven't you seen some people's strength surpassing yours already? I think all of you rely on titles just for a sense of superiority. Cultivation is not only about talent, but also about chance and perseverance. Talent is something you are born with, but I believe one phrase, man can conquer destiny. Humph. Yun Ci loudly proclaimed, her star-like eyes shining with light. Hee, 9 years of compulsory education hasn't been wasted, he could even use idioms now. The crowd was left speechless. They stared blankly at that young boy. Their minds were filled with the sentence, man can conquer destiny. Su Tianwei froze immediately, looking down at his own hands. That's right, why couldn't he challenge limits either? Without good talent, he still had chances and determination to persevere. Who? He felt the spiritual force within him begin to fluctuate. It grew increasingly stronger. Was he about to advance in cultivation? Dear heavens, look over there, he's about to ascend. What enlightenment did he receive to actually ascend like that? He's about to form a gold core. Heavens! He's an outer disciple. You know, reaching the gold core stage extends one's lifespan to 500 years. Man can conquer destiny, man can conquer destiny. Man conquers destiny. With Su Tianwei advancing on the spot, this sentence planted seeds in more hearts, from outer disciples to inner disciples, and even laborers serving under the sect. Yun Ci had no idea that because of this single phrase from him, a wave of cultivation enthusiasm swept through the sect. Yun Ci looked curiously at Su Tianwei who was sitting in meditation. So this is how one ascends. At this point, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, to cultivate does one need to stop eating altogether? Should one completely eliminate all external desires? Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, but when they thought about the taste of food, they couldn't help themselves from indulging. Yun Ci. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Dongxing interjected at this moment, let me tell you honestly, it was precisely because I ate Brother Yun's buns 2 nights ago that I managed to advance. Really? The surrounding individuals didn't believe him. I saw it too, I happened to be on site when Senior Yu ascended, though it was indeed because of the buns. Yu Dongxing nodded, that's exactly right. But these buns aren't made with any spirit ingredients. Though they're extremely delicious, there isn't any spiritual power in them. But doesn't eating them give you more energy for cultivation? That sounds plausible too. Yesterday after I finished eating hand-pulled pancakes, I felt both physically and mentally satisfied, which made my cultivation much more pleasant. Same here. After eating what Yun Ci sells, I feel I have even more energy for cultivation. Everyone nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they were sure that eating Yun Ci's food benefited cultivation. Yun Ci. He never expected that his cuisine would work better than spiritual pills. Reaching the gold core stage requires forming a gold core in the Dantian area. No one knew how long it would take. Enforcement hall members guarded nearby. The line reformed. Those few individuals from earlier had long slinked away. Phew, finally I can buy some food. I smelled it a while ago, nearly dying from hunger. Under the pot was red firestone, ensuring the porridge in the pot remained hot continuously. Today we sell green vegetable lean meat porridge and soup-filled buns, 1 lower-grade spirit stone for a bamboo container of porridge and a set of soup-filled buns. One set has 10 soup-filled buns, and each person is limited to 1 set. There was simply too many people. The first individual immediately pulled out spirit stones and bought a set. Yun Ci placed a jar of soy sauce mixed with chili oil next to the food, along with a spoon. For those who like spiciness, they could scoop some chili oil. This porridge is too delicious. There's actually shredded meat and vegetables inside. Every bite contains some. The first person took their purchase, walked aside, and couldn't help but take a sip of the porridge. As soon as those waiting in line heard this, they instantly grew even hungrier. These buns seem different. Saying so, he bit into one and was directly scalded by the soup inside. The soup accidentally spilled onto the wind-walking leaves. Yun Xiai reminded, these are freshly taken out of the pot. The soup inside will scald you. When eating, bite off a small portion first, then sip the soup or wait for it to cool before eating. Does having so much soup mean this is why they're called soup-filled buns? He lowered his head and drank the soup collected in the wind-walking leaves. The meat flavor was abundant, fresh and savory, very appetizing. This time, he picked one up and tried biting a tiny piece. Sucking in the scalding hot soup, he tasted the exquisite flavor of this delicacy. Chapter 30, Sect Leader. One person after another stepped forward to buy the green vegetable lean meat porridge and the soup-filled buns. Yun Xiai was busy preparing. The crowd saw the young boy diligently serving the porridge quickly and waited patiently without rushing him. They loved the salty, warm stomach-soothing green vegetable lean meat porridge and the soup-filled buns with their fresh sweetness. What Yun Xiai didn't know was that everything just now had been seen by Elder Zhongfang. Even more unknown to him was the fact that because of his words earlier, the sect had made a new regulation. That rule changed the long-standing system. However, at this moment, this chili oil smells so fragrant. The peppers inside are crispy. Is it spicy? I can't handle too much spice. Not spicy at all, it's very aromatic. Then I'll give it a try. Just then, a disciple noticed someone approaching and exclaimed loudly, "Greetings, sect leader." Everyone turned back and indeed saw it was the sect leader. They quickly half-squatted to show respect. Yun Xiai saw a young man walking over. So this is the sect leader of Xianyuan sect. He hadn't seen clearly last time because he was too far away. Apparently, it's a case of son succeeding father. No wonder he looked so young. But the pressure emanating from him as sect leader was truly terrifying. Worthy of being the sect leader indeed. When he saw others half-squatting, he mimicked them politely saying, "Greetings, sect leader." Sect leader Zhongfang nodded slightly, there's no need for such formalities. Then his gaze fell on Yun Xiai. Clear eyes, pure thoughts. Yun Xiai blinked. What's going on? Why is he looking at me? Could it be, does he want some food? He served up a bowl of green vegetable lean meat porridge and prepared a set of soup-filled buns. Sect leader, would you like to have some? The sect leader must be the most powerful person in the whole sect. This was an opportunity not to be missed. He had to latch onto this strong leg as soon as possible. As long as this leg was robust enough, even Ji Qing the immortal couldn't do anything to him. Sect leader Zhongfang looked at the small youth in front of him who kept addressing him respectfully with, "You," polite and sensible, and his lips curved slightly. This little disciple seemed to suit him well. However, no one could guess what the sect leader was thinking. Sect leader Zhongfang's expression remained unreadable. He glanced at the steaming porridge and translucent buns. In Yun Xi's expectant gaze, he said, "This food looks quite good." And took it. Yun Xiai immediately smiled even wider. "Sect leader, please try it. Be careful, it has soup inside which might be hot." Yun Xiai said considerately. Most people who'd bought it before had heard something similar. Sect leader Zhongfang glanced at Yun Xiai once and bit into a soup-filled bun. Juicy broth rich with meat flavor flowed out instantly, thin skin, rich taste. Without hesitation, sect leader Zhongfang swallowed the whole thing down. He ate 3 in a row, everyone silent, watching as the sect leader enjoyed the soup-filled buns. He also sampled the green vegetable lean meat porridge and found rice, shredded meat, and green vegetables. After taking a sip. Indeed excellent. The porridge was equally delectable, savory rather than sweet, and packed with flavors. Yesterday, the 2 elders in the deliberation hall probably bought hand-pulled pancakes from this same young disciple. Sect leader Zhongfang drank a few more sips of the porridge, finding it even tastier as he went along. Before leaving, he even wanted to take several portions. "Say, sect leader." A disciple behind him called out. Sect leader Zhongfang turned around, "What is it?" That disciple stared wistfully at the newly served green vegetable lean meat porridge prepared by Yun Xiai. Too bad the sect leader blocked his view. Sect leader Zhongfang. Well, the other disciples behind him were looking hopefully. He felt too embarrassed. As sect leader, there'd be plenty more opportunities in the future. Sect leader Zhongfang gave a neutral sweep of his gaze around. The food really is quite good, but don't forget to practice your cultivation. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Sect leader Zhongfang didn't say anything more. Before leaving, he gave Yun Xiai another look, then disappeared with his items. Heavens! Not only did the elders come, but the sect leader came personally. That's because the food Yun Xiai makes is delicious. It seems the sect leader likes Yunxi's cooking too. It was Yu Dongxing's turn. Looking at Yunxi, he asked politely, could I have 2 sets please? Su Tianwei was in front of me earlier, and now he's advancing in cultivation. I'd like to buy a set on behalf of my elder brother Su. Upon hearing advancing, Yunxi caught sight of Su Tianwei meditating nearby. Recognizing him as a regular customer who had spoken for him earlier, Yunxi smiled and nodded, sure. With that, he packed 2 sets for him. Yu Dongxing bowed gratefully and said, thank you. People queued up one after another. Yunxi had prepared around 50 sets of soup-filled buns. When it was Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing's turn, exactly 2 sets were left. There's no need to queue anymore. I'm all sold out today. Please come again tomorrow, Yunxi announced. Upon hearing this, the people at the back looked disappointed. Yi Qingqing looked at the crystal-clear buns and said, Yunxi, are these really made by you? They look amazing. Yunxi blinked a few times, why do you compliment me every time? I'm starting to feel shy. Although he wasn't actually shy at all. Yi Qingqing raised her head, I speak nothing but the truth. Your buns are the best I've ever seen. Yunxi squinted and smiled as he served Yi Qingqing with a bowl of green vegetable lean meat porridge and a set of soup-filled buns. Ah, Yunxi's smile was so charming. Yi Qingqing poured 2 large spoonfuls of chili oil, one over the soup-filled bun, the other with more chili placed on the side. Seeing this, Yunxi thought that Yi Qingqing must like spicy food very much. After everything was sold out, Yunxi packed up the items into his storage bag and headed towards the back mountain. By the time Haizi returned to the Jie Peak, from the Xian Yuan Square, 2 hours had already passed. A few servants were lying on their beds chatting. Hearing the door open, they turned their gazes toward the entrance. Upon seeing Haizi with his head down and silent, they sneered and ignored him, continuing their conversation. Hey, do you think the food made by Yunxi is really that good? Isn't he the person who tried to frame Ji Qing, the personal disciple of the revered immortal Ji? Haizi paused while holding a bamboo tube. Yes, that's the same Yunxi. Yesterday, Lao San brought back something called hand-pulled pancake, which was made by Yunxi. Honestly, it was the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Hand-pulled pancake? Sounds like just a pancake. Don't they sell pancakes in a canteen? This statement carried a slight air of disdain. The pancakes provided to them by the canteen lacked any flavor, similar to steamed buns. They could barely fill one's stomach. Someone shook their head quickly, that hand-pulled pancake has an especially delicious crispy crust and contains something called sausage and some green vegetables. It left a sweet taste in my mouth. In short, it was very tasty. It was much better than what they serve at the canteen. I wanted more, but Lao San ran out. Hearing this, I want to try it too. I heard that Yunxi sets up his stall at Chenhour every day. Let's go see tomorrow. But I have something to do tomorrow. Fear not, find someone to substitute for you. Can't you do that? As he spoke, Yang Wu glanced at Haizi. Young Heir wore a wicked smile and looked at Haizi, hugging his head on the bed. Haizi, you should be free tomorrow. Could you go feed the spirit beasts at Yusho Peak for me? Haizi paused, his head bowed down, showing only a skinny silhouette. Tomorrow I need to deliver clothes. You can also do that in the afternoon. Just swap your shifts. We'll help you next time, Yang Wu casually remarked. Thinking Haizi would agree like he always did, but unexpectedly, Haizi quietly replied, find someone else. Before they could respond, he walked out. Young Heir and Yang Wu looked at each other. Damn, he actually dared to refuse us. Looks like we've been too nice to him recently. Yang Wu cursed. What if he doesn't do it? Young Heir asked. Lock the door when Lao San comes back later, Yang Wu said with malicious intent. Chapter 31, Matters. People came and went in and out of the laundry room, each carrying basins. The gray robes were soaked with water used for washing clothes, turning gray to black. Haizi entered the room effortlessly and carried out a large basin. He began fetching water, scrubbing clothes, rinsing them clean, and hanging them out to dry. In between, he constantly needed to organize, or the clothes would wrinkle. There's only one piece of clothing in this basin. What a waste of space. I don't even have enough basins. One servant complained loudly. What's happening? What's going on? People outside washing clothes looked up and went inside to see what was happening. Hearing this, Haizi paused while scrubbing clothes and immediately went inside. As soon as he entered, he heard complaints. Look, there's only one piece of clothing in this basin. What a waste of space. Next to them, someone saw a neatly folded white robe of an inner disciple lying inside the basin. This is such a waste. One basin could wash 7 or 8 pieces of clothing. Who's responsible for washing these clothes? Any claims? It's mine, Haizi stepped forward. Upon seeing it was Haizi, those people instantly showed disdain in their eyes. The person beside the basin frowned and lectured Haizi, who told you to use one basin for one piece of clothing? Do you know others don't have enough basins? In fact, everyone in the laundry room had fixed amounts of basins. This is my basin, Heisey said, looking at the person beside the basin. Your basin can't be used by others. How selfish are you? The person loudly exclaimed. People around nodded in agreement. Heisey remained silent and stepped forward. The person beside the basin bent down. Seriously, this piece of clothing hasn't been. Don't touch it. The person beside the basin was startled and looked at Heisey who stood there. The others were also shocked by Heisey's sudden low growl. Heisey's dark eyes were deep. For some reason, the person beside the basin didn't dare to move. Heisey lowered his head, walked over, and picked up the basin and left. He placed the basin with the clothes next to him. Reaching out to smooth out non-existent wrinkles, he looked at his small black hands, and then refilled water to wash them several times. Someone inside shouted, "Why are you shouting? What's wrong?" "Today I'm in a good mood, so I don't want to bother arguing with him." Alright, stop being angry. Here, take my basin. TCH, how selfish that person is. As they continued talking, Heisey ignored them and started scrubbing the clothes. Yun Ci returned to the courtyard. For lunch, he cooked 2 dishes and ate with Xiao Bai and Xiao He. After resting for a while, he prepared to pick the mature vegetables from the vegetable garden. Wow, this potato is so big, bigger than my hand. Yun Ci compared the size of a potato with his hand. His eyes widened. Not only the potato, but all the other vegetables were growing exceptionally well too, without any wormholes. It might be due to the spiritual energy from the back mountain combined with his own wood attribute affinity. Yun Ci was very satisfied with his little vegetable garden. As he was picking, he started humming a song. "Show me," Xiao Bai jumped onto Yun Ci's shoulder, its big white ears swaying. Yun Ci questioned, "What's wrong, Xiao Bai?" Xiao Bai pointed to the door, "Show me." Yun Ci looked at the door, "Is someone coming?" Xiao Bai nodded, "Show me. Several people. Who could it be?" Yun Ci was filled with doubt. From Xiao Bai's reaction, it shouldn't be Chu Zimo, that foolish one. Yun Ci took out the stone from his storage bag. Knock. Yun Ci was startled and slowly approached, "Who's there?" An outsider shouted, "We're disciples of the enforcement hall." Enforcement hall? What did the enforcement hall want with him? While he was thinking, the people outside had already pushed open the door. Xiao Bai went ballistic, and Yun Ci immediately calmed it. Yun Ci was somewhat annoyed by their direct action of pushing open his door. He looked up and saw 3 people outside. They were all wearing the same style of clothing. Judging from their expressions, he didn't sense any goodwill. "What do you want?" Yun Ci's face was slightly tense. Su De snorted coldly, "You have injured a fellow disciple and violated the sect's rules. Come with us." The 2 people behind showed scornful expressions. Injured a fellow disciple? Hadn't he already been punished for that before? Yun Ci quickly thought about it. Suddenly, he remembered Zhang Zijin from last night. Zhang Zijin had barged into his yard trying to seize the spirit beast. It was Zhang Zijin's fault, not his. With that thought, Yun Ci felt a bit more reassured. Show me. Don't be afraid, I've got your back." Yun Ci held Xiao Bai in his arms and stroked it. Seeing he still had time to stroke the deformed rabbit in his arms, the enforcement hall people sneered, "Let's go. Don't make us forcibly take you away." Yun Ci looked at Xiao Bai in his arms and communicated mentally with Xiao Bai, "Stay home and look after Xiao He. I'll go with them." He estimated that he had no choice but to go this time. "So, let's just take the trip. Show me." Xiao Bai wanted to follow to protect Yun Ci. Yun Ci comforted it, "There's nothing to worry about. Hurry up, don't keep the sect leader waiting." "Geez." Su De impatiently urged. This menace would definitely be expelled from the sect this time. Junior brother Wen Miao had come forward as a witness. Yun Ci rolled his eyes directly, "What's the rush? Are you anxious to reincarnate? Did I say I wasn't going? Geez. You." The 3 people hadn't expected that even now, Yun Ci still dared to act arrogantly. Yun Ci blinked innocently, "Are you going to hit me? What's the crime for enforcement hall disciples who know the law yet break it?" Upon hearing this, the 3 of them glared fiercely at the self-satisfied youth. Yun Ci laughed smugly, knowing full well that they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Holding Xiao Bai, Yun Ci went into the yard and slammed the door shut. "Wait." The 3 people outside clenched their teeth in anger. "Pfft, ha ha ha." Yun Ci couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of their anger and helplessness. "Show me, how annoying, Yun Ci." Yun Ci patted it, "Stay here and watch over Xiao He." Xiao Bai nodded, "Show me." Xiao He was too weak. He would just listen to Yun Ci and stay home to look after this useless person. Just as the 3 people outside were getting impatient, the door opened. The person at the back was just about to make some sarcastic remarks. Before he could, Su De said, "That's enough. Why should we bother with him? Someone is going to be expelled from the sect anyway. Su Shixiang is right. We still want to stay in the sect, unlike those who will be expelled. Those three smirked smugly. Yun Xi glanced at the mountain path. Are we leaving or what? Stop stalling. The three of them. Su De took out his flying sword and pointed it at Yun Xi, impatiently urging, get on. Yun Xi looked at the space under Su De's feet which had only half a foot of room. You sure I can fit? After he finished speaking, Su De mocked, flying swords can change in size. You don't know that? It makes sense, you're still at the third level of the refining chi stage and haven't learned yet. Ha ha ha. Yun Xi sneered, I'll walk back. Seeing this, Su De, who was tall and strong, immediately went up to Yun Xi and pulled him along. Enough talk, it takes an hour to reach the main peak. The sect leader asked me to bring you over now. Yun Xi was directly dragged by Su De onto the flying sword. Yun Xi, let go, I can walk myself. He wondered if he would fall off in a bit, and if the stone would help him resolve it. Then, Yun Xi shot Su De a glare. Yun Xi stood on the slightly enlarged flying sword. Wow! I'm going to fall. The other three heard Yun Xi shouting and scoffed derisively. Su De revealed a mischievous smile and directly controlled the flying sword to ascend. The flying sword flew up dozens of meters high in an instant. Yun Xi leaned back instantly and reached out to grab the sash around Su De's waist. Being pulled, Su De also leaned backward, but luckily Yun Xi was small and light, so neither of them got hurt. Let go. Don't cling to me. Su De tried his best to stabilize the flying sword. You think I'll let go just because you say so? Drive properly, if I fall, I'll drag you down with me. Yun Xi held the bag with 2 fingers and looked at Su De's waist disdainfully. Didn't want to touch it. Su De was speechless once again. Gradually, the flying sword stabilized. Yun Xi opened his eyes and looked down. Below, the mist swirled like fairyland, peaks rose and fell in sight, and the majestic buildings of the sect added to its ethereal charm. The scenery was beautiful. Alas, if only there was a mobile phone, he could have taken pictures. But later, when he learns to control the flying sword himself, he could view it any time. As they passed by Xianyuan Square, Yun Xi saw that there were still many people. Chapter 32, Rescue. Yun Xi took one hand and pulled out a strip of dried beef jerky from the storage bag and started munching. Dried out well, the jerky tore into thin strips, it tasted great. The wind whistled past his ears, and Su De faintly heard the crunching sound behind him, followed by catching a strong, inviting aroma. What smell is this so fragrant? Su De turned his head and saw Yun Xi holding something stick-like. But he recognized it. That was meat. Because it had the texture of meat. Yun Xi had already finished a small spicy-flavored strip, finding it not satisfying enough, he then took out a longer one. This time it was 5-spice flavor. Just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed Su De looking at the beef jerky in his hand. Yun Xi. Just as he was about to tell Su De to face forward and control the flying sword properly, the flying sword began to shake. Realizing instantly, Su De came back to focus and started controlling the flying sword. But this wasn't due to the flying sword. It was because his body was tilting, constantly wobbling left and right trying to regain balance. However, being big built, his center of gravity was all on his feet, making it hard for him to stabilize. Steady. Steady. Must steady. Yun Xi stopped eating, tightened his grip on the beef jerky, and grabbed the sash around Su De's waist. This time, Su De couldn't control it either, he started panicking. The 2 people nearby saw this and got a big fright. Su Shixiang. Su Shixiang. Wah! Yun Xi and Su De fell together. Since below was the main peak already, the height of the flying sword had decreased considerably. But from this height, even if they didn't die, they'd certainly get severely injured. Yun Xi closed his eyes in despair. Dad, Mom, I've come back. Respected elder, respected elder. At this moment, a disciple rushed hastily into the hall. Inside the grand hall, there were many people sitting. The chief of the enforcement hall was sitting at a lower position. Upon hearing the news, he glanced at the high-seated person and said, rushing in like this, how does that look? Have you forgotten everything we've taught you usually? After speaking, the disciple inside noticed the people in the hall and quickly adjusted his tone, attempting to calm down. What's the matter? Speak. The head of the enforcement hall spoke. The disciple immediately said, report to the hall master, 2 people fell from the sky. One seems to be an enforcement hall disciple Su De, and the other should be Yun Xi. Fallen. The head of the enforcement hall was surprised. Rising up, let's go out and see. Yes. When Miao at the very bottom of the grand hall heard this, his eyes flashed with a shadow of darkness. It would be good if they died. Since the start of the market fair, the awful snacks made by Yun Xi had taken away how much attention from him. How could there be people who believed in Yun Xi just for food? Yun Ci wanted to take everything from him, it was disgusting. Master, can you save them? Although Yun Ci has made mistakes again, I don't want to see him die. Wen Miao raised his head, tears in his eyes, beseechingly speaking to Ji Qing immortal seated beside the sect leader. On one side, the sect leader looked fixedly at Wen Miao for a few seconds before averting his gaze. Junior brother, you don't need to worry. Elder Xia is already on the way. Gu Yan consoled. Yeah, I'm too hasty. Wen Miao nodded obediently. Ji Qing immortal sat still, unmoving. Wen Miao curved his lips. I'll go check. The sect leader Chang Xian spoke gravely, standing up and looking at the person beside him. Will you come, Ji Qing? Ji Qing immortal opened his mouth indifferently. No. Alright, then I will go. Saying this, the sect leader Chang Xian headed towards the outside. Incredulity flashed across Wen Miao's eyes. The old man will also take a look. Huai Yuan elder stood up, seeing Cheng Xian elder also rise, he laughed. Cheng Xian elder showed no expression, rising to walk towards the outside. Carefully observed, his steps were fast. All the people inside the grand hall looked at each other. How did everyone go? As soon as the enforcement hall head stepped out, he indeed saw the two falling figures. Seeing the enforcement hall disciples' robes, he prepared to first rescue Suda. Father, save Yun Ci. Xia Zishuan said. Xia Hall master curiously glanced at his son. Did Zishuan know Yun Ci? Anyway, neither would die, it's only a matter of who comes first. He flew towards Yun Ci. Suddenly, a figure moved even faster than him. Yun Ci waited for half a day but felt no pain coming. Yun Ci opened his eyes. Only to meet a line of eyes. Oh my god, this was scarier than hitting the ground. How were the sect leader and elders all here? And now he was, apparently in the arms of the sect leader. Yun Ci rolled like a donkey, successfully flipped down, not daring to look at the sect leader. Thanks, sect leader, for saving me. At that moment, a song popped into Yun Ci's mind. Farewell, Mom and Dad, tonight I'm setting sail. Can't go back. All good, come inside. The sect leader Chang Xian couldn't read any emotions. Next to him, Huai Yuan elder smiled and said to Cheng Xian elder, seems like the sect leader was faster than us. Yun Ci blinked his eyes, thanks to elder Huai Yuan and elder Cheng Xian. Huai Yuan elder grew more fond of Yun Ci the more he looked. How could someone fall from the sky? Upon hearing this, Yun Ci silently glared at Suda, who had been saved. A certain person's flying sword skills are poor. Huai Yuan elder saw the glare in Yun Ci's eyes. Very cute, he even had a feeling like watching his beloved grandson. He laughed heartily. Cheng Xian elder also revealed a trace of smile, walking over. Elder Xia, this disciple's flying sword skills being poor needs diligent practice. As the saying goes, cultivation requires striving for perfection, whether it's refining artifacts or flying swords. Elder Xia. Seeing Elder Cheng Xian continuing to speak, he hurriedly turned to Suda, today's mistake, go register and receive your punishment. If I didn't see wrong, wasn't it just now when both the sect leader and two elders saved Yun Ci? Do you think this time Yun Ci should be fine? That's right. With the sect leader and two elders favoring, Yun Ci will definitely be fine. It's just unclear whether Elder Ji Qing will insist on punishing Yun Ci. But Yun Ci really made a mistake, the enforcement hall head has always been the fairest. It's rumored that even Xia Zishuan would be punished for making mistakes without any partiality, let alone this isn't the first time harming a fellow disciple. Today when Zhang Zijing came back, I got quite a scare, with over 10 fractures all over his body. So severe. Looks like Yun Ci will be expelled from the sect this time. These several disciples spoke quietly, thinking no one could hear, but surrounding individuals with deep cultivation could easily catch their words. The head of the enforcement hall corrected his demeanor, showing absolute impartiality. This time, he would also be the same as before, whoever deserved punishment would be punished. He had always been the fairest and most selfless. With a turn of his head, he noticed his son picking up a stick from the ground. After patting it lightly, his son put it straight into his mouth. The hall master of the enforcement hall. The people nearby saw this clearly. Yun Ci also saw this. Wasn't that the beef jerky he dropped? Look quickly, Xia Zishuan picked up a stick and put it in his mouth. Not even a 3-year-old would do that. Has Xia Zishuan become foolish? The disciples whispered quietly while laughing, thinking no one could hear them. Xia Zishuan chewed on the beef jerky, finding it delicious. Truly, it was very tasty. He had just seen it in Yun Ci's hand at the beginning, and as it fell towards him, its unique aroma of meat reached him, letting him know it was edible. It was a bit hard, but extremely chewy. Others had already gone inside. Xia Zishuan looked at his father, "Father, let's go in." The hall master of the enforcement hall also noticed everyone had gone inside and frowned, "Throw that thing away." Saying this, he turned around and walked back inside, all the while pondering. Didn't he teach his son when he was little not to eat things off the ground? Xia Zishuan, however, wouldn't throw it away, he followed his father inside. Chapter 33, The Enforcement Hall Plus Competition. As soon as Yun Si entered, he found the atmosphere in the grand hall of the enforcement hall solemn, and the pressure inside made it hard for him to breathe. What's with this terrifying vibe? If he spoke honestly, would nothing bad happen? Yun Si raised his head and took only a glance upwards before being startled by the person dressed immaculately in white beside the sect leader. A transcendent being, too otherworldly. Adorned in pure white, expression aloof, sitting beside the sect leader. Yun Si hurriedly lowered his head. Isn't this the respected master of the main character? Everyone returned to their respective positions. Sun Xian, seated at the top, looked down at Yun Si and said, Yun Si, it is said that Zhang Zijing's injuries were caused by you, and Wen Miao can vouch for this. Is this true? The sect leader's tone was calm, yet every word was heard clearly throughout the grand hall. Before Yun Si could speak, Wen Miao looked at Yun Si gently and said, Yun Si, if you admit your fault obediently, I believe the sect will lighten your punishment. This is just so you won't harm fellow disciples next time. You harmed me last time, and I can forgive you, but with Zhang Zijing suffering over 10 fractures, there's no way I can cover for you. Though I like you very much, I don't want you to continue making mistakes. Please don't blame me, alright? As he spoke, Wen Miao's expression pleaded, as if about to cry out of guilt. Yun Si looked perplexed. The sect leader asked me something. Why did you interrupt? Wen Miao began crying, do you still resent me? I'm sorry, Yun Si, I didn't want to say it, but Zhang Zijing was too pitiable. Gu Yan glared angrily at Yun Si. His junior brother was doing him a favor, and he actually reproached him for speaking out. Looking puzzled, Yun Si asked, how do you know so much? Did you see everything last night? Wen Miao immediately nodded, I definitely saw it, and I don't lie. So you were together with Zhang Zijing all night? Yun Si fixed his gaze on Wen Miao. Wen Miao hesitated this time, nodding slowly, I. In that case, you should know why Zhang Zijing broke into my courtyard last night. Yun Si stared directly at the main character. Wen Miao choked on her words immediately. Gu Yan knew that Zhang Zijing had wanted to seize the Dark River Hippo Beast but couldn't outright say it was for the sake of the Dark Light Hippo Beast. What should he say then? For a moment, Wen Miao's expression faltered. Huai Yuan Elder smiled warmly, Yun Si, tell us exactly what happened, speak freely. Meaning he'd support him. Yun Si smiled at Huai Yuan Elder, then turned to look at Sang Xian Sect Leader, after finishing dinner in my courtyard last night, Zhang Zijing directly rushed in, intending to seize the Dark Light Hippo Beast. When I refused, he attacked me. I fended him off using a self-defense treasure. Given the urgency of the situation, he attempted another attack. It was my bonded beast that swung its claw to protect me. As for why he tried to seize the Dark Light Hippo Beast, I think it was for Wen Miao. Yun Si looked at Wen Miao's panicked face and tilted his head, Wen Miao, you must have wanted the Dark Light Hippo Beast, and Zhang Zijing seized it for you, right? Surely your senior brother also knows about your desire for the Dark Light Hippo Beast. As he spoke, Yun Si looked toward the red-haired youth in the grand hall. In the novel, the protagonist mentions whatever he wants to his few senior brothers and lackeys. Since they openly tried to seize it last night, he couldn't believe the protagonist didn't want the Dark Light Hippo Beast. Gu Yan froze. Wen Miao wanted to say he didn't know, but when he met Yun Si's clear eyes, he opened and closed his mouth without uttering a word. But it's impossible that little junior brother would instruct Zhang Zijing to snatch. Yun Si's expression was mocking. Stupid dog. How did the original main character think such a senior brother was good? Gu Yan's eyes widened. Yun Si actually looked at him with that kind of expression. Gu Yan felt a sourness in his heart, trying hard to suppress that strange feeling. Jiqing Xianzuan looked indifferently at the small boy in the hall. When Miao denied it, Yun Si, I know you hate me. What evidence do you have that I instructed it? Yun Si rolled her eyes as if she had forgotten where she was inside the enforcement hall. The people above saw the young boy rolling his eyes down below, and for some reason found it adorable. You yourself admitted earlier that you were with Zhang Zijing all night. Going to the back mountain late at night, if you weren't there for the Dark Light Hippo Beast, then what were you there for? Moreover, if you say it wasn't for the Dark Light Hippo Beast, dare you swear by Heart Demon Oath? When Miao suddenly froze, I. He quickly thought about how to say it, but being just a 16-year-old teenager, he still lacked the devious thoughts he might later acquire. The sect leader immediately understood what was going on. When Miao fell to his knees, looking at Jiqing Xianzuan with tearful eyes, Sect leader, master, I didn't mean to. I didn't know that was Yun Si's place. I merely asked Zhang Zijing to inquire if another treasure could be exchanged, having no idea Zhang Zijing intended to seize. Yun Si sneered, if you dared not take the Heart Demon Oath, then you already knew, or maybe you colluded as well. Why are you shifting the topic? When Miao indeed dared not. He also. Jiqing Xianzuan looked high down upon the people below, 3 months of contemplation at Siggy Cliff, if there is another time, go to another sect. His tone was cold, without a hint of negotiation. When Miao abruptly looked up, fear evident in his expression. Gu Yan was startled by this sentence from Jiqing Xianzuan, master. Yun Ci seeing this scene clicked his tongue. Would Jiqing Xianzuan really drive the main character away? He just couldn't believe that. Seeing Jiqing Xianzuan personally punish his disciple, everyone else said nothing more. With tears in his eyes, Wen Miao glared at Yun Ci, unable to help but bring out a hateful look. All because of Yun Ci, why wouldn't he just admit it? Admitting it would be fine, wouldn't it? Yun Ci blinked his eyes. You won't pretend anymore, will you? The various elders and peak masters seated above saw Wen Miao's expression and shook their heads quietly. This disciple's nature. Jiqing Xianzuan's gaze grew even colder. Realizing this, Wen Miao struggled to hide his hatred in his eyes. Sect leader, Yun Ci's bonded beast has also harmed sect disciples. This kind of bonded beast is too dangerous and will harm others in the future. Even though I accept my punishment willingly, I request that Yun Ci's bonded beast be put to death. Gu Yan watched Wen Miao, who uttered these words without hesitation, his face showing disbelief. His little junior brother could never say such things. Humph. It turns out that the good disciple of Jiqing Xianzuan has such a malicious heart. A tall young man standing higher frowned deeply. His gaze was heavy, and his face clearly showed displeasure. As the master of beast-taming peak, spending every day with various spirit beasts, how could he bear hearing someone say such words as putting a spirit beast to death? Yun Ci curiously looked toward the man whose temper seemed bad. Who is he? Wen Miao seeing Lai Peak Master bit his lips. Lai Peak Master, that's not what I meant. Since Yun Ci is not a disciple of beast-taming peak, and doesn't understand taming beasts, forming a random bond is too dangerous. Wen Miao hastily explained. Humph, I don't find anything wrong. A spirit beast protecting its master shows the loyalty of the bonded beast, Lai Peak Master replied sternly. Wen Miao bit his lips again, not daring to speak further, staring at Jiqing Xianzuan with a look. Jiqing Xianzuan's gaze carried not a trace of warmth. At this point, Gu Yan also realized something, connecting with the things he had heard recently. He muttered to himself. Always thought his junior brother, who was gentle and kind in front of him, was pretending. At this moment, Wen Miao was terrified. His image as a gentle and kind person which he worked so hard to maintain in the sect for a whole year had vanished today. By now, Wen Miao hated Yun Ci through and through. Yun Ci, how had his attitude changed so much? Before, he only complained about his master and elder brothers not favoring him, he never used to explain like this. Yun Ci snorted. Today, he would speak out all matters, lest they become trouble later. Shouldn't you remember the incident at Cold Ice Cave? At Yun Ci's words, everyone in the Grand Hall remembered. But none of them expected this young disciple to speak up voluntarily. Jiqing Xianzuan glanced at Yun Ci. Yun Ci's gaze was clear as he looked at Wen Miao and spoke slowly. When you first came, I treated you well. I genuinely liked you as a little junior brother. Actually, there's one thing I don't quite understand. You are older than me, yet you chose to act as the younger brother. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. You were always whispering into the ears of Jiqing Xianzuan and my elder brothers, sowing discord until one day master and all the senior brothers believed I was troublesome. They all started keeping their distance from me. I knew it was your doing, but you acted so perfectly. You knew I disliked you, deliberately showing up before me to provoke insults, especially when others were present, ensuring everyone thought I was malicious. As for what happened in the Cold Ice Cave, I admit I wanted to give you a lesson because I had been feeling too oppressed. Nobody believed me, neither master nor any brother did. I felt completely isolated. Before, I trusted those people most, yet now they have no trust in me. But I only planned to lock you away for a few hours, then suddenly you locked me inside for 3 whole days. Not a single person came to find me. The moment you learned I was inside, you didn't say anything. At that time, you must have assumed I was dead, right? Afterwards, I was stricken off the records by Jiqing Xianzuan, just as you wished. Yet, you frame me again on this matter. Is the next step to drive me out and kill me? And you claim I'm jealous of you, what about you could possibly deserve my jealousy? With each word Yun Ci spoke, he wiped away his tears, looking utterly helpless. Everyone could feel how wrong this little youth was. Wen Miao roared in anger, you're making things up. Why would I sow discord? Are you jealous of my superior water affinity, inventing these words? Yun Ci raised his eyes, I swear by heart demon oath that if even half of what I said is false, my cultivation will be obstructed, and I shall be struck down by heavenly lightning. In the realm of cultivation, swearing by heavenly lightning meant actual lightning would strike. Yet, nothing happened. Everything Yun Ci had said was true. The expressions of all the elders, peak masters, Xianzans, and hall leaders became solemn. For a while, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew gloomy. Even though the disciples guarding the enforcement hall maintained stern postures, they were internally shocked beyond belief. They never imagined that Wen Miao had been pretending all along. Yun Ci had mistakenly believed he'd been misunderstood for such a long time. Gu Yan's expression showed fury, he felt tricked. Wen Miao knew he was finished this time. Everyone thought Jiqing Xianzuan and the 5 elder brothers favored him, but only he knew how hard he'd worked to gain their favor to achieve what followed. Actually, Jiqing Xianzuan didn't care about anyone. Zhang Xian, the sect leader, turned to the side and said, Jiqing, leave the punishment of Wen Miao to you. Jiqing Xianzuan had already decided the punishment, and with these words from the sect leader, it was implied that the punishment needed reconsideration. What happened before wouldn't count. For a while, an eerie silence fell within the grand hall. Sibilant whispers. The head of the enforcement hall gave a warning look to Xia Zishuan nearby. Xia Zishuan's eyes conveyed innocence. Turning back, the head of the hall swallowed dryly. Jiqing Xianzuan looked at Wen Miao with tearful eyes and said coldly, starting today, you are no longer my disciple. Master. Master, I've made a mistake. Please forgive me, I beg you not to expel me. Please, Wen Miao cried in fear. Jiqing Xianzuan remained unmoved. Senior brother, please help me talk to the master. I truly know my faults, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Upon seeing this former beloved junior brother who now spoke such words, Gu Yan realized the truth about him at this very moment. After finishing his speech, Jiqing Xianzuan looked down at the little youth below. Cloud Ci, sensing the gaze, knew who was looking but chose not to return it. The sect leader looked at the hall master beside him. Immediately comprehending the sect leader's intention, the hall master saluted respectfully and stated, Your Eminence, I will handle this matter according to the sect rules. The sect leader nodded, glancing at Yun Ci, and upon seeing the frail form of the small youth, his features softened. Next to him, Jiqing Xianzuan cast him a disinterested glance. The sect leader addressed Yun Ci, saying, Yun Ci, do you wish to move elsewhere for residence? The spiritual energy on the mountain behind Moon Cloud Peak is thin, the area sparsely populated, and inconvenient for your classes. Upon hearing this, Yun Ci hesitated. He initially thought the tranquility of the rear mountain was perfect, but indeed the mountain path was far too distant. At this moment, Elder Huayuan smiled warmly and spoke, Yun Ci, come to the alchemy peak. Your wood affinity makes you quite suitable to be my disciple. Since Yun Ci has a good relationship with my mischievous apprentice, he should naturally come to our weaponry peak, Elder Qingxian interjected seriously and with proper demeanor. Shocked expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Why were these two elders still competing? Yun Ci blinked his eyes. Goose. Yun Ci, come to our enforcement hall, Xia Zishuan said. The head of the enforcement hall had been looking on with a serious expression, but he was surprised that his son actually spoke up. Elder Huayuan and Elder Qingxian exchanged deep glances. Just as the head of the hall was about to tell his overeager son to shut up, Xia Zishuan swiftly shoved a piece of dried beef into the mouth of the hall master. The hall master tried to spit it out, but involuntarily began chewing. The salty, meaty flavor filled his mouth, chewy and rich with a unique aroma. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. Xia Zishuan leaned close to the hall master's ear, Father, this was made by Yun Ci. Wasn't yesterday's pancake delicious? That was also made by Yun Ci. Think about it, wouldn't it be great if Yun Ci came to our enforcement hall, so we can eat whenever we want? The hall master hesitated and glanced at his overly eager son. Speak. He didn't want to offend the elder. All right. Xia Zishuan grinned. Yun Ci, come to our enforcement hall. We're in the main peak, it'll be convenient to go anywhere, even the mountain gate. Xia Zishuan continued. Yun Ci raised an eyebrow and smirked, you don't hate me anymore. Xia Zishuan looked a little embarrassed, it was a misunderstanding before. A misunderstanding. Elder Huayuan smiled brightly, if you join the alchemy peak, you'll become my direct disciple, and you can visit the spirit plant valley and medicine chamber anytime. The alchemy peak master. Not quite, I still need to ask you to enter the medicine chamber. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly shocked. The beast-taming peak master glanced at Yun Ci. This young disciple had clear eyes and indeed a good nature, which made him likable. But it wasn't enough for them to start vying for him. Yun Ci blinked. Could he visit the spirit plant valley freely? He admitted he was a little tempted. At this moment, the man high up on the seat, cold and aloof, finally spoke. His gaze, devoid of ripples, landed on Yun Ci, come to Qingyun Peak. Wen Miao's face twisted in disbelief. Why? Qingyun Peak was the best among all peaks of the Huangyan sect, and he himself hadn't lived there. Why should Yun Ci be allowed to go there? Not just Wen Miao, but everyone was equally astonished. Chapter 34, Dried Beef. Yun Ci looked at Jiqing Xianzuan, lips pressing slightly, Xianzuan, my courtyard is too noisy, I won't disturb your peace. That was rejection. Jiqing Xianzuan lowered his eyes slightly, Yun Ci's eyes remained respectful, yet distant, like looking at someone unrelated. Gu Yan felt somewhat restless. This wasn't the same look from before at all. For a moment, no one spoke in the grand hall. Sect leader Zhang Xian looked at Yun Ci, there are uninhabited residences behind the main peak, well maintained, and the spiritual energy is abundant there. You can stay there. Yun Ci hesitated and asked, does it have a yard? Because I usually grow vegetables. The disciples in the grand hall stared at Yun Ci as if they were looking at a fool. Seriously? You're supposed to ask if the place is good for cultivation, not whether you can grow vegetables. Though, the main peak was indeed a great place. Sect leader Zhang Xian smiled kindly. Yes, there's a yard, and the facilities are complete. I'll send someone shortly to show you around. Yun Ci blinked again, nodding. Thank you, sect leader. Hehe, time to take a look. The sect leader was handsome and kind. Sect leader Zhang Xian observed the young boy in the grand hall, unable to discern his feelings. Ji Qing Xianzuan still maintained a calm expression. Xia Zishuan, however, wore a disappointed face. Alas, but since Yun Ci would live at the main peak, it wouldn't be too far away from him, and he could frequently visit Yun Ci later. Qingxian Elder also felt disappointed inside while Huayuan Elder smiled warmly and said, if you don't like it, you can always come to the alchemy peak. Yun Ci's eyes sparkled innocently as he obediently smiled. Thank you, Elder Huayuan. Elder Huayuan saw such a cute and obedient disciple, regretting even more that Yun Ci wouldn't reside on the alchemy peak. Wen Miao's gaze toward Yun Ci brimmed with hatred. Seeing such a Wen Miao, Gu Yan's heart shattered inwardly. At this moment, an enforcement hall disciple walked up beside Hall Master Xia. The hall master stood up, respectfully looked at sect leader Zhang Xian, and bowed, saying, Sect leader, I've sent someone to escort Wen Miao away. Zhang Zijin has injuries, but once he's recovered, everything will be handled according to sect regulations. Whether or not he heals properly is merely a matter of giving him some pills. Sect leader Zhang Xian gave a small affirmative hum. You handle it. Yes, sect leader. Xia Zhutang nodded, glancing at the newly arrived disciple and said in a solemn tone, take him away. The enforcement hall disciple respectfully inclined his head and approached Wen Miao. There was a look of appraisal deep within his eyes. Wen Miao looked at the person walking toward him and then turned to gaze at Ji Qing Xianzuan who sat aloft like a celestial being descended from heaven. With tearful eyes, he pleaded, Master. I'm sorry, I won't dare do it again. Though expulsion wasn't on the cards for Wen Miao, this was still a disgrace to him, as it would affect how everyone else viewed him in the future. He didn't want it, he would always be the admired Wen Miao. Ji Qing Xianzuan's eyes remained indifferent, as if nothing could capture his attention. Wen Miao was directly taken away. His eyes carried an air of dissatisfaction. Yun Ci observed this scene, feeling confused within. Wasn't it written that Wen Miao was everyone's favorite? But now, he had a strange sensation, that the man of such noble and serene character treated everyone equally. Just like when the previous master made a mistake, there was punishment. And when the protagonist erred, the penalty was identical. He glanced at Ji Qing Xianzuan. At the same time, Ji Qing Xianzuan also looked at him. Yun Ci. He diverted his gaze as if he hadn't seen. Sect leader Zhang Xian called someone over, instructing the disciple to take Yun Ci to view the courtyard later. At that moment, a disciple entered. Respectfully addressed the sect leader, Ji Qing Xianzuan, elders. Outside the hall is a disciple from the Miscellaneous Duties Peak, seeking an audience, saying it's regarding Yun Ci's matter. The sect leader gave Yun Ci a look and intoned gravely, bring him in. The disciple responded with a nod and walked toward the door. Yun Ci gazed toward the doorway, and upon seeing Haizi, his eyes widened in surprise. Haizi stepped into the grand hall, keeping his head lowered deeply. Seizing a fleeting moment, he briefly raised his eyes to glance at Yun Ci before lowering his head again. Walking up to Yun Ci's side, he half knelt in respect. Haizi, a disciple of the Miscellaneous Duties Peak, pays respects to the sect leader. So, his name was Haizi. Yun Ci blinked her large eyes curiously. Sect leader Zhang Xian grunted in acknowledgement. You said this concerns Yun Ci. What exactly is it? Haizi stood upright, although frail, he maintained great respect. Sect leader, Yun Ci did not harm Zhang Zijin. It was Zhang Zijin who attacked Yun Ci in order to seize the Dark Light River Horse Beast. I can testify to this. Yun Ci watched this slim young man stand up for him, feeling warmth inside. Haizi truly was kind-hearted. Despite the fact that miscellaneous duty disciples were looked down upon by everyone in the sect, Haizi still came especially to speak on his behalf. Sect leader Zhang Xian, hearing this, nodded, I am aware of this matter. The chief of the enforcement hall also nodded, the enforcement hall will impose penalties based on your testimony. Only upon hearing this did Haizi let out a sigh of relief. Sect leader Zhang Xian glanced at Haizi's uniform marked for miscellaneous duty disciples and then cast a curious look at Yun Ci who was staring wide-eyed next to him, asking, are you two familiar with each other? Before Haizi could respond, Yun Ci smiled and nodded, yes, he's a very good person. Is that so? The sect leader nodded. For so many years, outer disciples and miscellaneous duty disciples chose not to associate with one another, let alone inner disciples. Unnoticed by Yun Ci, Haizi had already been stunned. Once matters were almost settled, sect leader Zhang Xian and Ji Qing Xianzuan departed first. Some peak masters who had come to watch the spectacle returned to their respective mountains. Before leaving, Yun Ci was stopped by Xia Zishuan. What's the matter? Yun Ci looked at Xia Zishuan, puzzled. Xia Zishuan coughed twice, looking at Yun Si's fair and soft little face, quickly turning his eyes elsewhere. As Gu Yan walked past, witnessing this, his eyebrows furrowed. Yun Si, do you have more of these? Xia Zishuan pulled out a wind-dried beef jerky with only a little left. Upon recognizing it, Yun Si thought, wasn't this the 5-spice-flavored beef jerky he had dropped? Apparently, Xia Zishuan picked it up. This is too delicious. Ahem, do you have more? I can buy them. Xia Zishuan said sheepishly. Not far away, the chief of the enforcement hall felt humiliated but unwilling to leave. Yun Si chuckled, nodding. He should have dozens in his storage pouch. He took out 2 spicy numbing flavor ones, 2 fragrant spicy flavor ones, and 2 5-spice flavor beef jerky pieces. Each piece of beef jerky was quite long. Xia Zishuan's eyes lit up instantly. Here. Yun Si handed them over. Xia Zishuan immediately accepted them, exclaiming, You're too kind, Yun Si. Then he reached into his own storage pouch and handed over a handful of spirit stones to Yun Si. Yun Si. Generous indeed. Without hesitation, Xia Zishuan grabbed one piece and prepared to bite into it. Zishuan, come here, come to father. The chief of the enforcement hall called out from a distance. Puff. Yun Si burst out laughing, and some surrounding disciples couldn't help but laugh along. Xia Zishuan, father. Come on when called. The chief of the enforcement hall urged. Yun Si looked around at the people inside the grand hall. Some were full of curious guesses about what that stick-like thing was, and others had eager looks in their eyes. Yun Si took out some beef jerky from his storage pouch. He gave one piece of each flavor to those who had spoken for him earlier, such as the elder and the master of the beast-taming peak. He randomly handed out pieces to others, including the nearby enforcement hall guards. Turning to look at Haizi, who was even thinner than he was, Yun Si directly put a handful into his hand. Haizi noticed that Yun Si had given him the most, and his dark eyes shone brightly. Yun Si wanted to give something to the sect leader too, but the sect leader had already gone back to handle matters. The disciples saw that those elders only received 3 sticks, yet Yun Si still thought about them. They liked the young lad in front of them even more. Thank you. Thank you, Yun Si. Thanks. They all thanked him, becoming more inclined toward Yun Si in their hearts. Yun Si joked, I sell food as well, remember to patronize me. Hearing this, the few disciples nodded. Looking at Yun Si's actions, it was impossible not to like him. Why hadn't they noticed before? Elder Huayuan smelled the fragrance without even tasting it. Little Yun Si, what is this snack? Elder Huayuan chuckled as he asked. The beast-taming peak master looked over at Yun Si. Yun Si blinked upon hearing the title. This is dried beef jerky, with 3 flavors, numbing spicy, fragrant spicy, and 5 spice. They're all good. Hee, then I must try it. Elder Huayuan smiled gently while complimenting. The beast-taming peak's masterly looked at the stick-like object in his hand and frowned. Is this edible? And it contained no spiritual energy at all. Elder Huayuan smiled meaningfully when he heard this. He turned his head to Yun Si. I'll go back now, little Yun Si, you can visit the alchemy peak anytime. As he spoke, he took out a jade token and waved his hand. That jade token was immediately hung on Yun Si. Master Li saw the jade token and was surprised for a moment. He looked questioningly at Elder Huayuan. Yun Si blinked big eyes. What was this? Elder Huayuan smiled slightly, didn't explain much, only saying, in the future, if anyone stops you, just take out the jade token. You can also go to the medicine hall freely. Saying that, he instantly disappeared right there. Yun Si. This jade token seemed pretty powerful. People in the great hall looked enviously. After all, that was the medicine hall. Chapter 35, Su Jing. Yun Si. Yun Si turned to look at the person coming, nodding. Seeing the handsome-faced youth standing before him, Yun Si felt puzzled. May I ask who you are? Su Jing glanced at the small youth looking up at him, smiling faintly. You may call me Su Jing. The sect leader asked me to show you your courtyard. Yun Si nodded. Okay, thanks for your trouble. Su Jing glanced briefly at Haizi dressed in the uniform of a miscellaneous duty disciple beside Yun Si, his voice as warm as jade. Not at all. Do you have time now? We can go right away. Yun Si turned to look at Haizi. Do you want to come along? Haizi shook his head. I need to go back. His work wasn't done yet. Yun Si didn't force him, nodding instead. All right, thank you for speaking up for me today. Feel free to find me anytime. If someone bullies you, you can also seek me out. Although he had little power himself, he had one characteristic, righteousness. Haizi came specially to testify for him. If the protagonist or those obsequious types knew, Haizi would be bullied to death as a miscellaneous duty disciple. He needed to protect him. Haizi curved the corner of his mouth, humming softly, I'll go first. Then he turned around and left quietly. Yun Si turned to Su Jing, then let's go. Su Jing smiled, nodding in agreement. On the way, both of them remained silent. Yun Xiai followed beside Su Jing, pondering that he hadn't prepared any ingredients for tomorrow afternoon. What should he sell tomorrow? We've met before. The person beside him suddenly said. Yun Xiai froze for a second. The original owner met him? He chuckled dryly twice. Really? I forgot. My memory isn't that great. Su Jing laughed softly, his voice smooth and pleasant. It was when you first bowed to the master. We were far apart then, so it's normal that you don't remember. Yun Xiai exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they weren't close, otherwise, the truth would have been exposed. He looked at the person next to him curiously. Are you the sect leader's personal disciple? Su Jing paused, shook his head, and said gently, the sect leader doesn't take personal disciples. Yun Xiai nodded. However, I can be considered the sect leader's disciple, Su Jing added. Can be considered? Yun Xiai looked at him curiously. Yun Xi's expression was all too clear, so Su Jing smiled and explained, I've always been by the sect leader's side. Yun Xiai nodded again. His clothing was neither that of a personal disciple nor an inner or outer gate disciple. Yet, the fabric clearly showed its value. He must have a good relationship with the sect leader. Neither spoke for a while. After all, this was the main peak. Its size was 2 or 3 times larger than any other peak. Every brick and tile demonstrated the strength of the sect. It wasn't something an ordinary middle-level sect could compare to. Every flower, grass, and tree around them was perfectly trimmed, enhancing the grandeur of the environment. Yun Xiai sighed in admiration. Su Jing led Yun Xiai to a place. Yun Xiai saw many celestial cranes drinking water and resting there. Blinking his eyes. Were they going to ride these celestial cranes? Although he'd heard about them, Yun Xiai had never ridden one before. He couldn't help but feel excited. He saw several sect disciples take out some plants and carefully hand them to the celestial cranes. Without even looking, the cranes seemed irritable. Yun Xiai. One disciple extended his hand further, and immediately one crane tried to peck him. That disciple fled instantly, shouting, Master Crane, I am sorry. Master Crane, I am sorry. Yun Xiai looked terrified. Looking at Su Jing, he pulled on his sleeve hesitantly. Can we just walk? Feeling his sleeve being tugged lightly, Su Jing turned around to see the scared Yun Xiai and consoled him gently, don't worry, the cranes are fine, they just don't like eating that. I have starlight grass here. As he said this, Yun Xiai saw Su Jing take out some grass sparkling with starlight from his storage pouch and approached a crane. That crane only glanced at Su Jing and didn't move. Su Jing handed over the starlight grass and smiled gently, could you take us to the back of the main peak? The crane looked at the starlight grass, picked it up with its beak, and swallowed it. Yun Xiai saw the crane nod its head, his eyes immediately lighting up with surprise. Su Jing smiled warmly at Yun Xiai and took out more starlight grass from his storage pouch. Would you like to try? Yun Xiai hesitated for a moment but was eager to give it a shot. He nodded firmly. Yes. Try. His pale face filled with determination. Su Jing chuckled, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yun Xiai didn't notice Su Jing's words. All his attention was on the celestial crane. He stepped forward and took the starlight grass. Approaching the flock of cranes, he hesitated for a long time and chose one that seemed less irritable. Though he wasn't quite sure how he knew. Seeing the crane much taller than him, he felt somewhat nervous and gradually approached it. The crane glanced at Yun Xiai but didn't look away, even blinking at him. A few nearby cranes seemed to sense the presence and also looked at Yun Xiai. Seeing the cranes not attacking him, Yun Xiai exhaled in relief. Then, he slowly offered the starlight grass. Master Crane, I'll give you the starlight grass. Could you take me to the back mountain of the main peak? Su Jing supplemented. Yun Xiai quickly responded, could you take me to the back mountain of the main peak? Thank you, Master Crane. Please don't peck me. Yun Xiai felt a bit tense. Unexpectedly, the crane bent down, lightly took the starlight grass from Yun Xi's hands, and lowered its body for Yun Xiai to sit on. Yun Xi's eyes widened as he looked at Su Jing in delight. Su Jing smiled warmly, go ahead. Yun Xiai nodded, carefully sitting down. The instant he sat, he felt different. Envious glances came from the newly arrived disciples. Look, isn't that Su Jing? How did he end up with Yun Xiai? That is indeed Su Jing. Wow. The Master Crane actually allowed Yun Xiai to ride? How did the Master Crane, who is known for its peculiar temperament, allow Yun Xiai to ride? It must be because Su Jing helped. So enviable. I wonder if I can get the crane's consent later. After all, I don't have starlight grass, which is very expensive. Yun Xiai was unaware of these exchanges, feeling very thrilled now. Su Jing also sat down, and Yun Xiai noticed that he was sitting cross-legged, so he followed suit. Su Jing gently reminded him, for the first ride, if you're scared, you can hold the crane's neck, but do it lightly. Yun Xiai nodded hard. Okay. Seeing Yun Xi's eager expression, Su Jing smiled. At this moment, the two celestial cranes spread their wings. Yun Xi realized how big the celestial cranes were, their outstretched wings were longer than two of him. He carefully held on to the crane, unsure whether the crane could hear him. He patted the crane. Master Crane, you're really amazing. So cool. While riding on the crane, Su Jing kept an eye on Yun Xi. Seeing Yun Xi, who was small and occupied only a tiny portion of the crane's back, gently holding the crane's neck and curiously looking at the scenery below, Su Jing smiled warmly. Chapter 36, Beast Taming Peak. Dad, can I have another one? Xia Zishuan looked pleadingly at the 5 beef jerky sticks in his dad's hand while he only had one. All the people inside the main hall had already left. After finishing the tasks, Xia Hall Master sat on the chair, frowning. You ungrateful son, shouldn't I leave a couple for your mother? You're always thinking about yourself. Xia Zishuan muttered, then what does having 5 mean? You just want to eat more. And he even ate mine. Yun Xi gave him 6. Xia Hall Master glanced coldly at Xia Zishuan, pretending not to hear, and treasured the stick as he put it into his mouth. Just with a gentle tear, spiciness and aroma filled his taste buds. Delicious. So delicious. This snack was indeed fresh. He didn't dare to eat it in big bites. Xia Zishuan looked at the precious beef jerky in his hand, tore off a small piece, and chewed it. The father and son enjoyed the food quietly, and there was no one speaking in the room, only the sound of chewing. A disciple from the beast taming peak rushed over and saw the peak master return, which was like finding a stabilizing force. Master Li immediately knew from the look on the disciple's face that the Taotai was causing trouble again. Rubbing his head with pain, he teleported instantly to the Lingu cave. The place was vast and expansive, making humans appear incredibly insignificant here. There was a group of disciples dressed in inner gate robes looking terrified at something inside. When Master Li arrived, his expression turned serious. Master Li! Master Li! Master Li! Those disciples, seeing Master Li, hurriedly bowed. Master Li waved his hand carelessly, then glanced inside and heard the heavy sounds of chains being shaken. One could tell that the ferocious beast inside was extremely restless. Is it because of food again this time? A disciple from the beast taming peak had a grave look. Master Li, the Taotai says he doesn't want to eat spirit pigs anymore. He has gotten tired of them. Tired of them? Has he grown tired of them so quickly? Master Li frowned. You must know that feeding Taotai spirit pigs, which are rich in spiritual energy, is expensive. Each spirit pig requires consuming thousands of spirit stones per meal. The spirit plants and spirit fruits used for feeding are all purchased from the spirit plant peak. One might say they rely on the spirit plant peak's goodwill. How many spirit stones a single spirit fruit costs and whether the price goes up or down is entirely dependent on the mood of the spirit plant peak. Raising a spirit pig costs anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The lowest price for a spirit pig is at least 60,000 spirit stones, and the highest reaches millions. Generally, these spirit pigs are specially raised by the beast taming peak to feed high-level spiritual beasts within the peak. Ordinary spiritual beasts such as rank 1, 2, and 3 simply don't have the qualification to consume them. The beast taming peak spends millions of spirit stones each month just raising spirit pigs, spirit cattle, spirit sheep, and spirit chickens. Yes, Master, spirit pigs, spirit cattle, and spirit chickens have all been fed. Taotai took a few bites and refused to continue eating. Now he's getting angry, the disciple said nervously, swallowing when hearing the sound of chains inside. That's the legendary ferocious beast Taotai. Although he may not necessarily break free from the chains, what if he does? Annoying. The guardian divine beast of Xian Yuan sect is often absent, playing outside the sect and didn't bring Taotai in decades ago. Since Taotai came, he felt the sect wasn't as safe anymore. However, luckily Ji Qing Immortal was around. This disciple was already prepared to go find Immortal Ji Qing upon hearing the chain sounds. Master Li stepped forward. I'll go take a look. Saying that, he walked into the cave. Inside, the ferocious beast looked like a sheep but with very long horns on its head. Its face had sharp fangs, and its claws resembled those of a human. This was Taotai, the embodiment of greed. Massive iron chains were tied to each of Taotia's 4 claws, leaving him only a limited space within the cave to move around. On the ground lay the remains of spirit pigs, spirit sheep, and even kicking spirit chickens. Taotai didn't look particularly enormous, yet at this moment, he was rampaging uncontrollably inside the cave. Upon seeing Master Li, he paused and snorted. Quickly find some food for your lord. I've grown tired of these, otherwise, I'll eat all of you. Master Li gazed at the beast with a headache. What do you want to eat? Taotai rolled his eyes. Why don't you just set me free? Then I can go find my own. Master Li wasn't foolish enough to believe his words, but if he refused outright, Taotai would start causing chaos again. And when Taotai caused trouble, it would inevitably terrify the sect disciples. Taotai had been causing chaos for decades, understanding Master Li's intentions all too well. He huffed, ready to create a commotion. Suddenly, a special aroma caught his attention. His gaze shifted, focusing on something in Master Li's hand. "What is that in your hand?" Master Li paused, glancing at the beef jerky that he had kept in his hand all along, then looked back at Cao Tai, who was staring intently at it. He realized that Cao Tai wanted to try it. Perplexed, Master Li examined the beef jerky. This snack lacked any spiritual energy. Would Cao Tai actually eat it? After all, Cao Tai had already grown weary of spirit pigs. But fearing further chaos, Master Li hesitated and threw one stick towards him. Cao Tai caught it with his claw. Master Li watched as Cao Tai sniffed the beef jerky, then tossed the entire stick into his mouth. Cao Tai was about to swallow it whole, but the moment his tongue touched the jerky, the interplay of spiciness and numbness ignited his appetite. After tasting it, Cao Tai used his tongue to pull the beef jerky back out from his throat. He began chewing. The chewy texture made Cao Tai drool, saliva splashing everywhere. Stunned by the flavor, he stopped moving entirely. Seeing Cao Tai actually eating it, Master Li broke off a small piece and placed it in his mouth to try. Instantly, he froze. Now, it dawned on him why Elders Huayuan and Qingxian had been so excited during their last meeting in the council chamber when Elder Huayuan received Yunxi's offering. This snack was simply irresistible. As Master Li thought about this, Cao Tai had already finished eating the jerky. How is there so little? It's not even enough to fill my teeth. Give me all of it. Cao Tai urged impatiently. Master Li hesitated. Originally, he planned to give it all to Cao Tai since he liked it so much. But after tasting a tiny piece, he couldn't bring himself to part with it. Hurry up or I'll cause chaos. Cao Tai warned. Master Li felt another headache. Though they had special chains and formations, once before, this fierce beast managed to break free. Now the formations were stronger, but it was still an ancient fierce beast. If it truly got angry, the sect leader and elders would have to intervene. Though he was reluctant, there were only 2 sticks of beef jerky left. I can only give you 1 stick. There's no more, Master Li said calmly. Nonsense. Your lord saw there are 2. Cao Tai roared furiously, opening his blood-red mouth wide. And with such delicious food, how could Master Li believe there wasn't more stashed away somewhere? Master Li coughed slightly and bit into the piece he had previously torn off. I've already eaten this one. Outside, the disciples of beast-taming Peak heard a chain sound several times louder than before. It's over. He's broken free this time. Run. Brother, should we report to the sect master? I'm scared. Wah. The Peak master alone can't handle it. Hurry, call for help. Just as the disciples prepared to call for reinforcements, the noises inside suddenly ceased. They looked at each other. It seems quiet now. Master must have calmed down the Cao Tai. I wonder what strange rare beast has been found this time. Sigh, hopefully it's an herbivore. Our Peak is getting poorer. Inside, Cao Tai licked the beef jerky in his hand carefully, without using his sharp teeth. Really? You're not deceiving your lord? Cao Tai took another lick. With unwavering composure, Master Li nodded. This snack is scarce. The elder of Xian Yuan sect only managed to acquire 3 sticks. We can't guarantee it every day, but there will be 3 sticks per month. As he spoke, Master Li thought about buying more from disciple Yun Ci in the future and keeping some for himself. But where exactly did disciple Yun Ci live? Seemed like it was the main peak, right? 3 sticks. Your lord will cause chaos. Cao Tai refused. Too few. Even if it were 3,000, he wouldn't be satisfied. He could eat 10,000 in one meal. Cao Tie's eyes rolled around. Humph, selfish humans. Just as Cao Tai was about to cause more trouble, he had already heard the panic of disciples outside earlier. The Peak master of beast taming hastily stopped him. 3 sticks every half a month. One day 3 sticks. No, wait. Cao Tie's eyes turned again. One day 18 sticks. If there were sticks for the Peak master, for the elders, for the sect leader, and surely for that detestable man, there would definitely be 18 sticks. He wanted them all. Cao Tai showed no willingness to negotiate. Master Li. I'll see. Cao Tai ignored him completely, focusing on the beef jerky in his mouth. With his big mouth, he gently bit off a small piece. He regretted letting go of that stick. So what if someone had eaten from it already? Master Li saw the glint in Cao Tie's eyes and immediately left. Don't think you can have my last stick of beef jerky. Chapter 37, New Residence. Master Li. Master Li. Master Li. The disciples outside bowed respectfully as soon as they saw Master Li coming out. Master Li waved a hand. You all should take some rest. All the disciples expressed their gratitude. Their master truly cared for them. After bowing, several disciples glanced towards the direction where Cao Tai was still located and remained shaken with fear. Gu Yan did not return to Moon Cloud Peak by flying his sword, instead, he wandered aimlessly within the sect, disoriented and lost. The reality of today was unbearable for him to accept. When Miao, who was so gentle and kind-hearted in his mind, and Yun Xi, maliciously jealous, it was all false. At this moment, two female cultivators were whispering heads down just as Gu Yan passed by. Really? You've seen when Miao showing disgust towards Yun Xi, one of the female cultivators asked in surprise. Yes. But I didn't dare say it before, nobody would believe me, and I feared retaliation, but after seeing someone saying it aloud today, I dared to admit it too, please don't tell others it was me. Before she could finish, she looked up only to see Gu Yan staring at her intently. She was terrified instantly, as was her companion beside her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything bad against Wen Miao. The female cultivator quickly apologized. Her companion also hurriedly bowed deeply. They expected Gu Yan to fly into a rage, but unexpectedly, Gu Yan said nothing, passing them without a word. Only when Gu Yan walked far away did they exchange astonished glances. Wasn't Gu Yan known for forbidding anyone from speaking ill of Wen Miao? Gu Yan. What happened? Don't know, but at least he didn't get angry, which is great. I almost fainted back there. Gu Yan is so handsome though. By the way, let's head early to Xianyuan Square tomorrow morning, this time, try the food made by Yun Xi, you're sure to like it. Yeah. Let's go together. As Gu Yan continued walking, many thoughts swirled through his mind. In the end, he recalled the little boy who used to tug at his sleeve, obediently calling him the fifth elder brother. Yun Xi rode the celestial crane, following Su Jing to the back of the main peak. Initially, he thought the rear mountain of the main peak would be similar to Yuyun Peak, but clearly, he was mistaken. The rear mountain of the main peak was much larger than Yuyun Peak. During the journey, Yun Xi could clearly feel the concentrated spiritual energy here, an ideal place for cultivation. Previously, he didn't care much about spiritual energy, but now upon comparing, he realized how much better places with rich spiritual energy were. The two celestial cranes landed in an open area. After descending, Su Jing glanced at Yun Xi who was gently stroking the celestial crane with his white, delicate hand. Lord Crane, a little high, would you lower a bit? Su Jing smiled faintly. For Yun Xi, the height was indeed somewhat high. Stepping forward. Give me your hand. Yun Xi blinked, handing over his hand. Thanks, Su Elder. You're really quite good-natured. Seeing Yun Xi's tiny hand placed in his much larger, soft hand, Su Jing kept silent, carefully helping Yun Xi step down. Once Yun Xi landed successfully, he happily withdrew his hand. He turned around to glance at the celestial crane. TSK, such long legs. Su Jing thanked both celestial cranes. Curious, Yun Xi asked, will they fly back on their own? They will stay for a while and then fly back, Su Jing explained gently. Let's go. Yun Xi nodded, waving at the two celestial cranes. Thanks, Celestials, see you next time. After saying that, he turned around and followed Su Jing away. This place was very spacious, Yun Xi only saw two houses. However, there was some distance between them. This way, it should not disturb each other. Yun Xi thought. Su Jing brought Yun Xi to one of the houses, it's here, let's take a look inside. Seeing these big houses, Yun Xi's star-like eyes sparkled, okay. Su Jing smiled faintly and pushed the door open. As Yun Xi walked in, he found the inside quite large. There were 3 rooms in the yard, one main house with 2 rooms on either side, resembling a sihiyuan. The bricks and tiles used for the houses were much better than his small wooden house on Moon Cloud Peak. There was no comparison between them, it was like comparing heaven to earth. The yard was also very large, perfect for planting vegetables. Yun Xi immediately liked this house. However, can I really live here? Such a nice house. Looking at Yun Xi's expression unwilling to leave the house, Su Jing's smile was warm, of course you can. The sect leader said this house is yours from now on, you can live here as you wish. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes widened. It's mine. As in, I can live here permanently and no one will take it away. Yun Xi had an incredulous expression on his face. Su Jing smiled and nodded, yes, it's yours. Yun Xi was instantly overjoyed. He had a big house now. Look at this bed, he wouldn't have to worry about falling off anymore. Hei Zi could stay here too when bullied, he had more than enough space. The little boy couldn't keep his hands off anything inside the house. At this point, Su Jing asked gently, do you need me to help you move your things over here? This house doesn't have any bedding, you'll need your own. Yun Xi blinked his eyes and nodded forcefully, please, Brother Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Su Jing paused, looking into Yun Xi's clear eyes before nodding. Alright. This time, Su Jing took Yun Xi there by flying on a sword. Yun Xi slowed down slightly as he watched his hand gripping Su Jing's waist. In no time, they arrived at Yun Xi's place. It's here, let's go inside, Yun Xi said, pushing the door open. Xiao Bai immediately jumped up, chirping sadly with huge teary eyes. Xiao Hei ran over as well, circling around Yun Xiai, tilting its head cutely and looking up at him. Alright, Xiao Bai, didn't I already tell you I'm fine? Yun Xiai patted Xiao Bai gently. As soon as Su Jing came in, he noticed Xiao Bai and gave a subtle frown. Yun Xiai told Su Jing, elder brother Su, feel free to sit down. Let me gather my things, it might take a bit of time. Then he looked at the vegetable garden and the large pot. Could these be moved? But he really wanted them. Su Jing shook his head with a smile. He then took out a black bead and infused spiritual energy into it. The bead hovered in midair, growing larger continuously. All the items in the yard, including even the vegetable garden, were absorbed into the bead. Su Jing surveyed the now clean yard. All your things should be in here now. Check if anything has been left behind. Yun Xiai was speechless. This is so magical. Su Jing smiled. This is the Showing Pearl. It can store all physical objects within its range. However, I didn't store the house, I only stored the rest, assuming you wouldn't need it. Yun Xiai nodded vigorously. Thank you, elder brother Su. Who exactly was Su Jing to have such a treasure? Clearly, he was no ordinary person. Chirp. Xiao Bai, we're moving to a bigger house. Yun Xiai gestured. Xiao Bai immediately leapt onto Yun Xi's shoulder. Turning to Xiao Hei at his feet, Yun Xiai said awkwardly. Xiao Hei, I'll carry you. Saying that, Yun Xiai picked up Xiao Hei with both hands and placed it on the sword. Unsure if it was just his imagination or not, Yun Xiai felt the sword move slightly. Su Jing tapped it lightly with his finger, and the sword stopped. As they flew higher, Yun Xiai looked down toward the house he'd lived in for over 2 months in the back mountain. A slight emotion welled up inside him. Bye-bye, little house. Chapter 38, Dinner. Yun Xiai and Su Jing returned to the main peak. Su Jing took out the black bead and placed it in the air. All the items that were originally in the yard were released from the black bead. Everything was basically placed back where they belonged, except for some odds and ends. Yun Xiai saw his little vegetable garden with its vegetables still neatly arranged in rows, now located at the lower left corner of the new yard. After noon, sunlight usually shone into the yard, putting the garden on the left side ensured it would be the first to receive sunlight. The vegetable garden that used to take up half the old yard now occupied less than a quarter of the space in the new one. Yun Xiai looked happily at the large yard, planning in his mind where to put everything. But first, he needed to tidy up properly. Just as he prepared to work hard, he suddenly froze. The sun was about to set. Su Jing had helped him so much, and Yun Xiai had promised to treat him to dinner. As if sensing Yun Xi's thoughts, Su Jing smiled faintly. You've just moved in, you should clean up first. Dinner can wait until next time, and I'll go practice cultivation. That would be embarrassing. Where do you live, elder brother Su? I can bring it to you later. Do you prefer light or spicy food? Is there any dish you like? You can tell me. The young boy wouldn't stop asking. Looking at Yun Xi's bright eyes glowing in the twilight, Su Jing suddenly paused. Yun Xiai continued, I still have chickens in my storage bag. We can make chicken soup, and also sweet and sour pork with shredded meat. It's very tasty with rice. Su Jing smiled gently. If it's not too much trouble, feel free to prepare whatever you want. I live right next door, you can come find me if you need anything. Yun Xiai nodded. All right. He paused for a moment, then looked toward the house whose roof he could see from where he stood. Does elder brother Su live over there? Then there's no need to send anything over. He could just call Su Jing over soon. Elder brother Su, when I'm done cooking, I'll come invite you. Since we're close by, it's convenient. Su Jing smiled, nodded, said a few words to Yun Xiai, and then returned to his own quarters. Once Su Jing left, Yun Xiai started tidying up while exploring the house. There were 3 houses in total. The largest one was in the north and contained everything necessary. Upon entering, there was a slightly larger room with a table, elaborately carved stools, and cabinets for storing cultivation techniques and books. On the right side, there was a delicate partition without any curtains. Behind the partition was the sleeping area. The bed had neatly arranged bedding. There was also a wardrobe in the room. That was about it. Cultivators weren't particularly fussy, some could cultivate even standing under the sky. The western and eastern houses were initially empty. Yun Xiai guessed they were previously used for sitting in meditation and cultivating. The 2 stoves, cabinets for ingredients, and small jars that used to be in the original house were all placed neatly in the eastern house. Yun Xiai decided to start by cleaning the pot thoroughly and stewing the chicken soup. Yun Xiai took a basin and went to the water well outside. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei arrived in the new environment and curiously explored every corner of the yard. Seeing Yun Xiai busy at work, Xiao Bai ran over. Chirp. I wonder if it works. Yun Xiai tried pressing the lever on the well. After pressing for a long time, there was no reaction. Yun Xiai muttered, damn, the well doesn't work after being moved here, there's no water below. What should he do? He remembered seeing a waterfall cascading down the main peak earlier when riding on the celestial crane. He'd check it out. Splash. Just as he stood up, he heard the sound of water bursting forth from the well. Yun Si looked over. Xiao Bai was sitting on the water lever, blinking. Chirp. There is water, it's just deep underground. Wow, Xiao Bai, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, I would have thought this well was broken. Yun Si joyfully picked up Xiao Bai and hugged him, rubbing his cheek against him. Xiao Bai's purple eyes gleamed with contentment. After praising Xiao Bai a bit more, Yun Si let him down, filled the bucket with good cheer, and began humming a tune, HPMF dogs and cats, elders and teachers, none of them know what's on my mind. I yearn for someone to care about me, but thankfully I met you. Today was truly a wonderful day. He'd moved into a bigger house, the protagonist's attempt to harm him failed, and ended up harming himself instead. Life wasn't bad at all. After cleaning the pot, Yun Si selected an old hen from his storage pouch, hummed a song, and started stewing the chicken soup. The soft voice of the young boy carried through the air, blending with the growing aroma of the chicken soup into every corner of the yard. At the same time, the back mountain of Moon Cloud Peak. Chu Zimo, who had just finished copying his punishment text, looked at the empty yard in front of him. Where was his Yunsi? Where was his big, robust Yunsi? Chu Zimo couldn't believe it as he walked into the yard. A cool breeze swept through, moving the leaves in the yard. It only made the scene more desolate. The stove that Chu Zimo had built for Yunsi was gone. The water well in the yard was gone. Yunsi's little vegetable garden was gone. That small white beast that always attacked him was gone. And Yunsi was gone too. Chu Zimo rushed directly to his alchemy peak. What normally took an hour, he managed in less than half that time. Chu Zimo didn't return to his own cave dwelling, instead, he went straight to another cave and charged inside. Bang! Ouch! Chu Zimo was immediately thrown backward, clutching his sore bottom which had met the ground with a thud. Oh right, his master had protections here. Despite the pain, Chu Zimo hurriedly stood up. Master, it's me Chu Zimo, your obedient disciple, ha ha ha. I have something to ask you, master. After saying this, Chu Zimo tried again. He found he could now enter. But there was no sign of Elder Qingxian. Chu Zimo ventured further inside, heading towards the alchemy room where Elder Qingxian often stayed. As soon as he entered, he saw Elder Qingxian with a serious expression, focusing intently on the soul-nourishing wood in front of him. Chu Zimo unconsciously took a deep breath. One should absolutely never disturb a cultivator during their work, especially when they were refining a divine quality artifact. This process required utmost concentration. But as Chu Zimo waited, the longer he waited, the more anxious he became. What is it? Speak. Elder Qingxian, looking at his naughty disciple who knew nothing but play all day, would have abandoned him long ago if not for his exceptional talent, surpassing the blue from which it came. You've just finished being punished for your antics, yet here you are wandering about. Aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Remember, 1 inch of time. Chu Zimo felt afraid as his master started preaching moral lessons. Quickly interrupting, Master, I'm looking for Yunsi. Ah, do you know where Yunsi went? Along with Yunsi, everything in his yard has disappeared. Elder Qingxian paused. That young disciple had moved to the main peak. Seeing the worried expression on Chu Zimo's face, Elder Qingxian hesitated before answering, that young disciple has moved to the main peak. Almost to their alchemy peak. Unfortunately. Thinking of this, Elder Qingxian slightly regretted how his disciple hadn't cultivated a better relationship with the young disciple or else they wouldn't have missed out. If Chu Zimo knew what his master was thinking, he'd definitely cry injustice. At that moment, Chu Zimo's eyes widened in astonishment, main peak. Why the main peak all of a sudden? What happened? Elder Qingxian paused momentarily and recounted the situation to Chu Zimo. Upon hearing this, Chu Zimo was filled with rage, there's no way Yunsi could be wrong. No, I must go see Yunsi. Elder Qingxian, seeing Chu Zimo ready to dash off, directly bound him with spiritual power. Reprimanding, take a look at what time it is. The young disciple has just moved. He needs time to settle down, go tomorrow. Tonight, you will cultivate properly. Chu Zimo thought about it and agreed. Definitely, early tomorrow morning he would go find Yunsi. Chapter 39, Dinner Part 2. The sun had completely set. The aroma of chicken soup permeated every corner of the yard, even drifting faintly into the distance. Yun Si ladled the chicken soup into a large bowl, then into 2 smaller bowls for himself and Xiao Bai to taste. Be careful, it's hot Xiao Bai. Chirp, Truly fragrant. Xiao Bai leaped onto the table, carefully licking the soup with his tongue. Chirp, It's delicious. Yun Si, looking at the golden-rich clear-stewed chicken soup in the bowl, also blew gently on it before taking a sip. The warm chicken soup instantly warmed his body. The soup was extraordinarily fresh and not greasy at all. This old hen was truly excellent. Xiao Bai kept drinking the soup from his bowl without raising his head, so Yun Si gave him a few pieces of chicken meat as well. After finishing his soup, Yun Si began preparing other dishes. He already knew what he would sell tomorrow at his stall. Rice bowls. Fragrant shredded pork with garlic sauce, slivered pork slices, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried pig intestines, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Give this world's people a taste of modern delicacies. Thinking back to modern times, whether students, workers, or parents too lazy to cook, everyone ordered a few home-style fried dishes and a couple portions of rice. Just one dish of fragrant shredded pork with garlic sauce was enough to eat several bowls of rice. After rolling up her sleeves, Yun Si went to fetch some water to wash her hands and began bustling about. The yard was filled with the scent of cooking. Not far away, Su Jing put down his cultivation manual and looked toward the little courtyard glowing faintly in the distance. A moment later, he released the protective formation and focused once more on his manual. Yun Si's small figure busied herself in the kitchen while Xiaohei glowed softly beside her, providing illumination. Soon after, a dish of garlic pork strips, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork slices, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes emerged from the stove. Yun Si caught the rich aroma wafting through the air. Each dish reached restaurant-quality excellence, appealing in color, aroma, and taste. Uncovering another pot, a large steaming pot of rice revealed itself at just the right moment. Yun Si then cut vegetables into bite-sized chunks that Xiaohei could eat conveniently, as he loved them so much. Xiaohei, looking at the colorful dishes in the basin, bounced around joyfully. Smiling, Yun Si said to Xiao Bai, "With these few dishes, we'll be eating several bowls of rice, Xiao Bai." Gazing at the steaming hot food, Xiao Bai gulped repeatedly, unable to wait any longer. He nodded eagerly, already salivating. Yun Si noticed this, patted Xiao Bai affectionately, and placed each dish on the table one by one. "Xiao Bai, don't be hasty, let me call Su senior brother first." "Chirp chirp, I will go with you." Xiao Bai leapt onto Yun Si's shoulder. Yun Si nodded and led Xiao Bai to where Su Jing was. Just as they arrived at the door, it opened. Su Jing greeted them warmly. Under the moonlight, his white disciple robes accentuated his elegant demeanor as a young man. Yun Si admitted she was a sucker for good looks and found Su's senior brother quite handsome. But what truly stood out about Su Jing was his gentle and courteous nature. Su Jing, noticing Yun Si lost in thought, smiled gently and said, "Thank you for coming over specially." Regaining his focus, Yun Si shook her head hastily, No, it was my pleasure to invite Su's senior brother to dine. Let's go inside, Su's senior brother. As she spoke, Yun Si led Xiao Bai back toward the house. Smiling gently, Su Jing followed her. Upon entering, Yun Si gestured for Su Jing to take a seat. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to help yourself." Su Jing had smelled the appetizing aroma earlier. He had never encountered such a strong and inviting fragrance before, and now he gazed at the unfamiliar dishes on the table, intrigued. "I've never seen these kinds of foods before," Su Jing remarked. Yun Si hesitated momentarily. "Oh. They're special dishes from my hometown. It's just that my hometown is very far away, so it's understandable if Su's senior brother hasn't heard of it." Yun Si decided he would stick to this explanation. After all, there wouldn't be anyone who could truly track down his original homeland. His beloved China, sniff, sniff. But enough reminiscing, time to eat. The little boy channeled his homesickness into motivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had already grabbed a spoon and was devouring the food enthusiastically, finishing half a bowl of rice in no time. Yun Si then picked up some braised pork slices using serving chopsticks and added them to Xiao Bai's designated bowl. Xiao Bai stirred with his own tiny spoon and continued eating heartily. Seeing this, Su Jing took up his chopsticks and sampled the Sichuan-style fish-flavored pork strips from the nearest plate. At the sight of the slightly sticky sauce, Su Jing paused briefly and only took a little bit. Observing Yun Si also picking up a piece of the dish, placing it on her rice, and chewing a combined bite of both ingredients, Su Jing mimicked her actions. Putting it into his mouth, he chewed lightly and froze unexpectedly. A complex mix of flavors, an ideal balance of salty, sour, and sweet, perfectly paired with the rice. Su Jing had initially planned to take just a small taste, but soon found himself unintentionally continuing to eat. Before long, an entire bowl of fully packed rice was gone. Su Jing stopped momentarily. "Could you please give me another bowl?" "This is delicious," he said gently, smiling. "Of course, please hand me your bowl, Su's senior brother," Yun Si replied affirmatively. "Thank you," Su Jing answered graciously. Yun Si handed him a full large bowl of rice. "There's plenty left in the pot for when you're done, Su's senior brother." Accepting the rice, Su Jing thanked him once more. "Thank you, it's truly a bother." Watching Su Jing eat elegantly, one mouthful of rice followed by a mouthful of vegetable, his graceful movements exuded impeccable etiquette. By the end of their meal, Yun Si finished 2.5 bowls of rice, leaving her comfortably full, and settled to sip on her chicken soup leisurely. After polishing off 2 bowls of rice, Su Jing couldn't resist having a third. Not wanting to trouble Yun Si, he rose and went to the kitchen to serve himself. The 4 dishes, a bowl of soup, and a large pot of rice satisfied every last hunger of both guests equally. Yun Xiai served a bowl of soup. "Master Su, try this chicken soup to refresh your palate." Su Jing accepted it with a smile. As he looked at the fragrant soup and took a sip, he immediately felt the salty taste from before being washed away by the rich, warm broth. Now he felt completely satisfied. "It's very delicious." Su Jing enjoyed the chicken soup immensely, sipping it slowly. By the end, every last piece of meat and drop of soup was gone from his bowl. Setting down his utensils, Su Jing glanced at Yun Xiai, who clutched her stomach and said she'd had her fill. The little boy's soft black hair puffed out in loose curls that made him look like he wanted a good head rub. His downcast eyes revealed only white, plump cheeks and hid those clear, lively eyes. For an unknown length of time, Su Jing gazed, suddenly recalling someone coldly telling him, "Yun Xiai is my youngest junior brother." Yun Xiai lifted her head. Coming back to himself, Su Jing praised, "The meal was truly delicious, the most distinctive I've ever tasted. Your cooking skills are excellent." Suddenly narrowing his eyes with a mischievous grin, "Can I come again next time?" Yun Xiai was somewhat puzzled. Was Su Jing just looking at her? Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Yun Xiai gave a slight nod, "You may." Su Jing smiled warmly. Yun Xiai thought it was merely polite conversation, just a casual question. "By the way, Master Su, can I call you Master Su from now on? You should be older than me, and stronger too." Yun Xiai mentioned. He believed Su Jing standing in the sect must be quite high. In fact, Yun Xiai had been calling Su Jing Master Su all along. Hearing the little boy repeatedly call him Master Su, Su Jing responded with a gentle smile, "Mm." After resting for a while longer, Su Jing helped Yun Xiai tidy up, and with a simple spell, the table and dishes were spotless. It was already evening, hour of Su, when Su Jing informed Yun Xiai he would go back to meditate. Yun Xiai stretched her limbs extensively. Chapter 40, Stealing. Hour of High. At this point, all was silent under the vast night sky. The small figure of Heisey walked from the laundry room back toward the residence, moonlight illuminating his frail spine. Seeing the tightly closed door, Heisey pushed hard. It was locked from inside. Inside. Yang Er and Yang Wu, hearing noises from the doorway, exchanged glances and hastily shoved their beef jerky into their mouths, lying down and pretending to sleep. Old Three was still chewing his mouthful of beef jerky. Yang Wu nudged him. "Stop eating. Hurry and get into bed. Don't let him come in today." Smirking as he spoke. The one called Old Three kicked off his shoes, chewed more beef jerky, and got into bed. Listening to the movements inside, Heisey knew they weren't asleep. Looking at the wooden door, Heisey knocked a few times. "Open up." His mother, does he dare to knock on the door? Yang Wu glared with narrowed eyes. Hearing the knocking, Yang Er held his voice down, smirking. "Looks like he's not afraid of you anymore." Old Three continued picking at his foot while eating the beef jerky, hearing this directly slammed his fist on the bed. "Has that coward gotten some guts? There's always a way to deal with him. In a bit, I'll piss in his bed." The group within laughed in mockery. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. "Don't open it, pretend you don't hear, don't let him in, why should we since he didn't help me with work today?" Yang Wu tightened the blanket around himself. No movement came from within. A quarter of an hour passed. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. Heisey kept knocking on the door, head slightly lowered. "Open up, I know you're awake." After these words, those inside looked at each other uneasily. Yang Wu didn't want to open. Yang Er grinned wickedly and said, "We'll see each other every day anyway, we'll make him do chores later." Only then did Yang Wu stop talking. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Heisey raised his head and saw Yang Er yawning. "Oof, we were sleeping. Next time, come earlier." Saying this, Yang Er ignored Heisey and walked inside. Once Heisey entered, there was a sudden hush in the room. Yet, the heavy smell of stinky feet permeated the air. Heisey held his breath. The 3 people within pricked up their ears, listening carefully for any signs from Heisey. Heisey retrieved his wooden box from beneath the bedding and opened it with the aid of moonlight streaming through the window. Just as he opened it, something felt off. The box had been tampered with. Heisey paused momentarily, flipped to the bottom, and found that the carefully wrapped paper bag of beef jerky he'd placed there was completely missing, leaving only a greasy paper bag filled with the aroma of beef jerky behind. All 3 others heard the sound of the wooden box opening and exchanged glances in the dark. Lowering his head, Heisey slowly stood up. Tap. 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 Heisey stood by their bedsides. "Give me back my things." The deep, hoarse voice echoed in the room. Seeing the slender youth standing at the foot of their beds, head lowered as he unblinkingly stared in their direction, Yang Er and the other 2 couldn't help but feel some unease in their hearts. Old Three, with his quick temper, was the first to snap, "What the hell? It's just a bit of your food. Are you going to let us sleep or what? Give me back my things." Heisey said slowly. Young heir spoke up, Heisey, it's not right for you to hide good stuff from us like this. Why didn't you want us to have it? Yang Wu still held a grudge over the earlier refusal to help him. Heisey didn't reply but repeated himself again. Give my things back. Yang Wu grew annoyed, we ate them. Old Three raised the last small piece of beef jerky in his hand, see. The last one's in my mouth now. Saying that, he stuffed it all into his mouth and chewed loudly. Young heir looked at Heisey who had his head bowed down and faked concern acting as a peacemaker, alright, we're all living together here. Since it's already eaten, don't be so petty. Go to sleep, we've got work tomorrow. Yeah, why be so stingy, Yang Wu smirked wickedly. This is really good stuff, I didn't get enough. Maybe I should grab some more. Old Three munched on the beef jerky, oblivious to anything else. Heisey had his head bowed, his hands clenched into fists, his breathing getting heavier and heavier. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. A voice kept ringing in Heisey's mind. He glared wildly, eyes straining to keep open. The three, who originally wore mocking smirks, froze when they glanced up and saw Heisey, getting quite a fright. Under the moonlight, Heisey's faintly visible face resembled a devil's, undoubtedly radiating murderous intent. They now felt Heisey might actually kill them. Hey, Heisey, what's wrong? Yang Wu's voice trembled. Young heir and Old Three were scared speechless. Heisey stepped forward. His mind now only harbored one thought, to kill those who stole his beef jerky. What are you doing? Hey, Heisey. As Heisey approached the bed, a warm, sunny face suddenly flashed in his mind. He stopped his steps. No. Not yet. Heisey gave them a cold glance and then turned and walked out. The three huddled at the backside in relief. Damn it, scaring who? Once Heisey left, Yang Wu wiped his sweat and cursed loudly. It's probably because we took his stuff and felt guilty that we got scared. Young heir said. Yang Wu and Old Three nodded, agreeing with that explanation. No one admitted they were truly scared before. After Heisey went out, he looked up at the bright, silver moonlight. His eyes had already changed. When he came back in the afternoon and was hurried to do laundry, he had put the beef jerky in the wooden box, never imagining the box would be rummaged through. Heisey lowered his gaze. Gripping the paper bag in his hand, he walked towards a direction. The next day. The sky was already bright outside. Yun Xiai turned over in her blankets, cheek brushing against the quilt. Xiao Bai heard the sound and ran in from the outer room. Chewy. Her violet eyes mirrored the unwillingness of the young man to get up. Yun Xiai glanced at the sky and guessed it was around 6 or 7 in the morning, which was Cho hour. Yun Xiai procrastinated for a while before finally leaving the warmth of the blanket, dressing appropriately, half awake as she fetched water to wash up. Today she had errands to run and had to cook upon return, so she needed to hurry. After washing up, she felt more alert. Yun Xiai cooked some pumpkin porridge and plucked some pickled cucumbers from a small jar. She also took out the leftovers from yesterday evening from the storage pouch. Though it looked fresh, Yun Xiai still heated it up. Drinking a warm bowl of porridge in the morning paired perfectly with crisp and salty pickled cucumbers. Yun Xiai and Xiao Bai enjoyed the meal thoroughly. After eating, Yun Xiai glanced at Xiaohe who was still fast asleep. Xiao Bai, I'm stepping out for a while. When Xiaohe wakes up, let it eat vegetables by itself. Make sure Xiaohe doesn't cause trouble. Chewy. Okay. Xiao Bai nodded. With this reassurance, Yun Xiai left home. She remembered there was a dining hall near the main peak. Today she wanted to sell bento boxes, and surely their plates at home wouldn't suffice. Now unable to leave the sect, the place most likely to find plates was the dining hall. Yun Xiai decided to take a look and hopefully order some more. Walking to the top of the main peak, Yun Xiai saw several sect disciples rushing by. Huh. Yun Xiai noticed a person dressed in the gray clothes of a junior disciple curled up by the side of the road, resembling an abandoned and pitiful puppy. The surrounding sect disciples passing by kept their distance when they saw him. Yun Xiai looked at that figure and felt increasingly familiar with it. Upon moving closer, she realized it was Heisey. Chapter 41, The Dining Hall. How did Heisey end up here? Yun Xiai looked puzzled and was just about to go over. Yun Xiai. A female cultivator beside her exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai stopped her steps and looked at the female cultivator whose face was filled with delight, but she didn't recognize her. It really is Yun Xiai. Another female cultivator also showed joy on her face, feeling very excited inside. Yun Xiai, aren't you setting up your stall today? We were going to queue after delivering the herbs. Yun Xiai stopped her steps, shook her head, and explained, I'll be out this afternoon, I have something in the morning. Ah, I just passed by the square, there were so many sectmates queuing. One female cultivator said. It was only then that Yun Xiai remembered forgetting to inform those who were queuing. Can you inform everyone once you go to the Shenyuan Square? The two female cultivators looked at the young boy with white soft cheeks who only reached their chest height, handed over two stick-like things, and with clear eyes, said, "Thank you, these are beef jerky that can be eaten." As she spoke, Yun Xiai blinked her big eyes. "See if I don't charm you." Inside, the two female cultivators immediately softened. "Miss Yun Xiai is too cute." They instantly accepted it, thank you. Yun Xiai flashed a mischievous smile, shook her head, and seeing they were fine, said, "I'll go first." Saying this, she directly ran towards Haizi's direction. After Yun Xiai ran away, the two female cultivators exchanged a glance, both seeing the stars in each other's eyes. That's right, now the sect has three factions. Those who like Wen Miao and only recognize Wen Miao as the best faction. Those who believe in Yun Xiai and think Yun Xiai was misunderstood. And others. They belong to the second kind. One of the female cultivators took a bite of what Yun Xiai gave them, so fragrant. What a unique flavor. "Haizi, how come you're here?" Haizi heard Yun Xi's cheerful voice and lifted his head from his knees. Hollow eyes, tensed expressions. Yun Xiai looked more and more uneasy. "What happened? Was someone bullying you yesterday when you got back?" Yun Xiai grabbed the edge of Haizi's clothes, her tone becoming anxious. This Haizi seemed more off than ever. "Is it?" Haizi slightly shook his head, opened his mouth, and softly said, "The door was locked from the outside yesterday. I had nowhere to go." "What? Did you stay here all night? Why didn't you look for me? I don't know where you live." Haizi raised his head and looked at Yun Xiai with a pitiful gaze. "You're the only one in the sect who's been good to me. I thought you might find me annoying like others." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiai felt even more heartbroken for this little wretch. She patted Haizi consolingly, "Tisk, how could that be, I'll take you home shortly." Feeling Yun Xi's hand lightly patting him, Haizi lowered his head and a corner of his mouth slightly curved upward. "Let's go. I'll help you teach them a lesson." Yun Xiai pulled Haizi towards the direction of the peak. Haizi shook his head and stayed where he was. No need, fellow sect members can't fight, I can't drag you into this." Seeing how bony and thin Haizi looked, Yun Xiai felt both heartbroken and somewhat regretful that he wasn't tougher. "Who said I would fight them openly? When the time comes, I'll put a jute bag on, beat them up, who would know it was us?" Saying this, Yun Xiai revealed a smug smile. He really is smart. The surrounding disciples passing by saw the white shining young boy under the sunlight, and many recognized him as Yun Xiai, unable to resist looking at him several more times. Haizi lowered his head and softly said, "No need, it's fine, I need to get back to work, the overseer will say something if he doesn't see me." Saying this, he was about to turn around and leave. Yun Xiai blinked her eyes, "If you're bullied again next time, come find me. I live behind the main peak." Haizi lowered her head and humbly replied yes, then ran towards the peak direction. Only when Haizi could no longer see Yun Xi's figure did he stop. Straightening his back, he turned around and looked at the previous direction. After a moment, Haizi his gaze and slowly walked forward with a blank expression. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of joy deep in his eyes. Haizi seemed to have noticed this and looked around left and right. He spotted a youth standing on a towering ancient tree to his right, staring at him. The look was condescending, devoid of any warmth, as if he were looking at an ant. With grace and poise, the young man's attire contrasted sharply with Haizi's grey servant-disciple robes. Haizi lowered his head and continued walking silently. Si Qingxian only glanced for a few seconds, seemingly unwilling to linger further on an irrelevant person, then shifted his gaze indifferently. Yun Xiai arrived at the neighboring peak through the main peak's simple teleportation array. The main peak sure was convenient, disciples of Xianyuan sect could access simple teleportation arrays to all other peaks from the main one. Yun Xiai reached the dining hall. Inside, everyone eating was either an outer sect or inner sect disciple. The dining hall was large, yet not many people were eating. There were only about 20 individuals. Looking at the signs, Yun Xiai could only recognize some of the words by intuition. Spiritual pork, 20 spirit stones per serving. Spiritual beef, 25 spirit stones per serving. Spiritual chicken, 15 spirit stones per serving. Rice, 7 spirit stones per bowl. Green vegetables, 10 spirit stones per serving. Below was another line, all food in this cafeteria contains spiritual energy. Spiritual pig? It probably meant the difference between it and an ordinary pig is that it contains spiritual energy. Yun Xiai was somewhat delighted. The cafeteria actually had the meat she needed. But the price? Too expensive. In the mundane world, 1 spirit stone could buy dozens of pigs. Was spiritually infused food really this expensive? Yun Xiai glanced at what they were eating. There was meat, rice, and vegetables. All of them looked rather bland, simply cooked without much variety, and served in small portions. It seemed they just wanted something basic enough to be considered edible. And those who ate chewed mechanically before swallowing and leaving after they finished. Some may want to save spirit stones, purchasing only a bowl of rice without even sparing a dish of green vegetables. Yun Si blinked her big eyes and approached one of the serving counters. A youthful-looking woman stood there handing out food. Upon seeing the little boy in front of her, she arched a brow. Young disciple, what would you like? Yun Si shook her head, I'm not here to buy food. I'd like to purchase some plates. Is that possible? Plates. For over 100 years the woman had been serving food, but never heard such a request. She chuckled, what do you need so many plates for? You'll reach the stage where you can abstain from food in just 7 minor levels. Do you even need plates? Yun Si blinked, I sell food at my stall, and the plates I have aren't enough. Plus, I cannot leave the mountain. Could you possibly sell me some? Yun Si blinked again. The woman was pleased by the polite address of sister from Yun Si and laughed heartily, sure. But if I sell you plates, can I eat your food for free? Yun Si nodded, of course, since you're selling me the plates. Song Qing narrowed her eyes mischievously, do you know how old I am? Yet you call me sister. Yun Si, anyway, sister looks very young. Probably only a bit older than me. Song Qing became even more fond of this young boy and responded promptly, all right. Yun Si let out a sigh of relief. She thought about a neighbor back in the modern era whose 3-year-older daughter always teased him, making him call her sister. In the end, Yun Si spent a hefty amount of 50 low-grade spirit stones to purchase hundreds of plates, bowls, chopsticks, and special buckets used by the dining hall to store dishes. Upon hearing from the seller, these buckets contained magical formations that kept food warm. Yun Si found this feature extremely useful. Song Qing also generously added a few extras for Yun Si. Feeling embarrassed, Yun Si gifted many pieces of homemade beef jerky to Song Qing. As Song Qing held the beef jerky, she raised an eyebrow, Beef jerky? Yun Si widened her eyes, imagining countless possibilities, a time traveler, a person from the modern world. But then she heard the woman say, my man also took 2 yesterday. Yesterday? That must have been the leader or the peak master to whom she gave them. Yun Si didn't ask further and had to return to prepare dinner. Song Qing appeared genuinely happy and was about to inquire Yun Si's name when she turned around and found no one. Runs fast. Chapter 42, Si Qingxian and Su Jing. After buying the tableware, Yun Si returned to her courtyard to prepare ingredients. At the same time, Xianyuan Square's western side was already crowded with people. Inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and service disciples were all present. These people had come to line up early in the morning, waiting to buy Yun Si's food. Several hours had passed, but there was still no sign of her. Is Yun Si not here yet? I want to buy yesterday's soup dumplings. The soup dumplings, hand-grabbing pancakes, and meatball soup, I want to eat all of them. Seriously, she didn't even say she wouldn't come yesterday. Yesterday, my senior brother told me about the delicious food here, so I came during my spare time, but it turned out to be a no-show. I'm leaving now, I won't waste any more time. When this disciple spoke, some others began to hesitate. It's already been a while since she hasn't arrived. She probably isn't coming today. I'll go back and practice cultivation too. Sigh. Some people had already decided to head back, with a few of them walking away directly. But some weren't ready to give up and wanted to wait a little longer. Yu Dongsheng looked at these speaking fellow disciples and glanced at Su Tianwei beside him. It's already Chen hour, and little junior brother Yun still hasn't arrived. I wonder if something happened today. Su Tianwei frowned. Why don't we practice cultivation while we wait? Just then, a figure ran over, and it was Chu Zmo. Su Tianwei walked forward and greeted with both hands clasped. Junior brother Chu. Chu Zmo turned around upon hearing the greeting. It's you guys. Su Tianwei smiled as he observed Chu Zmo glancing around absent-mindedly. Junior brother Chu, are you also looking for little junior brother Yun? Chu Zmo nodded immediately. Yes. Has Yun Si not arrived yet? He hadn't seen his Yun Si for nearly 3 days. Sniffle sniffle. At that moment, 2 female cultivators holding hands walked to the front and informed those in line that Yun Si would set up her stall in the afternoon. What, she will set up the stall in the afternoon? Then I'll come back later. A disciple from the inner sect said in front. Excuse me, did senior sister Yun specify what time in the afternoon? The 2 female cultivators paused, they realized Yun Si hadn't mentioned anything specific. No. Upon hearing this, the crowd started buzzing again. The 2 female cultivators held hands tightly, saying, we'll go browse around first, then come back later. Okay. Chu Zmo stood right in their path. Where did you see Yun Si? Tell me quickly. Main peak. Chu Zmo rushed toward the main peak without hesitation. Su Tianwei and Yu Dongxing exchanged a glance and finally decided to sit down nearby and cultivate while waiting. Su Wanqing felt somewhat conflicted. Yi Qingqing simply sat down on the spot. Wanqing, let's stay here and cultivate while we wait. I have a feeling, the food this afternoon will be absolutely delicious. Yi Qingqing's face was full of anticipation. After hearing this, Su Wanqing settled down to begin cultivation as well. People nearby noticed and followed suit, cultivating while waiting for Yun Xi. Li Fengzhu, observing this scene from the heavens, wore an expression of relief. Some disciples were indeed diligent. Yun Xi was stir-frying fish-flavored shredded pork, cooking with 2 woks simultaneously. The kitchen was filled with a rich aroma. Yun Xi. Yun Xi. It's me, Chu Zmo. A voice called from outside. Yun Xi stopped her actions and went to open the door. Chu Zmo immediately rushed in and hugged Yun Xi while wailing, Yun Xi. I missed you so much. Were you alright yesterday? I've heard from Master that when Miao really has no shame, actually trying to frame you. Yun Xi struggled for breath under the tight embrace and pushed Chu Zmo away slightly, though she was happy to see him too. Cough, cough. Too tight. I'm fine, but where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you for several days. At the mention of it, Chu Zmo's expression turned grievous. Still my master, punishing me by making me copy texts. I wrote non-stop for 2 whole days. My hands almost fell off. Pfft. Yun Xi couldn't help but laugh. Come in, I'll show you my new place. How do you like it? Big enough? Chu Zmo took a look around the house. Your place is really spacious, Yun Xi. So much better than the old shabby wooden shack. Plus, there's extra room. Hee hee. Yun Xi grinned as she walked towards the kitchen. You stay here, I need to get back to stir-frying or the pot might burn. Mentioning the dishes, Chu Zmo instantly swallowed hard. He hadn't eaten Yun Xi's food for days and was craving it desperately. Chu Zmo hurriedly got up and followed Yun Xi. As soon as he entered, he smelled the rich fragrance filling the air and couldn't take his eyes off the colorfully fragrant dishes in the 2 big pots. Yun Xi, can you dish me some? Chu Zmo drooled uncontrollably. Not yet, here, have some beef jerky first. Afterward, I'll serve some separately and we can enjoy together. Saying that, Yun Xi handed a piece of beef jerky to Chu Zmo. Xiao Bai also came running over, chirping, Jiu Mi. Here. Yun Xi gave one more piece to Xiao Bai, allowing him to nibble slowly. Chu Zmo bit into the beef jerky straight away. This is really delicious. Everything you make is delicious, hee hee. 2 hours later. The fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, sautéed meat slices, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were all finished. 4 large buckets of dishes were prepared, along with 4 large buckets of rice. By now, it was almost way hour. Yun Xi felt soreness in her lower back. Her hands also ached from constant chopping. She used her wood's spiritual power to relieve herself, feeling much better instantly. Chu Zmo walked in. Yun Xi, are you done? Yun Xi picked up the food she had served separately. Yeah, take those 2 dishes. Hee hee, finally able to eat Yun Xi's cooking. Chu Zmo couldn't wait. Yun Xi dished out a lot of rice as well. The rest were properly sealed and placed into the storage bag to keep them fresh as if just cooked. The 2 people and 1 beast sat at the table. Chu Zmo wasted no time digging in as soon as he saw the dishes in front of him. Xiao Bai was also eating with his little spoonfuls. Delicious, so delicious, Yun Xi, you wouldn't know, I haven't eaten your cooking for 2 days, and I feel like 200 years have passed. Chu Zmo picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare rib and placed it in his mouth. The tangy and sweet sauce on the outside wrapped around the crispy fried spare rib inside. A bite gave a satisfying crunch. Yun Xi smiled. For cultivators, 200 years mean nothing. Who knows, perhaps when you become more powerful, we might not see each other. Thinking about it, there was indeed that possibility. The future master weaponsmith. Chu Zmo panicked upon hearing this. Never. Moreover, your food tastes so good, I don't want to leave. He had already made up his mind about Yun Xi. Yun Xi. Fine, it's because of my food, huh? Stupid guy. After a hearty meal, Chu Zmo felt thoroughly satisfied. Yun Xi tidied up and prepared to set up her stall. Although it was still a bit early, it could be considered dinner. Chu Zmo didn't want to return to practice cultivation, so he followed Yun Xi to the Xianyuan Square. After closing the door, Chu Zmo looked at the neighboring house and asked, Yun Xi, do you know who lives over there? Yun Xi nodded. Do you know Su Jing? It's him. Su Jing. Chu Zmo widened his eyes. Yun Xi, your place is amazing. What's wrong? Seeing that Yun Xi didn't know, Chu Zmo explained, Su Jing and Si Qingxian are top geniuses in the sect. Su Jing and Si Qingxian. Yun Xi was also surprised. Who's stronger? Chu Zmo shook his head. Si Qingxian has a natural sword bone, and Su Jing has an empty spirit body. One is Ji Qing Immortal Lord's disciple, and the other is the Master's disciple. Could be said that across the entire cultivation continent, there aren't disciples more powerful than them. But as for who's stronger, I think they're about the same, but Si Qingxian is more extraordinary. Is Su Jing that strong? Yun Xi regretted not reading the original text carefully. There were so many characters she simply didn't know. Knowing that the canon fodder character with her same name was expelled from the sect, she got angry and refused to read further. Well, nothing matters more than earning money. Let's go. To the Xian Yuan Square. Chapter 43, Rice Bowl. The two young teenagers arrived at Xian Yuan Square. Since they had moved to the main peak to live, they entered the square from another direction. Yun Xi noticed that the stalls in the afternoon were not as numerous as in the morning. At this hour, some people had already closed their stands. It might also be because the market fair would end soon, and many disciples had bought what they wanted. They headed west, where it was clearly more lively. Somewhere within the square, someone shouted, "Yun Xi has come." Those who had been meditating immediately opened their eyes. Their eyes gazed eagerly at Yun Xi approaching. Yun Xi, everyone has waited a long time. Finally, it was his turn. There were so many people here, haha. Yi Qingqing pulled Su Wanqing over. "Yun Xi, you've finally come. I thought we wouldn't get to eat your food today." The nearby Su Wanqing nodded. Yun Xi winked at them. "Sorry for making you all wait. I had something yesterday afternoon, so I could only cook this morning." Chu Zmo nodded. He understood why. Then, the disciples gathered around them. At this moment, an inner sect disciple said, "Yesterday, on the main peak, I saw Yun Xi being taken away by Suda from the enforcement hall to the enforcement hall." What? Why did Yun Xi go to the enforcement hall? Everyone's attention, originally focused on food, turned towards the news that Yun Xi had been taken to the enforcement hall, stirring curiosity among them. Generally, ordinary disciples would go to the precept hall when they committed a mistake, but the enforcement hall was more serious. At this moment, an enforcement hall disciple said, "Let me tell you something big, Wen Miao is also in the enforcement hall. You will know what's going on in 2 days." What? Everyone widened their eyes. This was even bigger news. How could Wen Miao be in the enforcement hall? Could it be that Yun Xi framed her? This fellow should think before speaking. If Yun Xi had framed Wen Miao, could she be standing fine in front of us? Su Tianwei smiled as he spoke, but if one looked closer, his eyes revealed deep consideration. The people nearby also turned to him because of this sentence, and expressions of strange looks showed on their faces. That person hurriedly apologized, sorry. I mean no harm. I'm just curious why Yun Xi and Wen Miao are both in the enforcement hall. Could it be that something happened?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. Definitely, something has happened. And didn't you notice? Wen Miao hasn't shown up for 2 days. Something must have happened. Yun Xi, are you really okay? Chu Zmo asked with confusion showing on his face. Wen Miao was a direct disciple of Ji Qing Immortal Lord. If not, I can report to my master and ask him to help you after I return. Though my master isn't as powerful as Ji Qing Immortal Lord, he still has some influence. Yun Xi felt warm inside, nudging Chu Zmo with her elbow. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Chu Zmo held the place where Yun Xi nudged him. It didn't hurt. Yun Xi wouldn't use much force, hehe. Yun Xi treated him so well. Yun Xi took things out from the storage bag, arranging them one by one. As for those people's talks, she ignored them since all would become clear in 2 days anyway. Earning money was important. There were 2 wooden tables and 8 small wooden stools in total. Yun Xi saw that a stall nearby had left, so she placed the wooden stools there, forming a row. She originally planned to use the 2 tables to place 4 large buckets of dishes, but she found that these small tables could only hold 1 bucket. But putting the buckets directly on the ground might get dirty. What's wrong? Chu Zmo asked. Yun Xi replied, I wonder if there's any cloth or a large table. Hearing this, Chu Zmo said, just wait. Saying that, he ran off directly. In a short while, he brought out a large table. Yun Xi was surprised, where did you find it? Is it another vendor's table? Chu Zmo proudly raised his head, yeah, I used 1,000 pieces of spiritual stone to buy everything from that stand. The vendor gave me the table. Yun Xi, you're amazing. Then she looked at Chu Zmo, thanks. But why don't you spend 1 or 2 pieces of spiritual stone and just borrow it for the night? Yun Xi muttered again. After all, being too poor made her accustomed to thriftiness after coming here. Chu Zmo didn't care at all, are you worried that I got scammed? That stall had 2 or 3 smelting materials I needed, and I didn't lose anything, hehe. Yun Xi grunted, as long as you're not dumb, make sure to prioritize your own interests first, alright? What do you mean, calling me dumb, huh? When did I say that? I just said you're not dumb. Are you deaf? Humph. The 2 teenagers argued while setting up the large buckets. Audience, why did they start arguing all of a sudden? On the table were 4 buckets of dishes, a bucket of rice, and plates and chopsticks placed in the empty spaces. Everybody line up. Today we're selling box meals with 4 choices: sweet and sour spare ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, sautéed meat slices, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, each costing 1 lower-grade spiritual stone. Rice can be refilled for free. Saying this, Yun Si opened the lids. An intense aroma spread out instantly. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Sweet and sour spare ribs. The people in front, who were close, saw the dishes in the 4 buckets. Combined with the overwhelming aroma, they went crazy immediately. I was the first one here, step aside. Yun Si just said to line up earlier, so you should go behind. Mother of mine, stop snatching my spot, Aya. Ouch. My foot. Who stepped on my foot? You don't want to exchange positions with me, do you know who I am? Who cares if you're the son of the head of the enforcement hall? But haven't I heard that the head of the enforcement hall is the fairest and most selfless person around? See how he speaks. Xia Zi Xian. Dad, except for grabbing my beef jerky, what good are you? All the enforcers nearby couldn't handle the chaos. As some people were about to start reporting their names and challenging others to a duel, Yun Si quickly advised. Stop fighting. Don't cut in line. If you've been seen, go to the last one. Upon hearing this, those people saw the earnest eyes of the little teenager, not scary but serious. Already blushing and embarrassed, they glanced at each other, instantly forming an orderly line. But the cunning one squeezed towards the front. Suddenly, someone was shoved out, his expression disbelieving. Go to the last one. Chu Zmo came over and pointed at that person. This person was unwilling but didn't dare challenge a direct disciple, so he could only say resentfully and pitifully, so did he squeeze in. Chu Zmo looked at another person, both of you, go to the back. If you cut in line again, we won't let you buy anything. The other person also reluctantly went to the back. Yun Si took a look. Direct disciples are awesome. With Chu Zmo sitting nearby and the 2 prior examples set as warnings, everyone instantly fell silent and queued up orderly. Chapter 44, Meeting. An inner gate disciple who seemed rather introverted came to the front. Yun Si served a large scoop of rice onto the plate center, looking at the person across. Which dish do you want? That disciple glanced at the 4 dishes. Can I have a bit of all of them? No problem, then I'll give you 1 spoonful of each. The serving spoon for the dishes was about the same size as those used in modern canteens. The difference was, Yun Si's hand didn't shake, ensuring every spoonful was generous. 1 spoonful of each of the 4 dishes was poured on the 4 corners of the rice. Here, if the rice isn't enough, come for more. Because there were 4 dishes, the rice might finish before the dishes. The disciple shyly smiled, saying, thank you, then handed over a spirit stone. Yun Si smiled slightly, taking the spirit stone and stuffing it into the storage bag at her waist casually. Next. The second person eagerly stepped forward. I want all 4 dishes too. Sure. Xiao Mu held the plate and sat down on the stool nearby. People behind saw the food in the plate and swallowed their saliva. These dishes looked delicious. Xiao Mu picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, chewed it, finding it crispy outside yet tender inside, with a sweet and sour taste. A special flavor. There's such delectable food. He then picked up some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which were soft and smooth with the texture of sandy tomatoes. Delicious. Fish-flavored shredded pork was even better. With just 1 bite, the softness of the shredded meat, the elasticity of black fungus, and the crunchiness of carrot were perfectly blended. Xiao Mu ate voraciously, appearing refined earlier but now looking like he had been hungry for several days. At this moment, the second person finished buying and stood by the side eating immediately. He kept shoveling big bites of rice into his mouth without even raising his head. Before long, 7 small stools beside were filled with people. And around the 2 small tables, several disciples were gathered. Yun Si, I've finished my rice, give me some more. I want 2 spoons of sweet and sour spare ribs, 1 spoon of fish-flavored shredded pork, and 1 spoon of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I also want to add rice. Yun Si, pour some soup from the scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto my rice. I want it too. I found something, this scrambled eggs with tomatoes may not be as good as the other 3 dishes, but its soup is exceptionally tasty when poured on the rice. Who said scrambled eggs with tomatoes are worse than other dishes? My senior sister and I think they're very delicious, sweet and sour. More and more people gathered. If it weren't for the distant misty peaks radiating divine energy, the concentrated spiritual aura, and the hidden Tao principle surrounding them, anyone who didn't know would mistake it for a night market in modern times. Look over there, is Yun Si here? Definitely, why is Yun Si setting up a stall at this time today? Hurry, let's go queue up. The people nearby heard and said to the person next to them, let's go too. Today, more disciples seem to be here to buy food compared to usual, there must be some special delicacy. Nah, I'm not going. After queuing for 3 days, I only managed to buy once. It's so late now, surely, I can't get anything. You'd better not regret it. Have all the disciples stopped their hunger strike? Why are they still eating? Asked a returning disciple who had been on a mission outside. One glance tells you don't know. Yun Si's food is extremely delicious, even the sect leader and elders buy them. I also heard that eating them helps advance cultivation levels. Yesterday, a junior Outer Gate disciple ate not long ago and advanced to the gold core stage. Outer Gate disciple? That person gasped, clearly skeptical. Hey, just go and see. If you don't eat it, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. No more talking, I'm going to queue up. Don't know if I can get in line at this point. People from other directions were also heading towards the west. Many people said they were running over there, while some looked at Yun Si's direction with eyes full of disdain. Yun Si served food to those in the queue one by one. Next person, which dish do you want? As she was saying this, she already had the rice portion ready. A low and cold voice spoke, whatever. Yun Si blinked in surprise and lifted her head. The crowd was so shocked they couldn't find words to express their feelings. Yun Si looked at the person in front of her and became dazed again. Hunk. Si Qingxuan gave a faint lift of his gaze. Yun Si quickly snapped back to reality. Yes, that kind of look, treating everyone as garbage. Even handsomer. Isn't this the guy who caught her sneaking peeks on the first day of the stall? Nope, up close, he's even better looking. This facial feature, this skin, this height, tss. Are you done staring yet? Si Qingxuan eyed her coldly as if about to drool. Not yet, Yun Si was once again embarrassed. She lowered her head, her little face crumpled into a bun. From Si Qingxuan's perspective, it was just a curly-haired, innocent-looking teenager looking up at him with big eyes. At this moment, Chu Zimo ran over, cautiously glanced at Si Qingxuan, then whispered in Yun Si's ear, Si Qingxuan, you don't recognize him anymore? Si Qingxuan. Yun Si widened her eyes in shock. This is Si Qingxuan. She couldn't have recognized him. No wonder the former host liked Si Qingxuan. She thought the former host had good taste. But Yun Si wanted to say, why think of love before coming of age, Yun Si swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her mind frantically imagined how the original host got along with Si Qingxuan. She hadn't recognized him twice, but she hadn't called out his name either, so there wouldn't be any problem, right? But thinking about it being Wen Miao's master brother, she decided not to worry too much. Yun Si had already calmed down, serving a standard portion of dishes, then extended her hand, one spirit stone. Si Qingxuan looked at the small, pale hand whose distinct bone structure grabbed the plate. I didn't bring any. His grip was light, yet Yun Si felt like the plate weighed 1,000 caddies. Yun Si's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression showing anger, making her cheeks puff up. Eating without paying, huh? Eating without paying, huh? It angered her. Are you trying to get revenge for your younger brother Wen Miao? Fine, you've successfully pissed me off, are you happy? Yun Si sounded almost aggrieved. Si Qingxuan slightly furrowed his brows, preparing to say something. You can't eat without paying spirit stones. Chu Zimo muttered by the side. Si Qingxuan sent a cold glance his way. Chu Zimo received such a huge scare, that's true anyway. Muttering softly. Yun Si protected Chu Zimo, warily eyeing Si Qingxuan ahead. Complete silence surrounded them. Who would have guessed Si Qingxuan couldn't even produce a lower-grade spirit stone? Surely it was deliberate to get back at Wen Miao. Poor Yun Si, liking anyone else would have been fine, instead she liked Si Qingxuan. Si Qingxuan's dark and gloomy eyes only briefly glanced at Chu Zimo before casually focusing on Yun Si who looked both angry and scared. For some reason, Si Qingxuan recalled a white kitten that used to glare at him while fiercely protecting its mother beast. Repulsing him. Wanting to scratch him with sharp claws. Yun Si, you're weaker than me, let me protect you. Chu Zimo trembled as he said this. Yun Si. Heartbreaking, buddy. Si Qingxuan's black pupils stared at the young boy talking to someone nearby, his tone indifferent, you're not Yun Si. This sentence was only heard by Yun Si. Yun Si had a fleeting moment of panic, gripping her hands tightly, how could I not be? Stop joking around. Yun Si used to call me Master Qingxuan every time we met. 2 months ago, she suddenly stopped. Why? Si Qingxuan looked down on the person pretending to stay calm from a higher position. Upon hearing this, Yun Si widened her eyes in shock. What, it could be said this way. Of course we've grown distant since we haven't seen each other for so long. Si Qingxuan didn't say anything else, the tall and slender youth deeply gazed at Yun Si for a moment before turning and walking away. Yun Si exhaled a breath. Yun Si, what did Si Qingxuan just say to you? Chu Zimo asked. Yun Si shook her head, nothing. Sigh, feels like things are going to get more troublesome from now on. Wait, he just took the plate. Yun Si's face puffed up again in anger. Chapter 45, the fourth day ends. After the interruption passed, everyone's attention returned to the meal Yun Si had prepared. Even some of Wen Miao's supporters secretly joined the queue and bought a portion. While cursing inside, they couldn't stop eating. Delicious, so delicious. How can someone so spiteful cook so well? Tonight's dishes left an indelible impression on these cultivation disciples. As twilight approached and the sun slowly set, the 4 large buckets of food and 3 smaller buckets were nearly empty. Even Chu Zimo beside her served himself a portion and started eating. Yun Si. Won't you be full? Chu Zimo rubbed his head earnestly, though I'm full, I haven't eaten enough. Yun Si. She poked Chu Zimo's stomach, you can come find me anytime later. Don't eat too much and hurt yourself. It was easy to feel too full if eating too much. Especially since Chu Zimo had already overeaten at lunchtime. Chu Zimo froze, nearly crying in gratitude, Wah, Yun Si, you're so kind. Yun Si, don't be cheesy. Chu Zimo. At this moment, Su Tianwei and Yu Dongxing walked over with their plates. Seeing them, Yun Si tilted her head slightly, refill. Su Tianwei immediately showed an embarrassed smile, we won't add any more today. We've refilled 3 times already, it was so good. Both you and I ate until we were full. Yu Dongxing also nodded, young Master Yun's cooking is truly exquisite. Yun Si smiled brilliantly, why do you always praise me like Yi Qingqing? Can't you say something else? Su Tianwei and Yu Dongxing both paused momentarily before speaking in unison, young Master Yun's cooking really is great. All 3 were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, then burst into laughter. At this time, Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing, having finished their meals, strolled around a bit and upon returning heard their names mentioned. With wide eyes, they asked eagerly, what happened? Yun Si explained, Senior Su and Senior you always praise me. I said that Yi Qingqing praises me every time too. Yi Qingqing's bright smile spread, because your cooking really is good. Yun Si, your cooking is the best I've ever tasted. And most importantly, Yun Si was incredibly cute. Her cheeks must be so soft. Chu Zimo glared suspiciously at them, Yun Si and I are the best. Don't think that praising Yun Si will make her favor you. Yi Qingqing became angry instantly, that's bullshit. Yun Si didn't even say she's closest to you. Who she favors is uncertain yet. From now on, I'll let Yun Si favor me. I also want to become Yun Si's friend. Chu Zimo shouted back, that's your dream. I met Yun Si first. So what? Hearing them argue, the surrounding people thought. Why were they arguing? They immediately pulled Chu Zimo and Yi Qingqing apart. Both glared at each other, refusing to yield. Chu Zimo looked at Yun Si, tell me if I am your friend, the best one. Yun Si, childish. Sure, don't fight. I have to serve the next person. Chu Zimo provocatively eyed Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth. What are you smug about, Tisk? Yun Si handed the last serving of food to the disciple in front of her and told those behind her, none left. Please come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, those at the back were utterly shocked. How come it's gone when it's my turn? I wanted to try today's dishes badly. I wanted them too. I've waited in line for an hour. They say fish-flavored pork with rice is amazing, what exactly does it taste like? I wanted scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Sigh, sweet and sour pork ribs ran out first, how good were they? The last person who received the food immediately broke into a grin. Another person stepped forward and grabbed him, Brother Daoist, I'll give you 2 spirit stones if you pass me this dish. Someone nearby instantly countered, I'll give you 3 spirit stones. Move aside. I'll give you 20 spirit stones, hand it over to me. The man hesitated for a second, but the sweet and sour scent of fish-flavored pork rushed into his nostrils. He made a firm decision, it can only be half. Deal. They asked Yun Si for a clean plate and began dividing the dish. The people nearby were full of disappointment, and some even ran to Yun Si, there's none left. Yun Si lifted the lid to show them, see. It's really all gone. Even the juice from the scrambled eggs with tomatoes was completely drained. Almost everyone had asked her to pour a few spoonfuls of the juice over their rice. Seeing the 7 empty large buckets, they finally gave up hope. Yun Si cast a cleaning spell on the 7 large buckets, planning to wash them with water again when she returned. She tidied up the table a bit, then patted Chu Zimo who was eating, I'm taking this table away. Chu Zimo didn't seem to care, yeah, sure, you can have it. I don't need it anymore. Yun Si smiled, thanks. Since she had to wait for these people to finish eating and collect the plates, Yun Si simply sat down. Feeling a little bored, she took out a piece of beef jerky and slowly started chewing on it. Yun Si, give me one, Chu Zimo said after he finished his meal. Yun Si handed a piece to Chu Zimo. The 2 teenagers started munching on the beef jerky. They slowly chewed each bite, enjoying the taste as it got more flavorful. It made an excellent snack and could also replenish energy. However, in this world, for cultivators, beef jerky doesn't replenish as much energy as a single pill would. After finishing their meals, some people came back with their plates and chopsticks clean. Most disciples at the beginner level knew how to use a basic cleaning charm and would often apply it to their plates before returning them. For outer sect or labor disciples who didn't know the charm, Yun Si would make sure the dishes were clean when she took them. Thankfully, everyone had eaten everything on their plate, leaving no waste. Yun Si, what are you eating? One disciple couldn't help but ask after watching her for a while. What was that black stick-like thing? Everyone looked over curiously. A disciple from the enforcement hall recognized it. That's beef jerky. Yesterday, Yun Si gave me a piece. It's so delicious I haven't been able to eat it, I still have half a piece. He only bites a tiny bit each time. Hearing this, other enforcement hall disciples who were wolfing down fried rice immediately agreed, it's really delicious, with a unique flavor and chewy texture. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of longing. Yun Si took another bite and thought for a moment. Then she took out some beef jerky, broke it into small pieces, and handed them out to the group. Those who hadn't managed to buy dinner but stayed behind came forward to take a piece. After tasting it, they all exclaimed how good it was. One by one, they took a piece until the beef jerky was gone. Yun Si, do you have more? Can you sell me some? I'll pay any amount of spirit stones, said one inner sect disciple. The others who had tasted the beef jerky nodded eagerly. They were willing to trade spirit stones for it. This snack became more and more delicious the more you chewed. Yun Si shook her head, I'm not selling this for now. Will you sell tomorrow? Yun Si shook her head again. Everyone looked extremely disappointed. Yun Si, will you set up your stall at the same time tomorrow? Yun Si nodded, yes, around the same time as today. You don't need to come too early. How can that be possible? If we don't come early, we won't be able to queue up. That's true, that's true. The boxed meals today were so delicious, just like the hand-grabbed pancakes last time. I wonder when I'll get to eat them again. I want to have the grilled sausages too, I've been thinking about the taste for days. No way, I must come earlier tomorrow, I didn't even manage to queue up today. Same here, same here. As everyone chattered on, a disciple eating a boxed meal suddenly said, tomorrow is the last day of the stall fair, right? Everyone realized it indeed was. One person muttered, how did it end so quickly? Every year I think 5 days of the stall fair is too long, but this year I actually wish the stall fair would continue forever. What are you dreaming about? Elder Dankong has always been against holding such events, so we're lucky to have it this year. Does that mean we won't get to eat Yun Si's food anymore? No. I must come early tomorrow. I must eat on the last day. Right. On the last day, I must eat. Whether inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, or labor disciples, everyone made sure to remember that. Yun Si remained silent, quietly munching on her beef jerky. After collecting the last plate, she clapped her hands and walked off with Chu Zimo. Chapter 46, Regret. Yun Si opened the door and entered the courtyard. Xiao Bai ran over, and Xiao He trotted excitedly toward Yun Si. Xiao He must have been playing in the water earlier, soaking himself thoroughly, making his skin shiny black. Yun Si closed the door and squatted down to pet Xiao Bai, then patted Xiao He. They felt completely different. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao He with a faint purple gaze. Suddenly trembling, Xiao He immediately ran far away, shrinking into the water to peek at Xiao Bai. Why are you so timid, Xiao He? It might have been due to lineage suppression. Xiao He had always been afraid of Xiao Bai, but Yun Si had never seen Xiao Bai bully Xiao He. Smiling, Yun Si pet Xiao Bai. After eating lunch, she wasn't hungry anymore. Yun Si picked some fresh vegetables and placed them in the food bowl next to Xiao He's water basin. She also left a few pieces of beef jerky for Xiao Bai. I'm going to rest first. If you're hungry, Xiao Bai and Xiao He, eat something else. With that, Yun Si stood up and walked toward the room inside. Once the stall fair ends, she planned to stay in bed and sleep for a few days. Yun Si returned to her room and flopped onto the bed. These past few days, she should have earned a few hundred spirit stones. Haven't taken off my shoes yet, too lazy to get up. Soon after, light breathing from the young girl could be heard in the room. Xiao Bai entered and saw Yun Si lying deeply on the bed without even taking off her shoes. The small body gradually began glowing. But after a long time, there was no response. Xiao Bai stared at the sleeping little girl. It seems the spiritual power still hasn't recovered. Not only can he not transform into human form, he cannot even speak the human language. Xiao Bai pulled over a blanket and covered Yun Si with it. Meanwhile, at the alchemy peak, Chu Zimo returned to his cave dwelling and saw Elder Qingxian standing with his hands behind his back, looking quite stern. Looking at the sky, Chu Zimo said nervously, Master, I didn't come back too late, right? Hee. Elder Qingxuan's eyes held an unreadable look as he asked ambiguously, did you go to run the stall with Yun Si again? Chu Zimo nodded, yep. Excitedly, the bright young man added, Master, let me tell you, the meals Yun Si made today were absolutely delicious. Many people couldn't buy them, but since I'm friends with Yun Si, I got to eat first, hee. With a serious expression, Elder Qingxian questioned, didn't you bring some for your master? Chu Zimo paused, trembling upon seeing the meaningful expression on his master's face. Forgot. Humph. What a fine disciple you are. The last word dragged out. Lowering his head, Chu Zimo replied, Master, I'm sorry, followed by a muttered complaint, you didn't tell me. Elder Qingxian, with his hands behind his back, took out a dish. Chu Zimo's eyes widened in surprise. Master, you actually do have some. Where did you get it? I didn't see you go. Could it be that Master disguised himself to buy it? Elder Qingxian leisurely replied, Little disciple Yun Xi sent it through another disciple. At this, Chu Zimo wondered, what? How did I not know? Hee, Master, next time I'll bring it for you too. With a disdainful glance, Elder Qingxian said, Go practice more diligently. Yes, Master, I'm leaving. Chu Zimo darted back into the cave quickly. As Elder Qingxian turned away, he lowered his head and picked up a piece of braised pork. Truly delicious. At the medicine cabinet hall. No one may enter here without permission. The disciples who came to deliver food waited outside. Elder Huayuan came out, asking, What is it? Startled when he saw the food the outer sect disciple was holding. Good day, Elder Huayuan. This is from Yun Xi for you. Understanding, Elder Huayuan accepted the meal and chuckled, Young Yun Xi has thoughtfully remembered me. The disciple bowed politely, Elder Huayuan, I'll leave now. Huayuan nodded with an affirmative sound and walked inside, smiling while holding the food. That outer sect disciple glanced back at the sign with 3 large characters, Medicine Cabinet Hall. So this is the Medicine Cabinet Hall. I wonder if I'll ever be able to step inside during my lifetime. The expression of the outer sect disciple became hopeful, suddenly growing firm. Yun Xi once said that humans can triumph over fate, and we outer sect disciples can achieve success through hard work. Big brother Su ate what Yun Xi prepared and succeeded in forming the golden core. Today, I had Yun Xi's food for free, and I certainly will succeed too. That outer sect disciple quickened his steps, ready to return to his cave and start cultivating. In a pavilion adorned with peach blossoms floating gently in the air like fairyland surroundings, 2 elegant figures sat within the pavilion. Jiqing, you decided to expel him from your disciples. Headmaster Zhongxian picked up a chess piece, observed the board, and placed it down in one spot. Life is like a game of chess, every move is irreversible. Upon hearing the words, Jiqing Xianzuan indifferently lowered his eyes, and the pale, slender fingers holding the chess piece paused for a second. Without speaking, he placed the chess piece down. Headmaster Zhongxian looked at the man in front of him who was still aloof and distant, frowning slightly. At this moment, a disciple walked over. First paying respectful homage. Master, honored immortal. Master, the disciples outside say this is from Yun Xi to you. Saying so, the disciple glanced at the food in his hands. Smelling the rich aroma, he unconsciously swallowed some saliva. Is this the food made by that Yun Xi? Jiqing Xianzuan indifferently looked over here. Headmaster Zhongxian was startled, not expecting Yun Xi would send him food. Just as he was about to take it, a strand of spiritual energy flashed, and the plate appeared on the chessboard, scattering the chess pieces. But Jiqing Xianzuan seemed completely unconcerned. On Headmaster Zhongxian's usually steady face, a hint of helplessness appeared. Jiqing. The disciple widened his eyes and hurriedly bowed his head. Headmaster Zhongxian waved his hand, you may go first. Yes, I shall retire. After the person left, Headmaster Zhongxian sat down. Looking at the person in front of him staring at the plate of food without touching it, knowing that Jiqing wouldn't eat food from the mortal world. Jiqing, don't tell me, you regret it. Headmaster Zhongxian said, thinking of Yun Xi. That little disciple was indeed pure and endearing, and he found her quite likable too. Jiqing Xianzuan had already stood up, dressed in snow-white robes, I shall leave first. Saying so, he directly disappeared from the spot. Headmaster Zhongxian looked at the dishes on the chessboard, sighed. Sat down and started eating. Nodded, though devoid of any spiritual energy, the taste was moderate, unique. Delicious. The sky turned completely dark. Silence reigned over the small courtyard at the back mountain, with only fireflies flying through the air. Bang! The courtyard gate was pushed open. Xiao Bai in the yard looked towards the red-haired youth at the door. Gu Yan slightly pursed his lips, looked around, then approached the white beast, is Yun Xi here? Xiao Bai neither nodded nor shook its head. It hadn't sensed any ill intent from the red-haired youth. Gu Yan was slightly agitated, I came to deliver something. Xiao Bai saw what the red-haired youth was holding, pausing upon seeing one particular item, turning its head toward the direction of the main house. Gu Yan understood, stood up and walked toward the main house. Approaching the door, Gu Yan hesitated, seeing the door was left ajar. Frustrated, he rubbed his red hair. Knocking twice on the door, awkwardly said, Yun Xi, it's me. There was no response inside, Gu Yan frowned. Knocked again. Still no response. Feeling increasingly agitated, Gu Yan pushed the door open, didn't hear me talking. She didn't seem so easily upset before. Inside the house, it was silent, but cultivators have strong senses. Gu Yan instantly felt someone inside. Xiao Bai also ran in, heading to the side of Yunxi's bed. Gu Yan saw the slightly raised lump under the blanket on the inner room's bed. Xiao Bai sitting by the bed, Gu Yan hesitated for a moment, awkwardly went over. The noise did not disturb the young boy sleeping on the bed, just lying there with his eyes gently closed, slightly curly hair, long lashes making the sleeping expression look peacefully adorable. Gu Yan momentarily froze. He remembered the first time he met Yunxi, when the young lad stared at him with bright eyes, calling him brother Gu Yan. But then he said so many hurtful things to Yunxi. Gu Yan grew somewhat frustrated. Xiao Bai looked at the red-haired youth, feeling puzzled inside. If he doesn't give it quickly, Yunxi might be woken up soon. Though it had never seen Yunxi wake up like this. Gu Yan took out a storage ring. If Wen Miao were here, she would certainly recognize it. This storage ring is a product of Lingxiao Pavilion, very rare. Lingxiao Pavilion has everything inside, top-grade elixirs, cultivation techniques, divine-quality magic weapons, even items from the demon realm can be found. Countless cultivators want to obtain items from Lingxiao Pavilion, but they are not easy to get. Gu Yan thought for a moment, putting the storage ring on Yunxi's finger. Yunxi's hand was very small, and very soft. When the storage ring was first put on, it was a bit large, but after fitting well, it automatically shrank to the size of Yunxi's finger. Here's the storage ring for you, don't mind what I said last time. Gu Yan muttered. The small youth in bed moved slightly. Gu Yan quickly shut his mouth, staring at Yunxi. The red-haired youth was frantically thinking about what he would say when Yunxi woke up. However, the young lad merely turned over, sticking a leg out and placing it on top of the blanket. Gu Yan. He got up and inspected the room. How there's not even any lighting. Outside, Little Black was eating cucumber. Suddenly remembering, second master hadn't given Yunxi any knights. Gu Yan took out a few palm-sized knights from his storage bag. He placed them in the inner room, outer room, on the table, inside two other rooms, and also in the courtyard. These few aren't enough. When second master returns, I'll have to ask him for a few more. Yunxi was still sleeping. Gu Yan stayed for a while before leaving. Chapter 47, Storage Ring. The Miscellaneous Tasks Peak. When Little Black returned after finishing his work, he hadn't even entered the house when he heard speaking and boisterous laughter from inside. There was also the scent of food in the air. With an emotionless face, he walked in. The food Yunxi made is indeed delicious. Much better than the dishes served in our cafeteria at the Miscellaneous Tasks Peak. Shit, that stuff isn't even edible. Yang Wu chewed a large bite of sweet and sour pork ribs. Today when I was queuing with third brother, we almost didn't get any. There were so many people. Young Heir was also eating quickly. Third brother held the food box so tightly it looked like he'd bury his face right into it. You're right, although Yunxi isn't much, the food he makes is quite good, Yang Wu said. Third brother, who had gotten food stuck on the edges of his mouth, chimed in upon hearing Yang Wu. Today when I queued up with Yang Heir, I also heard that Yunxi and Wen Miao, the personal disciple of Ji Qing Xianzuan, were brought to the enforcement hall yesterday. Enforcement hall? It can't be that Yunxi wants to frame another personal disciple again. Not that I'm saying anything, but Wen Miao has such rare water spirit roots once in 100 years. What is Yunxi compared to her? Yang Wu shouted loudly. Third brother ate hastily as if saying. He got chased away like a dog, probably just jealous of Wen Miao. Don't you agree? Ha ha ha. The three of them roared with laughter inside the room. Clang. The door was forcibly pushed open. The room fell silent instantly. Little Black walked in with his head lowered, not looking at them, then lied down on the bed facing away from them and pulled the covers up properly. Those three exchanged glances, rolled their eyes, and acted like they didn't see him. Then they started talking again. However, they no longer mentioned Yunxi, nor mocked Little Black openly or indirectly like they used to. Since that night, the three felt slightly awkward facing Little Black. Little Black, with his back to them, hadn't closed his eyes. He stretched out his hand, seeing the nail marks formed by clenching his fists on his palm. The next day, when it was just getting bright, Yunxi woke up. He had slept too full last night. After dawdling in the nest for a while. Chirp chirp. Hearing the sound, Yunxi looked towards Little White that had jumped up, picked it up and said, "Good morning, Little White." Chirp chirp, good morning. Yunxi noticed something different about Little White today. What's wrong, Little White? Little White put its paw on his hand, chirp chirp. Only then did Yunxi notice that there was a silver ring-like thing on his right little finger. What is this? How did it appear on my hand? Yunxi was full of doubts. Little White, did you give it to me? Little White shook its head, chirp chirp. Not you. Was anyone here last night? Yunxi tilted his head and asked. Chirp chirp, yes yes. Yunxi looked at the ring which fitted perfectly with his finger. What is this thing? Did Chu Zimo give it? Little White shook its head, chirp chirp, no. If not Chu Zimo, who else could it be? Could it be Su Jing? That wasn't right, he wasn't that familiar with Su Jing. And why would Su Jing mysteriously send him a ring? Little White shook its head, chirp chirp, no. Did Elder Huayuan send it? Or Elder Qingxian? Or maybe even the sect leader? Yun Ci listed all possibilities. Little White kept shaking its head, chirp chirp, no. Then who? Yun Ci couldn't think of anyone else. Chirp chirp, Little White hated that it couldn't speak and reached out to scratch Yun Ci in frustration. Yun Ci patted it. Well, let's not think about it for now. He tried to take the thing off, attempting twice but the ring wouldn't budge. Stunned like a wooden chicken, Yun Ci pulled hard on the ring. I don't believe I can't take it off. However, the ring was as if completely merged with his finger. He felt nothing, but the ring was truly there. What is this thing? Yun Ci thought for a moment and probed with his divine sense. He discovered there was actually space inside, and it was very large, seemingly endless. He didn't know how much it could hold, but compared to his original storage bag, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Yun Ci stared wide-eyed, is this a storage ring? Chirp. Little White nodded. In the past, Little White had always heard Yun Ci say he wanted a bigger storage bag. This one should be larger than the old one. Yun Ci blinked. Who on earth gave it to him? Unable to figure it out and unable to take it off, Yun Ci decided not to worry about it for now. After getting up to fold the quilt and preparing to go outside to wash up, he noticed there was an extra white bead in the room. It was entirely milky white, but inside it looked as if star rivers were flowing, appearing mysterious and beautiful. It would surely look even better at night. Yun Ci stared longer and realized something odd, its appearance, its size. Wasn't this the same knight from the protagonist's possessions in the original text? He glanced at the knight in the outer room. A shocking guess came to him. Looking at Little White perched on his shoulder. Could these have been given by someone with red hair who looks incredibly arrogant? This time, Little White directly nodded. Yun Ci. What's wrong with Gu Yan? Why is he randomly giving things away for no reason? Not long ago, he was still coming to criticize him. Without bothering about the protagonist being locked away, why come to give him all this? Suddenly, Yun Ci guessed. Would Gu Yan be trying to bribe him, asking him to speak well of Wen Miao? Looking at the storage ring on his finger. Yun Ci blinked her eyes. It wasn't impossible. Since it has been given, that makes it his. After washing up, Yun Ci began making breakfast. Because he also needed to prepare snacks for sale later in the afternoon, Yun Ci decided to keep breakfast simple. He cooked a pot of pumpkin porridge and fried egg pancakes. The pumpkin porridge warmed the stomach and carried a slight sweetness of pumpkin. The egg pancakes were soft yet chewy, carrying the fragrance of eggs and chives. Little Black ate the vegetable platter. One person and two spirit beasts enjoyed a tranquil and pleasant breakfast. After eating, Yun Ci tended to the small vegetable garden. He picked the ripe vegetables and replanted seeds. After arranging the garden, Yun Ci started preparing the food he would sell in the afternoon. Just as he took out the meat, a knock came on the door. Yun Ci opened the door and saw Haizi. Haizi, looking at the skinny little potato in front of him. In his past life, as an experienced internet user, Yun Ci couldn't quite bring himself to say this word. But looking at the thin person in front of him, Yun Ci adjusted his expression and asked, are you here to deliver clothes? Haizi nodded slightly, yeah, they're clean. He handed over the clothes in his hands. Yun Ci took them, smelled the soap aroma, and found the clothes folded neatly. Thank you, your timing is perfect, I was just about to change. Yun Ci smiled, have you eaten breakfast yet so early in the morning? Haizi shook his head, I'll eat when I get back after delivering the clothes. Yun Ci pulled him directly into the yard, I made egg pancakes and pumpkin porridge this morning. There's still some left in the pot. It should still be warm. Have some before you leave. Haizi looked at the hand pulling him and followed Yun Ci inside. You sit down first, I'll go get it. Yun Ci said as he placed the clothes on the bed and walked towards the kitchen. When Yun Ci came back with a bowl of pumpkin porridge and egg pancakes, he saw Haizi still standing in the same spot. Hey, why are you still standing? Come on. Haizi moved closer. Looking at the golden porridge and egg pancakes in front of him, Haizi pressed his lips together slightly. Lifting his head, he whispered softly, thank you. No one has ever invited me to eat breakfast. Hearing this, Yun Ci revealed a tender expression. Sigh, what a poor little thing. It's nothing. You can come find me anytime. I'll invite you. You're too skinny. By the way, if you're ever locked out again, you can come find me. There's plenty of room here. The young boy rambled incessantly. Already lowering his head, Haizi softly replied with an almost imperceptible nod, barely lifting the corner of his lips. Lowering his head, he drank a mouthful of porridge. Sweet. Yun Ci smiled, eat slowly. I'm going to make lunch. Saying this, Yun Xiai headed towards the kitchen. Haizi lowered his head, sipping the sweet porridge spoonful by spoonful. Chapter 48, The Feast. Yun Xiai was cutting vegetables in the kitchen. After cutting for a while, he prepared to go out and fetch some well water. Turning around, he saw Haizi standing by the kitchen door. Yun Xiai blinked, "Are you finished eating?" Haizi looked at Yun Xiai and nodded slightly, with a big pack on his back. "I'll go now." "Okay." Yun Xiai nodded. He watched the boy who was shorter than him leave the door with a backpack even larger than himself. Yun Xiai shook his head. The child was too hardworking. Compared to Haizi, he had it way too good right now. On the other side. Yu Cho peak. The entire peak entered an alert state. The outer sect disciples and lower-ranking inner sect disciples cowered in the caves, afraid to come out. 20 high-ranking inner sect disciples stood with serious expressions, looking towards the direction of the Spirit Valley cave. They listened to the heavy clanking of chains inside and sharp roars. "What should we do? The Tao Tai is rampaging again. Is the sect leader here yet? Someone has already gone to look for him. He will be here soon." These inner sect disciples continued to retreat step by step. This was one of the 4 ancient savage beasts, Tao Tai. It wasn't something to be toyed with. At this moment, came a steady voice as Li Feng Master strode towards them. "What happened this time?" The disciples were reassured as if they had found their backbone. One disciple replied bitterly, "Report to the master of the peak, the morning feeding disciple sent 20 fresh spirit bulls. After taking one bite, the Tao Tai said that it didn't taste right and began to get angry. It almost injured the disciple responsible for delivering food." After listening, Li Feng Master frowned and looked inside the cave. With the roar of the Tao Tai echoing from within, the gravel more than 10 kilometers outside vibrated up and down, and a terrifying pressure spread throughout the mountain cave. This was still under the constraint of a formation. Some of the higher-level disciples outside couldn't hold up and were about to fall to their knees. They felt a surge of sourness rising in their mouths. Li Feng Master's expression darkened. Quickly forming a huge protective shield, he protected the over 20 disciples. "Our great master wants dried beef." "Dried beef? Humph. I don't believe your phony cultivation words. Our great master cannot wait that long. Find it. A mountain-high pile of dried beef. Give me that. Li Feng Master. I will take a look myself." Lifting his foot to walk inside. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Dried beef? What is dried beef? Never heard of it before. It must be beef. No, last morning we sent 20 pieces of spirit bull meat but the Tao Tai refused it too. What then, what is this dried beef? Where can we find it? Among these inner sect disciples speaking, one disciple revealed a hesitant expression. "I think I know what dried beef might be." Yun Xiai added a few more blocks of chi fire stones into the stove. Injecting some spiritual power into each block of chi fire stone, the temperature of the pot instantly rose. Cooking in 2 large pots simultaneously, the young boy alternated between stir-frying in one pot and the other, until he ended up using both hands to flip ingredients at once. The kitchen was filled with the fragrant smell of stir-frying. After dishing out, Yun Xiai took aside some of the dishes and packed the rest into buckets, placing them inside his storage bag. Then he started cooking the second dish. Originally planning to make fried crispy pork, since yesterday he made fish fragrant shredded pork and sweet and sour ribs, the tenderloin had been used up. Yun Xiai looked through the ingredients in his storage bag. There was still plenty of fatty pork belly. Remembering that the last time he made braised pork in soy sauce, Chu Zimel repeatedly told him how much he wanted to eat braised pork in soy sauce again. Yun Xiai blinked her eyes. Then let's make braised pork in soy sauce. Recalling that Little White also loved it last time. Cutting, parboiling, removing odor, caramelizing sugar, seasoning, adding water, slow cooking. After putting the pork on simmer, Yun Xiai went outside and dug some potatoes from his vegetable garden with a small shovel customized from a blacksmith during his stay in the mortal world. After washing, peeling, and cutting them into strips, Yun Xiai injected some spiritual power into the chi fire stones and waited about 10 minutes until the braised pork in soy sauce could be served. Little White smelled the aroma of braised pork in soy sauce from outside. Chirp, braised pork. It ran into the kitchen, jumping onto Yun Xi's shoulder, seeing the glossy freshly cooked braised pork. Little White smacked its lips and swallowed saliva. Yun Xiai laughed, "Little White, just wait a little longer." Though Little White was almost unable to resist, after hearing Yun Xi's words, it jumped down and sat beside, watching Yun Xiai skillfully serve the dishes. Yun Xiai washed the pot clean and stir-fried another dish, spicy sour potato strips. After finishing the potato strips, Yun Xiai decided that today, 3 dishes would be enough. 1 braised pork in soy sauce, 1 stir-fried pork with pepper, 1 spicy sour potato strips. Although there were still internal organs and pig's feet, 1 pig only had so much meat. There was barely enough for a few people to eat, and it would not be enough if he wanted to sell them at a stall. He guessed that as soon as he set up the stall, the food would be sold out in just a few scoops. Yun Xiai decided to cook just these 3 dishes. These 3 dishes would be more than enough. There was plenty of sauce left from the braised pork, and this time Yun Xiai cooked 3 large buckets of rice. It was already noon by now. Yun Xiai separately packed a few portions into his storage bag, which were meant for Chu Zimo, the sect leader, and the elders. He dished out a large plate of each dish, which would serve as lunch for him and Little White. Little White couldn't wait anymore, sitting on the table and eating voraciously. A specially designated small bowl was completely covered with braised pork for Little White. Underneath the table, Little Black was chewing loudly on vegetables, with crisp cucumbers flowing with juice. The red braised pork was glossy and bright red, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry. Each bite was satisfying. Little White had already finished 1 bowl of rice, and Yun Xiai filled it up again, this time to the brim. Chirp, braised pork. Yun Xiai sat down and took out a small spoon to serve Little White some braised pork. The braised pork below was still very hot, so Yun Xiai blew gently on it. Here, Little White. Eat slowly, it's still a bit hot. The young boy's eyes were clear. For some reason, Little White's attention shifted from the bowl of well-stirred rice to Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai was truly great. Confused, Yun Xiai said, "Little White, eat." Little White lowered its head again and began to devour the meal with great gusto. Chirp, so delicious. The potato strips were crispy, and their sour and spicy flavors opened up the taste buds while refreshing the palate. The stir-fried pork with peppers was also extremely delicious, full of spiciness and utterly gratifying. Yun Xiai used slightly spicier peppers because many disciples liked spicy food when he sold pancakes the other day. He could make even more spicy dishes later. Yun Xiai thought. They ate until they were fully satisfied. In the end, Little White's small round belly was bulging. After finishing the meal, Yun Xiai cleaned up and prepared to go to the Xianyuan Square. Looking at the position of the sun, he wondered whether Chu Zimo, that idiot, would come or not today. It seemed rather early. In the end, Yun Xiai decided not to wait and went ahead. The earlier he sold all the food, the earlier he could come back to take a comfortable bath. Yun Xiai loaded everything up and walked toward the Xianyuan Square. Chapter 49, 5th Day of Selling. Yun Xiai arrived early today. When he reached the Xianyuan Square, he saw many people sitting cross-legged in meditation. He thought they must have been there for quite some time already. As he approached, someone shouted, "Yun Xiai has arrived." All the disciples who had been meditating opened their eyes immediately. "Yun Xiai, are you here so early today?" A disciple looked at the short young boy and asked curiously. Yun Xiai turned back to the person speaking and smiled, nodding, "Yes." That person was momentarily tongue-tied after seeing Yun Xi's smile. Yes, that's right. I can buy early then." Some female cultivators screamed excitedly inside their heads. Ah! Yun Xiai is so cute. Who wouldn't want to pinch his cheeks? Can they do that when they buy their food? Yun Xiai walked over to his usual spot, took out yesterday's table, placed the 3 large pots on top, and also put the pot with the rice on. Disciples from the enforcement hall had come early to maintain order. Looking closely, nearly all the enforcement hall members in the entire square were gathered around Yun Xiai. "Everyone, please line up." Yun Xiai placed the stool next to the table and said so. The crowd quickly nodded and pushed each other, trying to get closer to the front. Xia Zishuan, dressed as an enforcement hall disciple, walked over to an inner sect disciple attempting to cut the line. "You Q jumpers, all go to the back." The inner sect disciple gave a sheepish laugh and moved to behind another person, giving Xia Zishuan a flattering smile. It wasn't necessarily because they feared Xia Zishuan, but because Yun Xiai didn't allow Q jumping. With so many people, he had arrived 3 hours early, and if he moved to the back, he definitely wouldn't get to eat Yun Xi's cooking. Besides, today was the last day. He absolutely had to eat it. The person at the very front had a face full of joy. Ha ha! He was first. "Yun Xiai, what are you selling today?" After maintaining order for a while, Xia Zishuan found someone to replace him and went over curiously. Yun Xiai lifted the lid, braised pork, stir-fried pork with peppers, sour and spicy potato strips. And then, Yun Xiai looked at everyone. "Today, we have 3 dishes, same as yesterday. 1 serving of each dish costs 1 lower-grade spirit stone, unlimited servings of rice." Gulped. Xia Zishuan's eyes were fixated on the bucket of braised pork without blinking. Gulped. Xia Zishuan swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. "Can I have a serving first?" Xia Zishuan took out a big handful of spirit stones and shoved them directly into Yun Xi's arms. "Yun Xiai. You have so many spirit stones, so you get to decide." Just as Yun Xiai was about to serve him. The people behind weren't happy after seeing this. How could he cut in line? Exactly. How could he cut in line? Who is that person at the front? He should be sent to the last position. It's Xia Zishuan from the enforcement hall. Everyone in the queue started expressing their dissatisfaction. Yun Xiai paused for a moment. Xia Zishuan turned around angrily. "Shut up. Why are you shouting?" Didn't you see I've been at the front all along maintaining order? Phew. Yun Xiai recalled that Xia Zishuan had indeed been right next to him earlier, ensuring order. The people behind were stunned. Xia Zishuan smirked proudly, glanced back, and swallowed his saliva as he stared at the braised pork. Hurry up and serve me. Give me more. The people waiting in line spit. The son of the head of the enforcement hall really has no shame. Xia Zishuan didn't care at all, his attention was only on the braised pork. Give me more, give me more. He didn't stop until the plate was almost full, and then Xia Zishuan finally seemed satisfied. As soon as he got the braised pork, Xia Zishuan eagerly put a big piece in his mouth. When the piece of meat entered his mouth, Xia Zishuan instantly felt fulfilled. It's delicious. This is extremely delicious. Yun Xiai, why is this braised pork so tasty? Actually, everything you make is good. Xia Zishuan chewed on the braised pork while eating a large bite of rice. The people waiting in line became even more eager-eyed, and one of them couldn't care less about the queuing issue anymore. Compared to yesterday's sweet and sour shredded pork with garlic sauce, which one tastes better? He didn't believe there was any dish better than that one. Another asked, compared to the sweet and sour spare ribs, how about it? And the hand-torn pancake. Xia Zishuan had his lips shining with oil as he chewed another piece of braised pork. They're all good, but I like the braised pork. All meat, too satisfying. The crowd heard this and immediately urged the person in front to hurry up. The person who was first in the queue just came up to buy a portion. Looking at the 3 dishes, they didn't hesitate and picked a piece of braised pork first. So delicious. Yun Xiai smiled, thank you for the compliment, fellow disciple. That person was startled. Yun Xiai continued speaking, however, you're blocking the people behind. Go over there and sit down to eat. That person immediately snapped out of it and saw that everyone behind was looking at him. His face turned red immediately, and he quickly found a place to sit down with his plate. Today Su Wanqing had something to do, so Yi Qingqing could only come with Yun Xiao. Yun Xiai, 1 portion for me. Hearing Yi Qingqing's voice, Yun Xiai nodded, all right. He looked and served her a little extra pepper stir-fried pork. He remembered that Yi Qingqing liked spicy food. Yi Qingqing noticed this, and her inner feelings surged. Yun Xiai knows she likes spicy food. Behind Yi Qingqing, a cute-looking girl observed Yun Xiai serving the food, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Qingqing took out a food container and said, Su Wanqing can't come today, so I'll bring her a portion. Yun Xiai replied with an affirmation, okay, and accepted the food container. Yi Qingqing hid her hands behind her back and watched Yun Xiai with a smile in her eyes. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Yi Qingqing fished out a stack of yellow papers from her storage bag. On them were inscribed characters in cinnabar ink. These are talismans I've drawn. There are lots of interesting ones. Last time I said I would send them to you, but I forgot. So here they are, I'm giving them to you. Yun Xiai raised his head and looked at the talismans, then immediately spoke up, no. Yi Qingqing pouted and looked at Yun Xiai, Chu Zimo said he's your friend, and I also want to be your friend. If you don't accept these, it means you don't recognize me as a friend. What? Alright then, Yun Xiai accepted the stack of talismans. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing laughed happily. Yi senior sister, is this Yun Xiai? Yun Xiai and Yi Qingqing both turned to look at the speaker in surprise. Yun Xiai saw that it was a young-looking girl who had spoken. Yun Xiao walked forward, smiling, hello Yun Xiai, my name is Yun Xiao. Yun Xiai blinked several times, hello. Yeah, hee, Yi senior sister gave me one of the leek and egg-filled buns you made last time. It was so delicious. I've been busy with things these past few days, but today I can finally eat what you made again. Wow. It looks so delicious. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the food in the bucket. She was Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing's junior sister. Yun Xiai smiled and served her a large plate of food, here you go. If it's not enough, you can come back for more. Yun Xiai, you look so handsome. How could I have not noticed how good-looking you are? Yun Xiaoxiao was very friendly, holding her food and keeping her eyes on Yun Xiai. Yun Xiai blinked a few times and glanced at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing's friend was as lively as Yi Qingqing herself. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes, Yun Xiaoxiao, are you coming or not? There's a queue behind us. Yun Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, bye-bye, Yun Xiai. I'll be back for more soon. Yun Xiai nodded with a smile. The people behind had been waiting impatiently, quickly stepping forward now that she had left. Serve more braised pork please. Aha. Hee, just a little bit more. The person paid with spirit stones, satisfied as they took their plate to go sit down elsewhere. Yun Xiai, can I take all this dish? A person pointed at the bucket of braised pork as they spoke. Yun Xiai looked puzzled, won't you try some other dishes? Other dishes are pretty tasty too. That disciple chuckled sheepishly, I don't eat spicy foods. Hearing this, Yun Xiai directly served him 3 large scoops of braised pork. The disciple swallowed his saliva, full of excitement as he took the food. People continued lining up one after another to buy the meal. Chapter 50, all of it. Today, the Xianyuan Square was much busier than it had been in previous days. Disciples flying overhead on their swords could see that the east and west sides of the Xianyuan Square formed a sharp contrast. On the east side, some stalls were scattered sparsely, with only a few disciples picking through and buying things. But on the west side, it was bustling with noise, and there was an especially long queue in front of Yunxi's small stall. Viewed from above, the line stretched from the top of the square all the way down to its bottom. Hurry up, there are people waiting behind you. Ah, don't take too much. Leave me some. Ha, this pepper stir-fried meat is both spicy and fragrant. The shredded potatoes are crispy. A bite of braised pork, then a bite of shredded potatoes, this could fill a whole pot of rice for me. I'm really amazed. Why must you only take braised pork? Those waiting in line craned their necks to count how many people were ahead of them, occasionally complaining. At this moment, a commotion spread through the crowd. Yunxi heard the disturbance and looked up. Seeing where the little stool was placed, a core disciple sat cross-legged in meditation, eating halfway through his bowl of food nearby. People around him looked curiously. Why would someone meditate while they were supposed to enjoy their meal? Suddenly, someone loudly proclaimed, "Isn't he having an enlightenment moment? I heard last time senior brother Su advanced to the gold Dan stage after eating Yunxi's food." Everyone gasped. They had indeed heard about this event. But witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. I've heard it wasn't only Su Tianwei, even the outer sect disciple who befriended Su Tianwei ascended after eating Yunxi's food. Really? Yes, I also heard this from my senior sister's junior disciple's senior brother. Can advancing occur from eating food without any spiritual energy? Some of those queuing for the first time still had doubts. Yunxi's food tastes great, but it's not any sort of magical elixir. How is that possible? Yunxi listened, nodding slightly. Yes, his food was simply made with vegetables and meat, and he knew it best. It was all pure, natural ingredients, no spiritual energy included. Right at this moment, that disciple glowed all over, surrounded by surging spiritual power. His cultivation level immediately advanced from the 5th layer of the qi condensation stage to the 6th layer. He looked radiant, opening his eyes to find many pairs staring at him. This frightened him instantly. Senior brother, how did you suddenly ascend mid-meal? That has given younger brother much envy. The surrounding people also gazed at him. The inner sect disciple who had ascended picked up his unfinished bowl of food, placed a piece of braised pork in his mouth, crossed his legs again, and appeared confused. You don't know. Eating Yunxi's meals makes us more motivated to cultivate. Satiated body and mind naturally speed up cultivation. Saying this, he gulped down large bites of rice. After finishing this dish, he had to rush to get more before the food ran out. Hearing this, those in the queue for the first time were shocked. But those who had known all along simply smirked as if to say, see. Everyone became even more eager to eat the meals made by Yunxi. Yunxi. Your explanation makes sense too. Next. I want all 3 dishes, and please give me more. I have a big appetite, hee. Alright. Next. In the meantime, Chu Zimo also came over and stared straight at the braised pork with gleaming eyes. Yunxi took out a plate that was already prepared for him. Chu Zimo was deeply moved and was about to nuzzle against Yunxi. Yunxi pushed him away without hesitation. Next. Yunxi, are you still giving out free meals today? Yunxi looked up and saw it was the outer sect disciple who helped him deliver meals to the sect leader and elders yesterday. Yunxi nodded, yes. Yu Xiaowu instantly smiled. Yunxi served him a large plate full of food, here, finish eating and then go ahead. Okay. Yu Xiaowu happily took the meal and went aside to enjoy it. Some people behind him were envious. How great it is to deliver meals. You don't have to wait in line or pay spirit stones, though 1 spirit stone isn't expensive at all, but you get to directly eat the food made by Yunxi. They wanted to help Yunxi deliver the meals too. Yunxi, do you need someone else to deliver meals? I am a physical cultivation practitioner, faster than that outer sect disciple. Yu Xiaowu heard this and immediately became nervous looking at Yunxi. He neither knew how to control a flying sword nor was as fast as the physical cultivator. Would Yunxi not choose him anymore? Yunxi shook his head, 1 person is enough. The physical cultivation disciple immediately became very disappointed. Yu Xiaowu sighed in relief and continued to enjoy his meal in large bites. It's so delicious. After eating Yunxi's food yesterday, he felt much more motivated during his practice. Disciple after disciple came forward to buy covered bowls of rice. In no time, only half of the food remained. People further back got even more anxious. Can we still buy some? Today is the last day of the stall, I must eat the food made by Yunxi. TSK, the people in front should buy less and leave some for those of us behind. Why should we? I can't even get full with 2 plates. Why don't you come earlier next time? You said it yourself, today is the last day of the stall. How selfish can you be? Those who came later don't have to queue anymore. You won't get any. The disciples in front seemed a bit more relaxed, but they were still counting how many people were left before their turn. Seeing Chu Zimo sitting beside Yun Ci eating the braised pork heartily, they envied him greatly inside. This was exactly what the master of beast-taming Peak witnessed when he arrived. Seeing him, everyone quickly greeted politely. Master Li. Master Li. Master Li casually waved his hand. Naturally, since the master arrived, there would be no need to queue. Master Li directly walked to the front. The disciples in front made way. The disciples in the back whispered among themselves. Is the master of beast-taming Peak also here to buy food? Certainly. Both the sect leader and elders have come, the master definitely came for the same reason. Alas, let's just hope the master doesn't buy too much. One of the disciples slightly behind muttered, anxiously counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rest assured, we will surely be able to buy some. The person beside him consoled. Seeing Master Li, Yun Ci also gave a respectful greeting. Does Master Li want one set as well? Master Li looked down at the 3 buckets filled with dishes, smelled the fragrance of the food, placed a bag of spirit stones on the table, and directly said, I'll take all that's left. Upon hearing this, silence fell around them. A bird flew through the sky, calling twice. All of it? Yun Ci blinked her eyes innocently. The people queuing up behind were almost in tears. No. Today was the last day of Yun Ci's stall. No one knew when they'd get to eat such delicious food again, why take it all away? Master Li gestured lightly, There's a Tao Tai waiting for its meal, if it doesn't get fed soon, it'll start causing trouble again. Hurry up. Master Li urged, looking at the clear-eyed junior disciple in front of him. This junior disciple also made beef jerky that he liked very much. Never mind, deal with the Tao Tai first. Next time, I'll buy the beef jerky. Normally, if anyone bought 2 sets of meals, others would disagree, but seeing the master of the Peak, no one dared to say anything. Moreover, the master of beast-taming Peak was known for being straightforward. Seeing Master Li's somewhat urgent manner, Yun Ci suggested, if Master Li is in a hurry, you can take the buckets back first and send them back later through one of the disciples. Master Li hummed in acknowledgement and waved his hand, causing the 6 large buckets to vanish along with him. The people who had been waiting in line watched helplessly as the braised pork, spicy stir-fried meat, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes disappeared right before their eyes. Their faces fell completely in despair. I was almost next. Today's the last day of the stall, I came early just for this. It's the last day, and I really wanted to eat Yun Ci's food. Can anyone tell me what the soup buns taste like? What about the meatball soup, pancakes, sweet and sour spare ribs, or the braised pork? I could have bought them today, and now my cultivation is blocked, no energy at all. My path to the foundation stage feels blocked by just missing out on a serving of braised pork. Yun Ci. They're exaggerating. Seeing everyone's disappointed expressions, Yun Ci blinked her wide eyes. You can still eat more in the future. We can eat more. One disciple in front sighed dejectedly, still need to wait until next year's market fair though. People nearby nodded in agreement. Even sadder. It was already the last day, and they didn't get anything. Yun Ci shook her head, nope, you don't have to wait that long. Afterward, you can come by from my home. She thought it through. After the market fair ends and she can no longer earn spirit stones within the sect, she can set up a small stall in her courtyard and sell food instead. There were no rules against earning spirit stones inside the sect. Many alchemy, artifact making, and talisman drawing disciples often sold their surplus items to gain spirit stones. How could she miss out on that? Upon hearing this, the group immediately wiped away their disappointment. Really? Yun Ci nodded, yes. But it'll be a few days later. She needed some rest first. All the disciples swarmed around her, eyeing the young boy eagerly. Where do you live, Yun Ci? When exactly are we talking about a few days? Can you make another batch of sausages? How about beef jerky? And one more serving of braised pork? Hold it. Yun Ci held up her hands for silence. I'll post an announcement on the sect's small bulletin board when I'm ready. It might be around 5 or 6 days later. What I'll be selling will be random, but it'll definitely be delicious. There were 2 bulletin boards in the sect, the large one used only for important announcements by the Huatian sect where no disciples could post, while the smaller one allowed any postings by the sect members. After listening, everyone beamed with excitement. Su Tianwei and Yu Dongxing exchanged glances. Senior brother Su will be able to eat Yun Ci's creations again. Su Tianwei chuckled in agreement, that's true. Other surrounding disciples began chatting animatedly. Great, I'll keep checking the small bulletin board. I will too. The ones further back couldn't hear and kept asking those in front what Yun Ci said. Yun Ci had already started packing up her things and was preparing to leave. Chu Zimo and Yun Ci walked together toward the main peak. The sun dipped low, blending pinks, oranges, and reds across the horizon, painting a breathtaking scene as white-robed cultivators strolled around. "Oh no!" Chu Zimo exclaimed in panic. "What's wrong?" Yun Si asked curiously. "Ah man, ah man, ah man. I forgot to bring Master a boxed meal. Here comes the sermon from Master again." Chu Zimo looked utterly defeated. Yun Si placed her arm around Chu Zimo's shoulders despite being shorter, keeping her arm elevated. "What's wrong with you?" "I've already had someone bring something to Senior Elder Qingxian." Chu Zimo recalled that moment. He was enjoying his meal so much he hadn't even noticed. Pouting, Chu Zimo muttered, "Yesterday, Master praised you, saying I wasn't filial." Yun Si blinked, then glanced playfully at Chu Zimo's handsome face. "Are you upset?" Saying this, she released Chu Zimo's shoulder and took a step forward. Chu Zimo quickly caught up, grabbing Yun Si. "Of course not. I wish Master would treat you kindly too. It's just. I hate hearing him nag." He gave her a wistful expression. "Pfft," Yun Si giggled. "You silly head." With widened eyes, Chu Zimo shot back, "You're the silly head." "So am I." "Yes, you are." The two teens squabbled cheerfully as they walked toward the main peak. Chapter 51, Lingquan Peak. Back home, Yun Si flopped onto her bed, rolling around a bit, which disheveled the neatly made blanket from earlier. Inside the room, joyful laughter filled the air. "Phew, finally some time to rest properly." The little girl hummed a tune happily. "Chumi." Little Bai leapt onto the bed. Yun Si took out her storage bag and shoved the quilt to one side, freeing up a large space. "Little Bai, guess how many spirit stones I earned these past few days?" "Chumi." Little Bai tilted his head. The young boy dumped the contents of the storage bag onto the bed. A pile of white glowing spirit stones tumbled out instantly. The bed was covered in spirit stones. The young boy started counting, 1, 2, 15, 58, 100. He set aside 100 and counted again. 1, 2, 3, 100. 65, 66, 67, 68. In total, it's 768 pieces. Yun Si then took out the spirit stone bags given by Chu Zimo and elderly Fengzhu. She poured out their contents. Both were specially made spirit stone bags, small storage bags. There were 20 upper-grade spirit stones in the bag Chu Zimo had given her. And in elderly Fengzhu's bag, there were 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Wealthy. So wealthy. Yun Si placed the upper-grade and lower-grade spirit stones into two separate spirit stone bags and stored them carefully. Without considering the ones spent on buying plates and buckets, she had earned 768 lower-grade spirit stones and 30 upper-grade spirit stones. "Little Bai, we have spirit stones now. I'll take you down the mountain to play soon." Her star-like eyes shining with joy, Yun Si happily announced. "Chumi, yeah. At the Beast Mastery Peak." In front of the Taotai sat a massive food basin significantly larger than the beast itself. On the left of the basin was aromatic rice, while the right side held savory braised pork, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and extremely spicy stir-fried meat. Taotai hungrily ate, and the delicious smells wafted outside of its den. The guarding disciple couldn't help but swallow some saliva upon smelling it. It smelled so good. Before long, an entire big basin of food was cleaned up. Taotai clearly wasn't satisfied yet. Not enough. How come this kind of delicious thing is only served today? And they said here there'd be plenty of tasty food and drinks. Taotai, having eaten today's meal, felt more cheated than ever. What kind of life had he been living before? These aren't even enough to fill my tooth gaps, bring me more. And also that beef jerky, all of it. Li Fengzhu's towering and robust figure stood nearby. "There's no more. Everything bought today has already been given to you. Do you think you can fool someone like me? If you don't give me, I'll cause a commotion." Taotai threatened. Let's see if you're scared." This time, Li Fengzhu ignored Taotia's threat. "If you want to eat more in the future, don't make trouble." Of course, Taotai wouldn't be intimidated. How could an ancient ferocious beast be cowed by a human? After making noise for a while, Taotai realized Li Fengzhu wasn't paying attention to him. All right, temporarily I'll agree with you. In the future, I must eat the food from today, understood? Otherwise, I will absolutely turn your Xianyuan sect upside down." Li Fengzhu nodded in agreement. He sighed in relief. Good bet. Seemed like the young disciple's cooking was indeed very much to Taotia's liking. Back at his residence, Li Fengzhu took out a big bowl of covered rice. Picking up a piece of braised pork, he put it in his mouth and his whole body shook. This dish was simply too delicious. Li Fengzhu immediately began wolfing it down. Yun Si carried the wooden basin to the residence next door where Su Jing lived. Knock, knock, knock. "Big brother Su, are you home?" After a moment, the door opened, revealing Su Jing's warm and jade-like face. Seeing the small boy with a white, soft, obedient-looking face outside the door, Su Jing smiled warmly. What's wrong? Yun Xi raised her little head. Big brother Su, do you know where there's a hot spring around here? He always boiled water at home to bathe, which required boiling several times. It was very troublesome. He even missed the hot spring behind the moon cloud peak a little. Su Jing looked at the wooden basin in Yun Xi's arms. Do you want to soak in a hot spring? You can go to Lingquan Peak. That's the special place for sect disciples to soak. Lingquan Peak. First time hearing about it. Big brother Su, could you tell me where it is? I haven't been there before. Yun Xi held the wooden basin, looking up at him. The small youth hadn't reached Su Jing's chest yet, her big eyes holding a touch of doubt. Upon seeing such a look on Yun Xi, Su Jing fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. I happen to be going there today as well. Let me take you there. Yun Xi was momentarily dumbfounded. Senior brother Su is going too. Su Jing nodded with a smile. Yun Xi immediately cheered. Then that's great. Senior brother Su, go get your things ready quickly. Su Jing looked gentle. All right. Would you like to come in and wait? Yun Xi shook her head. I'll just wait here for you, senior brother Su. Su Jing found the small youth before him to be exceptionally obedient. I'll be quick, I won't keep you waiting long. Yun Xi smiled and nodded. All right. Su Jing then went inside. Yun Xi watched Su Jing's retreating back, inwardly marveling at how wonderful Su Jing was, kind, polite, highly talented yet not arrogant in the least. Thinking of Si Qingxian made Yun Xi scrunch up her nose in disdain. Soon after, Su Jing came out. Let's go, Su Jing said with a warm smile. Okay, Yun Xi eagerly agreed. The two first ascended to the main peak, then used the teleportation array there to arrive directly at Lingquan Peak. Since hot springs usually emerged from underground, both of them were now standing at the base of the Lingquan Peak. By this time, night had completely fallen. This is the place, let's enter, Su Jing smiled and said. Okay, Yun Xi curiously watched as the stone gates in front of her automatically opened. After entering, Yun Xi was utterly awed by the sight before her eyes. True to its name, Lingquan Peak boasted of several spiritual essence-infused hot springs scattered around the mountain. Cloud Ci originally thought it would just be one large communal pool but hadn't realized there were so many different pools available. Her mouth dropped open into an O shape. Inside, the mist hung thick, covering numerous pools of varying sizes, some even positioned on upper levels due to their location on rock faces above others. Most astonishingly, the hot springs weren't just white, they were multicolored, emitting faint luminous glows. It was surreal, dreamlike. Su Jing explained with a smile, each color of the hot spring has different effects. The white spirit pools are rich in essence and aid in cultivation, the purple spirit pools nourish spiritual roots and meridians, the blue ones are beneficial for the bones of cultivators, the green spirit pools help in healing injuries. Yun Xi could only nod dumbfoundedly. That's amazing. Senior brother Su, how are some of the pools floating in midair? How does that work? They're supported by formations, the entire mountain is encased in an array formation, Su Jing explained. Yun Xi could only nod slowly again. Looking ahead, she noticed several male practitioners soaking in various pools, some closing their eyes for meditation. Turning to Su Jing, Yun Xi asked. Senior brother Su, should we join them? Su Jing shook his head. We're going higher. Higher. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi gave a light, as Su Jing led her to step lightly over floating stones to ascend to the upper level. Once they landed, Yun Xi saw that the upper-level spirit pool was much larger and possessed much greater privacy. A nearby small waterfall added to the ambience. Go ahead, Su Jing said with a smile. Yun Xi happily responded, all right. Chapter 52, The Great Demon Lord, Si Qingxian. Immersed in a hot spring, embraced by the warm water, Yun Xi relaxed entirely. So comfortable. She felt drowsy. They were soaking in a white spirit pool, which contained the most abundant essence of all. Yun Xi could feel as if streams of essence were flowing into her dantian while soaking. Cultivation here must be far more effective. For such a superior place to be free, it truly showed the greatness of the Xian Yuan sect as a major sect. However, noticing that only the two of them were currently up there, Yun Xi speculated that the higher-level pools must be even better. Senior brother Su, thank you for bringing me here. Su Jing sat leisurely in the hot spring and smiled, the essence in the higher pools is more potent. If you want to come again, you can find me anytime. Yun Xi chuckled awkwardly, lightly slapping the water with her hand. It feels wrong to bother you, senior brother Su. People of such extraordinary talent are always very busy. No bother, Su Jing replied simply. Yun Xi blinked and turned to look at Su Jing. Su Jing lowered his eyes slightly, giving a serene smile, you know. I am essentially a disciple of the sect master. Yun Xi listened intently to what Su Jing was saying and nodded accordingly. Yes, he had mentioned this to her before. Continuing, Su Jing said, the sect master hasn't taken on any other disciples besides me. In fact, I've always wished for a younger brother or sister. The moment I met you, I felt we were well matched. Would you like to be my younger brother? Yun Ci was startled, Su Jing looked toward Yun Ci. Just as Yun Ci was about to answer, a figure walked in and interrupted him. Plomp. Splashes of water disturbed the previously calm surface of the hot spring. Yun Ci was facing away from the entrance, so he was closer. Water splashed all over his face. Tui tui tui. Yun Ci wiped the water off his face, shook his head, and was just about to glare at the person beside him. Then he met that cold gaze and froze on the spot. Si Qingxian stared icily at Yun Ci. Yun Ci. Su Jing saw Si Qingxian and gave a faint smile. Qingxian, your pool isn't here. Si Qingxian replied calmly, yeah, I took a wrong turn. Yun Ci. Wasn't this guy going to leave since he made a mistake? The last time, he ate without paying and even took Yun Ci's plate. How could someone be so detestable? Even though Si Qingxian didn't release any oppressive energy, Yun Ci still felt afraid, on a soul level. Yun Ci edged closer toward Su Jing. Don't be scared. Su Jing spoke softly. Yun Ci, seeing Si Qingxuan's presence, felt aggrieved and angry, wondering why this man had come again. She couldn't help but roar. Are you here again specifically to get revenge for Wen Miao? It was him who attacked me and went to my yard to snatch dark-light hippo beasts, it wasn't me who hurt him. Why can't you let me go? If Yun Ci were a kitten, one would have seen her fur bristle right now. Si Qingxian, looking at the little youth with big, round eyes full of resentment, frowned. I'm not here for Wen Miao's sake. Yun Ci wouldn't believe him, both angry and frightened. Si Qingxian could crush him like an ant. Staying there, Yun Ci feared that Si Qingxian might kill him if he disliked his sight. He turned to Su Jing. Senior brother Su, I'll go back first. As soon as he said it, Yun Ci got out of the water, wrapped himself in an outer garment, and fled. Su Jing paused mid-motion of standing up, then glanced at the person beside him with a somewhat helpless look. Qingxian, you scared him. Afterward, he cast a cleaning spell and stepped outside. By this time, Si Qingxian had already come out of the hot spring pool. Not a single drop of water remained on him, he was completely dry. A voice echoed inside the cave. I had no idea you also wanted a junior disciple. Walking down the road, Yun Ci muttered curses under her breath. Humph. That scoundrel Si Qingxian, wicked Si Qingxian, great demon lord Si Qingxian. Yun Ci cursed all the way while walking home. Phew, that feels good. When Yun Ci got home, Xiao Bai was sitting on the wall waiting for him. Seeing Yun Ci return, it hopped onto his shoulder. Chew me. You're back. Yun Ci set down the basin, petted Xiao Bai's fluffy soft ears, and exclaimed, wow, your ears are so soft, Xiao Bai. Unconsciously, Yun Ci pulled Xiao Bai into her arms. Chew me. Xiao He saw Yun Ci come back and lit up too, rushing to Yun Ci's side. Yun Ci squatted down and chuckled as she petted Xiao He. Xiao Bai glared at Xiao He. Just as Yun Ci was playing with the two spirit beasts, a knock came from the door. Yun Ci opened the door to find Su Jing. Senior brother Su. Su Jing's face was kind. I came to check on you. Are you alright? Yun Ci shook her head. I'm fine, senior brother Su. Su Jing looked at Yun Ci for a few seconds before smiling. That's good. Yun Ci blinked, momentarily unsure what to say. If there's nothing else, senior brother Su, I'll go back inside. Good night, senior brother Su. Su Jing curved his lips. Good night. At noon the next day. The warm sunlight shone upon the small courtyard at the back of the mountain. The vegetables in the small garden were growing vigorously, their emerald green leaves dripping with dew under the sun. In the yard, there were also a black and white pair of little spirit beasts. The little black beast ran around the courtyard with a cucumber dangling from its mouth. While the white spirit beast sat on the roof, its purple eyes gazing far into the distance. The sunlight streamed through the room's window, illuminating inside. The young boy lying on the bed stretched his hand out to pull the quilt over his head. Faint breathing sounds came from the room. Xiao Bai leapt down from the roof and ran into the house, observing the lump under the covers on the bed. It jumped onto the bed. After an unknown amount of time, the young boy on the bed finally woke up. As soon as Yun Ci opened her eyes, she met a pair of purple ones. Chew me. Yun Ci extended a hand to stroke Xiao Bai's head, still groggy from sleep, inadvertently releasing some wood spiritual power from her palm. Upon contact with the wood spiritual power, Xiao Bai stiffened instantly. Chew me. Xiao Bai gently nudged Yun Ci's hand with its soft little head. Yun Ci froze, realizing she had accidentally released wood spiritual power, and it seemed that Xiao Bai liked it. Xiao Bai, do you really like wood spiritual power? Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. Chew me, your wood spiritual power is good for my recovery. Yun Xi looked at Xiao Bai curiously. Are you hurt somewhere? Xiao Bai nodded and pointed to its little belly. Yun Xi suddenly remembered that every time she used wood's spiritual power to take care of the vegetables, Xiao Bai would come over and rub against her palm. Yun Xi widened her eyes and sat up anxiously, holding Xiao Bai carefully for examination. There's no wound outside. Is it internal? Are you alright, Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai's purple eyes reflected the worried look on the young boy's face and shook its head. Chew me, I'm fine, don't worry. That's good. Yun Xi sighed with relief and released even more wood spiritual power. Xiao Bai, from now on, I'll give you some wood spiritual power every day so you can recover faster. Xiao Bai lifted its little head and looked at Yun Xi. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pale glow of the young boy's face, making his concerned eyes shine even brighter. Xiao Bai stared blankly. Chapter 53, Big Event. As Yun Xi got up to fetch water for washing, a commotion was already boiling outside. On the first day after the stall fair ended, 3 shocking announcements were posted on the grand bulletin board at the main peak of Xian Yuan sect. First announcement, the sect issues new rules. Starting today, outer disciples and inner disciples will no longer have fixed statuses. Outer disciples with sufficient abilities can become inner disciples by replacing the weaker inner disciples, enjoying all the privileges of an inner disciple, with 1 opportunity each month. Second announcement, Wen Miao has been expelled as a disciple of Ji Qing Immortal Lord and will no longer be considered Ji Qing Immortal Lord's apprentice. Third announcement, inner disciple Wen Miao and outer disciple Zhang Zijin intruded into Yun Xi's home on the 3rd night of the stall fair in an attempt to seize spiritual beasts. Inner disciple Wen Miao did not physically intrude but orchestrated Zhang Zijin. Zhang Zijin entered Yun Xi's courtyard intending harm. Therefore, the sect imposes the following penalties. Zhang Zijin, guilty of intentional injury against a fellow disciple, is sentenced to 50 lashings and is expelled from the sect. Wen Miao, having previously committed similar offenses but considering his talent, is sentenced to 20 lashings and ordered to reflect for 8 months at the Cliff of Reflection. If he repeats the offense, he will also be expelled. All other disciples should learn from this and follow the sect's laws diligently. Enforcement Hall. The release of these 3 messages caused shockwaves throughout the entire sect, each alone capable of stunning the whole community. Outer disciples' residence. Upon hearing Yu Dongxing's voice, Su Tianwei went out. Seeing Su Tianwei exit, Yu Dongxing bowed and laughed. Congratulations, senior brother Su, for becoming an inner disciple. Naturally, Su Tianwei was extremely happy. After being an outer disciple for over a decade, he was already accustomed to it. Despite the drastic improvement in his power, inner and outer disciples were fixed classifications. Originally, he thought no matter where he was as long as he maintained steadfast determination, he could still pursue the path of immortality. But unexpectedly, the sect issued this new system. As an inner disciple, he'd have more spirit stones, enabling him to buy a storage bag and more cultivation techniques. Su Tianwei smiled and said, "Thank you, junior brother Yu. I'll wait for you in the inner sect. Junior brother Yu must keep working hard, we'll go together and eat the food made by little brother Yun." Yu Dongxing nodded happily after hearing this. Yeah, definitely. Another outer disciple walked past, seeing Su Tianwei and feeling envious, couldn't help but say, "Senior brother Su, you're surely going to become an inner disciple this time. Congratulations." Su Tianwei smiled and replied, "Not necessarily yet." That person exchanged a few more pleasantries before leaving. Standing there, they could hear heated discussions surrounding the topic of outer disciples being able to ascend to inner disciple status around them. Talisman Mountain. Goodness. Could it be that Reverend Ji Qing actually expelled Wen Miao from his ranks? Moreover, when Miao actually did such a thing, he always seemed so kind. I've always liked him. A female cultivator beside her glanced at her disdainfully, leaning closer. Clearly, you don't know much. It's already been revealed that Wen Miao was pretending all along about his kindness. It wasn't jealousy from Yun Xi, but rather Wen Miao's jealousy toward Yun Xi. So, it makes sense why Reverend Ji Qing expelled him. Another female cultivator interjected. They say Wen Miao was the most favored, but I never felt like Reverend Ji Qing showed favoritism toward any disciple under his guidance. I don't understand where this idea of Reverend Ji Qing leaning toward Wen Miao came from. Wen Miao himself said so. Are all those things you're saying true? One female cultivator exclaimed in surprise. If the enforcement hall posted it on the grand notice board, how could it be false? I said why Yun Xi came late on the 4th day. So this was the reason. Poor Yun Xi. The person beside her who was drawing talismans heard their conversation while painting talismans and turned back, realizing she had painted crookedly. She decided to ignore it for now and leaned in closer. The 4 of them were huddled together tightly almost as if they were sticking to each other. Hey, I saw that too. It also mentioned that Wen Miao was not a first-time offender, which means he must have done similar things before. What do you think it was? I don't know, but I know someone from the enforcement hall. I'll ask her tomorrow. Just ask after your break. We really want to know. After all, we will have time to rest. Okay, I'll go and ask after my break. What are you guys talking about? A confused voice sounded nearby. Several female cultivators turned around instantly, seeing Yi Qingqing and Su Wanqing. One of the female cultivators pulled Yi Qingqing aside. Qingqing, we're discussing the matter of Yun Ci and Wen Miao. Yun Ci is truly pitiful. The other two nodded. Yi Qingqing sat down as well. That's true. Yun Ci is exceptionally kind, very adorable. Every time I buy snacks from him, he even remembers what I like so meticulously, treating his friends incredibly well. Yi Qingqing listed Yun Ci's virtues one by one. The three others nodded along as they listened. In short, Yun Ci is just exceptionally kind-hearted. Oh, Wanqing, come join us. Yi Qingqing patted the seat beside her. Su Wanqing also sat down. Yun Ci is indeed great, not like how everyone used to say. He's nothing like that, Su Wanqing softly spoke. Really? I only saw Yun Ci from afar. He seemed to have curly hair, pale skin, and looked utterly adorable. You would feel even more so if you got closer. Believe me. At the same time, all over the sect, whether it was the outer disciples, inner disciples, or servant disciples, everyone was talking about these three incidents. In less than half a day, news of these three matters spread throughout the entire sect. Contemplation Cliff. This was where sect members reflected on themselves, and also where errant disciples atoned or waited for punishment. When Miao glanced disdainfully at Zhang Zijin, who hadn't yet woken up after being fed the pills. His eyes brimmed with resentment. It was all because of Yun Ci. Had Yun Ci admitted it, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. As Ji Qing Immortal Lord's personally taught disciple, holder of an extraordinary water spiritual root, rarefied in 100 years, his identity envied across the world, how could he endure such humiliation? When he thought of Ji Qing Immortal Lord's and Gu Yan's gazes on that day, when Miao felt a mix of resentment and unease. Ji Qing Immortal Lord clearly no longer cared for him, and Gu Yan still hadn't come. Thinking of Si Qingxian, when Miao bit his lips. What should he do? He didn't want to take the whipping, nor did he wish to repent here on Contemplation Cliff. Second Master, Third Master. Yes, he still had them. Second Master and Third Master always cared about him most. They'd definitely help him. After finishing his meal, Yun Ci was tidying up in the yard. He took out all the clutter from his storage bag, placed them in the courtyard to free up some space. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, let's go. Chumi. Ao. Xiao Bai and Xiao He rushed over. In the afternoon, Yun Ci planned to go to the woods behind Moon Cloud Peak to pick the remaining lemons. He intended to make more lemonade. After locking the main gate, they headed toward Moon Cloud Peak. Xiao He was rather heavy due to its chubby body. Yun Ci couldn't carry him, so he simply let Xiao He walk on the ground. For every step Yun Ci took forward, Xiao He needed to sprint with its four little legs twice. Seeing Xiao He's efforts to keep up with him, Yun Ci giggled, unable to hold back a laugh. Xiao He was cute and amusing. Yun Ci slowed down his steps. As they ascended to the main peak, several sect disciples noticed Yun Ci and greeted him actively. Some even showed concern, asking if Yun Ci was alright. Yun Ci would shake his head, reassuring everyone that he was fine. After Yun Ci left, the people who met him exchanged glances earlier. Wah wah wah, Yun Ci is really so adorable. If Yun Ci were my junior, that would be wonderful. Yes, if I had a junior disciple like Yun Ci, I wouldn't constantly find faults with my own juniors. At this moment, a male cultivator nearby spoke up. Didn't you notice that the thing near Yun Ci's feet was a dark light hippo beast just now? Those creatures are extremely rare to find. I noticed that too. Isn't Wen Miao the one who has been coveting the dark light hippo beast? Could it be that what Zhang Zijin and Wen Miao tried to seize was precisely this one? The group looked at each other and found their answer. But, what is that white thing by Yun Ci's side? Is it a spirit beast? Never seen it before. I haven't either. As the group walked further away, their voices gradually faded. Chapter 54, Apple. Yun Ci, along with Xiao Bai and Xiao He, passed through the teleportation portal to Moon Cloud Peak, then descended along the mountain path. After over half an hour of walking, they finally reached the back mountain. They arrived at the grove where Yun Ci looked up briefly and spotted some yellow fruits partially hidden by leaves on a few trees not far away. Yun Ci immediately broke into a cheerful smile. Let's go over there. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, follow closely. Chumi. Ao. Seeing the lemons high up, Yun Ci prepared to find a stick like he did last time to knock them down. However, he didn't spot a long enough stick right away. Xiao Bai, can you climb up? Pick the fruit while I'll catch them from below. Xiao Bai nodded. Chumi chumi. It's all on me. In just a few jumps, Xiao Bai's tiny body climbed up. Yun Ci clapped his hands. Wow, Xiao Bai, you're really talented. Sitting on the branch, hearing Yun Ci's praise, Xiao Bai covered its big ears over its eyes using little paws. Because of the lush foliage, Yun Ci hadn't noticed this action. He tugged his clothes hem and looked up searching for Xiao Bai, start picking already. Chew me, alright. Xiao Bai darted quickly back and forth across the tree, making yellow lemons fall one after another. Down below, Yun Ci continuously caught them. Once his cloth was filled, he put the lemons into the storage bag. A couple fell to the ground, and Xiao He would run over to fetch the fallen ones and bring them back. Before long, all the lemons from the few trees had been picked. Still, Yun Ci didn't intend to return so early. He wanted to explore further to see if there were other fruit trees. When he came alone in the past, he wouldn't dare to venture too deep, but today with Xiao Bai around, he felt absolutely unafraid. To his surprise, there were indeed fruit trees deeper inside. Spotting large, round, bright red fruits hanging on the branches, Yun Ci immediately identified them as apples. However, since this was after all the cultivation world where even Sichuan pepper grew so peculiarly, what if these apples were poisonous? Moreover, the entire tree was laden with overly ripe apples, yet no one seemed to have picked them. After observing carefully, he saw a bird flying over and pecking at the red apple several times without any adverse reaction, confirming that the apple wasn't poisonous. Xiao Bai jumped onto the tree and plucked down a few. Upon obtaining the apple, Yun Ci discovered it was twice the size of his small hand. And beautifully red, looking delicious. Let's take a rest here, Xiao He, he said, sitting against a big tree. Xiao Bai and Xiao He also sat close to Yun Ci. A young boy, two small beasts seated side by side leaning against the grand tree. With a crisp crunch, Yun Ci took a bite out of the apple. It was fragrant, crispy, and sweet. The juice from the apple spread across his taste buds, and the chewy texture of the fruit had a sandy feel. Simultaneously, a trace of spiritual energy accompanied the swallowed piece of apple, flowing through his entire body. Yun Ci hugged the apple and took bites slowly. The Yun sect naturally had abundant spiritual energy. It was not surprising that the apples and lemons grown here contained spiritual essence. Nevertheless, such delicious fruits went uneaten probably because the amount of spiritual essence they contained was rather minimal. Yun Ci thought this way. Xiao Bai sat next to Yun Ci, facing an apple nearly as large as itself. Xiao Bai took a few bites but then stopped. This stuff has too little spiritual energy. On the contrary, Xiao He was enjoying it thoroughly. Yun Ci devoured the whole apple directly, and immediately afterward felt quite full. Since Xiao Bai didn't fancy it, it tossed the apple to Xiao He. Xiao He looked at Xiao Bai giving him the apple, "Ayo. Chew me, ugly thing, I don't want it anymore." Xiao He. After resting for a moment, Yun Ci stood up together with Xiao Bai and Xiao He to pick more apples. Looking at the apples in his storage bag. Yun Ci stroked Xiao Bai's head and then Xiao He, "Thank you both. You've helped a lot today." Xiao Bai jumped into Yun Ci's arms, "Chew me." Xiao He tilted its head looking at Yun Ci, unsure whether it understood, let out a "Ayo." Having gathered so many apples and lemons, Yun Ci was very pleased. By now, the sun was about to set. They still needed some time to walk back along the same path. Perhaps due to being out for too long, Xiao He began bouncing around happily mid-walk. Yun Ci blinked his eyes. It appears we need to bring Xiao Bai and Xiao He out to play more often. Happiness is important too. Although Xiao He was also very active in the courtyard, its routine was simple: eat until full, then sleep, wake up and eat again, and after eating, play with water. As they walked near a path, Yun Ci saw a bamboo grove not far away and collected some bamboo and bamboo shoots to store in his spatial ring. Returning fully loaded, he felt satisfied. Back at home, Yun Ci filled Xiao He's private bathing tub with well water. After being outside for half a day, Xiao He's glossy black skin had become somewhat dry. Ayo. Xiao He jumped into the big tub, happily rolling around in the water. Water splashed all over the place from the tub. Xiao Bai immediately ran away, fearing that the water would splash on it. "Chew me, are you looking for trouble?" Ayo. Yun Ci let Xiao Bai and Xiao He play in the yard while he went into the kitchen. He took 2 packets of white sugar he had bought in a civilian market from the cabinet. He planned to make rock sugar, which could be used later to make lemonade or as a seasoning when stir-frying dishes. Sugar and water were mixed at a ratio of 5:1, melted in a pot, and poured into a small vat. A string was fixed above, extending down into the sugary water. In about a week, it would solidify into rock sugar. Having finished this, Yun Ci rolled up his sleeves and began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Xianyuan sect, in the city of Mingyue. Night fell, and the city of Mingyue shone brightly with lights everywhere. Here, one rarely saw street vendors setting up stalls or beggars in corners. The streets were lined with people dressed in various styles, and disciples from different sects wearing their respective uniforms. It was an extremely prosperous city. At this moment, on the top floor of the most luxurious and imposing building in the city, a young man in expensive attire approached a tightly shut door and gently knocked, careful not to disturb whoever was inside. "Second prince." With permission from inside, the man pushed the door open and bowed as he entered. Everywhere in the room was adorned with rare treasures, radiating opulence. Even the bed was made of gold, making the entire room almost blinding to the eyes. After searching for a bit, the man finally spotted a glimpse of golden clothing amidst a pile of gems. Approaching closer, he saw within the pile of jewels a young man in golden robes reclining lazily on his side, his golden clothes loosely draped on him. In his hand, he casually played with a luminous pearl. It was as though such a valuable item meant nothing more than a trivial trinket in his possession. The man bowed deeply. Second Prince. Did you find the items? Yes, Second Prince, everything is ready, the man replied. Good, little brother will surely be delighted upon seeing them. The youth in golden robes smiled, thinking of his gentle and kind-hearted younger brother. Long Li's playful expression softened a little, becoming warmer. Suddenly, Long Li seemed to sense something, and he pulled out a transmission mirror. After injecting spiritual energy, an image of Wen Miao appeared in the air. In the spirit-induced image, the person's eyes were slightly red, evoking deep pity as tears hovered at the brink of falling. Second elder brother, I'm sorry, I may not be able to wait for your return, it's all my fault. Speaking, the image of Wen Miao finally let a tear fall. And with that, the image faded. Bang! The luminous pearl smashed onto the floor. I need to go back. The golden-robed young man looked anxious. Something must have happened to little brother. But Second Prince, your dragon horns haven't been retracted yet, and your demonic powers are still unstable. What if there's any mishap along the way? That human race is nowhere near as important as your highness. The golden-robed youth turned towards the man. In my world, nothing is more important than little brother. Don't let me hear you say such things again, otherwise, I will kill you. The man closed his mouth, frightened, and bowed his head low. Long Li turned away, pacing anxiously toward the exit. Chapter 55, Renovating the Yard. Today, Yun Xiai planned to thoroughly clean up the yard, crafting a small wooden bed for each of the two little critters. Since moving here was so hasty, many areas of the yard had yet to be cleaned. Neither Xiao Bai nor Xiao He had fixed sleeping spots yet. Moreover, the Qihua stones were running out, so he needed to buy some more. After eating breakfast with Xiao Bai and Xiao He, Yun Xiai first visited the sect's goods shop. The shop was very large, selling all sorts of materials required by sect disciples. From large construction boards and stone blocks used for building houses, to small everyday items, everything could be found there. Even wooden beds and desks were available in abundance. Upon entering the shop, Yun Xiai saw some outer sect disciples and servant disciples selecting items they needed. There were relatively fewer inner sect disciples present. Some of them noticed Yun Xiai and greeted him with surprised delight, saying, Yun Xiai, good afternoon. Yun Xiai responded with a radiant smile, good afternoon to you all. From time to time, some people would approach to talk and ask when Yun Xiai would sell food again. Yun Xiai briefly chatted with them before heading to the second floor of the shop. Eventually, he spent 198 spirit stones on 2 bags of Qihua stones, some wooden planks, stones for building stoves, and a wooden bed. After paying with spirit stones, Yun Xiai hurried back toward the main peak. Once home, Yun Xiai first placed the newly bought wooden bed in the west room. He then came out into the yard and took out the wooden planks. Xiao Bai and Xiao He sat beside Yun Xiai, watching his actions intently. Yun Xiai performed a finger technique, causing the wooden planks to float in the air and assemble themselves. In no time, 2 adorable little wooden beds were crafted. Chumi, what is this? Yun Xiai waved the small bed. Xiao Bai and Xiao He, these are your little beds. How do you like them? Xiao Bai stared at the cute little bed and jumped onto it. For Yun Xiai, the bed was small, but for Xiao Bai, who was about the size of a palm, it was quite spacious. Xiao Bai could freely flip over, lie down, or sit comfortably. Xiao Bai rubbed its head against the bed while lying down. Chumi. Yun Xiai smiled, let's go put them inside. Chumi, yes yes. Xiao He didn't understand what Yun Xiai said but followed attentively whenever Yun Xiai spoke. As soon as Yun Xiai moved, Xiao He bounced after her happily. Yun Xiai entered the main house. The main door was centrally located, making the layout symmetrical with windows on both the left and right sides. Yun Xi's bed was on the right side, with a partition in the middle. On the other side, there was a large space occupied by cabinets and a table. Yun Xiai rearranged some cabinets on the left side. This way, the left side also had an independent space just like the right, avoiding wasted space. Yun Xiai placed the 2 little wooden beds onto this new space. Since Xiao He was larger than Xiao Bai, though dark light hit, Yun Xiai also placed soft. It was still hot now, but once the weather turned cold, they could use the blankets while sleeping. Xiao Bai's purple eyes reflected the Yun Xiai preparing the beds. Chumi. Yun Xiai spared a moment to rub Xiao Bai's head gently. Xiao He approached as well, Ao. Yun Xiai laughed softly and petted Xiao He's smooth back, you two play for a while, I'm going to renovate the kitchen. With that, Yun Xiai stood up and walked outside. As soon as Yun Xiai left, Xiao He was about to enthusiastically follow, but something seemed to catch his attention. Instantly, he froze. It was the bloodline pressure. Sitting on the small bed Yun Xi had made for her, Xiao Bai looked down at Xiao He with a lofty expression in her purple eyes. Chew me, ugly thing, looking for a fight? Xiao He's eyes showed a pitiful sadness, and his voice sounded equally wretched. Ao, ugh, ao. Xiao Bai extended her paw. Xiao He became even more frightened, his plump body trembling, his tiny ears shaking with each tremor. Xiao Bai found this very pleasing and licked her paw contentedly before jumping off the bed. Snap! Suddenly, Xiao He's small wooden bed which was close to Xiao Bai moments ago had been pushed all the way to the outer room. Ugly thing. The kitchen had 2 stoves originally, capable of cooking 2 dishes simultaneously. Yun Xi spent the entire afternoon constructing 3 more stoves. All stoves were now lined up neatly in one row. The first and second stoves could be used for stir-frying and simmering rice. The third stove could be used for making pancakes, frying eggs, or roasting meat. The fourth stove retained the same width as the others but was much longer. Unlike other stoves with only one large opening for a pot, it featured 10 smaller openings. In the future, it could be used to cook spicy hot pot, rice noodles, casserole potatoes. The fifth stove had a large central opening where the chihua stones could be placed in different directions, up, down, left, or right. In the future, it could be used for roasting meat, sausages, small cakes, or bread, allowing for comprehensive baking from all angles. Opposite the stoves, Yun Xi neatly arranged a row of cabinets for storing various seasonings. All sorts of small jars, large and small, were tidily categorized and placed together. A free pathway was left in the middle so that cooking wouldn't feel cramped. Near the kitchen entrance, Yun Xi constructed a long table to place cutting boards and knives. Yun Xi had purchased a great many wooden planks. She then crafted over 10 tables and some small stools. In the future, when selling food, she could set up the tables and stools in the courtyard. Once everything was done, Yun Xi clapped her hands. Phew, so tired. She didn't want to cook tonight. Sitting on the small stool, Yun Xi pulled out a red apple from her storage bag and bit into it with both hands. Crunch. Xiao He came closer. Recalling how Xiao He seemed to like apples, Yun Xi took out 2 more. Here, Xiao He. Xiao Bai, do you want an apple or dried meat? Enforcement Hall. At this moment, the hall was eerily quiet, only the sound of flipping pages could be heard. A disciple walked in, looked at the hall master who was busy dealing with matters, and greeted respectfully, Hall Master Xia. Hall Master Xia put down the book in his hand, raised his eyes to look at the disciple. Were Wen Miao and Zhang Zijin handed over to senior brother Xing's side? The disciple replied, yes. They have already been handed over to senior brother Xing's side. Senior brother Xing will punish them tomorrow at the Xingshi field. But. Hall Master Xia frowned, but what? The disciple continued speaking, but during the process, Zhang Zijin kept shouting loudly, demanding to see you. It seems he isn't satisfied with the punishment results. Hall Master Xia furrowed his brows, ignore him. The disciple understands. Hey, did you see the big notice board? Yeah, I saw it yesterday. No. I mean today's new post. After these words, those around stopped what they were doing and looked at the person speaking. Another new post. What is it about? Suddenly, one person's expression shifted from curiosity to delight. Isn't it Yun Xi's announcement? She'll sell food tomorrow. Really? Wow, that's great. I want to eat fried rice. I want steamed buns. I want. Not that, it's senior brother Xing's announcement. There will be a punishment for Zhang Zijin and Wen Miao tomorrow at the Xingshi field. The disciple sighed helplessly, you guys are just so eager to eat Yun Xi's food. Yun Xi said it will take at least 5 to 6 days before she starts selling food again. Though he wanted to taste Yun Xi's food quickly as well. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed disappointed expressions. Oh, so that's it. I thought Yun Xi posted the announcement. Yeah. Will you all go to the Xingshi field tomorrow? I won't. We have class the day after tomorrow, I need to review my lessons, otherwise, what if I'm called to answer questions and don't know them? I'm the same. Hey, do you think Wen Miao, with his top-grade water spirit root, will really get punished? These words made everyone around pause. A female cultivator nodded, Senior Silent Qing already expelled Wen Miao. I think it's quite possible. Who would have thought Wen Miao was faking it all along? Poor Yun Xi. That's true, Let's go check tomorrow. Alright. You guys go ahead. I'm too lazy. Hey, whatever, it's just for fun anyway. Chapter 56, Xingshi Field. In the morning, Yun Xi was still enjoying a sweet slumber in bed. Dreaming that she was swimming in a spiritual stone river, she held a handful of superior spiritual stones and laughed joyfully. She has spiritual stones. She has unlimited spiritual stones. Ha ha ha. Wake up, Yun Xi. Yun Xi, hey. Wake up. Shut up, please don't talk. The spiritual stones ran away because she got scared. Don't run, woo-woo. Don't be afraid, spiritual stones, come here, don't run. Zmo Chu sat by the bedside shaking Yun Ci. Yun Ci, wake up. It's me, Zmo Chu. Seriously, how can you sleep so deeply? Zmo Chu couldn't help but mutter. Yun Ci, wake up. Suddenly, the little boy on the bed suddenly started sobbing, covering his face with his pale white arms. Wah! My spiritual stones. They've run away. Never to return. Yun Ci suddenly burst into tears, her naturally curly hair soft and fluffy. Since she was still half asleep, her voice carried a hint of babyishness. I haven't made the bed yet. We'll make it when we get back. No. I haven't prepared breakfast for Xiao Bai and Xiao He yet. We'll do it when we get back. No. I haven't washed up yet. We'll wash up when we get back. And just like that, Yun Ci spent an extremely short amount of time finishing all these tasks. On their way, the two young boys hurried along while eating steaming hot meat pies. The meat pies had thin skins and big fillings, very delicious indeed. Zmo Chu took a big bite, delicious. Do you have more? Give me another one. Yun Ci was also eating a pie. Upon hearing this, she nodded and took out two more from her storage bag, giving one to each hand of Zmo Chu. They were wrapped in fencing leaves, so there was no worry about getting oily hands. Zmo Chu was delighted. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickened his pace. Hurry, hurry, we don't have time. Ah, I think we're already late. Just as Yun Ci was about to ask where they were going, the two arrived at the teleportation array on the main peak. The moment Yun Ci landed, she heard the lively chatter nearby. Yun Ci saw some people walking towards them and gave her and Zmo Chu a few glances. Oh no, we're late. Zmo Chu stuffed the last bite of the meat pie into his mouth and pulled Yun Ci to run. Ah, slow down. Yun Ci almost fell. Yun Ci noticed there were a lot of people ahead, pointing and whispering about something. When they got closer, Yun Ci heard what those people were saying. Let's go ahead, Zmo Chu tugged at Yun Ci's wrist and squeezed through the crowd towards the front. Yun Ci looked around, listening to those people talking while being pulled forward by Zmo Chu. Wen Miao is really unlucky this time. Look at his clothes, they're all red. Not only has he been expelled by Senior Silent Qing, but he also received 20 lashes, tsk tisk. What? Wen Miao received 20 lashes? Yun Ci widened her eyes in disbelief. How could that be? The senior brothers who care about the protagonist wouldn't let Wen Miao get beaten. Yun Ci wanted to see further ahead, but she was too short. All she could see when she looked up were the countless heads above her. Yun Ci. The people around her kept chattering non-stop. Yun Ci was pulled forward by Zmo Chu. Look, Zhang Zijin isn't moving anymore. Could it be that he? Come on, don't worry. He won't die. They must have given him medicinal pills halfway through. Besides, it would sound bad if he dies. 50 lashes, thinking about it is scary. Some time ago, there was a disciple who framed a fellow disciple and received 50 lashes. It said he didn't get up for half a year. It can only be said that Zhang Zijin and Wen Miao deserved it. If they hadn't tried to snatch Yun Ci's stuff, they wouldn't have been punished. That's true. I've seen him lead others in bullying Yun Ci before. I've also seen it. When Yun Ci used to live on Moon Cloud Peak, Zhang Zijin would always throw snakes into Yun Ci's courtyard at night to intimidate her. At this moment, a disciple dressed in grey servant robes looked at Zhang Zijin in front. Not only did he bully Yun Ci, but he also frequently gave us trouble on Servant Peak. The apprentices among the crowd who had suffered nodded. Wen Miao and Zhang Zijin are finished this time. Everyone nodded. Although Wen Miao wasn't kicked out of the sect, everyone now knew his true nature and would keep away from him in the future. No one would dare associate with someone whose words and actions don't match. No matter how good their talent, no one dared flatter them anymore. Hey, do you know why none of Wen Miao's senior brothers came? Are you talking about Si Qingxian? That person exclaimed in shock, how could that be possible? How would Si Qingxian come? I'm talking about the other several senior brothers. I even saw Gu Yan causing trouble for Yun Ci because of Wen Miao recently. Everyone nodded, that's right. Why didn't the other several senior brothers of Wen Miao come? Weren't they supposed to dote on Wen Miao, their junior brother? Someone in the crowd said, Wen Miao's second elder brother, third elder brother, and fourth elder brother are not in the sect currently. As for why Gu Yan didn't come, that's unknown. At this point, a person dressed in enforcement hall disciples' robes said, on that day, when Yun Ci and Wen Miao were summoned to the enforcement hall, Gu Yan was also there. I guess Gu Yan also learned about Wen Miao's true face. Everyone understood immediately. No wonder Gu Yan didn't come. If I were Gu Yan, and knew I'd been manipulated by the most beloved younger brother, I wouldn't know what I would do. Do you think Gu Yan regrets it now? Who knows? But if I had a cute younger brother like Yun Ci, I would be thrilled and want to give him all my treasures. I agree. I really want to pat Yun Si's head. After stirring up enough gossip, these people decided to go back. Finally, Yun Si managed to reach the front. Phew, finally can breathe again. Earlier in the crowd, he was nearly suffocated, looking up only to see chests and stomachs everywhere. Phew. Yun Si hurriedly took a few deep breaths and then looked forward. He saw two blood-covered people on the platform ahead. One of them was Wen Miao. Yun Si looked around but did not see the presence of Ji Qing Immortal Lord or Gu Yen. The main character being beaten, neither the sect master nor his senior brother came. By this time, disciples from the Xing Hall had already dragged Zhang Zijin and Wen Miao away. Serves them right, Chu Zmo rolled his eyes as he looked at them. 20 lashes were too lenient for that Wen Miao. Next time, if they dared to bully Yun Si, he would be the first one to teach them a lesson. Yun Si was amused by Chu Zmo, you pulled me here just so I could see this. Chu Zmo looked at Yun Si, of course, that Wen Miao let others bully you, causing you to be misunderstood. 20 lashes were too lenient on him. Yun Si, are you no longer sad now? Yun Si paused, her clear eyes showing confusion. Sad, about what? Chu Zmo thought Yun Si was putting on a brave face given how important Ji Qing Immortal Lord and the several elder brothers used to be in her heart. Everyone in the sect knew this. It's fine, Yun Si, you have me. Yun Si blinked and realized Chu Zmo's meaning after some time. Looking at Chu Zmo who was still comforting him, she almost said something but held it back. Come, have breakfast at my place. Do you want dumplings or wontons? Oh, I picked apples yesterday, we can make an apple pie too. Apple pie is sour yet sweet, very delicious indeed. Apples? What's that? That's a very tasty fruit. I have it, here. This time, Chu Zmo was pulled forward by Yun Si, and the Xing field behind them gradually faded. The two young boys headed toward the main peak together. Chapter 57, Apple Pie. Chu Zmo took a big bite of the apple in his hand. This isn't red fruit, also called an apple. Yun Si held the red apple with both little hands. She took a bite, leaving 2 small tooth marks on the apple. Upon hearing this, she nodded, yeah, we call this apple where I'm from. Half of this alone is enough to fill one up quickly. Time to go back and make the apple pie. Chu Zmo swallowed the piece of apple in his mouth, looked at the apple in his hand, and curiously asked, Yun Si, where did you pick this apple? Yun Si's motion of chewing the apple paused, in the back mountain of Moon Cloud Peak. Is there a problem? Could that area belong to someone privately? If he picked so many, would it cause issues? That makes sense. This red fruit is sweet, but has too little essence. It's practically useless. My teacher once gave me a red fruit, containing at least 10 times more essence than this one. Chu Zmo continued munching on the apple. 10 times. Yun Si widened her eyes. So much? That means eating one apple is equivalent to cultivating for several hours. No wonder that vast area in the back mountain of Moon Cloud Peak with fully ripe fruits untouched, it must be because they lack essence. But this apple is very sweet, much sweeter than those she ate in modern times. They're incomparable. Chu Zmo nodded, muttering, this fruit isn't as good as braised pork. I still prefer your braised pork, Yun Si. However, if you like this red fruit, I'll ask my teacher later where he got it. Hearing this, Yun Si blinked, okay. If Elder Qingxian also picked it from the same woods, and it's not private property, she would also want to take a look. There might be other gains. The two youngsters walked while eating apples, soon arriving at Yun Si's home. Meow. Little White, I'm home. Yun Si watched as Little White jumped down from the wall and crouched down to smile while patting its head. Little White leaped straight into Yun Si's arms. Feeling Little White's soft fur, Yun Si couldn't get enough. Wow, so fluffy, so soft. Can't imagine how much softer Xiao Bai will be when he grows up and his fur gets even fluffier. So soft, such a good thing to rub. Zhu Zmo stood beside, watching Yun Si smiling happily, then looked at the tiny, unnamed spirit beast in Yun Si's arms. His face full of hesitation. Yun Si, you should choose a stronger contract beast, this one is too weak. Ah. Yun Si was listening to Zhu Zmo's speech, but suddenly heard a call. Lifting her head, she saw 3 bloody scratches on Zhu Zmo's delicate face. Yun Si widened her shocked eyes, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was about to pounce again. Yun Si, save me, quick save me. Zhu Zmo sprinted behind Yun Si. My goodness. He hadn't even seen clearly how this little white beast jumped over to him. His face hurt so badly, was it bleeding? He won't become disfigured, will he? What about his handsome face? Weep weep. Yun Si quickly stopped Xiao Bai, stop. If you want to hit someone, let me do it for you. Xiao Bai's claws were so sharp. Zhu Zmo covered his face. Xiao Bai was about to pounce again. After hearing Yun Si's words, he obediently stopped. The originally furious purple eyes instantly calmed down. Choo choo. Yun Xi, why are you like that? Zhu Zmo complained pitifully. Xiao Bai leaped into Yun Xi's arms, coldly harumphing at Zhu Zmo before turning his head away in a haughty manner. Yun Xi scolded Zhu Zmo while putting her hands on her hips. She was shorter by half a head and had to look up, yet her white and soft little face took on an air of anger. It's not what I say, last time you almost got beaten, right? Don't keep blaming Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is actually very powerful. Zhu Zmo felt the tiny pricks of pain on his face, wanting to touch his face but didn't dare to, becoming more aggrieved. You didn't tell me this little white beast was so strong. My face wail. Yun Xi, take a look at how serious my face is. Am I going to scar? What if I can't find a partner in the future? It's the end of the world. Yun Xi. Not really, how old are you, child, thinking about finding a partner already? It's fine, it won't leave scars, come inside first, I'll treat your face. Yun Xi opened the door and walked in. Zhu Zmo followed in with a sad expression. There was only a small stool in the yard, so Yun Xi took another one from her storage ring and placed it nearby. Sit. Zhu Zmo sat on it. Don't move, I'm going to heal you. Zhu Zmo responded with a sad tone and obediently sat still without moving. Glancing at Xiao Bai. Wait until he gets stronger, just see if he doesn't beat him up. Yun Xi stretched out her hand, wood spirit power surged and spread out from her hand. Yun Xi moved her wooden essence close to the 3 marks on Zhu Zmo's face. The 3 blood streaks disappeared before his eyes as his face instantly reverted to its previous condition. Back to normal. Alright. Yun Xi retracted her wood essence, don't criticize Xiao Bai next time. Learning a lesson wouldn't hurt either. All of Zhu Zmo's attention was elsewhere. He touched his face, his eyes widening in surprise. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. Yun Xi, when you applied the wood essence to my face just now, it felt so comfortable. My inner spirit roots also trembled. Don't talk nonsense. How could spirit roots tremble? Moreover, Zhu Zmo has metal spirit roots and fire spirit roots. Really? Trust me. Zhu Zmo couldn't help himself but to protest. Yun Xi had already stood up. You sit first, I'm going to cook. Zhu Zmo watched Yun Xi's back while feeling those originally calm spirit roots lightly trembling within his body. Yun Xi went to the kitchen. Taking out a larger bowl, she poured several bowls of flour inside. Next to her, there was some water. Slowly pouring the water while kneading the dough. After kneading the dough, she placed it in a bowl, covering it with a cloth. Yun Xi took out an apple from her storage bag. Apples needed to be washed, so Yun Xi went outside. Hey, let me. Zhu Zmo took the pole and started pumping water. Yun Xi put the apples in the big basin, rolled up her sleeves, and scrubbed them. Each apple was cleaned thoroughly. Little Black ran over. Growl. Yun Xi smiled, picking up an apple. Here, Little Black. Growl. Little Black opened his mouth as wide as possible but still couldn't hold it. Yun Xi simply placed it in the food tray next to Little Black. Eat up. Ayo. After everything was done, Zhu Zmo helped Yun Xi carry the apples into the kitchen. Zhu Zmo looked at the busy Yun Xi. Yun Xi, is there anything else I can do? Sitting outside was too boring. Yun Xi paused her apple cutting. She glanced at the nearby stove, and after discussing the size of the oven and pot with Zhu Zmo, asked him to craft them. Zhu Zmo readily agreed and went outside, took out the materials, and sat cross-legged. Yun Xi continued working in the kitchen. All apples were peeled and cut into cubes, then simmered in a pot. Sugar and lemon juice were added for flavoring. For the pie crust, Yun Xi used puff pastry dough. The thickened apple filling was placed on the puff pastry, the edges were pressed tightly to prevent leakage. An egg wash was brushed over the surface. Considering Xiao Bai and Zhu Zmo both prefer meat more, Yun Xi made 2 types of fillings, one with apples and one with meat. After making dozens of pies, the oven was also ready. The oven was large, able to fit 20 apple pies laid flat at once. There were 3 layers in total, separated by wire mesh. It could bake 60 pies at a time. Yun Xi put everything inside the oven. Placing the oven inside its designated stove resulted in a perfect fit. Yun Xi took out a chi hua stone and infused it with spiritual energy. This way, all pies would be fully baked when they were done. Chapter 58, Taste. Yun Xi sat on a small stool in the kitchen waiting for the apple pies to finish baking. During this time, she flipped them over once. When taken out, the top crust had already turned golden brown. After flipping them, Yun Xi pushed the oven back into the stove. Humming. Sitting on the small stool waiting, Yun Xi idly hummed a tune. Apple pies cooked faster than meat pies, so Yun Xi took out the apple ones first and placed them onto plates. The apple pies were golden yellow on both sides, showing multiple layers on the crust. Just imagining biting into one gave a sense of how flaky it would be. Steam rose from the surface. Xiao Bai and Chu Zmo had already rushed inside. Chu Zmo looked at the food in Yunxi's hands and swallowed his saliva. Yunxi, hurry, give me one. Chew me. Apparently, the food Yunxi made this time carried an apple fragrance, and even Little Black ran inside. Ayo. Little Black tilted his head and stared at the plate in Yunxi's hands. Apple pies are best eaten while hot. Yunxi placed the pies on the table and took out a fengxing leaf. Chu Zmo couldn't wait to grab one. Whoa, hot hot hot. Still, Chu Zmo didn't let go of the apple pie. He wrapped it with the fengxing leaf, passing it back and forth between his two hands. Chu Zmo couldn't help himself and bit into the pie. Hot hot hot. Eat slowly, the jam inside is very hot, Yunxi reminded him. Blowing continuously, Chu Zmo took another bite. This time, he tasted the filling. Rich apple aroma, tangy and sweet, paired perfectly with the flaky crust. A rich and delicious flavor that tantalized the taste buds. Chu Zmo couldn't resist taking another bite. Delicious. Too delicious. This is much better than just eating red fruit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai couldn't wait any longer and jumped onto Yunxi's shoulder. Staring at the plate of aromatic apple pies. Even though it's fruit-based, anything Yunxi cooks is incredibly delicious. Wait a moment, Xiao Bai, I'll put it in your bowl. To avoid burning Xiao Bai's paws, Yunxi took out his specialized little bowl from the cabinet. She placed the steaming apple pie into the bowl. Yunxi also took a few apple pies and put them into Little Black's feeding dish. Yunxi gently took a bite of the apple pie. Flaky crust on the outside, mixed with tangy sweet jam and apple chunks inside. It was indeed incredibly delicious. In the future, these might be more popular among the female cultivators within the sect. Xiao Bai doesn't like eating apples much but obviously loves apple pies, enjoying it without lifting his head. Under the table, Little Black devoured the pies, crunching them one after another. His black mouth was covered in jam. Occasionally jumping happily as he enjoyed his meal. In no time, a whole large plate of apple pies was almost halfway gone. The meat pies should be done as well, so Yunxi went back to the kitchen to take them out. Once the meat pies were brought out, the room filled with a rich and inviting aroma. Biting into one, the flavorful meat juices seeped through the crisp pastry shell. Instantly, Chu Zmo and Xiao Bai stopped eating the apple pies and grabbed the meat ones instead. Yunxi took some separately. Where are you going, Yunxi? Chu Zmo asked, watching Yunxi walk towards the door. Yunxi turned back, I'll take some to elder brother Su. After all, last time Su Jing took him to Lingquan Peak. Upon hearing this, Chu Zmo's face showed confusion. Did Yunxi and Su Jing become so familiar? Not giving it much thought, Chu Zmo stuffed everything in his hands into his mouth and grabbed another one. You should come back soon, or I'll eat them all. Delicious, the meat was still the most delicious. Yunxi responded with a sound and walked out. Knock knock knock. Yunxi arrived at the entrance of Su Jing's yard and gently knocked on the door a few times. Big brother Su, are you home? After a moment, the door opened from the inside. Seeing Yunxi, Su Jing gave a gentle smile. What is it? Would you like to come in for a bit? Yunxi blinked, no need, big brother Su. These are apple pies I made, they have two kinds of fillings. Give them a try. As she spoke, she handed them over. Su Jing looked at the apple pie in Yunxi's hand and extended his long fingers to take it. It looks very delicious. Thank you, I was just craving something you made. Yunxi blinked again, it's nothing. If you like it, big brother Su, you can come find me, I've made a lot. Su Jing smiled slightly, alright. I'll head back then, big brother Su. Su Jing nodded with a smile. Yunxi turned and walked towards the yard. Su Jing looked at Yunxi's retreating figure and smiled faintly. He then took the plate of apple pies into the courtyard. Mooncloud Peak. When Miao sat by the bed, gripping a bottle of third-grade restorative pills. Feeling the fiery pain surge across his back once more, he hastily popped another restorative pill into his mouth. His watery eyes brimmed with surging hatred. Yunxi, 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 Yunxi. Why does he have to endure such humiliation? And why didn't Master come to save him? Why didn't Gu Yan come to save him? All because of Yunxi. Recalling being beaten in front of so many people, when Miao inwardly wished that everyone who witnessed it would be killed by the Demon Realm's people. The fiery pain came again from his back. When Miao tightened his grip on the bottle of restorative pills. Although the medicine helped somewhat, Xing Siding's whip wasn't an ordinary whip. It wouldn't kill a person, but the pain it inflicted went deep into the bone marrow. Even the soul felt a tearing pain. Ordinary medicines could only alleviate the pain for a short while. Had it not been for the soul fifth-grade pill restoring half of his energy, he probably wouldn't have been able to get up right now. Bang! When Miao picked up whatever was in his hand and threw it away. The room echoed with the sound of objects breaking. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Hearing the sound, Wen Miao stopped throwing things. Two men dressed in the robes of the enforcement hall walked in. Seeing the mess throughout the room, one of the disciples showed no emotion as he said matter-of-factly, "Wen Miao, follow us." Wen Miao's hateful eyes were now filled with tears, each drop rolling down slowly. "My back still hurts a lot. Can we delay for 2 days? It'll be better in 2 days." As he spoke, Wen Miao looked up, showing his frailty to the two men in front of him. He clenched his fists tightly. He must wait until second elder brother comes back. Suda had also learned the truth of the matter. Thinking about how Yun Ci scolded him earlier for defending Wen Miao made him somewhat uncomfortable. But seeing the fragile, crying Wen Miao, Suda softened his heart and said to the person beside him, "Brother Fang, let's come back after 2 days." Wen Miao lowered his head to wipe his tears, lifting his hand to cover the emotions in his eyes. Fang Moyan glanced at Suda and slowly uttered 2 words, "No way." Then he looked at Wen Miao, "Let's go." Wen Miao immediately clenched his lips tight. "Not that, how can you be so heartless?" Suda complained. Fang Moyan turned to look at Suda. The hall master said to send him to Penance Cliff now. "Do you want to take responsibility if we don't finish what the hall master assigned?" This. Suda was immediately at a loss for words. Fang Moyan looked coldly at Wen Miao, "Go." Wen Miao bit his lips and followed reluctantly. The whip marks on his back began hurting again. Each step felt piercingly painful. Wen Miao looked at Fang Moyan with hatred. What to do? Why is second elder brother taking so long? Just as they stepped into the courtyard, the gate was suddenly forcefully pushed open. Junior brother. A golden-clothed youth rushed in, his narrow eyes filled with an intense look of anxiety. When Miao saw the newcomer, his eyes flickering with a trace of joy, then quickly filled with tears. He looked at the other person. He cried out. Second elder brother. Longley never noticed that flash of joy, or perhaps it wasn't joy at all. It was the surprise and delight of his little junior brother seeing him. At this moment, all his attention was drawn to the bloody smell in the air. Longley rushed forward directly and struck with a palm. Get lost. Suda was sent flying away. Fang Moyan slightly dodged the attack, frowning as he looked at Longley who was full of killing intent, and coldly said. You violated the rules of our sect. I'll report this truth. Chapter 59, Longley. Longley's golden eyes were dark and menacing. He protected Wen Miao behind him and raised his head to look at Fang Moyan. No matter what task you have, no one can take my little junior brother away. Leave if you want to live. The pressure of an early yuan in cultivation level was instantly released. Within it faintly lay an ancient suppression peculiar to the dragon race. When Miao hid behind Longley, his lips curling up. Fang Moyan, hearing these words, glanced at the young man in golden clothes and slightly frowned. He looked at Suda hanging on the tree, who was unconscious. After a brief moment of thought. Being at the yuaning level himself, Fang Moyan understood continuing would be meaningless between two experts of his kind. So Fang Moyan turned around and ascended on his sword. Carrying Suda, he flew toward the main peak. Seeing Fang Moyan fly off on his sword, Wen Miao bit his lips, looking up at the side golden-robed youth weakly. Calling softly second elder brother. Then collapsed onto the ground. Longley immediately embraced Wen Miao protectively, seeing his blood-soaked back, his face brimming with anxiety. Without much thought, he took out a pill from his storage ring. The medicine bottle was very exquisite. Opening the mouth of the bottle, a strong scent of medicinal herbs spread. If there was someone knowledgeable here, they wouldn't even need to see the pills inside marked with pill patterns. Just by looking at the white jade bottle used for storing the pills, they would know it was no ordinary thing. Wen Miao had long smelled the fragrant herbal scent. This was definitely a pill above 5th rank. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Wen Miao's eyes. But verbally, he weakly replied, Second elder brother, I've already taken some medicine. Although my back still hurts, seeing you has made me feel much better. Just knowing you've come back makes me so happy, ah. As if unable to bear the pain any longer, Wen Miao bit his lips, and more tears flowed from his eyes. Seeing this scene, Longley furrowed his brows deeply and shoved the pill directly into Wen Miao's mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? It's only 1 7th rank restorative pill, however many needed, His Highness could obtain them easily, eat it fast. Once inside Wen Miao's mouth, his back's whip mark started healing visibly though slowly, but in just a little while, it improved significantly. Now there was only a faint layer of bloody scars left. What rubbishy medicine. Seeing that Wen Miao was not fully healed yet, Longley remarked. The priceless white jade bottle instantly turned into shards. Different medicine effects counteract each other. Longley could not feed any other pill for the moment. Actually, after having consumed 1 7th rank restorative pill, it could be said that Wen Miao was almost fully recovered. What remained were just external wounds. Yet his expression continued to appear painful, his complexion pale. Second elder brother, you're really good to me, but master and brother Gu Yen. Hearing his little junior brother mention master and brother Gu Yen, Longley frowned and asked. What happened during these months I was gone? Why did you get beaten? Why didn't you tell me sooner? How dare those people beat you? Longley, looking at his dearest little junior brother suffering such serious injuries, urgently wanted to know the answer. Longley clenched his fists tightly. How could the immortal Respect not care about his little junior brother? What did his little junior brother do to receive lashes as punishment? And Gu Yan, he knew that guy always hovered around the little junior brother in the sect. See, Qin Xian ignoring it was understandable, but what about Gu Yan? If immortal Respect disappointed him, he didn't mind taking his little junior brother back to their dragon tribe later. Who needs this sect anyway? Longley wildly thought, right now wanting only to destroy everything that harmed his little junior brother. When Miao gently shook his head, sobbing. I don't know why my desire for the dark light hippo beast was overheard by Zhang Zijing. Later, Zhang Zijing said he found the dark light hippo beast. I really liked the dark light hippo beast, so I went along, but I... At this point, when Miao paused. His lowered eyes flashed with a dark light, but I didn't know it was Yun Xi's. Longley was stunned. Yun Xi. Thinking of that small figure, Longley's narrow eyes flashed with an unknown emotion. When Miao didn't notice. When I realized, Zhang Zijing had already arrived at Yun Xi's courtyard. I was afraid Zhang Zijing would harm Yun Xi, but when I tried to stop him, it was too late. Then Zhang Zijing flew out grievously injured. Afterward, Yun Xi said that Zhang Zijing had hurt him and claimed I had instructed. When Miao embellished the story. Second elder brother, I can forgive Yun Xi for framing me to enter the cold ice cave before, but this time Zhang Zijing is being expelled from the sect because of him, and I can't bear it. Upon hearing this, Longley's face turned gloomy as he stood up and walked toward the door. Second elder brother, where are you going? Longley turned back, his whole body filled with a killing aura. Younger brother, rest first, I'll be back soon. Saying this, Longley vanished immediately. When Miao looked at the disappeared silhouette of Longley, slowly stood up, and curved his lips. Yun Xi, wait for me. I will make the person you care about the most hurt you. Yun Xi, what kind of fruit is this? After finishing the apple pie, Chu Zmo meditated and practiced with Yun Xi for a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yun Xi's small figure hiding behind the big basin next to the well. Cleaning yellow fruits. Yun Xi did not even lift his head, cleaning the fruits in the basin. Lemon. Lemon. Chu Zmo scratched his head. Seeing that the color of the fruit was quite pleasant, he said with a grin, hey, give one to me, Yun Xi. Yun Xi glanced at Chu Zmo's reaching hand. A mischievous look suddenly passed through his eyes. Are you sure you want it? Yun Xi asked, his eyes bright. Chu Zmo's eyes showed confusion, is there something wrong? Is this fruit poisonous? Yun Xi shook his head, no poison. That's good. I've never tasted this one. Chu Zmo eagerly watched as Yun Xi handed him a lemon. Chu Zmo took it, looking at the round fruit in his hand. How do you eat this? Do you bite directly? Not really, you peel it, you have to eat the pulp inside. The skin of the lemon was difficult to peel, so in the end, Yun Xi cut the fruit in half in the kitchen. Little Bai, nearby, stared intently at Chu Zmo with purple pupils. After Yun Xi handed the lemon to Chu Zmo, he stood still, his bright eyes fixed on Chu Zmo. There was an implicit anticipation. Chu Zmo looked at him curiously. Yun Xi, why are you staring at me? It was strange. Yun Xi touched his nose. This was his habitual action whenever he felt guilty for lying. Nothing, nothing. Just try how it tastes fast. Yun Xi urged, stomping his little feet anxiously twice on the ground. Chu Zmo, puzzled, brought the lemon close to his mouth. This fruit smells pretty good. Yun Xi's mouth started producing saliva. Little Bai, sitting not far away, swallowed his saliva. Xiao He, motionless, stared at Chu Zmo while drooling, which fell onto the ground in threads. There was already a small puddle gathering on the ground. Chu Zmo bit into the lemon directly. In an instant, his face scrunched up like a steamed bun. Huh. Terrible. Chu Zmo spat out the pulp from his mouth, looking disdainfully at the remaining half lemon in his hand. What is this? Why is it so sour? Too disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Chu Zmo came back to his senses upon seeing Yun Xi laughing while holding his stomach. Yun Xi, were you on purpose? Yun Xi held his stomach, his eyes curved into a crescent shape, his long eyelashes slightly trembling, with 2 dimples on his white soft cheeks. Ha ha ha, sorry. I asked you, and you wanted to eat. I can't laugh anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. Don't laugh anymore, please don't laugh anymore. At this moment, it was noon. The sun shone in the courtyard. The sunlight illuminated Yun Xi, making the young boy glow white. With shining sunlight, that radiant smile became even brighter. The sound like silver bells made it impossible for anyone to stay angry. Alright, Yun Xi, you dared to trick me, huh? You just wait. Saying this, Chu Zmo rushed forward. He targeted Yunxi's ticklish waist. Stop scratching, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yunxi hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother, I'm sorry. It's no use. Chu Zmo used both hands to tickle Yunxi's ticklish spots. He knew Yunxi was extremely ticklish. Yunxi dodged, and Chu Zmo chased after him. To escape from Chu Zmo's demon claws, Yunxi tripped over his own feet and fell directly onto the ground. Chu Zmo was startled. He relaxed only when he saw Yunxi was unharmed, then continued to tickle him. Unknowingly, perhaps from brushing against something, soon Yunxi's face had black blotches on it, making him look like a little flower cat. Seeing Yunxi like this, Chu Zmo also burst out laughing. The two young boys were roughhousing in the courtyard. Chapter 60, Coughing Up Blood. Long Li arrived at the main peak. Looking at those two courtyards, Long Li's expression carried an angry hue. With a blink of teleportation, he directly arrived at the doorstep of the courtyard filled with laughter. Little Bai on the roof was originally grooming its snow-white fur when it suddenly sensed something. The door was instantly blasted away by an immense force. Cloud Ci and Chu Zmo paused their playful tussle and looked toward the entrance. Before they could even see clearly what happened, a beam of golden light shot forth, carrying a terrifying aura. That streak of golden light headed straight for Yunxi. Yunxi wanted to dodge, but facing that oppressive might, he couldn't even move. What should I do? What should I do? For cultivators, even a small realm gap is like 8,000 miles apart. One is in the sky, and one is on the ground. And he only had the cultivation level of Qi refinement 3rd layer. Facing the aura of the stronger ones, he simply couldn't evade in time. Yunxi's eyes filled with despair. Am I going to die, then can I go back home and find my parents? If I leave, will Chu Zmo take care of Little Bai and Xiao Hei for me? Little Bai wouldn't be able to come in time, even if she rushes as fast as possible. That palm struck Yunxi. Yunxi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Unstoppable streams of blood flowed out from Yunxi's mouth, turning the white disciple robes red. Yunxi felt as if all his internal organs were shattered. Painful. So painful. He was so painfully hurt. Is he about to die? Who hit him? Hopefully it's just his enemy, please don't drag the idiot into this. Yunxi couldn't bear the pain. Yunxi. Chu Zmo cried out loud, rushing forward to hold Yunxi tightly, letting Yunxi lean on him. Chu Zmo nearly broke down looking at Yunxi who kept spitting out blood. Yunxi, how are you? Yunxi, how are you? Long Li stared deeply at Yunxi constantly coughing up blood, clenching his fists. He had given Yunxi a chance, but it was Yunxi himself who didn't want it. Yunxi, don't fall asleep. I'll call my master immediately. Don't fall asleep. Chu Zmo said, taking out a jade token from the storage pouch and crushing it outright. Master, please come quickly. I beg you, come quickly. Yunxi wanted to say he was hurting, so much pain, but he already couldn't speak. He didn't even have the strength to cry. Now he just wanted to sleep, to forget the excruciating pain that tore his heart apart. Would he wake up if he fell asleep this time? Yunxi extended his tiny hand, grabbing Chu Zmo's sleeve and slowly closed his eyes. Long Li frowned. He hadn't used much force, how could? The moment Yunxi closed his eyes, a tear rolled down. Seeing that tear, Long Li took a step back, feeling a momentary suffocation in his chest. Even the dragon horns on his head began to ache. Yunxi. Wah. Yunxi. Chu Zmo hugged Yunxi and wailed loudly. The handsome youth had a face full of despair and fear. Peep. Yunxi. Little Bai also rushed over, her unsteady figure showing clearly that she would collapse at any moment. Seeing Yunxi with closed eyes. Little Bai's purple pupils first reflected shock. She staggered closer slowly, lowering her head to nuzzle Yunxi's hand. Peep, touch me. Peep, my fur is soft, touch me please. But Yunxi remained motionless. Little Bai walked to Yunxi's headside, watching Yunxi's mouth keep spilling out blood non-stop. A single tear dropped onto Yunxi's face. Peep, Yunxi. She had a contract with Yunxi. From the moment of the pact, the contract beast and the owner became connected. At this moment, no one understood better than Little Bai that Yunxi's sea of souls was gradually dimming down. Her home was darkening down. The previous shock was merely her refusal to believe Yunxi would. Little Bai bore the pain in her body, collapsing beside Yunxi's head. She continuously licked Yunxi's face, her head bowed low. Feeling the bloodline pressure, Little Black, who had been hiding in the corner and wouldn't come out, also ran over now. He used his head to nudge Yunxi, growl. Yunxi. Wah. Chu Zmo held Yunxi tightly, his face full of despair. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the youth in golden clothes standing there. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Chu Zimo's eyes were filled with deep hatred as he charged toward Long Li. He would rather die than let Yunxi's death go unavenged. At this moment, Elder Qingxian appeared, stepping through the void. He grabbed Chu Zimo, pausing for a moment upon seeing the tears streaming down Chu Zimo's face. His eyes swept around. Then he saw Yunxi lying there. Elder Qingxuan's expression darkened. "Master, please save Yunxi quickly, Wu." Chu Zimo cried out. Elder Qingxian took large strides to Yunxi and sent out a divine consciousness probe. Not good. Elder Qingxuan's complexion turned grim, he fed a pill into Yunxi's mouth. "Master, is Yunxi going to be fine?" "Wah." Chu Zimo thought Yunxi was safe after seeing his master feed him a pill. Elder Qingxian sighed. "It's uncertain. He just discovered all of Yunxi's internal organs had been completely shattered, even his ribs were broken. With such severe damage to the internal organs, the chances of survival were slim. It was unclear if the heavenly earth revitalizing pill would work. Chu Zimo became hopeless once more. "Master, you must save Yunxi. Wah, I beg you." Elder Qingxian sighed again, picking up Yunxi. "Let's go." It could only be handed over to Elder Huayuan now. The current Yunxi couldn't withstand the rippling effect of breaking through space. Elder Qingxian could only fly upward while holding Yunxi. Humph. How dare Qingxian leave during an important meeting? Does he not realize how crucial this meeting regarding the demon realm is? Elder Dark Pupil coldly sneered. "Perhaps there's some urgent matter," another elder nearby said. Upon hearing this, Elder Dark Pupil frowned sharply. What urgent matter could possibly be more important than the affairs of the demon realm? A brief silence fell in the deliberation hall. Then one of the mountain masters looked up and asked, "Grandmaster, should we continue our discussion or wait for Elder Qingxian?" Seated at the top, Grandmaster Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment. "After an hour of discussion, let's take a 15-minute break. If Elder Qingxian hasn't returned by then, we shall continue deliberating." "Yes. Yes." The hall temporarily restored its calm. Gradually, a few elders began speaking, breaking the tranquility. "Hey, I think we don't need to worry about the demon realm. With our Grandmaster and Ji Qing immortal here, those demon clans can't make much trouble." "Yeah." The others nodded in agreement. High on his seat, the man who seemed like an exiled deity maintained a distant expression. "The demon realm indeed cannot cause much chaos, but don't forget how treacherous and cunning the demons are." That's true, very true." Just as everyone was discussing incessantly. Elder Qingxian entered carrying Yunxi, silencing all the conversations instantly. Seeing the person Elder Qingxian held in his arms, Grandmaster Zhang Xian was taken aback, that is. Beside him, immortal Ji Qing had already risen from his seat. The various elders, mountain masters, and enforcers, all showed puzzled looks when they saw Elder Qingxian enter without reporting, carrying a disciple. Seeing the little junior disciple in Elder Qingxuan's arms, they shook their heads. With the internal organs damaged so severely, it was likely. In an instant, 3 figures simultaneously appeared before Elder Qingxian. They were Elder Huayuan, Grandmaster Zhang Xian, and Immortal Ji Qing. Upon seeing the snow-white robed figure appear, the crowd displayed expressions of shock. The Enforcement Hall Director and the Beast-Taming Peak Master stopped mid-rise, sitting back down. Chapter 61, The Heavenly Earth Revitalizing Pill. Long Li returned to the Moon Cloud Peak like a soulless puppet. Gu Yan happened to come out from the yard at this time and saw Long Li, his eyes lit up with surprise. "Second Master. When did you return?" Hearing Gu Yan's voice, Long Li started slightly. Still, his expression remained heavy with worries, and he momentarily forgot the questions he intended to ask Gu Yan. Gu Yan approached, looking at Long Li's face. "Second Master, what's wrong? What happened?" Long Li lowered his head, supporting his forehead with his hand, his dragon horns throbbed faintly. "No." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan didn't intend to press further. He knew that his second master brother was definitely fine. The red-haired youth showed a determined look on his face. "Second master brother, I have something to tell you." Long Li frowned. No time. He didn't have the mood to listen now. He didn't even have the mood to visit his little junior brother. He just wanted some peace and quiet. His heart was so troubled that he felt like killing someone. Gu Yan stopped Long Li, "It's really important. It doesn't matter if second master brother doesn't listen." Inside the council hall, a group of elders, peak masters, and guardians all looked at Elder Qingxian with regret as he held a bloodied young boy in his arms. That young boy kept spitting out blood from his mouth. The white disciple robes were gradually soaked with blood. "Huayuan Elder, please save Yunxi," Chu Zimo sobbed. Elder Huayuan immediately saw Yunxi's condition. His eyes turned serious like never before. Without hesitation, he took out a bottle of pills. The moment the pill was revealed, several elders inside the hall showed expressions of surprise. That is. The crowd showed various expressions. The moment a white pill was poured out, a special medicinal aroma filled the entire hall. That young disciple's 5 internal organs and 6 bowels had all shattered. Even after consuming the heavenly earth revitalizing pill, there was only a 50% chance for him to survive. Though they were righteous individuals, there were no more than 10 heavenly earth revitalizing pills in the world. Extremely rare. What if eating it doesn't save him? Some enforcers even wanted to say there was no need to waste such a valuable pill. Elder Huayuan did not hesitate for a moment. Seeing the blood keep flowing from Yunxi's mouth, he raised his hand and a ray of white light flew into Yunxi's body. At the same time, he fed Yunxi that pill. Elder Huayuan sat down cross-legged and channeled spiritual power which continuously flowed through his palm into Yunxi's body. No one spoke for a while inside the hall. Everyone's attention was focused on the young disciple. Yunxi. Chu Zmo held Yunxi's icy cold hand nearby. Yunxi's hands were too cold, so Chu Zmo warmed them. He wondered if Yunxi was afraid of the cold. Chu Zmo tried hard to warm Yunxi's hands, tears streaming down his face. Yunxi, wake up, okay? You can hit me whenever you want later. Wake up quickly. Time passed second by second. The council hall fell silent like the chirping of birds. Half an hour later, Elder Huayuan opened his eyes. He lowered his hand supporting Yunxi's back and hurriedly caught Yunxi. How is the situation? The solemn expression of Grandmaster Zhang Xian carried a hint of anxiety. Immortal Ji Qin glanced indifferently at Grandmaster Zhang Xian. Elder Huayuan shook his head. The internal organs are severely damaged. After taking the heavenly earth revitalizing pill, life has been temporarily saved, but afterwards, I'll do my best. How certain are you? Immortal Ji Qin lifted his eyes. Elder Huayuan sighed, 6 out of 10 chances. If it weren't for consuming the heavenly earth revitalizing pill, he might already be. Grandmaster Zhang Xian and Elder Qing Xian both frowned simultaneously. Especially Grandmaster Zhang Xian, whose face darkened instantly. Chu Zmo opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Elder Huayuan. His breathing grew heavier. He gripped Yunxi's hand tighter and tighter. Yunxi. Immortal Ji Qing looked at the young boy lying there with indifference. Elder Huayuan gazed at Yunxi. As though making a decision, he was just about to step forward. Then, Yunxi was lifted into the arms of someone wearing moon-white robes. Grandmaster Zhang Xian looked surprised. Ji Qing, you. All the elders and peak masters in the hall were shocked by this sight. Immortal Ji Qing held the person in his arms. With a composed expression, I will save him. Saying this, he walked toward the exit holding the person tightly in his arms. No one dared to stop him. Chu Zmo ran after him. A disciple on the main peak witnessed Elder Qingxian carrying Yunxi, who was covered in blood, spreading this news throughout the sect. The sect exploded with discussion over this event. Countless disciples were talking about it. There were worries, doubts, disbelief, and even those who went to Yunxi's home looking for him. Many disciples headed to the Moon Cloud Peak and the main peak. Did anyone really see? A female cultivator asked. Yes. It was terrible. Yunxi lay unconscious in Elder Qingshuan's arms, still spitting blood. Heaven. What happened? Is Yunxi going to be alright? I'm so worried about Yunxi. Me too, Sai, I hope Yunxi is alright. Is Yunxi at the refining equipment peak? I want to go see Yunxi. Moon Cloud Peak. Gu Yan looked at his second master brother who seemed uncertain if he believed, and with an incredibly serious expression said. Second master brother, this time I've seen through Wen Miao's true face. He's been deceiving us all along. We've been misunderstanding little master, Yunxi. Gu Yan clenched his fists, his fiery red hair shining brilliantly under the sunlight. I don't care if you believe me or not, but from now on, I will only treat Yunxi well. He had caused Yunxi too much harm in the past, and now he wanted to make up for it. It had been too long since he last heard Yunxi call him Gu Yan senior brother. He wanted his little junior brother who used to follow him around calling him Gu Yan senior brother back. When Miao getting punished is what he deserved, it has nothing to do with Yunxi. Second master brother, please don't cause any trouble for Yunxi. Gu Yan frowned as he spoke. He understood his second master brother. In the past, it appeared that he was always clinging to Wen Miao, but in fact, Long Li was the one who cared about Wen Miao the most. The second master views life as trivial, and Gu Yan feared that the second master would cause trouble for Yunxi. Once third master brother returns, he must tell him as well. Gu Yan thought. The words that followed fell on deaf ears for Long Li. All he could think about were the words Gu Yan had just said to him. Second master brother, can you take me with you and Yunxi next time? I envy how Yunxi gets to play with second master brother. Second master brother, Yunxi says he won't go, let's go together then. Second master brother, Yunxi seems to really dislike me. Second master brother, don't blame Yunxi, it's all my fault. Second master brother, I didn't know that belonged to Yunxi. Second Master Brother, the incident where Yun Xiai framed me to enter the ice cave. Second Master Brother, Yun Xiai falsely accused me of instructing Zhang Zijing. Another voice rang out. Second Master Brother, it's lively here. Really? Will Second Master Brother bring me here again? No, I'm just afraid Second Master Brother won't bring me anymore. You're so kind, Second Master Brother. I trust your Second Master. Are you angry, Second Master Brother? I will always trust you. Second Master Brother, did you go out with Wen Miao? Second Master Brother, why have you changed? It's not me who's changed, it's Second Master Brother. The last sentence wasn't finished when he mercilessly cut it off. Long Li reached up to support his forehead. The dragon horn on his head began to hurt once more. Due to rushing back, he still couldn't easily control the demon energy within him. Long Li felt as though his head was splitting with pain. Plink. When that young boy closed his eyes, a tear fell onto his heart. Second Master Brother, where are you going? Chapter 62, Treatment. Clear Cloud Peak. Inside an elegant room. A man dressed entirely in white, looking like a celestial being, sat on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, sending an endless stream of spiritual energy into the small youth before him. Valuable linens worth thousands of gold pieces were stained with the blood of the young boy. The pristine white robe was stained the same way. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The two people on the bed remained motionless. The sky outside darkened. Miscellaneous task peak. Laundry room. A miscellaneous task disciple stood up, shaking his hands. Phew, I'm exhausted, washed clothes all day. Another miscellaneous task disciple hung the clothes in their hand on the rack. I'm starving, let's go to the cafeteria. Sigh, what food is the cafeteria selling today? Seems like steamed buns and water-boiled vegetables. Upon hearing this, someone else complained, ah. The food at the cafeteria tastes terrible, I still want to eat something made by Yun Xiai. Who isn't like that? Ever since eating something made by Yun Xiai, I don't want to eat anything from the cafeteria. I wonder when Yun Xiai will notify us. As those two gradually moved away, their voices disappeared. In the darkness. Black Z always kept his head low, mechanically washing the clothes in his severely malnourished hands. The laundry basin in front of him was filled with freshly washed clothes, and Black Z hung them out one by one. Bending over and standing up again and again. The clothesline was much taller than him, so Heizi could only stand on a stool and reach out to hang the clothes. After all the clothes were hung up, Heizi didn't leave right away. Instead, he walked to another clothesline nearby where there was only one inner disciple uniform hanging. Without even touching it, he knew it was already dry. The garment had been washed extremely clean, as white as new. Heizi approached, ready to take it down, but paused momentarily. Then he returned to the well nearby, drew a bucket of fresh water, and washed his hands several times. Only after feeling sure they were clean did he return and take the garment down carefully. He carried it to the eaves and sat down. He folded the garment neatly in his lap, handling it with the utmost care, as if fearful of damaging it. Once it was properly folded, Heizi hugged the garment and made his way back toward his quarters. Tomorrow he would see Yun Xiai again. A pleased look flashed across Heizi's face, and his emaciated arms held the garment tighter. Knock, knock, knock. Wen Miao, who had been excited inside the room upon hearing the knock, immediately composed himself. He transformed into an obedient, kind appearance. It must be Second Master Brother. Before Wen Miao could speak softly as intended, the door opened. Wen Miao's smile froze as soon as he saw the visitor. His expression changed dramatically, like he'd seen a ghost. Xia Tangzhu. The hall master of the enforcement hall looked at Wen Miao, his expression extraordinarily serious. With a direct gesture, he commanded, take him away. Fang Moyan and another enforcement hall disciple bowed their heads. Yes. Wen Miao bit his lips tightly. What happened? Had Second Master Brother finished teaching Yun Xiai a lesson and not bothered to plead on his behalf anymore? Why did the hall master of the enforcement hall come? As Xia Tangzhu looked at Wen Miao before him, disdain crept onto his features. He probably already knew everything about today's events. Before the previous Zhang Zijing, and now Long Li. This young disciple's nature was truly malevolent. Poor child Yun Xiai, sigh. Hall Master Xia, I still have wounds. Can I go 2 days later? Wen Miao's eyes filled with tears. Hall Master Xia was stern and impartial. No. Deep within Wen Miao's eyes, a shadow of darkness passed as he bit his lips tightly. Hall Master Xia, I'm willing to accept punishment, but I am a supreme water spiritual root. What if something happens? Upon hearing this, Hall Master Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you threatening me? In an instant, an overwhelming pressure came rushing in. Wen Miao's face turned pale immediately, and a wave of sweetness surged into his throat. No, I didn't mean to. Hall Master Xia had no patience for his excuses, simply gesturing again. Take him away. When Miao looked down, his eyes flickering with deep humiliation and hatred. At the hour of Chen, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Jiqing Xianzun remained motionless, continuing to transmit his spiritual power. If observed closely, a drop of sweat slid down from the brow of the person resembling a fallen immortal. Golden feathers flew through the window and landed on the table. Staring at the scene on the bed. An unknown amount of time passed. Until the sky began to lighten at dawn, Jiqing Xianzun finally stopped. Completely ignoring another gaze in the room. Jiqing Xianzun got up, placed the sleeping Yun Xi flat, and gently covered him with a thin quilt. Watching Jiqing Xianzun's actions. The golden-feathered bird watching in the room asked curiously, "Are you destroying your cultivation level to save him?" Jiqing Xianzun didn't respond. He merely lowered his eyelids and stared silently at Yun Xi, whose breathing was faint. Seeing that he wasn't being acknowledged, the golden-feathered bird flapped its wings. The delicate silk curtains beside the bed fluttered in response. Jiqing Xianzun frowned. "Leave." The golden-feathered bird. Being the one and only phoenix in the world, no one had dared to speak to him like this before. But seeing the little figure lying on the bed, the phoenix said nothing for the first time. "All right, just to continue eating delicious things in the future." This noble and extraordinary phoenix decided not to hold a grudge this time. The golden-feathered bird stepped closer, tilting its head to observe Yun Xi, who was asleep with his eyes closed. By the bedside, Jiqing Xianzun furrowed his brows. Don't disturb him. Tolerating once, he wouldn't tolerate twice. Just as he was about to shout loudly, a glance at the person on the bed turned the yell into a low growl. "You wooden-headed creature, can't I even look at him?" Jiqing Xianzun's face was deathly pale as he raised his eyes to look at the phoenix. The phoenix hesitated. He stepped back. Flapping his wings, he flew out. A moment later, he flew back in and threw down a bottle of pills. Throughout, Jiqing Xianzun kept his gaze downward, guarding the small youth on the bed. It hadn't been half an hour yet. Jiqing Xianzun's pale face had slightly improved. He opened the bottle of pills and took one. Subsequently, he resumed sitting cross-legged and channeled his spiritual power to the young boy ahead. This time, he didn't stop. In between this period, Grandmaster Cangshuan, Elder Qingxian, and Elder Huayuan had all come a few times. Learning that Jiqing Xianzun hadn't emerged, they instructed the disciples to report at the first sight of him coming out. They hoped from their hearts that the young boy would make it through this calamity unscathed. Haizi had put all the clothes that needed to be delivered today into a large package. The package was bigger and heavier than he was. Among them, there was one piece of clothing he hadn't packed inside. After putting on the large bag, he hugged that garment tightly with both arms. Although Haizi still wore no expression on his face today, he held his head notably higher as he walked. Unlike in the past when he only kept looking down while walking. Yun Xi would soon appear before him. If only 2 pieces of clothing were washed each time, that would mean he could deliver them twice a day. Haizi yearned in his heart as his small frame moved toward the main peak. Chapter 63, A Strike. Arriving at the main peak, Haizi found more sect disciples there today compared to any other day. Disciples from various peaks could be seen. And those people had all gathered together talking about something, showing mixed expressions on their faces. However, Haizi paid no attention. Holding the garment closer to his chest, his little figure stealthily made its way towards the back mountain, avoiding those people. The gray service disciple uniform was the most inconspicuous among the many white disciple uniforms. Cloud Ci really is pitiful, hurt like that. Longli was too ruthless. Passing by a group of people, Haizi suddenly heard someone say this. Haizi froze, stopping his steps. The straps of the big bag dug into his clothes, pressing against his thin shoulders. Perhaps Longli beat Yun Xi to avenge Wen Miao. Longli favors Wen Miao the most. A nearby person responded angrily upon hearing this, Wen Miao deserved the beating. It wasn't even Yun Xi's fault, why should he suffer such treatment? Another individual nodded in agreement. It's rumored that yesterday before Longli went to Yun Xi's place, he first visited Wen Miao's. When the enforcement hall's Fang Moyan was ready to take Wen Miao away, Longli stopped them. Wen Miao must have said something to Longli. Cloud Ci is too pitiful, I wonder if he'll survive. To tell you the truth, Cloud Ci truly deserves pity. What wrong has he done? Misunderstood and ostracized in the past, now. Saying this, the disciple's eyes turned red. He was also one who had bought Yun Xi food, knowing well what a good person Yun Xi was. Many couldn't help but like Yun Xi. But why did such a good person have to endure all these? The people around him looked equally sorrowful. Haizi glared fiercely at the speaker. A core disciple seemed to sense Haizi's stare and turned his head, seeing it was just a service disciple. He gave little care and turned back again. You mentioned Yun Xi, what happened? He got injured, don't you know? Yesterday, Longli beat him so badly his internal organs were all shattered, it was terrible. As the core disciple spoke, he turned back, catching the intensely dark glare of the person in front of him. Something unknown hit his heart, creating unease. What kind of look was that? The disciple felt somewhat uneasy. Bang! Heisey threw down the big package and suddenly ran off. Wind whistled past his ears. Besides the wind, there was also the strong sound of heartbeat due to his running. Thump! Unaware of where he tripped, Heisey flew forward entirely. Instantly, the gray service disciple clothing was completely dirted. His little black hands scraped against the jagged stones on the ground. Breaking the skin instantly, blood began to flow. Sand grains mixed with flesh and blood. His knees were noticeably covered with dirt as well. Leaning against the ground, expressionless, Heisey slowly rose, continuing his run towards the back mountain. Gu Yan tightly gripped the Tianyan sword, eyes bloodshot, infuriated to the extreme. He arrived at a grand and splendid courtyard. The protective formations at the entrance appeared already destroyed, allowing Gu Yan to enter easily. Right now, he didn't want to overthink anything or manage too much. He just knew he was furious. Even, wanted to kill Long Li. Though he still wasn't powerful enough to defeat Long Li at the moment. But just after taking a few steps, Gu Yan sensed more than one presence inside the room. Frowning deeply, Gu Yan hesitated at the threshold. Bang! A golden figure flew out and crashed against the thick outer wall. The wall cracked instantly. A large hole also appeared on the wall of the house on the other side, with broken wooden splinters clearly visible next to it. As the smoke cleared, it could be seen that Long Li, dressed in golden clothes, was lying on the ground. His golden robe had been dyed dark by blood. His hands hung limply in an odd shape, obviously both were broken. The dragon horn on Long Li's forehead was also snapped off, continuously bleeding. The right half of his face was barely recognizable. He lay there motionless, between life and death. Gu Yan furrowed his brows. From inside the room, Si Qingxian slowly walked out, still expressionless. Yet, his eyes revealed an abyss of coldness. He looked down at Long Li from a height. Big brother? Gu Yan asked in confusion. Then he glanced again at Long Li, frowning. What was Big Brother doing here? Could it be because of Little Brother? Si Qingxian didn't even spare Gu Yan a glance. Instead, he took a step towards Long Li. Long Li, sensing Si Qingxian coming closer, twitched slightly on the ground. His robes worth 10,000 gold were now soiled. The dragon horn is the most important and weakest part for a dragon. The pain caused by having his dragon horn forcibly broken by Si Qingxian had clouded Long Li's consciousness greatly. Si Qingxian came forward and stopped in front of Long Li, looking down on him. If he's unharmed, I'll let you go. If anything happened to him. Si Qingxian lifted his head, gazing into the distance. In the future, every time I see someone from the dragon clan, I will kill them. After calmly finishing this sentence, Si Qingxian vanished on the spot. After Si Qingxian left, Long Li's chest kept heaving on the ground. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Long Li suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably until tears streamed down his face. Because of the shaking, the wound on his head bled even more profusely. Hearing the laughter, Gu Yan frowned upon seeing Long Li's pitiful condition. Thinking of something, Gu Yan's expression turned into anger, as he strode over. Long Li, just wait. If anything happens to little brother, I won't forgive you either. After saying this, Gu Yan also started to leave. Suddenly, Long Li coughed weakly and muttered, "When did you all discover the misunderstanding about Yun Ci?" Startled, Gu Yan asked, "Why do you care when?" Long Li didn't respond, dazedly continuing, "Before you discovered it, did you treat him, like I did, harm him?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan froze for a moment. Then he cast a scornful look at Long Li, "At least I'm not as terrible as you." Long Li was stunned. Gu Yan grew increasingly annoyed watching Long Li. He feared he might lose control and kill Long Li on the spot. With an angry glare at Long Li, he hurried away, anxiously controlling his flying sword towards the main peak. Time was of the essence, he needed to know little brother's situation immediately. After Gu Yan left too, Long Li, lying on the ground, laughed again after a while. On closer inspection, one could see tears glittering in his narrow eyes. Blood-mixed tears. Yesterday, when he returned home, he kept thinking about the tear Yun Ci shed when he closed his eyes and the matters Gu Yan told him. His headache worsened, accompanied by agitation. Having not slept properly for a long time, he surprisingly fell asleep into a deep slumber during a brief rest. In his dream, past scenes repeatedly emerged. He and Yun Ci together, back then, Yun Ci was even younger, calling him second master. Him and Wen Miao was always polite and well-behaved in front of them and their master. But Yun Ci began wanting more. He wished they would spend time with him, take him out to play, pay more attention to him. At first, they only thought Yun Ci feared being ignored, acting unreasonable. But since Yun Ci was their little brother, they merely planned to teach him lessons but ended up scolding him, hoping Yun Ci wouldn't become like that. Conversely, whenever Wen Miao was bullied by Yun Ci, she defended and pleaded for him. While Yun Ci's behavior became increasingly worse, leading to growing disappointment. It wasn't until they learned that Yun Ci had framed Wen Miao that they completely loathed him. Seeing Yun Ci becoming increasingly unpredictable and having a darker personality, they only felt disgust. At the same time, Yun Ci would approach them, incessantly recounting their shared past. They couldn't understand why Yun Ci could frame Wen Miao while pretending to be so pitiful. They just felt that Yun Ci was too malicious, and nowhere near as kind-hearted as Wen Miao. The dream shifted. Long Li observed the scenes in the memories from a different perspective. In the memories, Wen Miao looked around first, making sure there was no one nearby, then forcefully knocked on Yun Ci's door. Her face showed an expression he had never seen before. Long Li found it hard to believe. He saw Wen Miao saying nasty words, saw Yun Ci being provoked to the point of losing his temper and shouting back. He saw them rushing over at that moment and blaming Yun Ci for it, the smugness hidden beneath Wen Miao's guise. He also saw Yun Ci crying loudly after they left, alone on the spot. This happened time and time again. And he witnessed something else. When Wen Miao first arrived, Yun Ci gave her all sorts of interesting trinkets behind everyone's back. Some of these items were even precious things to him. Yet Wen Miao discarded them instantly. The pictures kept switching rapidly. He saw Wen Miao telling the sect people about where Yun Ci lived. From that day on, things started being thrown into Yun Ci's courtyard every day. He saw the various cold glares, neglect, humiliations, and oppressions Yun Ci endured. All this stemmed from Wen Miao. Everything, Long Li saw it all. Wah, wah. In the quiet of night, the young boy huddled in the corner after hearing the noise outside disappear, sobbing quietly. Long Li lay on the ground, his eyes blurred. He was wrong. Chapter 64, It's Alright. Qingyun Peak. Chu Zimo paced back and forth in front of a restriction array. Ahead was the Qingyun Hall, but the entire Qingyun Hall was enveloped by Ji Qing's restriction. No one else could enter. He had been waiting here for a whole day and night. He just wanted to know how Yun Ci was doing. Yun Ci, you must get better. Chu Zimo wiped his tears again. His fear reached its peak. There were too many things he didn't dare to think about. The only thing he dared to imagine was Yun Ci getting better. As long as Yun Ci recovers, he would be willing to wait 10 days and nights or even 100 days and nights if necessary. Even eating lemons, he would accept it without hesitation. After who knows how much time passed, Chu Zimo lifted his head and immediately checked whether the restriction had been removed. It hadn't. Suddenly, Chu Zimo noticed a few figures on the other side. He recognized two of them. It was Si Qingxian and Gu Yan, along with a menial disciple. Seeing those two, Chu Zimo's anger flared up, and without thinking twice, he charged forward. Looking at Si Qingxian and Gu Yan, he roared angrily, "It's because of both of you that Yun Ci became like this. All you know how to do is hurt him. I hate you so much. If you don't like Yun Ci, plenty of others do. Why did you beat him? Give me back my Yun Ci, give me back my Yun Ci." As he spoke, Chu Zimo couldn't help but burst into tears. Si Qingxian gave Chu Zimo a brief, indifferent glance. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan clenched his fists tightly, remorse crossing his face. If only he had noticed Second Master returning earlier, if only he had asked Second Master when he would come back. He should have anticipated that Wen Miao would definitely go complain to Second Master. If someone dared speak to him like that under normal circumstances, Gu Yan would have lost his temper already, but today he remained silent. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. The news of Yun Ci being injured and brought to Qingyun Peak by Ji Qing for treatment spread throughout the entire sect. Everyone was talking about it, and as details emerged, many learned exactly what had happened. While worrying about Yun Ci, they despised Wen Miao and Long Li even more. Most people hoped that the young boy would recover soon. Yi Qingqing and Su Tianwei visited Qingyun Peak several times. Su Jing also came the next day. Still, there was no news about Yun Ci. He Zi came every day. When there was work to do during the day, he completed his tasks at midnight. During the day, he waited patiently. On the 5th day, inside a room, one would realize that the person on the bed had not moved for 5 days and 5 nights. That man in white continuously infused spiritual energy into the young boy in front of him. Since stopping once on the first day, he hadn't paused since. No one knew how much more time had passed. Ji Qing finally stopped his actions. At this point, his face was pale, and a drop of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He stood up, laying flat the person in his arms, letting the young boy lie there. A strand of divine consciousness probed into Yun Ci's body. After half a while, he retracted the divine consciousness. Ji Qing lowered his eyes. Taking out a pill, he placed it in Yun Ci's mouth. Gently, he covered Yun Ci who lay on the bed with a blanket. Ji Qing stood up and was about to go out when he paused in place. On the bed, Yun Ci silently shed tears. His mouth opened and closed as if saying something. Ji Qing approached. "Hurts. Hurts." The small youth on the bed feebly repeated this word. The man in white drew closer, his deep voice sounding, "Where does it hurt?" Yun Ci couldn't hear anything, just repeatedly saying that it hurt. Not long after, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Still very weak, the young boy later couldn't even say another word. He slowly stilled, never regaining consciousness throughout the period. Ji Qing watched Yun Ci for a while, wiping the sweat from his forehead before rising and leaving the room. Outside, Elder Cangshuan, Master Huayuan, and Elder Qingxian arrived upon receiving the news. Seeing Ji Qing appear, everyone outside eagerly walked forward. Ji Qing had already changed into a new set of clothes by this time. With an aloof expression, it wasn't clear what he felt. However, upon seeing Ji Qing's appearance, Master Cangshuan and the two elders paused slightly. Ji Qing lifted the restriction. Master Cangshuan stepped forward. "Ji Qing, how is Yun Ci?" "Ji Qing elder, is Yun Ci fine?" Chu Zimo also hurriedly asked, anticipation evident on his face. Elder Huayuan and Elder Qingshuan's faces similarly showed concern. Everyone looked at Ji Qing anxiously, eager to learn the news. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Qing faintly said, "It's fine now." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. "Great! Yun Ci is all right. Wan Qing, did you hear? Yun Ci is all right. Wonderful." Yi Qingqing cried tears of joy. Su Wanqing also nodded with slight excitement, her eyes brightening. Su Tianwei and Yu Dongqing glanced at each other and smiled. "Wonderful, senior brother Su, little junior brother Yun is safe." "Affirmative. Little junior brother Yun has good fortune." Master Cangshuan and the two elders also relaxed somewhat from their tense expressions. Young Yun Ci being fine is all that matters. Chu Zimo wanted nothing more than to see Yun Ci himself, so he moved forward and said, "Divine Elder Ji Qing, where is Yun Ci? I want to see him." After these words, He Zi in the corner lifted his head, his black gaze directed toward Divine Elder Ji Qing. Elder Huayuan came forward. "Ji Qing, can we see little Yun Ci now?" Divine Elder Ji Qing looked at the people in front of him, then indifferently spoke, "Not yet. He is still unconscious and needs time to recover. Yun Ci didn't die." Divine Elder Ji Qing had saved him, and this news spread through the sect. At the same time, everyone also discussed just how powerful Divine Elder Ji Qing was, able to save someone injured as severely as Yun Ci. But although Yun Ci was brought back to life, he remained unconscious. And no one knew when he would awaken. All they could do was continue hoping. Currently, aside from the sect leader and elders, others were still forbidden to visit Yun Ci in the Pure Cloud Hall. However, the news that Yun Ci was fine relieved Chu Zimo, Yi Qingqing, and the rest greatly. He Zi became even quieter, speaking less. Finally, Chu Zimo resumed his classes. Aside from attending class during the day and practicing cultivation, he constantly inquired about Yun Ci's condition from Elder Qingxian. Every day he pressured his master to go see Yun Ci on Pure Cloud Peak. Sometimes Elder Qingxian had just finished forging artifacts when he looked up and saw Chu Zimo expectantly gazing at him. Elder Qingxian. Chapter 65, Acceptance. In an elegant, tranquil room. Divine Elder Ji Qing sat by the bedside without wearing his outer robe, only in a plain white inner garment. His hair was not tied up, a lock of it slid over his shoulder. His fair, slender hands held a jade bowl, with a medicinal broth inside that was gently steaming. Ji Qing used a spoon to scoop some of the soup, gently blowing on it. Then he fed the young boy lying in bed. The brown medicinal liquid flowed into the young boy's mouth. The young boy lying there seemed to find the medicine bitter, and he ended up spitting out every last drop of the brown medicinal liquid. The juice trickled down his pale, tender face. Upon witnessing this, Senior Ji Qing frowned slightly. Once again, he spooned some medicine and fed it to Yun Ci, who promptly spat it back out. This happened twice in a row. Senior Ji Qing paused briefly, gazing at the young boy on the bed, deep in thought. Suddenly, Yun Ci began to cry, his eyes reddening. It was as if he had fallen into a deep nightmare. More beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His frail chest rose and fell slightly. Pain. Pain. Senior Ji Qing then filled another spoon with medicinal juice and fed it to him. Lowering his gaze, his voice softened. "Drink this first. I'll make it sweet for you next time." At the boundary of Pure Cloud Peak, a youth dressed in golden robes knelt motionlessly on the ground. Blood from his knees gradually soaked through his clothes. When Senior Ji Qing emerged, this was the sight that met his eyes. "What do you want here?" Senior Ji Qing looked at Long Li, speaking indifferently. Long Li's face was deathly pale, even more haggard compared to when he was beaten in the courtyard. For the first time ever, Long Li, the proud second prince of the Dragon Clan, appeared so humble. "Master, I've received my punishment. Please let me see Yun Ci, all right?" His tone was pleading. After being beaten half to death by Si Qingxian, Long Li grew increasingly weaker. Among dragons, there exists a special connection. Not long after his broken horn, the Dragon King himself tore through space and arrived at Xianyuan sect. Seeing his son's state, he immediately flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to declare war against Xianyuan sect and form eternal enmity. However, Longli restrained his father. Moved by his second son's condition, the Dragon King immediately fed Longli various potent elixirs. But because Longli had erred, he must be punished. Furthermore, since Longli was also senior Ji Qing's disciple, coupled with his conflict with Si Qingxian, Patriarch Zhangxuan ultimately left the decision for Longli's punishment to senior Ji Qing. Angered that Xianyuan sect still intended to punish his son, the Dragon King sought to take Longli back to the Dragon Clan. However, Longli refused to return home and said he was willing to accept any punishment. Previously carefree about where he was, now Longli only wanted to stay within the sect. Seeing his son like this, the Dragon King was thoroughly infuriated. When he watched his second son beg senior Ji Qing to let him stay, he angrily left behind a pile of precious elixirs before returning to the Dragon Realm. In the end, Longli endured 100 lashes. Beaten until his flesh was mangled, the disciple holding the whip hesitated as he looked at Longli's bloody and battered back, unsure how to continue. Even the usually cold-blooded member of the Xing Law Enforcement Hall couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as the mixture of blood and torn flesh splattered with each strike. With a pale face, Longli urged them, continue. Little brother must have felt far more pain than he did. At that moment, as Longli looked at senior Ji Qing, there was stubbornness in his eyes. Senior Ji Qing regarded Longli with a cool indifference, saying nothing. Longli's expression turned anguished. Master, please let me see Yun Si. I know I was wrong, just one glance, let me see him for just one glance. He wanted to check on little brother's condition. Longli knelt on the ground, silently shedding tears of regret. Ultimately, senior Ji Qing did not give in. If seeing Yun Si is what you desire, you may kneel here indefinitely. Senior Ji Qing dispassionately uttered 2 words. As you wish. Nightfall. After finishing his work, Hazy walked along the path back to his quarters. All around, servant disciples who had finished their day's labor made their way back home. Unlike those chatting and laughing in groups, Hazy trudged alone. His gloomy demeanor kept everyone at a respectful distance. Someone, observing Hazy whose lowered face was hidden in shadows, whispered softly to a companion, "Hey, isn't that guy, that person?" The other glanced at Hazy and shrugged dismissively. "Yeah, don't bother with him. Bad luck. Let's go." "All right." Those around continued chattering. Hazy overheard some comments, while others were missed. Yet, he didn't mind. Or perhaps, he had long grown accustomed to it. Yun Si was gone. His heart had once again become numb, his eyes dull. Even his expression reverted to its formerly stiff, hollow appearance. Everything seemed to have returned to the way it was before. Those days which one could see clearly to the end, day after day. But some things were different now. The moment Hazy arrived at his residence, he heard boisterous laughter from inside the room. "Ha ha 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 ha, I won. Pay up, pay up. Shit, what rotten cards. Making me lose all the time." Clang. The heavy, old wooden door was pushed open, emitting a harsh squeak. Hazy slightly raised his head and scanned around. He saw the 3 of them sitting on Yang Wu's bed. They were gathered in a circle, with gambling cards used in the human world placed in the middle. Upon seeing Hazy enter, they exchanged glances, rolled their eyes, then broke into playful smiles. After exchanging suggestive looks, they turned back to continue playing cards and laughing raucously. A mix of various unpleasant smells filled the room: sweat, smelly feet, moldy blankets, and unwashed clothes. There was even yellow saliva on the floor. Hazy walked to the window and opened it. Then he lay down on his bed, clutching the blanket tightly around him. Lao San, who was dealing cards while scratching his feet, sneezed after seeing Hazy enter and cursed, "What bad luck." Yang Wu, hearing this, glanced at Hazy and burst out laughing. Yang Er also laughed with underlying meaning. "Continue. Damn it, I'm determined to win back my money today." Inside the room, loud laughter erupted once more, interspersed occasionally with obscene language. Time passed unnoticed. The noise inside the room did not stop but only grew worse, as if no one else existed, speaking loudly without any restraint. There were many small houses on Zei Peak similar to this one for the servant disciples. Since there were so many servant disciples, each house was built very close to one another. Therefore, whatever went on in one house could be heard by others nearby. It was already midnight, yet Yang Wu and his group continued playing cards. Other houses had long since gone dark, except for that one room where a weak kerosene lamp flickered. Complaints sounded from neighboring houses halfway through the night. Unwilling to cause trouble, nobody complained further after that and chose to endure silently. Inside the room, Yang Wu raised his voice and cursed loudly, "Damn it. One more round." Yang Er and Lao San nodded in agreement. "Huh, let's go then." Hazy hadn't fallen asleep at all. His black pupils wide open, staring blankly at the wall in front of him. "Isn't it too noisy?" Then kill them. Kill them, and their mouths will forever be shut. All those who displease you deserve to die. Kill them all. Anyone who displeases you deserves death. Listening to the voice in his mind, He Zi paused momentarily. Anyone who displeased him. For some reason, faces flashed across his mind: Chu Zmo, Xiao Bai, Long Li, Gu Yan, Wen Miao. Too many to count. People he wanted to kill. Seemingly countless. That voice continued persuading patiently. If you accept me, you'll become stronger. When that happens, no one will dare to treat you like this. Seemingly understanding He Zi, the voice continued. Don't you want to protect him? Don't you want revenge for him? How can you protect him when you're so weak? I can help you stay in the sect and grow powerful. Won't protecting him be effortless then? This time, He Zi's pitch-black eyes flickered. Who are you? Me. I am you. The true you. Accept me. After a long pause, came a soft murmur. Chapter 66, Visit. Master, you must go see Yun Ci. Check if Yun Ci has woken up yet. Early in the morning, Chu Zmo came to Elder Qing Xian's residence to urge him on. Elder Qing Xian gave his disciple a glance. Even Elder Qing Xian, being urged every day, was almost losing patience. He left a short order, wait, before turning to leave. Chu Zmo immediately grabbed Elder Qing Xian by the sleeve. Hey, master, wait just a moment. Elder Qing Xian frowned as he looked at Chu Zmo, an irritated question etched on his stern face. As if asking, what now? Chu Zmo chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed his head. Master, take me along this time. It's been so long since I've seen Yun Ci, I miss Yun Ci so much. On Qingyun Peak. Inside the room. Ji Qing Immortal respectfully held a bowl of medicine. On the table by the bed stood a plate of fine sweet fruits. The temperature of the medicinal liquid in the bowl was just right. Ji Qing Xianzuan's slender hand picked up a candy and dropped it into the medicine bowl. He stirred it slightly with a spoon. It seemed that only one sweet fruit had been added, but the medicine was still bitter. Yun Ci spat out the medicine again. Then, the little lying there wanted to cry. Ji Qing Xianzuan silently watched Yun Ci. He then got up, this time taking more sweet fruits and dropping them into the bowl. This time, the little on the bed finally drank it down. 15 minutes later, a whole bowl of medicine was finally drunk. As Ji Qing Xianzuan just put down the bowl, his heart flickered. In a moment, Elder Qing Xian appeared in the room with Chu Zmo. Yun Ci. The moment Chu Zmo saw Yun Ci, he was about to rush over. Elder Qing Xian pulled him back directly, looking at Ji Qing Xianzuan sitting there and said. Ji Qing, my apprentice wants to see Yun Ci. I'll take him to have a look at the young disciple. Ji Qing Xianzuan cast a faint glance at Chu Zmo. No problem. Elder Qing Xian nodded, turned around, and patted Chu Zmo. Still haven't thanked Ji Qing Xianzuan. Chu Zmo looked longingly at Yun Ci, heard Elder Qing Xuan's words, and drew back his gaze. He glanced at Ji Qing Xianzuan, wanting to pout but not daring. Thank you, Ji Qing Xianzuan. Ji Qing Xianzuan faintly hummed as a response. After Chu Zmo spoke, his eyes turned toward Yun Ci again. Elder Qing Xian. As soon as Chu Zmo was let go, he rushed over. However, he only dared to approach the edge of the bed, fearing bumping or hurting Yun Ci. Looking at Yun Ci who had his eyes closed. Chu Zmo remembered the former lively and cheerful Yun Ci who used to play with him. Chu Zmo leaned closer, staring at Yun Ci's small face. Having not seen each other for nearly half a month, Chu Zmo had too many things to say to Yun Ci. Yun Ci, do you still hurt? Yun Ci, get better quickly. Yun Ci, I haven't seen you for many days, I miss you so much, but Ji Qing Xianzuan said you're recovering, you haven't woken up yet. Yun Ci, without you it's too boring, I never felt this way before when you weren't around, you must be becoming more important to me. Yun Ci, when will you wake up? Wake up quickly please. That's right, Yun Ci, I'm now at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. I must practice well to protect you in the future. Yun Ci, I. On the bed. One little kept talking to another little. As if they hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. On the other side. Ji Qing Xianzuan and Elder Qing Xian sat there. Elder Qing Xian was talking about the matters of the demon realm. Ji Qing Xianzuan listened, his gaze, however, fell on those two people over there. After an incense stick's worth of time. Elder Qing Xian knew Ji Qing Immortal disliked being disturbed, so he bid farewell to Ji Qing Xianzuan and took Chu Zmo away. When leaving, Chu Zmo was reluctant, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Elder Qing Xian thought it was disgraceful, so he directly dragged Chu Zmo away. After they left, Ji Qing Xianzuan lowered his head, casting a cleaning spell across the entire room. At the Fulu Peak, a female cultivator walked in while hugging a stack of books. Seeing Yi Qingqing listless, she stopped her steps. She walked up to Yi Qingqing and placed the stack of books on the table. Sister Yi, what's wrong? You seem to have become increasingly unlike yourself these past few days. Are you upset about something? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing sighed, her expression showing both melancholy and concern. I haven't heard any news about Yun Ci. I'm a bit worried, and I don't know when Yun Ci will wake up. That female cultivator immediately consoled her, Sister Yi, don't worry. Jiqing Xianzuan already said Yun Ci is fine now. He is definitely recuperating, and Yun Ci will surely be all right. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's eyes became determined, right. Yun Ci will certainly be fine. Yun Ci will surely get better. At the Yusho Peak. This lord wants braised pork. Beef jerky. Rice bowl dishes. How come I haven't had any for so many days? The whole cave echoed with Tao Tie's roars. The chains inside the cave made a heavy sound as Tao Tai continued struggling to break free. A piece of chain fell to the ground, the sound like that of an earthquake. The disciple guarding outside the cave was filled with terror. What should we do? Shall we go call Patriarch Li? Another disciple turned to look at the pitch-black cave and was also scared, but he said. Or, wait. It's not that he is no longer afraid of Tao Tai, rather, ever since last week when they didn't give Tao Tai beef jerky, it has been causing a ruckus every day. Bang! Thud! Two loud sounds. The two disciples of the beast's taming peak immediately trembled. Go, 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 go. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Go find Master Li quickly. Who's going? Don't dilly-dally. Of course, the fastest runner should go. As he spoke, one disciple from the beast's taming peak shot off like an arrow. The remaining people waited anxiously while casting fearful glances toward the direction of the Spirit Valley cave. Not long after, the master of the beast's taming peak arrived. Upon seeing him, all the disciples felt as if they had found their lifeline. Master Li! Master Li! Master Li! Master Li waved his hand and boldly walked inside. Within the Spirit Valley cave, Tao Tai was rampaging, charging around the cave in all directions as if its commotion was still insufficient. Then it started rolling on the ground, making the sound of the chains even louder. No beef jerky for it. Fine, it'll cause chaos. No braised pork either. Great, more chaos. Seeing Master Li walk in, Tao Tai snorted coldly. The master of the beast's taming peak looked at Tao Tai, rubbing his temple with an aching head. Haven't I told you that the young disciple who cooks for you is injured and recuperating now? Tao Tai didn't believe him. Don't deceive me. Do you think I'm as foolish as those newly awakened beasts? Last time, you said you'd given me all the braised pork, yet later I smelled you eating some too. You really think you can fool me? Humans are indeed insidious and deceitful. Upon hearing this, Master Li's expression momentarily shifted, slightly embarrassed. That time, he had indeed kept a large portion of rice for himself. Primarily because the dishes made by that young disciple were irresistibly enticing both to look at and smell. Whether it was braised pork or beef jerky, or that sour and spicy dish, once tasted, they became unforgettable. Seeing Master Li's reaction, Tao Tai snorted again. Do you still have some stashed away and eat behind my back? I want my braised pork. I want my beef jerky. Or I'll continue to make a fuss. Before Tao Tai could start its tantrum, Master Li hurriedly motioned it to stop. How could such a proud upper ancient beast listen to mere humans? In the end, after much coaxing, Master Li promised that Yun Ci was truly injured and committed to having Yun Ci cook Tao Tai a feast once they fully recovered. Only then did Tao Tai cease its disturbance. Chapter 67, Awakening. It was hour, 1 to 3 a.m. At this time, everything was silent under the high-hanging moon in the sky. A few birds flew past, turning the moon into their background screen. Gentle moonlight filtered through the windows into the room. The little in the bed remained motionless. The house was utterly quiet. Even the occasional soft breeze outside sounded louder than the breathing of the little in the bed. The small figure lying on the bed was initially resting peacefully. Suddenly, they scrunched their brows tightly and subconsciously shook their head. Ugh! Pain! So much pain! An intense wave of pain came, accompanied by burning sensations. It felt as though the chest cavity was on fire, making it almost unbearable. Yun Ci began crying involuntarily, repeatedly mumbling about the pain. The sweat started dripping from the face of the little figure lying on the bed. Soon, the smooth, delicate forehead became covered with fine beads of perspiration. Some sweat droplets merged together, forming larger drops that slid down, wetting a patch of the pillow. Let me out, please, let me out. I don't want to stay here anymore. I really don't want to be here. Let me out. Let me out. A tiny silhouette curled up in the darkness, tightly hugging their head with trembling hands. Their eyes vacant, endlessly repeating those words. Clearly disoriented, showing signs of extreme fear. Beside them, the endless blackness resembled a monster ready to swallow them whole, continuously instilling boundless terror into the only existence within this dark world, the little. Cloud Z didn't dare to open his eyes. Since becoming aware, opening his eyes revealed nothing but darkness. Opening or closing his eyes, it was pitch black all around. His world seemed reduced to just darkness. He couldn't see anything, not even any part of his own body. The darkness continually magnified his inner dread. Initially attempting to yell to gather courage, he soon felt overwhelming fear and merely wanted to curl up. Every sound, including his own breath, was infinitely amplified. Yun Xiai tried reaching out, attempting to walk in this pitch-black world. But no matter which direction, there was no exit, not a single spark of hope. Afterward, Yun Xiai didn't dare to stretch his hands anymore. Seeing nothing but darkness, he feared that a monster might suddenly appear and bite off his entire arm. Let me out, let me out. Yun Xiai hugged his head and curled up as tightly as possible. The endless darkness enveloped him. Even curling up couldn't provide him with much sense of security. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The curled-up young boy was crying sometimes and breathing heavily at others. He had no idea what to do. What should he do? Suddenly, an intense wave of pain struck him. A soft moan escaped from Yun Xi's mouth, and even his consciousness was dragged back by this sudden pain. Then, Yun Xiai fell directly onto the ground. The pain in his chest was worse than the pain when his internal organs shattered on that day. Pain made Yun Xiai want to roll around on the floor, but he didn't have the strength to do so. It hurt so much. So much pain. Was he going to die again? Yun Xiai clutched his chest and lay on the ground, panting softly. Even breathing was painful. Why did this happen to him? Yun Xiai remembered the smiling faces of his parents and then Chu Zimo's figure. Who could save him? Whimper, whimper, whimper. A white light suddenly flashed in his mind, pulling the nearly collapsing young boy back to reality. The young boy lying on the bed kept sweating. Beside the bed stood a man with a graceful figure who continuously dabbed away his sweat gently. Yun Xiai suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was vacant, yet filled with immeasurable fear. His eyes even struggled to focus. Ji Qing Xianzuan paused momentarily while holding the handkerchief. That hand stopped for a moment, then gently wiped away the newly formed sweat beads from the young boy's forehead. Yun Xiai felt the pain in his chest and immediately turned pale. Hurts, so much pain. The little boy shed tears profusely. Ji Qing Xianzuan looked at Yun Xi's furrowed little face and got up to prepare to fetch medicine. Just as he stood up, he noticed that his robe's corner had been caught. Ji Qing Xianzuan turned around and saw the profound fear in the eyes of the young boy lying there. That slender, white arm was gripping his robe's corner tightly, as if afraid he would leave. Yun Xiai was afraid. He feared being alone again. Feared returning to that terrifying pitch-black world. He would go insane otherwise. He didn't know whether he'd be eaten by the monster first or go insane first. I don't want to be here alone. Ji Qing Xianzuan, looking at Yun Xiai, sat down again and gently consoled the terrified young boy. Don't be afraid, I'll be right back. Yun Xiai shook his head vigorously, biting his lips hard because of the chest pain until they turned pale. With tear-filled eyes. No. He didn't want to be alone. Anyone would do now. Any human would do. Any living being would do. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Ji Qing Xianzuan showed no sign of impatience. His calm eyes gazed at Yun Xiai, his voice deep. You can't move now. I'll get your medicine, and once you take it, the pain will stop. Be good, I'll be back immediately. Upon hearing these words, Yun Xiai slowly released his grip, but there remained deep fear in his eyes. Ji Qing Xianzuan turned around and walked out of the room. Moments later, Ji Qing Xianzuan returned to the room. In his hand was a bowl of medicine and a few sweet fruits placed on a plate. As soon as Ji Qing Xianzuan returned, Yun Xiai stared intently at him, afraid he would leave again. Witnessing this scene, the normally cold and aloof Xianzuan's indifferent eyes flickered with slight emotion. Ji Qing Xianzuan lowered his eyes, suppressing the emotions within them, and walked over with the bowl of herbal medicine. The clear and noble man fed the young boy spoonful after spoonful of the medicine. After finishing the medicine, the bone-chilling pain gradually subsided. Exhausted both physically from the pain and mentally from the extreme fear. Yun Xiai was drowsy, yet his inner unrest prevented him from sleeping. His long, curled eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans. Ji Qing Xianzuan maintained a composed expression. Sleep. I'm not going anywhere. Yun Xi's small hand tightly gripped a piece of cloth before finally closing his eyes. After Yun Xiai fell asleep, Ji Qing Xianzuan's cold and detached eyes glanced at the sleeping Yun Xiai. For several consecutive days. After Yun Xiai woke up, he would only feel at ease upon seeing someone by his side. He would cry whenever his chest hurt, when no one was around, or even if the medicine wasn't sweet enough. The young boy was extraordinarily fragile. But Ji Qing Xianzuan showed not a single bit of impatience and continuously took care of the small youth. Whenever Yun Xiai woke up, Ji Qing Xianzuan's figure could be seen by his side. Sometimes, with Yun Ci clutching at the edges of his robe, Ji Qing Xianzuan would sit there for an entire night, accompanying the sleeping Yun Ci in the room. Until one day, Chu Zmo heard that Yun Ci had awakened and begged the senior priest Qing Xian to bring him to visit Yun Ci. Chapter 68, Don't Be Angry. Today, as usual, Yun Ci opened his eyes and immediately started looking for someone. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself staring into a pair of eyes filled with excitement. Wah 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 wah, you've finally woken up, Yun Ci, I was so worried about you. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Yun Ci's body had already recovered a great deal. Apart from needing to take his medicine on time every day, the pain in his chest was also slowly fading. Yun Ci blinked at Chu Zmo. His clear eyes still had a trace of sluggishness. Yun Ci glanced to the side and saw Ji Qing Xianzuan. Yun Ci, you. Chu Zmo, noticing that Yun Ci wasn't speaking, worried whether something still hurt Yun Ci. Yun Ci looked at Ji Qing Xianzuan, then turned to Chu Zmo who was wearing an anxious expression. Slowly, Yun Ci reached out his hand towards Chu Zmo. Startled by Yun Ci's extended hands, Chu Zmo hesitated. Wah. What is it? Yun Ci quietly uttered one word. Hug, hug. Chu Zmo's eyes widened, frozen on the spot. Seeing that Chu Zmo wasn't hugging him, Yun Ci's eyes gradually reddened. He stared at Chu Zmo with a face full of grievances. Ji Qing Xianzuan lowered his gaze and stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Yun Ci turned his head away, avoiding those long fingers, clearly defined bones. I don't want you. Yun Ci faintly declared. Ji Qing Xianzuan's extended hand paused in midair. Though his eyes remained calm like water, the atmosphere around him suddenly stiffened. At this moment, Huayuan elder chuckled and approached. Little Yun Ci and Qingshuan's disciple have a truly great relationship. Yun Ci blinked at Huayuan elder's smiling face. Ji Qing Xianzuan withdrew his hand without any change in his expression. Qingxian elder nodded, approval evident on his dignified face. Zmo and little Yun Ci have always had a good relationship. His disciple's stubborn personality has finally come in handy. Meanwhile, Chu Zmo was hugged by Yun Ci. Yun Ci's entire frame was small, soft, and emitted a fragrant smell up close. Although Yun Ci was just half a head shorter than Chu Zmo, curled up in his arms, he seemed like a little creature. Chu Zmo completely froze. Messing around during their regular interactions was fine, but, isn't this too close? How wonderful. Normally, it was Chu Zmo constantly clinging to Yun Ci while Yun Ci tried to avoid him. Why did Yun Ci become so affectionate all of a sudden? Ha 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 ha. Yun Ci hugged me. Yun Ci hugged me. It seems I am the most important person, nobody can compare to me. A smug smile spread across Chu Zmo's face. He patted Yun Ci's back. Yun Ci, didn't you miss me too? Hey, here I am. Alright, alright, alright. Even though it's a bit warm, given your illness, I'll let you hold on to me for a while. But only for a short while. Yun Ci said nothing, releasing Chu Zmo. Sitting on the bed, he fixed Chu Zmo with an intense stare. His large eyes were red but more lively now compared to their previous stare. There was a certain spark in his eyes. His curly hair atop his head flared out, resembling a little lamb. On the side, Huayuan elder watched Yun Ci with an amused smile. Chu Zmo couldn't suppress his laughter. Smack. A light sound echoed. Chu Zmo grabbed his arm, shocked as he stared at Yun Ci. Just moments ago everything was fine, why would he suddenly hit him? Yun Ci, why did you hit me? Yun Ci sniffed, these past few days, you never came. Once the fear faded and his rationality returned, he stopped clinging to Ji Qing Xianzuan's robes. Every day, he lay facing away from Ji Qing Xianzuan. When Ji Qing Xianzuan brought the medicine, he would simply turn over and gulp it down before lying back again. Subsequently, continuing to turn his back on Ji Qing Xianzuan. However, whenever he noticed no one was in the room, those shadows in his heart would reappear, causing him to always think about being shrouded in darkness. His eyes would once again be filled with fear, and he would constantly have nightmares. He knew that Senior Ji Qing had saved him, but all the suffering he endured was also caused by Ji Qing's disciple. He wanted to ask why his disciple wasn't disciplined. Why did he get beaten? All he wanted was to earn some money, what was wrong with that? He never intended to have anything to do with the protagonist. But he was afraid that if he said so, Senior Ji Qing might kill him. Hurt him, then save him, he couldn't forgive or let go of it. So, all he could do was turn away to avoid the issue. When Chu Zmo came, Yun Ci felt the moment he saw Chu Zmo, all he wanted was to embrace him and burst into tears. It was the kind of feeling like when he was little, and because he looked too delicate, he was teased by older students as a girl. He fought back against those older students, and even though he didn't stand a chance, no matter how severely injured he was, he never cried and just gritted his teeth. When the school called his parents, his mother came to look at him with concern, and only then did he suddenly burst into tears. That was exactly how he felt right now. But after he woke up and became more clear-headed, he never saw Chu Zmo. It's not that I didn't come. Senior Ji Qing wouldn't let anyone else come. I wanted to visit you every day. Every single day. Yun Ci, do you not believe me? Chu Zmo looked at Yun Ci with an aggrieved expression on his face. He mumbled quietly, I'm mad now. This time, he really was going to be angry. Yun Ci. So, that's how it is. Seeing Chu Zmo pouting while turning away, Yun Ci blinked several times. He moved closer. Chu Zmo turned his head away. Yun Ci moved closer again. Chu Zmo turned his head again. By this point, Chu Zmo's head had nearly rotated 90 degrees. Yun Ci moved closer again and reached out to poke Chu Zmo. With a blink, are you really mad? Too adorable. Everyone in the room had the same thought at that moment. Elder Huayuan was thinking about mentioning again the idea of making Yun Ci his disciple. Elder Qingxian, however, was pondering whether to bring up once more having Yun Ci join the refining tools peak given how important Chu Zmo seemed to be to Yun Ci. Chu Zmo still didn't say anything. Every day, he begged his master to let him see Yun Ci. It wasn't that he didn't want to come, but he couldn't. At this moment, Elder Qingxian spoke, glancing at his own disciple. Looking at Yun Ci, his dignified expression softened significantly. Zmo indeed wanted to visit you every day and has been worried about you non-stop. After visiting you once, he kept pestering me to bring him to see you again. Senior Ji Qing just wouldn't allow it. Saying Yun Ci needed rest. He feared interrupting Yun Ci's recuperation, so he didn't come. Yun Ci nodded obediently and looked toward Chu Zmo. Serious and earnest, he apologized, I'm sorry. Chu Zmo's eyes moved, but he still didn't turn around. Humph. To say sorry, stop being mad. I didn't know you had come to see me. Please don't be mad. You idiot, accept my apology already. Chu Zmo finally turned around, looking at Yun Ci, alright then, I'll forgive you this time. Who can blame me for being magnanimous? Okay. Yun Ci nodded and smiled. The people in the room watched the two young boys chatting by the bedside. Drink your medicine. At this moment, Senior Ji Qing walked over with a bowl of medicine. Yun Ci looked up at Senior Ji Qing and found that Senior Ji Qing was also looking at him. Yun Ci shifted his gaze and silently accepted the medicine. Gulped, gulped, gulped. After finishing, Yun Ci placed the remaining sweet fruit from the bowl into his mouth to enjoy. I want to go home. The little boy said, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Zmo immediately said. That's right, Yun Ci. Aren't you mostly recovered now? Let's go back. If it doesn't work out, I'll take care of you. Hee, I can see Yun Ci every day then. Since Yun Ci was on the clear cloud peak, he never got to see him. Chu Zmo complained silently inside. You still need to take your medicine. Senior Ji Qing casually said. Yun Ci looked up and fixed his gaze on the white-clad man, his expression showing a hint of stubbornness. I can boil the medicine myself. Anyway, now he could move around a bit, he just couldn't do too strenuous movements. He wondered how Xiao Bai and Xiao He were doing at home. They hadn't seen him for a long time. Xiao Bai must be worried sick. He wanted to go home. Senior Ji Qing remained silent, just calmly looking at Yun Ci. After a long pause, Senior Ji Qing lowered his gaze and walked out. Elder Huayuan and Elder Qingxian exchanged a glance before retracting their sight. Chapter 69, Back Home. Xianyuan Sect. A courtyard at the back of the main peak. The curly-haired young boy was sitting in the courtyard basking in the warm sunlight. Even his strands of hair were glowing under the sunlight. A white little beast was lying on his legs with its eyes closed. The black little beast was running around the yard. Yun Ci lowered his head, gently smoothing out Xiao Bai's fur. Wood elemental power continuously flowed from his hands and entered Xiao Bai's body. It had been 5 days since he returned from Qingyan Peak. During his injury at Qingyan Peak, Xiao Bai and Xiao He were taken care of by Elder Huayuan. Because of their binding contract, Xiao Bai had almost. At that moment, Yun Ci had almost been terrified to death. Now every day, he would channel a great deal of wood elemental power into Xiao Bai. Xiao He, on the other hand, remained as cheerful and lively as ever. Look, Xiao He ran over from the other side of the yard, jumping up and down beside Yun Ci's leg. Yun Ci patted Xiao He, taking out a cucumber from his storage bag for it. Ayo. Xiao He happily started eating the cucumber. With a crisp bite, the cucumber made a crack sound, and Xiao He enjoyed it heartily while the juice splashed all over. Elder Huayuan helped Yun Ci collect the ripe vegetables in the yard and the lemons in the water basin. That way, the vegetables and lemons didn't spoil. Xiao Bai opened its eyes and saw Yun Ci, rubbing against him dependably. Chuomi. It's good that Yun Xiai is still alive. Smiling, Yun Xiai petted Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you rest here first. I'll go prepare food. I'll cook something nice for you to eat tonight. Chuomi, alright. After this incident, Xiao Bai became much sleepier. It often slept for an entire day. But Xiao Bai insisted on sleeping where it could see Yun Xiai, so Yun Xiai simply moved Xiao Bai's little bed to the yard during the daytime. This allowed Xiao Bai to feel secure while also enjoying the warmth of the sun. At this moment, Xiao Bai was resting on the little bed with its eyes closed. Yun Xiai went to the kitchen, took out a small bowl and some rock sugar, walked over to a small stove nearby, and poured the boiled medicine into the bowl. He then added the rock sugar into it. Knock knock knock. At this time, there came a knocking sound from outside. Yun Xiai opened the door and saw Long Li standing outside. Instantly, disgust spread across his face. What do you want again? In the past few days, Long Li had practically come every day. When Long Li first arrived, Yun Xiai was very afraid, but now, he only felt disgusted. Yun Xi's unreserved expression of disdain caused an intense pain in Long Li's heart, making his complexion even paler. Yun Xiai, I'm sorry, I. Bang! The door was slammed shut right away. Get out! The young boy in the yard shouted rudely. Long Li looked at the tightly shut door. He could effortlessly break this door if he wanted, but he wouldn't do that anymore. He was afraid Yun Xiai would dislike him even more. The dragon horn on his forehead began to throb again, but Long Li seemed not to notice it at all. With a dejected look, he gazed at the door. In the courtyard. Yun Xiai glanced at the gate of the yard and rolled his eyes. What bad luck! Away, away, away! Yun Xiai ignored him and went to the kitchen, taking out a large basin. He then took out the lemons from the storage bag. In the afternoon, he intended to make lemonade. First, Yun Xiai cut each lemon into thin slices and reserved half of each one to squeeze the juice. The kitchen was filled with the refreshing scent of lemons. If you don't taste it but just smell it, the flavor of lemons is quite refreshing and pleasant. He took out the bamboo tubes and placed them on the table. Then he put some rock sugar at the bottom of each tube and poured some well water inside. The well water was very clean, without any impurities, and even tasted slightly sweet. After removing the lemon seeds, he placed 3 or 4 slices of lemon into each bamboo tube. Since the bamboo tube wasn't particularly large, putting too many slices would make it overly sour. From the reserved lemons, he squeezed out the juice and poured it into each bamboo tube. All that remained was to wait until the rock sugar dissolved before drinking it. Having finished those tasks, Yun Xiai decided to let the rock sugar dissolve first. He then took out more lemons from the storage bag to prepare extra lemonade. On his way to fetch water from the well in the yard, he drank down the medicine left out to cool. Too bitter. Yun Xiai wrinkled his whole little face and smacked his lips. Originally, the medicine was very bitter, but adding sugar made it both sweet and bitter. Yun Xiai took a piece of rock sugar and placed it in his mouth. There came another knock on the door outside. Opening the door, Yun Xiai found it was Gu Yan. Seeing Yun Xiai opening the door, Gu Yan's sharp eyebrows and clear eyes flickered with a hint of awkwardness. Little master. Yun Xiai, what are you doing? He almost forgot that Yun Xiai didn't want him to call him little master. Yun Xiai frowned, what I do has nothing to do with you. Don't think giving him a storage ring means he can bother Yun Xiai whenever he wants. Yun Xiai was busy. And? Are you free for nothing? Or do you want your storage ring back? Yun Xiai asked. Otherwise, why had he suddenly been coming to see him so often these days? Before Gu Yan could finish his sentence, the door slammed shut again. A voice came from the courtyard. Then don't bother me. Gu Yan looked at the closed door, and an annoyed expression flickered across his delicate face. But then he remembered the stupid things he had done before. Gu Yan cursed himself as deserving punishment. He rubbed his bright red hair, glanced at Yun Xi's yard, and flew away on his sword. Back in the courtyard, Yun Xiai began making lemonade again. In addition to the lemonade, Yun Xiai also made many lemon fruit strips. Lemon slices were ready-to-eat snacks and could be eaten directly or steeped in water. When he was still in school, every time he went to the small shop inside the school to buy milk and bread, he would also take 2 packs of 1 yuan lemon slices. He washed the lemons with salt water just like before. Cut the lemons into thin slices, remove the seeds, put them in a pot with a little salt and boil them for 1 or 2 minutes to get rid of the bitter taste. Pour clear water into the pot, add more rock sugar and white sugar, and cook. This way, it would be sweeter. And it tasted better when eaten. The lemon slices were then fished out and placed back into the pot to continue cooking. Cook until the syrup thickened, completely coating each lemon slice. Spread the lemon slices in the oven to bake for a while. Turn them over halfway through. When taken out, the lemon fruit strips looked very beautiful and delicate. Compared to the moderately sweet lemonade, the fruit strips were sweeter, and the lemon's aromatic scent was stronger. Yun Xiai tasted a piece of the fruit strip, instantly feeling it was very delicious. He specifically left the peel on, the skin was the essence of the lemon strip. It tasted amazing when chewed. Sweet and fragrant in the mouth. Yun Ci ate several pieces in a row. He then took some and walked outside. Seeing Xiao Bai sleeping, Yun Ci placed some by Xiao Bai's little bed. He then called Xiao Hei over. Xiao Hei, come here, I've got something delicious for you. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Hei happily ran over. Yun Ci handed him a lemon slice, here. Just as Xiao Hei was about to bite it, he suddenly stopped mid-air, his mouth wide open. Yun Ci smiled, swiftly placing the lemon slice into Xiao Hei's mouth. It's not sour, give it a try. Xiao Hei chewed on it, discovering it wasn't sour. Having tasted this fragrant snack, he happily wagged his head from side to side. Yun Ci couldn't help but chuckle. Squatting down, he gave himself a slice and shared another with Xiao Hei. They alternated eating one slice each. While eating lemon slices together, there came another knock on the door. Yun Ci sighed. Chapter 70, Not Sour. Yun Ci went to open the door, finding a strange junior disciple. Upon seeing Yun Ci open the door, the junior disciple's face flushed with shyness. Yun Ci blinked, have you come to visit me? The junior disciple quickly nodded upon hearing this. Yes. Yun Ci, have you recovered a bit? Yun Ci flashed a brilliant smile, yes, I'm much better, thank you for your concern. The junior disciple looked down at Yun Ci's sunny smile and slightly widened his eyes. Yun Ci really looked so good. It's hard to imagine how popular Yun Ci would be among female cultivators in the future. I guess you're fine if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. See you, Yun Ci. Wait a moment. Yun Ci said to him. Then turned around and returned to the courtyard. After a short while, he walked out holding something. Here, this is the lemonade and lemon fruit strips I made. It's very delicious, try it. Upon seeing the food in Yun Ci's hands, the junior disciple's face lit up with surprise, that's too kind. But his hand honestly reached out and took the bamboo tube and leaf-wrapped package. Yun Ci blinked. The junior disciple felt even more embarrassed. However, the moment he took it, he smelled a fragrant aroma. It smelled wonderful. Thank you, Cloud Ci. He could eat the food Cloud Ci made again. He came to visit Cloud Ci with nothing, yet Cloud Ci still gave him something to eat. Cloud Ci revealed a sly smile, if it's delicious, remember to recommend it to others for me. The more people, the better. Earn spirit stones. The outer sect disciple immediately nodded, sure thing, there's nothing Cloud Ci makes that isn't good. Cloud Ci was blushing from the praise. After a few more words, the disciple bid farewell and left. After this disciple left, 3 or 4 more sect disciples came to visit Cloud Ci. Compared to the past few days, today there were fewer visitors. For those who came to see him, Cloud Ci would give them each a cup of lemonade and some lemon slices. They all were incredibly surprised. Cloud Ci returned to the yard, packaging the prepared lemonade and lemon slices separately. A few days ago, when his body was still weak, Chu Zimo, Yi Qingqing, Su Tianwei, and others came over and helped him with a lot of work. They helped him take care of the vegetable garden, clean the yard. He planned to make some good food and send it to them. After packing for a while, Cloud Ci felt a little tired. Sweat began forming on his forehead again. Cloud Ci decided to rest for a bit. The door opened from the outside. Cloud Ci looked towards the doorway. Chu Zimo walked in and grinned at him, Cloud Ci, did you miss me? Cloud Ci took a sip of lemonade, did you just finish class? He remembered that Chu Zimo mentioned having class yesterday afternoon. Yep. Chu Zimo approached, picked up a small stool nearby, sat down beside Cloud Ci, and picked something up off the table. What's this? Dried lemon slices. Give it a try. Lemon slices? I'm not eating that. Chu Zimo shook his head. He still remembered how sour the lemon was last time. Seeing Chu Zimo's face as he stared at the lemon like an old enemy, Cloud Ci burst into laughter. Why are you laughing, Cloud Ci? It's all because of you, last time, you tricked me into eating a lemon. From a soft chuckle, Cloud Ci's laughter escalated into hearty laughs. Confused, Chu Zimo frowned, what? Why are you laughing? That's fine then. You'll see, I'll tickle you. Chu Zimo extended his hand. Cloud Ci's pale and tender face instantly showed panic, no. Not letting me. No way. I said no. Not happening. Go away. The two boys began to playfully wrestle in the yard. However, Chu Zimo didn't really tickle Cloud Ci this time. He took out a handkerchief, Cloud Ci, why are you sweating again? Cloud Ci accepted the handkerchief, sitting beside him and wiping his sweat. It was true that the pain in his chest had lessened, but he often felt a burning sensation. And he guessed it might be due to the gradual recovery of his internal organs. You should have won, I promise it's really good this time. Cloud Ci's bright eyes stared at Chu Zimo. Chu Zimo hesitated, looking at the lemon slice held by Cloud C's small hand. But then again, whatever Cloud Ci makes is bound to be tasty. Who let Cloud Ci look at him with those pitiful puppy eyes? It helps with recovery if he keeps a good mood. With resignation, Chu Zimo grabbed the lemon slice and closed his eyes before shoving it into his mouth. Looking at Chu Zimo's dramatic expression, a twitch appeared at the corner of Cloud C's lips. Is it really that scary? Huh? Chu Zimo slowly chewed, looking dazed. It's not sour. Not sour at all. And it tasted so good, sweet and with a refreshing citrus aroma. Really delicious. After finishing one piece, Chu Zimo couldn't resist grabbing a few more and munching on them continuously. While eating, he couldn't help saying, Cloud Ci, you're too amazing, how can you make even this taste so good? Cloud Ci lifted his chin arrogantly, of course, don't forget who I am. He graduated as an outstanding student from Xin Zhongfang Academy. Chu Zimo continued drinking a bamboo container of lemonade. Sweet and tangy, equally delicious. In one breath, Chu Zimo drained the whole bamboo tube of lemonade. He sighed, this is much tastier than plain water. Cloud Ci also took a bite of the lemon slice. After a while, Cloud Ci felt his body wasn't as weak anymore. He started preparing dinner. The task of packaging the lemon slices was entirely taken over by Chu Zimo. The orange glow of the sunset bathed the yard. One young boy was busy in the kitchen, while another carefully packaged the lemon slices in the yard. The little black beast was chewing on a lemon slice and playing with water in the yard, while the little white beast lay quietly on its small bed. Yun Ci. Chu Zimo called out. What is it? Yun Ci responded from the kitchen. How many lemon slices should I wrap with one wind leaf? 10 slices. All right. Remember to put some of both sizes. Otherwise, there will only be small ones left at the end. All right, I know. Yun Ci. What is it now? What are we eating for dinner? Yun Ci. Again. Are you tired? I'm done with my task. Let me help you. Yun Ci. Chu Zimo. Yes, I'm here. What's wrong, Yun Ci? Pick a few green onions for me, not big ones, but small tender ones. All right. Chu Zimo. I'm here. Do you want to eat pig stomach soup? Sure. All right. Chu Zimo. From time to time, the yard echoed with the shouts of the two young teenagers. Outside the door. A tiny figure stood expressionlessly staring at the door in front of him. From inside the yard, the sound of Yun Ci calling Chu Zimo could be heard. Hazy didn't know how long he had been standing outside the door. His eyes were filled with an impenetrable darkness. Go in. Kill whoever gets in your way. Kill them. Hazy paused, lowering his gaze. He would hate me. After putting the pig stomach soup on to simmer and steaming the little white buns, Yun Ci came out to the yard and sat down. Xiao Bai had woken up by then, munching on the lemon slices that Yun Ci had left her. Upon seeing Yun Ci come out of the kitchen, Xiao Bai called out. Xiao Bai, you're awake. Chiu mi. Yun Ci went over and squatted down, gently caressing Xiao Bai with wood spirit energy. Chapter 71, The Three. Xiao Bai enjoyed Yun Ci's pure wood spirit energy, her purple eyes showing contentment. As if sensing something, Xiao Bai looked towards the entrance. Seeing Xiao Bai staring continuously at the door, Yun Ci guessed that someone might be there. Walking over, Yun Ci opened the door to see Hazy standing there. Looking malnourished, Hazy appeared thin and dark. The whole boy seemed shorter than him. Pathetically standing there, as if he'd been there for ages. Yun Ci widened his eyes. Hazy. When did you come? Why didn't you come in? Hazy lowered his head, his skeletal hands gripping the gray uniform of a miscellaneous tasks disciple. I arrived during Shen hour. I saw that there was someone else in your yard and I didn't want to disturb you. Saying this, Hazy looked up at Yun Ci. Shen hour. If he waited until he came out after not disturbing him, does that mean he would keep waiting indefinitely? Then leave silently without being seen? Won't he turn evil? Yun Ci inwardly sighed. What a pitiful child. Yun Ci stepped forward and grabbed Hazy's arm, pulling him into the yard. While pulling him in, she murmured incessantly, how could you disturb us? Just walk right in next time, or knock if the door is locked. Don't wait foolishly like you did today, alright? This silly kid. Seeing the stark contrast between that trace of whiteness against his own dark skin, Hazy's lips curled slightly despite keeping his head down. Feeling Hazy stop moving, Yun Ci turned back curiously. What's wrong? Hazy looked directly into Yun Ci's eyes. Can I really just walk in? Of course, you can, Yun Ci nodded. He trusted Hazy greatly. Hazy softly affirmed it with an At this moment, Chu Zimo walked over, holding a half piece of lemon. Coming closer and standing beside Yun Ci, he glanced at Hazy. Why is it him again? Yun Xiai knew that because of their relationship, Chu Zimo and He Zi had already met several times. But they had never spoken to each other. Today, why not formally introduce them? Yun Xiai said, "This is Chu Zimo, and this is He Zi. You two can meet properly. After all, there should be plenty more chances to see each other in the future." Strange name, isn't it, Blackie? Chu Zimo smirked, sizing He Zi up and down. He Zi kept his head low, looking nervous and fearful. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiai frowned, about to say something. Chu Zimo spoke directly, "Blackie, Yun Xiai is my best friend, do you know?" Yun Xiai. Ouch. Why did you hit me, Yun Xiai? Chu Zimo covered his arm. He didn't say anything wrong. Yun Xiai was originally his best friend. Seeing He Zi's obviously frightened expression, Yun Xiai frowned and said, "Don't scare him, He Zi is a very nice person." Then, Yun Xiai turned to He Zi and said, "Don't be afraid, that's just how he is. Actually, he's not bad at all." Hearing this, Chu Zimo's previous lie expression immediately transformed into a proud smile. Yun Xiai praised him. Hee, Yun Xiai praised him. He Zi nodded, mustering up the courage to look at Chu Zimo and say, "Hello." Chu Zimo lifted his chin, arrogantly responding with a, "Hello." Then, he turned to Yun Xiai, "Yun Xiai, didn't you just praise me?" Yun Xiai looked puzzled, "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did. You said I wasn't bad," Chu Zimo protested. "Wah, Yun Xiai, you're so kind." He Zi walked behind them, feeling distinctly excluded from the warm atmosphere between them. A shadow of gloom passed through his eyes. Yun Xiai noticed He Zi lagging behind and waited for him where she stood. "You two sit first, I'll go cook." As she spoke, she also took out lemonade and fruit preserves, handing them to He Zi. Chu Zimo had already sat down, eating the lemon slices. He Zi took a bite of one. It was sweet. For dinner, Yun Xiai made pig stomach soup, minced meat steamed egg, and steamed white plump buns. Yun Xiai also scooped out a small bowl of pickled mustard greens from a small vat. Because there was an extra person, Yun Xiai simply added a dish of collard greens stir-fried with meat. Simple yet delicious home-style dishes were soon ready. Chu Zimo and He Zi helped Yun Xiai carry the dishes and utensils inside. Yun Xiai also cut up cucumber, tomatoes, and pumpkin chunks, placing them in Xiaohei's food bowl. The sun had set by now. In the summer night, the sky hadn't completely darkened yet. The three young teenagers and the little white beast were having dinner together. Chu Zimo couldn't hold back any longer, devouring the food greedily. It's good, too good. Chu Zimo's mouth was full of vegetables, making his words unclear. He Zi was also eating large bites. The broth of the pig stomach soup had a creamy white base, emitting a rich fragrance. Every scoop was packed with chicken and pig stomach, abundant ingredients. Each sip of soup carried full flavor. The pig stomach was chewy and springy, while the chicken was soft, tender, and flavorful. The sick ones and the frail Xiao Bai most suitable to drink the soup. Beside Xiao Bai's exclusive little bowl was a cooled bowl of pig stomach soup. Xiao Bai was currently munching on other dishes with big bites. The steamed buns were white, round, and fluffy. Yun Xiai picked a bit of stir-fried collard greens with her chopsticks and ate a bite of the bun. Sometimes she would pair it with the steamed egg or a small piece of pickled mustard greens, finding extreme satisfaction. Chu Zimo stuffed a big mouthful of vegetables into his mouth, his lips shiny with oil. Then he bowed his head and drank a large gulp of soup. By the way, Yun Xiai, yesterday a disciple from the errand peak died. He Zi paused his chewing of the vegetables. Yun Xiai was surprised, died? Was it murder? Chu Zimo bit into a steamed bun, yes, apparently it was terrible. Blood flowed from 7 orifices. Everyone outside is talking about it. Yun Xiai slowed down her motions as she served the dish, somewhat nervously asking, hasn't anyone caught who did it? Chu Zimo was still eating with relish, nope, some people are saying it's demons, but the sect has checked already and found no demon traces left behind. Demons. Yun Xiai wrinkled her eyebrows. He hasn't seen demons in this world since coming here, but he often hears others describe demons as treacherous, cunning, brutal, and bloodthirsty. Yun Xiai looked at them both, be careful, both of you. He Zi, especially you need to be more cautious on Errand Peak. Chu Zimo told Yun Xiai not to worry. He has his master's jade plaque, nothing will happen. He Zi looked at Yun Xiai with bright black eyes, all right. Although he warned them to be careful, Yun Xiai was secretly more afraid himself. He's only at level 3 of Qi refinement and feels entirely weak and helpless. Even though the probability of demonic creatures appearing in the sect is almost 0. Chu Zimo. Yun Xiai blinked at Chu Zimo who was ladling soup. What's wrong? Can you stay over tonight? He was scared. Upon hearing this, Chu Zimo was stunned. Beside him, He Zi's eyes, which were bright a moment ago, dimmed. Why wasn't he the first person Yun Xiai thought of? Sure, you're scared again, Yun Xiai. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll keep you company. Chu Zimo patted his chest proudly. He can stay with Yun Xiai again. Yun Xiai instantly felt much more at ease. In the first 3 nights after returning from Qingyun Peak, Chu Zimo slept beside him every day because he couldn't bear to be alone. Afterward, he moved Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei's little beds into his room, which made things better. Thank you, Chu Zimo, you're really nice. Yun Xiai revealed a radiant smile. Chu Zimo proudly raised his head, that's right. I am your best friend after all. Aha. Yun Xiai then looked at Hei Zi with some concern. Hei Zi, it's so late already, don't go back tonight. It's more dangerous at night. You can return tomorrow during the day. Hei Zi could sleep in the west room. He and Chu Zimo would sleep in the main house, where the bed was now very large. He had made another bed out of wooden planks and joined it with his own. It was perfectly fine to accommodate 3 people now. Seeing Yun Xi's worried expression, Hei Zi faintly curled his lips and said okay. Chapter 72, A New Day. The aromatic dinner had everyone, the 3 young teenagers and Xiao Bai, eating joyfully. A big plate of stir-fried bok choy and meat and 2 super large bowls of minced meat steamed egg were completely eaten up. Not even a drop of pig stomach soup remained. Yun Xiai doubted if he had prepared too little. But everyone was burping, indicating fullness. Hei Zi ate 5 steamed buns and drank 3 bowls of soup. At this moment, Chu Zimo was holding a steamed bun, with pickled mustard greens sandwiched inside. Chu Zimo was enjoying it immensely. As the sky turned completely dark, fireflies emitted specks of light in the air. Xiao Hei also lit up, playing with water in the yard. There was water all around the water basin. Chu Zimo sat on a stool, holding his full, round belly. Burp, this is so delicious. Yun Xiai sat on the stool, hugging Xiao Bai, and transmitted wood spirit force to him. Hei Zi quietly began tidying up the plates and chopsticks. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiai blinked. Hei Zi always washed the dishes after finishing his meal. The child was so understanding that it broke one's heart. Hei Zi, just place the bowls in the basin, I'll clean them later. Using a cleansing spell to remove grease, and then rinsing them with clean water would leave them perfectly clean. Hei Zi shook his head and softly said, it's alright, let me do it. Your body is still very weak. Saying that, the slim figure skillfully fetched water to wash the dishes. Yun Xi's gaze grew more loving. Once everything was cleaned up, the 3 young teenagers weren't sleepy yet, so they simply stayed in the yard to accompany Yun Xiai while boiling medicine. By the time Yun Xiai finished taking the medicine, it was an hour later. It was now high hour. After being busy all day, Yun Xi's body was slightly exhausted, and all he wanted was to lie down and sleep. He looked at Hei Zi, come with me. I'll get a blanket for you. There was only a small wooden bed in the west room, and they needed to lay out a blanket to make sleeping more comfortable. He asked Chu Zimo to lock the main door and then brought Hei Zi to the main house. Hei Zi silently followed Yun Xiai. Once inside, Hei Zi saw a large bed behind the partition in the main house. It was clearly made by joining 2 beds together. The bedding on the 2 beds was not the same. Hei Zi indifferently shifted his gaze and looked toward Yun Xiai, who was squatting at the cabinet pulling out a blanket. He kept watching Yun Xiai. Until Yun Xiai took out the blanket and turned around. Seeing the somewhat stiff Hei Zi, Yun Xiai smiled. Here, this has been in the cabinet for a while, there might be a bit of damp smell, but it's clean. Hei Zi received the bedding, did you use this before? Yun Xiai hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes, rest assured, I've washed it. Hei Zi hugged the blanket tightly. Thank you. Why did he thank her suddenly? Yun Xiai was puzzled. Hei Zi lifted his head, his black eyes filled with sadness as he looked at Yun Xiai. Thank you for letting me stay here. That dead person was someone who lived with me, I am very scared. Saying that, fear flashed in Hei Zi's eyes. Yun Xiai froze momentarily, then quickly reassured him. It's fine, no need to be afraid. The sect will definitely find the murderer sooner or later. But you shouldn't go back and live there anymore. Stay here with me first. Going back there and seeing that person's bed would surely make him even more scared. Upon hearing Yun Xi's words, hope flickered in Hei Zi's eyes. Really? Can I? But, wouldn't it disturb you too much? Yun Xiai waved his hand, nope, just stay however you like. Hei Zi had earlier risked being retaliated against by the protagonist to testify for him. Hei Zi quietly said thanks, looking deeply moved. Yun Xiai said a few words and then let Hei Zi rest. With tears welling up, Hei Zi turned around with the blanket in his arms. Just as he turned, the look of gratitude disappeared from his face. His eyes were filled with pure joy. When Chu Zimo came in, Yun Xiai had already prepared the bed. Hee. Chu Zimo chuckled foolishly. You fool. Foolishly laughing again. Yun Xiai asked Chu Zimo to lie down first. Then, he went to the yard and carried Xiao Bai back inside. He brought Xiao Bai's little bed into the room and placed it next to Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei knew it was time to sleep, so he ran in happily. His body was all wet from playing with water earlier. Yun Xi took out a cloth to dry Xiao Hei off. Ow. All done. Go to sleep. Ow. Xiao Hei circled Yun Xi twice before running to his little bed and lying down obediently. A perfect little baby. Yun Xi, looking at the two little beasts, one black and one white, kept thinking how cute they were. After taking off his outer clothing and shoes and climbing into bed, his weak condition made him feel very drowsy almost immediately after lying down. In a hazy state, he heard Chu Zimo calling his name. Yun Xi. Am I your best friend? Yun Xi, you're very important to me. Dumbass. Hugh. Chu Zimo looked up at the ceiling, unable to suppress his smile. Ha 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 ha. Chu Zimo lay there flipping around, completely delighted. Seeing Yun Xi's sleeping face, peaceful, pale, and soft-looking, he couldn't help but find it more likable. After getting excited for half an hour, Chu Zimo finally drifted off with a smile on his face. As the night grew quiet, complete stillness reigned indoors. The two young teenagers slept soundly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room. Immortal Ji Qing directly ignored Chu Zimo lying on the outer side and turned his attention toward the restless figure of the smaller youth inside. At this point, Yun Xi had kicked the blanket to the side, with one foot resting on Chu Zimo and his small hand clutching the edge of Chu Zimo's clothes. He was fast asleep. Immortal Ji Qing moved closer. With an indifferent expression, he skillfully tucked the blanket around Yun Xi and pulled his legs back under the covers. Next, he took out a jade token that looked extremely delicate. A flicker of his divine consciousness, and the jade token flew straight into the storage ring on Yun Xi's hand. After finishing everything, he paused for a moment, glancing in the direction of the west room outside. Then, he disappeared right where he stood. The next day, Chu Zimo and Hei Zi had already gotten up early. Yun Xi was still sound asleep. Because he had classes in the morning, Chu Zimo had already gone to class. Hei Zi had also left. It wasn't until noon that Yun Xi woke up, still feeling a bit groggy. His curly hair was sticking up everywhere. Looking around the room, he saw only himself and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai chirped when Yun Xi woke up. Yun Xi rubbed his eyes. Xiao Bai, good morning. Jiu me. Xiao Bai jumped onto the bed. Yun Xi smiled, gently stroking Xiao Bai while channeling Wood Spirit energy into him. At the same time, he called out to the outside. Chu Zimo. Chu Zimo. Hei Zi. Had they both returned home? Yun Xi blinked. After 15 minutes, Yun Xi got out of bed. He neatly folded the quilt, put on his outer garment, and then moved Xiao Bai's bed out to the courtyard. Xiao Hei was tugging at cucumbers in the vegetable garden. Yun Xi paused mid-brush as he noticed Xiao Hei, don't pull them. Upon hearing Yun Xi call his name, Xiao Hei stopped and tilted his head to look at Yun Xi. Ow. Yun Xi knew Xiao Hei wouldn't understand, so he walked over. He picked some cucumbers for Xiao Hei and also some lettuce and tomatoes. Here you go. Ow. After finishing brushing his teeth, Yun Xi began decocting the medicine. After setting it aside, he prepared breakfast. Today, he intended to make apple pies. It was time to earn some spirit stones. Chapter 73, Friends. Yun Xi started decocting the medicine and went to the well to press the water lever. He filled a large basin with water and washed the apples in it. Then he emptied the bathtub where Xiao Hei bathed, refilling it with fresh water. Xiao Hei, holding a cucumber, shook his head and wagged his tail over, jumping into the water basin. Rolling happily in the water, droplets splashed everywhere. Yun Xi chuckled, patting Xiao Hei, and then headed to the kitchen. He set the kneaded dough into several large bowls and let it rise. For lunch, he and Xiao Bai ate tomato and egg noodles. Yun Xi also fried 2 sunny-side-up eggs using a frying pan. Biting into the crispy fried egg, each tiny hole in the egg soaked up the tomato sauce. It tasted amazing. After eating, the dough had risen just right. Yun Xi gulped down the prepared medicine in one breath, then went into the kitchen to busy himself. The oven could bake 60 apple pies at once. Yun Xi continuously kneaded dough, boiled jam, and wrapped apple pies. The kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of apple pies. Xiao Hei smelled the scent of apple pies and ran into the kitchen, tilting his head to watch Yun Xi's small figure busying around. Then he ran out again. Hearing the sound, Yun Xi looked down and couldn't help but smile wryly. Xiao Hei had dragged its food bowl into the kitchen. Since the bowl was a bit large, Xiao Hei could only pull it along the ground. Yun Xi knew that Xiao Hei loved apple pies, so he placed some in Xiao Hei's food bowl. Xiao Hei, you can't eat them now, they're still very hot. Although Xiao Hei hadn't yet awakened fully to understand human words, after Yun Xi repeated things often, Xiao Hei seemed to slightly comprehend them. Ow. Xiao Hei circled around Yun Xi happily, gazing at the apple pies in his bowl. Yun Xiai sent Xiaohei to eat in the courtyard and then continued working. In the afternoon, Yun Xiai baked over 500 apple pies. His body grew increasingly tired, so he finally stopped. These apple pies would be enough for one sale. Yun Xiai stored all the apple pies in the storage ring. When it came time to sell them, they would remain fresh as if just out of the oven. He came to the yard and saw that Xiaobai was still resting with closed eyes. Returning to the house, Yun Xiai took out paper and a brush from the cabinet, then returned to the yard to sit down. Placing the paper on the small table, Yun Xiai dipped the brush in ink and began writing seriously. His little face looked extraordinarily focused, his long, curled eyelashes casting slight shadows on his white soft cheeks under the sunlight. Everything was so perfect. If we don't consider how Yun Xiai held the pen or the characters he wrote. It was evident that this young boy was holding the brush in a highly peculiar manner, and the characters were crooked and messy. If a 7-year-old child were there, they might burst out laughing and claim they could write better. Though barely legible, the words showed great effort. After finishing writing, Yun Xiai put down the brush, picked up the paper, and examined what he'd written. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He truly was amazing. In this world, he'd learned so many characters. Yun Xiai hummed a happy tune while tucking the paper into the storage pouch. At this moment, the sun had not yet set, and Yun Xiai stretched lazily. Feeling a bit tired, he glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaohei beside him, turned back inside, and decided to rest for a while. Lying down, he unintentionally fell asleep. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. An unknown amount of time passed. In complete darkness, Yun Xiai opened his eyes. Upon opening them, all he saw was pitch black. Instantly, Yun Xi's eyes widened in panic, and his mind went blank. There was actually some faint moonlight in the room, but all Yun Xiai saw was infinite darkness. Suddenly, his breathing became heavy. It kept growing heavier. His heart rate also continuously accelerated. Thump, 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 thump. The young boy suddenly hugged his head tightly, curling up in a ball. Let me out, let me out. Let me out, no, I don't want to stay here. Yun Xiai clenched himself tightly, trembling constantly. Suddenly, the room slowly brightened. A hand gently pulled Yun Xi's sleeve. Yun Xiai. Don't be afraid. Upon hearing the voice, Yun Xiai immediately opened his tightly shut eyes. Heizi was holding luminous Xiaohei by the bed. Seeing Yun Xiai, Xiaohei barked softly. Yun Xi's clean eyes were completely overwhelmed with fear. Heizi approached, quietly comforting Yun Xiai, don't be scared, Yun Xiai, I'm here. Listening to Heizi's soothing words, Yun Xi's mood gradually calmed. Yet deep within, he still carried immense fear. Just now, he thought he'd returned to that utterly pitch-black world, from which there seemed no escape. Heizi continued comforting Yun Xiai. After a while, Yun Xi's emotions stabilized entirely, and he looked at Heizi with gratitude, thank you, Heizi. If it weren't for Heizi, he wouldn't have known what to do. Heizi shook his head, his dark eyes bright as he gazed at Yun Xiai. Seeing the vividness in Heizi's dark eyes, Yun Xiai was momentarily stunned. He had never seen Heizi's eyes so lively before. Heizi gave a faint smile. It's nothing. Aren't we friends? Though I've never had friends before, I've always observed how others interacted with their friends. Friends are like this. Yun Xiai, when you're afraid in the future, you can find me, especially when Chu Zimo isn't around. I want to be there for you when you're scared. Yun Xiai paused upon hearing these words. The skinny, dark-skinned boy in front of him had a face full of sincerity and concern. And he, Yun Xiai, liked anyone who was sincere. Yun Xiai felt very fortunate. Having come to this world with no one to rely on, he now found so many kind people around him. With tears in his eyes, Yun Xiai hugged Heizi. From now on, you're my friend too. Thank you, Heizi. Heizi's body stiffened at the sudden embrace from Yun Xiai, then he indulged greedily in the warmth of the hug. But Yun Xiai released him after just a moment. Jumping off the bed, Yun Xiai draped an arm over Heizi's thin shoulder. Come on. To celebrate our friendship, we'll make something delicious tonight. Saying this, Yun Xiai hurriedly walked outside. The disappointment in Heizi's eyes quickly faded. Sure. Yun Xiai took out today's apple pies and shared them with Heizi. Then he went to the kitchen. In the evening, Chu Zimo also arrived. Yun Xiai prepared an exceptionally lavish dinner. The 3 young boys and the white little beast happily enjoyed their dinner. At the dining table, Chu Zimo and Yun Xiai laughed and joked together. Sometimes they would squabble due to differing opinions, but they never really fought. The yard was filled with laughter. Yun Xiai noticed that although Heizi usually spoke little, today his expression wasn't as gloomy as usual. Sometimes, even though Heizi wouldn't join in when Yun Xiai and Chu Zimo were talking, whenever Yun Xiai said something funny, Heizi would flash a faint smile. Seeing this, Yun Xiai smiled and served Heizi a piece of pork rib. Heizi, eat more. If it's not enough, there's still more in the pot. He Zi's dark eyes shone brightly, and he nodded obediently. Okay, thank you Yun Ci. Chu Zimo became discontented. His unhappy face looked at Yun Ci. Yun Ci, you didn't serve me any. Why? Why did He Zi get some and not him? He was upset. Yun Ci. How did he feel like an emperor competing for favor in ancient times? Nevertheless, Yun Ci still gave Chu Zimo a big piece of pork rib. Chu Zimo immediately cheered up. Chow. Alright, little white can have some too. After serving, Yun Ci wiped away imaginary sweat. Alright, no more servings for anyone from now on. Chapter 74, Going to Class. The next morning, Yun Ci woke up very early. Chu Zimo was still sound asleep beside him. Rubbing his eyes, Yun Ci sat up and climbed to the edge of the bed, crossing over the sleeping Chu Zimo. Little White and Little Black were also sleeping on the small bed. Lowering his voice, Yun Ci quietly put on his shoes and outerwear while sitting by the bed. After dressing, Yun Ci went out and found He Zi about to leave. He Zi, are you going out so early? Have breakfast before you go. It was too early, the sky had just brightened. The distant mountains were still shrouded in mist. He Zi shook his head. I need to go to Beast Taming Peak. Seeing how urgent He Zi looked, Yun Ci nodded. Alright, wait a moment. As he spoke, Yun Ci took out a few apple pies from his storage ring. Eat these on your way. He Zi took the apple pies and looked at Yun Ci with bright dark eyes. Okay. After He Zi left, Yun Ci finished washing up and began preparing breakfast. While making breakfast, Chu Zimo yawned and entered the kitchen midway. Yun Ci, what's for breakfast? Yun Ci stirred the contents of the pot gently with a large spoon, noodle soup and potato cakes. Chu Zimo, smelling the aroma of the potato cakes in the air, swallowed saliva. Yun Ci urged him, go wash up quick. Okay. After finishing the meal, the two young boys got ready to go to class. Little White and Little Black were still asleep. Yun Ci set aside a portion of food for Little White so she could eat once awake. Little Black would pluck whatever fruit or plant it wanted to eat. Yun Ci and Chu Zimo walked side by side toward the place where the morning lessons would be held. When they arrived at the top of the main peak, there weren't many people yet. Because most disciples didn't reside on the main peak, except for some enforcement hall disciples. By the time Yun Ci and Chu Zimo arrived at the lecture location through the teleportation array, the number of people suddenly increased. Many sect disciples were heading towards the place for the morning classes. Yun Ci. A call suddenly came from the crowd, followed by the lively group suddenly falling silent. They all tiptoed to look around. It really is Yun Ci. Yun Ci came to class today. Everyone in the crowd looked at Yun Ci with surprise. Yun Ci had already grown accustomed to being looked at by so many people. Looking at the circle of eyes filled with kindness, surprise, or curiosity, Yun Ci blinked and greeted them, good morning, everyone. Some people replied with a cheerful, good morning. The nearest inner sect disciple looked at Yun Ci and asked, Yun Ci, are you feeling better? Yes. Yun Ci, are you feeling better? Yun Ci, I have some pills here that I made myself. Do you need them? Forget it, you wouldn't even take those pills yourself and now you're giving them to Yun Ci. You. Yun Ci, when Miao is terrible, and so is Long Li, stay away from them in the future so they don't hurt you again. Everyone expressed their concerns in various ways. At this moment, a female cultivator said, oh, stop asking. Yun Ci has gotten much better. A few people in the crowd nodded in agreement. An inner sect disciple looked curiously at the woman who spoke and asked, how do you know? The female cultivator replied, I visited Yun Ci on the third day he came back. She gave me some delicious food. Yun Ci was really good, and she didn't understand what her elder brothers were thinking. Why would they harm someone as wonderful as Yun Ci? At this point, Yun Ci addressed the crowd, I'm much better now, thank you all for your concern. Everyone looked at the little boy standing there, his face white and tender, with clear eyes. Their liking for him deepened further. Yun Ci, it's good that you're okay. Yes, Yun Ci, it's good that you're okay. You really scared us. People were saying things like this. Yun Ci exchanged a few more words before planning to enter the main hall with Chu Zimo. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, Yun Ci, when will you sell food again? As soon as everyone heard this, no one moved from where they stood. They all looked eagerly at Yun Ci, waiting for an answer. Many of them had queued up to buy Yun Ci's food before. Even if they hadn't bought any, they had smelled its aroma while in line. Just the smell of Yun Ci's cooking made people salivate, eating it was even better. Everything Yun Ci cooked was delicious. They had been looking forward to when Yun Ci would sell food again. They thought they'd be able to enjoy Yun Ci's food within 5 or 6 days after the last stall event, but then the incident happened. This time, they had waited a whole month. They couldn't help but blame Wen Miao and Long Li even more. It was all because of them that they couldn't eat Yun Ci's food. When will you sell food again, Yun Si? Will you sell boxed meals next time, Yun Si? Will you cook braised pork and sweet and sour ribs in the future, Yun Si? Yun Si, I want grilled sausages. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes, it's really good when eaten with rice. Yun Si, the porridge you sold last time was particularly delicious. After eating it, I felt stronger during my cultivation. I've reached the 5th level of chi cultivation now. Can you sell it again? Yun Si, don't forget about the beef jerky. Everyone started talking all at once, one person after another chiming in. Yun Si. Being surrounded by much taller older brothers and older sisters, Yun Si felt momentarily dazed. Everyone, please quiet down. Gradually, the voices around him grew quieter, and all eyes focused on the young boy in front of them. Yun Si looked at everyone and said, I'll sell food tomorrow. Everyone can come to buy it at the house on the right side of the back mountain of the main peak. I'll post the specific details on the small bulletin board shortly. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with pleasant surprise. An inner sect disciple excitedly exclaimed, is that true? That's fantastic. Truly amazing. We'll be able to eat Yun Si's food again. Wah wah wah, finally, we can eat it again. Yes. When I bought buns from Yun Si, I was so reluctant to eat them that I only ate half each time, and I had to hide it from my senior brother. Sigh. That's rough. My senior brother always, I envy you. Who's going to Yun Si's place tomorrow? I am. Friend Dao, shall we go together? Sure. So, when should we go? Should we arrive early? At dawn? No, that's still too late. Let's go in the wee hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. No need for such an early time. Everyone, please come after the 9th hour. It will be too early otherwise, and I won't be up yet. Yun Si quickly added. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Coming at midnight. Yun Si wanted to say, brother, why don't you just move in with me instead? Can we only buy during the C hour? Then let's come back during the C hour. Another person nodded, yeah. Since little brother Yun said the C hour, we'll come then and not disturb little brother Yun. The people around all nodded in agreement. Sister, let's go tomorrow too. Sure. Let's invite a few others to join us. It's great that we can eat the food made by Yun Si again. Yeah. The 2 female cultivators smiled as they spoke. By the time they finished talking, it was almost time for morning class. Yun Si and Chu Zimo walked inside. This time, many sect disciples walked in with beaming faces. As those people headed toward the main hall, the disciple who had just mentioned coming during the C hour secretly held back the one he usually went with. What's up? The restrained person asked curiously. The other whispered, everyone else is coming during the C hour, but we won't tell anyone and will come at Chin hour instead so we can be the first to buy. But Yun Si said he wouldn't be awake yet by then. No problem. We'll meditate nearby and won't bother Yun Si. If we go late, we might not be able to buy anything. Upon hearing that they might miss out, the other quickly nodded. Let's go at Chin hour.